Desperation led me to a risky plan, to stage an accident with a car. My mother's life depended on raising 50,000 yuan, and I was running out of options. As I watched the chaotic traffic, my thoughts raced. I had already faced harsh words from lenders who had no sympathy for my plight. I needed a way to turn my misfortune into quick cash, even if it meant compromising my morals. Then, a red Maserati caught my eye, a perfect target. I envisioned the scene: I would leap in front of the car, cause a commotion, and then feign injury to secure some funds. But as I executed my plan, the unexpected happened. The Maserati didn't react as anticipated. Instead of stopping, it barely slowed down, and in a flash, I was struck. That moment changed everything. As I lay there, something extraordinary occurred. I awakened not only with newfound medical knowledge but also with martial arts skills that I had never possessed before. This ancient inheritance ignited within me an unparalleled proficiency in healing and combat. Jiangnan City, morning. I stood by the roadside, watching the endless stream of traffic with a heavy heart. My mind was racing, filled with anxiety and desperation. Hurry up and pay the surgery fee, or I guarantee your mother won't survive today. How can you still ask for a loan? You haven't even repaid the money you borrowed from us last time. No money. No money. Why should I care if your mother dies? My mother was in the hospital, urgently needing 50,000 yuan for surgery, but despite my best efforts, I couldn't come up with a single cent. The weight of it all was suffocating. It dawned on me that the only way to secure the funds for her surgery might involve taking drastic measures. Though it felt morally wrong, I felt cornered. I promised myself I would repay whatever I borrowed as soon as I could. Making up my mind, I scanned the road again. 50,000 yuan was no small amount, and I needed to find a suitable car. Just then, a red Maserati approached, its speed seeming manageable. That's it, I thought, quickly stepping forward to position myself in front of the vehicle. Having seen several car accident scenarios online, I felt prepared. I expected the driver to slam on the brakes when they saw me, and once the car stopped, I would lie down under the wheels and demand compensation. But what happened next took me completely by surprise. The driver, a stunning girl, reacted differently than I anticipated. Upon seeing me, she screamed in terror, but instead of braking, she let go of the steering wheel and covered her eyes. What's going on? Why are you covering your eyes instead of hitting the brakes? And what's the point of pressing the accelerator? Seeing the Maserati barreling towards me like a wild horse, I realized too late that there was no escaping it. The impact was deafening. I was sent flying over 10 meters, feeling as if every bone in my body shattered mid-air. Blood erupted from my mouth, splattering everywhere. You can't have a female driver if you want to have porcelain, that was my final thought before darkness enveloped me. After the crash, a crowd gathered, but no one noticed the blood that dripped onto the ancient jade pendant hanging around my neck, which absorbed it instantly. I had been an orphan, and this pendant was the only keepsake I received from my adoptive mother, so I wore it close to my heart. Suddenly, I felt a warmth radiating from my chest, followed by a powerful jolt in my mind. Younger Yi Bufan, take on the legacy of my ancient medical school. An old man dressed in green with a white beard appeared in my consciousness. I am Yi Xiaoyao, from an ancient medical sect. You now carry my legacy. Uphold the principles of my sect, help the world, and practice medicine for all. In that moment, a flood of information surged into my brain: martial arts techniques, medical knowledge, Shenmen skills, and so much more. This newfound knowledge seamlessly merged with my memories, as clear as if it had always been a part of me. At the same time, the jade pendant grew increasingly warm until a powerful current surged into my body. As this energy coursed through me, my muscles and bones strengthened rapidly, mending the severe injuries I had just sustained. An overwhelming sense of comfort washed over me, and before I knew it, I slipped into a deep sleep. After what felt like an indeterminate amount of time, I regained consciousness and opened my eyes to a stark white environment. I quickly realized I was in a hospital ward. What just happened? Was it all just a dream? I instinctively reached for my chest, where only a red rope remained from the pendant that had been there. The ancient jade was gone. It was clear that the Maserati had struck me hard, yet I felt no pain at all. In fact, I felt better than ever, with every muscle fiber filled with strength. The medical knowledge, mystical skills, and martial arts techniques that had been imprinted in my mind were all vivid and clear. Each piece of knowledge confirmed that this was not a dream. I had truly received the inheritance of an ancient medical school. You're awake. A surprised voice broke through my thoughts, and suddenly a beautiful face appeared before me. The woman had long hair cascading over her shoulders, and her flawless cheeks complemented her graceful figure that seemed to embody beauty itself. I found myself momentarily speechless. I had never encountered anyone so stunning in my life, far more captivating than any actress I had seen on television. "I'm so sorry. My name is Chin Chu. I just got my driver's license yesterday, and I didn't expect to hit you today." It dawned on me that this apologetic girl was indeed the owner of the Maserati that had struck me. I felt no anger toward her. After all, I had taken the initiative, and it wasn't fair to blame her. Instead, I was filled with gratitude. If it weren't for this female driver, I wouldn't have gained the ancient medical inheritance. Noticing my silence, Chin Chu continued, "Don't worry, I'll take responsibility for this. You can rest here, and I'll cover all your medical expenses until you're fully recovered and discharged." Seeing that the girl in front of me lacked the arrogance typical of wealthy girls, I felt a surge of warmth. "Thank you, I'll be fine," I replied. "I was terrified yesterday when I knocked you out like that," she said, patting her chest as if to calm herself. "It's strange, though. The doctor examined you and said you were fine, just temporarily unconscious from a concussion. It's a miracle. My car needed repairs, but you came out unscathed. Can you believe it?" Hearing the word unconscious shocked me, and I quickly asked, "How long was I out?" "You were in a coma for about half a day. The doctor initially thought you'd need 24 hours to wake up." "Half a day?" I shot up in bed. My mother was still in critical condition at the hospital, and I couldn't afford to stay here any longer. Now that I had inherited the ancient medical knowledge, I knew no one could surpass my skills. I didn't need other doctors to operate, I could heal my mother myself. In my urgency, I grabbed her hand and asked, "Where am I?" Surprised by my reaction, she instinctively kept her hand in mine. "You're at the Central Hospital." I realized my mother was at Jiangnan Hospital, which was quite a distance away. Without wasting another moment, I jumped out of bed, slipped on my shoes, and hurried out. "Hey, where are you going?" "The doctor said you need to rest," she called after me. "I'm fine. I need to get to the hospital," I replied, racing out of the Central Hospital toward Jiangnan Hospital. On the way, I stopped at a pharmacy to grab a pack of silver needles, slipping them into my pocket as I continued my rush. In the ICU ward of Jiangnan Hospital, I watched as Dr. Xia Haito examined Ouyang Lan's eyelids before shifting his gaze to the bedside instruments. He turned to Nurse Zhang Xiaoman and said, "The patient is definitely dead, let's move on to the next step." "I understand, Dr. Xia," she replied, agreeing as she picked up a white sheet, ready to cover the deceased. I glanced at Ouyang Lan, lying motionless on the bed. The indifference in Dr. Xia's eyes was striking, there was no hint of regret or guilt. If her family could pay 50,000 yuan for the surgery and I performed it myself, there might be a chance for survival. It's unfortunate that her family is too poor to come up with even that small amount. Without money, it seems they can only wait for death. At that moment, I rushed in from outside, catching sight of the white sheet in Zhang Xiaoman's hands. "Stop! What are you doing?" I shouted. Zhang Xiaoman looked startled and halted her actions. "The patient is dead, that's nonsense. My mother is not dead," I protested. With my knowledge of ancient medicine, I recognized Ouyang Lan's condition immediately. She was in a state of suspended animation, not truly dead. I moved quickly, pushing Zhang Xiaoman aside, and pulled out silver needles from my pocket. One by one, I began to insert them into Ouyang Lan's body. Xia Haitao was stunned by Yi Bufan's actions. After recognizing him, he shouted, "Boy, everyone is dead, why are you messing around? Pretending to be filial, right? If you had such filial piety, you would have paid 50,000 yuan for surgery earlier, and your mother would not have died. You still like to pretend that you have no money. What I despise the most is people like you." He was chattering beside him, but Yi Bufan ignored him and concentrated on performing acupuncture on Ouyang Lan. "Boy, what about you, did you hear me?" Seeing that the young man in front of him ignored him, Xia Haitao suddenly became angry and shouted again, "Are you a doctor? Get a broken needle and prick it here randomly. Do you want your mother to die without being able to live in peace? Let me tell you, this is the ICU ward, and the charges are based on hourly rates. The medical bills owed before have not been paid off, so what are you doing here? Stop it now." Yi Bufan finally inserted the last needle out and let out a sigh of relief. My mother suffered from sudden cerebral hemorrhage. This kind of disease is nothing to ancient medicine. Fortunately, she came back in time. If she had delayed for a while, it would have been too late. Xia Haitao shouted, "Boy, have you had enough trouble? You were also charged during this period." Then he said to Zhang Xiaoman, "Call the funeral home right away and ask them to take the body away." Yi Bufan said coldly, "You quack, what are you talking nonsense about? My mother is still alive." Xia Haito said with disdain, "Alive? Do you have a mental problem? If your mother can survive, I will give you the position of chief doctor." As he was talking, suddenly the monitoring equipment at the bedside made a beeping sound, and then resumed work. Ouyang Lan actually had a heartbeat. Once, twice, it was a little slow at first, but it soon returned to normal. What's going on? Xia Haitao and Zhang Xiaoman were both dumbfounded. This person really had no vital signs just now. How could he suddenly come back to life? If this wasn't the ICU ward, they would have thought it was a fake corpse. Seeing that the fire was almost done, Yi Bufan raised his hand to take back all the silver needles on his mother's body, and removed the monitoring equipment one by one. After he finished doing this, Ouyang Lanting sat up from the bed, looked around and said, "Son, where am I?" "Mom, you finally woke up." Yi Bufan excitedly took Ouyang Lan's hand. If they hadn't happened to get the inheritance of ancient medicine, their mother and son would really be yin and yang. Two separated. Xia Haitao's eyes widened for a moment and he couldn't believe what he was seeing. He knew Ouyang Lan's condition best. Even if he didn't die, he wouldn't be able to recover so quickly. Ouyang Lan said, "Son, what's going on?" Mom remembers fainting suddenly. "Am I sick? Will it cost a lot of money?" "It's okay, Mom, you're fine. Let's go home now." Yi Bufan not only cured his mother's cerebral hemorrhage, but also sorted out other hidden diseases in the body. Ouyang Lan is definitely healthier than anyone else now, so there is no need to stay here any longer. "Okay, let's go. I already told you that you don't need to come to the hospital for a minor problem. Just take a rest and you'll be fine." Ouyang Lan raised Yi Bufan's brother and sister by herself, and lived a miserable life. What she feared most was spending money in the hospital. After saying that, she got out of bed and left with Yi Bufan. "Stop. You can't leave yet." Xia Haitao opened his mouth and stood in front of the two of them. Yi Bufan frowned. "What are you going to do?" Xia Haitao said, "You can leave if you want, but you have to pay off the medical expenses first." Ouyang Lan said, "Oh, yes, how much does it cost, doctor?" Xia Haitao said, 39,008. "What, so much money?" Ouyang Lan was shocked. If Yi Bufan hadn't helped her improve her health just now, she would have fallen on the hospital bed again. Yi Bufan said angrily, "I rescued my mother myself, why do I need so much money? Ours is an ICU ward, and we charge per hour. Plus the rescue drugs, that's how much it costs." Xia Haitao said and threw a stack of medication details to Ouyang Lan. "Look, we spent a lot of manpower and medicine to rescue you. Otherwise, you would have died long ago, how could you be standing here talking?" Ouyang Lan took the bill. She didn't understand medicine at all. All she could understand was the shocking and sky-high figures on it. Yi Bufan glanced at it and his expression immediately darkened. "Are you sure these are medicines for my mother?" He is a third-year student at Jiangnan Medical University. Although he has not graduated, he still understands some routine medications. Xia Haitao said, "Of course, pay the money quickly." Yi Bufan became furious, grabbed his neck and pushed him hard against the wall. "How can a person like you, even if you are incompetent, still have such a dark heart, be worthy of the title of doctor?" Xia Haitao's neck was stuck and he suddenly felt difficulty breathing, but no matter how hard he struggled, Yi Bufan's big hands remained motionless like iron pliers. Ouyang Lan and Zhang Xiaoman were both shocked. They didn't understand where Yi Bufan could get so angry, so they hurried over to dissuade him. Zhang Xiaoman stepped forward and pulled Yi Bufan's arm, only to find that the arm, which did not look strong, was like a mountain and could not be shaken at all. "Son, let go quickly. It's against the law to hit someone." Seeing Ouyang Lan step forward to dissuade him, Yi Bufan let go. Cough, 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 Xia Haitao finally breathed in the fresh air, panting heavily. Ouyang Lan said, "Son, what's going on? Why are you so angry?" Yi Bufan said angrily, "This shady doctor asked me to pay 50,000 yuan for surgery before, but he refused to save me if he couldn't pay. Just now, the quack doctor misdiagnosed you as deaf. This is a disregard for human life. Now you are committing fraud and prescribing drugs indiscriminately. Most of these drugs are not for you, but you come to us to collect money. How can a person like him be qualified to be a doctor?" At this time, Xia Haitao came back and shouted, "Nonsense, these are rescue medicines for your mother. You must pay today, otherwise I will send you all to the police station." Yi Bufan took the charge details and said, "You don't understand bullying, do you? My mother suffered from severe cerebral hemorrhage, but what's the matter with Zishuantong on this prescription? What's the matter with ginseng rong injection? Also, your injections add up to more than 25 kilograms. Could it be that all of these were used on my mother? Even an elephant can't bear the infusion of 25 kilograms in less than 24 hours, right? Xia Haitao was completely dumbfounded and speechless for a moment. Originally, he thought that the mother and son didn't understand anything, so they prescribed a lot of medicine randomly. Firstly, he can get commission from the hospital, and secondly, he can make another fortune by selling these medicines. He often did this in the past, but he didn't expect that Yi Bufan would see through it today. Just when he didn't know what to do, the door to the emergency room suddenly opened, and a middle-aged man ran in carrying a little boy about 10 years old on his back. The middle-aged man shouted, "Doctor, look what's wrong with my son." The nurse who was following him stepped forward and said to Xia Haitao, "Director Xia, this is a patient arranged by Director Zhou of the Health Bureau. He told us that we must do our best to treat him. Put the child on the hospital bed quickly and get first aid immediately." Hearing that the matter was told by the top leader of the Municipal Health Bureau, Xia Haitao did not dare to neglect it all and asked the middle-aged man to put the little boy on the ICU bed. Seeing that the little boy's face was livid, his breathing was rapid, he had fallen into a coma, and his condition was very bad, Yi Bufan didn't say anything more. The matter of medicine expenses will be settled sooner or later, so there is no rush. Xia Haitao asked while examining the little boy, "How did the child get sick?" The middle-aged man said, "My son was fine when he was out of school, but after a while he said he felt unwell. He soon developed a fever, and the fever was extremely serious, and then he fell into a coma." After the examination, Xia Haitao said, "Don't worry, it's just a common cold, but the fever is a bit severe. I'll give him some antipyretics now, and he will be fine soon." Because he didn't know the relationship between the other party and Director Zhou, he spoke extremely politely. The middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief. "That's great, please excuse me, doctor." Xia Haitao took the antipyretic medicine prepared by Zhang Xiaoman and was about to inject it into the little boy. Yi Bufan shook his head and said, "He doesn't have a cold at all. If you use the anti-fever injection, it will make the condition worse." "What do you know? Do you treat the disease, or do I? If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense." Having just been exposed for his dirty deeds, Xia Haitao had been holding back a lot of anger, but he immediately let it out. After speaking, he picked up the syringe and injected an antipyretic medicine into the little boy himself. As time went by, a trace of blood slowly appeared on the little boy's face, and it seemed that the pain had lessened a lot. Xia Haitao said with a complacent look on his face, "You see, I told you it was just a small cold, nothing happened." The middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief, nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes, yes, yes, Dr. Xia is worthy of being the director, and his medical skills are excellent." But at this moment, the little boy's immature face suddenly became distorted, his limbs began to twitch, his mouth kept foaming, and the bedside instrument made a piercing sound. Blood pressure drops, heartbeat slows down rapidly, and life seems to be in danger at any time. The middle-aged man immediately shouted nervously, "Doctor, what's going on? What's wrong with my son?" Xia Haitao was also shocked. According to his diagnosis, the little boy had a common cold. How could this happen suddenly? The middle-aged man shouted anxiously, "Doctor, please think of a solution quickly, I only have one son." Xia Haitao was at a loss for a moment. He couldn't do it at all. If you know what is going on, how can you figure it out? Seeing that the little boy's condition was getting more and more critical, the middle-aged man yelled angrily, "You quack doctor, my son has a shortcoming and you have to pay for it with his life. Let me do it. Yi Bufan has obtained the inheritance of ancient medicine, so he cannot ignore death. He came to the hospital bed and said, 'I told you that you were wrong. This is not a cold at all, but poisoning.'" After speaking, he took out the silver needles from his pocket and pierced the little boy's chest one by one. "What are you doing?" Xia Haitao was about to step forward to stop him, but suddenly his heart moved. He stopped and shouted, "If you interfere with my treatment of patients, you will be responsible for any consequences." Seeing that this little boy is about to die, if he really kills people, not only will he not be able to keep his title as director, but he may also have to go to jail. But things are different now, and we can completely push this responsibility away. Yi Bufan ignored it at all and continued to give the little boy acupuncture to drive away the poison. If you observe carefully, you will find that the tails of these silver needles tremble slightly after they are inserted into the acupuncture points, as if there is some power to make them vibrate. The middle-aged man asked, "Is this also the doctor in your emergency room?" Xia Haitao said, "He is not a doctor, he is just a family member of the patient." Originally, I could cure this disease, but now that he has made it like this, it has nothing to do with me. The middle-aged man jumped up immediately. What qualifications do you, a family member of a patient, have to treat my son? He said that he was about to come over and fight, but suddenly he found that the little boy's twitching limbs stopped, and he stopped foaming at the mouth. His face slowly turned rosy, and even the monitoring equipment on the bedside returned to normal. What is going on? Everyone was stunned, especially Xia Haitao. He thought Yi Bufan cured Ouyang Lan by mistake, but he didn't expect that even the little boy was saved. In any case, no one was killed, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The middle-aged man asked, "Little miracle doctor, what is my son's disease?" Yi Bufan said, "He is infected with some kind of virus." "Has he been in contact with unclean things recently, such as mice or other animals that carry a lot of germs?" The middle-aged man said, "Probably not. He didn't go out today and has been in school." Seeing that the time was almost up, Yi Bufan took out a silver needle and pricked the little boy's 2 index fingers, squeezed out 2 drops of black blood from the fingers, and dripped into the trash can next to him. Then he counted all the silver needles, withdrawing it. The little boy opened his eyes and sat up from the bed, looking around with a blank expression. Seeing that his son woke up, the middle-aged man exclaimed in surprise, "Miracle doctor, what a miracle doctor!" Yi Bufan said, "I have drained out the poisonous blood. If I go back and drink some mung bean water, I will be completely fine. Never let your children come into contact with those unclean wild animals in the future. Little miracle doctor, thank you for saving my son." The middle-aged man took out 2 stacks of $100 bills and stuffed them into Yi Bufan's hand. "Little miracle doctor, thank you." Yi Bufan was not polite and took the money and gave it to Ouyang Lan. This is the rule of the ancient medical school. The fee for consultation depends on the circumstances. Even if the other party gives you a mountain of gold, it is not too much, and even if you don't give a penny, it is not too little. Ouyang Lan still hasn't come to his senses yet. Why did his son become a miracle doctor after he fell ill once? So much money was made in the blink of an eye. The middle-aged man carried the little boy on his back, turned around and spat harshly at Xia Haitao, "A quack doctor, you're still a chief doctor, bullshit." Xia Haitao was suffocated and angry. He looked at Yi Bufan and shouted, "Are you a doctor? Who asked you to treat diseases? Shouldn't you be thanking me?" Yi Bufan said, "A person like you who has neither medical ethics nor medical skills is really not worthy of being a doctor. I want you to take care of it. You are practicing medicine illegally. Believe it or not, I will call the police and arrest you." While Xia Haitao was talking, Director of the Health Bureau Zhou Yongliang and Director of Jiangnan Hospital Ma Haidong walked in from the door. Seeing the leader coming, he threatened in a low voice, "Boy, please shut up. Illegal medical practice is a serious crime. You will be imprisoned for at least 5 or 6 years. I will help you deal with it now." After saying that, he ran over with a flattering look on his face. "Director Zhou and Dean Ma, the 2 leaders are here." Zhou Yongliang asked, "Where is the patient I assigned? Is he here?" Xia Haitao said, "Are you talking about the child with a fever? I have cured him and just left our place." As he spoke, he felt relieved. It seemed that the little boy's father did not have a direct conversation with Director Zhou, so it would be easier to handle. Zhou Yongliang asked with a surprised look on his face, "Did you cure it?" He knew Xia Haitao, but his impression was that he was just an ordinary chief physician, and he did not realize how superb his medical skills were. "Yes, Director Zhou, I cured it." As Xia Haitao spoke, he turned back and gave Yi Bufan a warning look. Seeing how shameless this guy was, Yi Bufan was about to step forward to expose him, but was stopped by Ouyang Lan. She knew that her son did not have a medical qualification certificate and would be in trouble if he really entered the Public Security Bureau. Zhou Yongliang asked again, "Is it a temporary relief of symptoms or a complete cure?" Xia Haitao said, "A complete cure, absolutely a complete cure. The child has no problems now, and the family is very satisfied with the treatment effect." "Dr. Xia, I didn't expect your medical skills to be so good." Zhou Yongliang didn't know what the truth was, so he said to Ma Haidong with a smile on his face, "Dean Ma, there are experts in your hospital." Xia Haitao said with a smile on his face, "Director Zhou praised me. As a doctor, this is my job." He said he was humble, but he was actually very happy in his heart. Being recognized by the top leader of the health bureau, he would have a bright future in the future. There is still a vacancy for the vice president in the hospital. If it is not filled, it will be yours. Zhou Yongliang said nothing more, took out his mobile phone and dialed a phone number. "Mr. Dong, I have good news for you. Dr. Xia from Jiangnan Hospital has cured this disease. Please bring your son over right away. Then he made another call. Deputy Director Zhao, immediately notify several other hospitals to transfer children with this special disease to Jiangnan Hospital. Dr. Xia Haitao here has found an effective treatment. Xia Haitao was completely dumbfounded when he heard this. He thought it was just such a special case and he would just take the credit and be done with it, but he didn't expect that there would be so many follow-up patients. Ma Haidong didn't know what happened specifically, so he asked, Director Zhou, what's going on? How come there are so many identical cases? Zhou Yongliang said, these sick children are all students from Jiangnan Central Primary School. One child picked up a bat this afternoon, and 12 children who had been exposed to the bat all developed symptoms of high fever and coma. It was initially determined that he was infected with a new type of virus. This virus has not been recorded in the National Virus Database, and there is no effective medicine. I sent the sick children to major hospitals in Jiangnan City for treatment, hoping that someone could cure this disease. Other hospitals did not find any effective treatment. Unexpectedly, Dr. Xia successfully cured that case and the effect was so good. Jiangnan Hospital made a great contribution this time. He then said to Xia Haitao, Dr. Xia, as long as you cure all these children, I will give you a great credit. Well, cold sweat broke out on Xia Haitao's forehead. He had just claimed credit for Yi Bufan's work. How could he know how to cure this disease? Seeing his expression, Ma Haidong asked, what's wrong, Dr. Xia, is there a problem? No problem. Even now, Xia Haitao can't say that he is an imposter, so he can only grit his teeth and endure. He had also studied some Chinese medicine before and knew a little bit about acupuncture. Moreover, he was right next to Yi Bufan when he was treating the little boy, and he clearly remembered the acupuncture points. I believe that acupuncture using the same technique should be able to cure this condition. Thinking of this, he felt much more at ease. At this time, Ma Haidong saw Yi Bufan and Ouyang Lan standing nearby and asked, what's going on with these two people? Xia Haitao hurriedly said, they are newly cured patients and their families, waiting to discuss the medical expenses with me. Ma Haidong said, if you have something to discuss outside, this is the ICU ward. Outsiders are not allowed to come in casually. Yes, I will let them out now. Xia Haitao turned around and said, the medical expenses can be discussed. I will tell you when I finish my work and go out. The implication is that as long as he is not exposed on the spot, the medicine expenses will be easy to talk about. A sneer appeared at the corner of Yi Bufan's mouth. He originally wanted to expose this guy, but now he was in no rush. If you want to take credit from yourself, you have to have that ability. Wait and see how he ends up. He took his mother outside the ICU ward and found a bench to sit down on. Ouyang Lan said, son, we have 20,000 yuan in hand. Let's talk to Dr. Xia later and see if we can use this money to pay off the medical expenses. Yi Bufan said, no, he is charging excessively. We can't tolerate his problem and won't pay a penny. As the mother and son were talking, there was a sudden sound of brakes at the door of the hospital, and 2 black luxury cars stopped in front of the door. A middle-aged man got out of the car, and 4 bodyguards in black behind him were carrying a stretcher. On the stretcher lay an unconscious little boy. Mr. Dong, you are here. After seeing the middle-aged man, Zhou Yongliang greeted him enthusiastically. Although he is the leader of the bureau, the identity of the other party is also unusual. Dong Tianda, the chairman of Jiangnan Tianda Group, is a big boss in the catering industry. The Tianda Group has a decisive influence. From the top-notch Yeshenfang restaurant to the popular food stalls in Jiangnan City, half of them are owned by the Dong family. Dong Tianda not only has billions of assets, but also has an extraordinary background. His annual donation to the health industry is 7 figures. Zhou Yongliang was naturally extremely polite to such a big shot. However, at this time, Dong Tianda was not in a polite mood at all, and said anxiously, Director Zhou, quickly find a doctor to treat my son. He already has a high fever of 40 degrees. I'm afraid that too much time will affect the child's intelligence. Don't worry, Mr. Dong, everything is ready. Zhou Yongliang asked the nurse to put the little boy on the emergency bed, then turned to Xia Haitao and said, Dr. Xia, please treat Mr. Dong quickly. Yes, Director. Xia Haitao agreed and came over. Dong Tianda said, Dr. Xia, as long as you can cure my son, Tianda Group will be very grateful. Mr. Dong, you're welcome. It's my duty to treat illnesses and save people. Xia Haitao spoke grandly, but his heart was filled with joy. His good luck has come. As long as he can cure Dong Tianda's son, he will not only be appreciated by the leader, but also gain indispensable benefits. This is fame and fortune. While dreaming sweetly, he took out the prepared silver needle and came to the little boy's bed. Ma Haidong asked in surprise, Dr. Xia, what are you going to do? Xia Haitao said, Dean, at present, there is no effective Western medicine for this kind of infected virus, and it can only be treated with acupuncture. Zhou Yongliang said in surprise, Dr. Xia, are you still proficient in Chinese medicine? I can't say I'm proficient. I happened to read an acupuncture method in a medical book that can cure this disease. Zhou Yongliang praised, Dr. Xia is indeed extraordinary. He is proficient in both Chinese and Western medicine. Please hurry up and treat him. The next child will probably arrive soon. Xia Haitao took a deep breath and replayed in his mind the scene where Yi Bufan had just performed the acupuncture. Then he took out a silver needle and stabbed it towards the Xinzong point on the little boy's chest. The little boy's body trembled when one needle was inserted. The second silver needle was inserted, and the expression on his face became extremely painful. Dong Tianda said nervously, Dr. Xia, are you sure this method will work? Xia Haitao gritted his teeth and said, it will definitely work. The case just now was cured in this way. Seeing that Dong Tianda didn't speak anymore, he took out the third silver needle and stabbed it towards the Tiantu point on the little boy's chest. Unexpectedly, after the third silver needle was inserted, the little boy immediately began to foam at the mouth, twitched all over, and his face became as pale as a death. At the same time, the monitoring equipment at the bedside made a harsh beeping sound, the blood pressure dropped, and the heartbeat slowed down rapidly. It was obvious that he was in a critical state of life and death. Seeing the scene in front of him, Xia Haitao was dumbfounded. He no longer had the courage to pierce the fourth silver needle in his hand. Dong Tianda said angrily, what's going on? Do you know how to treat diseases? Why did you treat my son like this? Zhou Yongliang also said nervously, Dr. Xia, what is going on? Was this the same when you cured the case just now? Director, Xia Haitao was covered in cold sweat and was too anxious to speak. He was also confused and didn't know what was going on. He just remembered clearly that this was how Yi Bufan treated the little boy. How come it not only didn't work in his own hands, but actually worsened the condition? Seeing that his son's condition was getting more and more critical, Dong Tianda roared, stop talking nonsense and treat my son quickly. Yeah, why are you still whining? Hurry up and find a way to save people. Ma Haidong was also extremely anxious. If Xia Haitao really executed Dong Tianda's son, I'm afraid that he, the dean, would also be done. Xia Haitao had no choice but to pull out all three inserted silver needles, but the little boy's condition still did not improve. Dong Tianda jumped up anxiously, Xia, I only have a son like this. If he really wants to have something wrong, I will kill you immediately. Zhou Yongliang said angrily, Xia Haitao, didn't you just cure a patient? Why can't you do it now? Xia Haitao's whole body was soaked with cold sweat. He hesitated for a long time, but could not even say a complete sentence. Ma Haidong felt that something was wrong, and said to Zhang Xiaoman next to him, tell me, what is going on? Zhang Xiaoman hesitated for a moment, and finally said, the person who cured the child was not Dr. Xia at all, but the family member of the patient named Yi Bufan outside. Seeing that the matter had been completely exposed, Xia Haitao's legs weakened and he collapsed to the ground. After learning the truth, Dong Tianda immediately rushed out of the emergency room. Now no matter who it is, as long as he can save his son, that's it. Rushing to Yi Bufan, he said urgently, young man, please save my son, whatever the conditions are. Yi Bufan was not surprised by this result, and the little boy's situation was urgent and there could be no further delay. He asked Ouyang Lan to go back and rest first, and then followed Dong Tianda into the emergency room. After entering the door, he glanced at Xia Haitao, who was lying limply on the ground. He came to the little boy's bed, took out the silver needle and started acupuncture treatment. Originally, the monitoring equipment at the bedside kept emitting piercing alarm sounds, but as the silver needles penetrated one by one, the equipment stopped beeping. At the same time, the little boy no longer twitched and foamed at the mouth, his face slowly returned to rosy, and his breathing calmed down. The second time he treated this kind of case, Yi Bufan was already familiar with it. He quickly pricked the little boy's fingertip and squeezed out 2 drops of poisonous blood. When he took back the silver needle, the data of various monitoring instruments on the bedside returned to normal. The little boy opened his eyes and sat up from the bed. Miraculous doctor. What a miraculous doctor. Dong Tianda took Yi Bufan's hand and said, little miraculous doctor, we are the 3rd generation of the Dong family. If you save my son, you will save our entire Dong family. The most indispensable thing in our Dong family is restaurants. My brother just built a new big restaurant, so he gave it as a medical fee to his little brother. I will go through the transfer procedures for you when I get back. Although Yi Bufan was just a poor boy before, he gained the inheritance of ancient medicine and was not surprised by Dong Tianda's performance. After all, no matter how much money you have, it cannot be compared with human life. Ancient medical schools treated people, and someone once sent a city as a medical fee. Seeing that they had earned a restaurant as soon as they made a move, Zhou Yongliang and Ma Haidong both looked envious in their eyes. Dong Tianda is an extremely shrewd businessman, and he did not do this impulsively. Being able to make friends with a miracle doctor is equivalent to having an extra life at a critical moment. After all, no matter how much money you have, you must have a life to enjoy it. In his opinion, just spending some money is not enough to make friends with an expert like Yi Bufan, so he made this big deal. Now seeing Yi Bufan's indifferent expression, he was even more sure of his inner thoughts. He left Yi Bufan's phone number, then took out a business card and said, "Little brother, if you need anything in the future, just call me." Dong Tianda expressed his thanks repeatedly and left with his children, followed by other patients one after another with their children. When they arrived at Jiangnan Hospital, they were treated one by Yi Bufan. Seeing that the last sick child had been treated, Zhou Yongliang breathed a sigh of relief. This incident had a great impact on the entire Jiangnan city, and the city's top officials were paying attention. Now Jiangnan Hospital has successfully treated all the infected children, which can be regarded as earning him enough face. "Xiao Ya, you have helped me a lot this time. If you need my help in any way, just ask." Yi Bufan put away the silver needle, glanced at Xia Haitao next to him and said, "Director Zhou, I really need your help with something." Zhou Yongliang said, "If you have anything to say, just tell me." As if sensing what Yi Bufan was about to say, Xia Haitao looked at him with a pleading look on his face. But Yi Bufan didn't even look at it. He took out the charge details and said, "Director Zhou, Director Ma, this is the charge details that Dr. Xia gave my mother just now. My mother was admitted to the hospital last night and has spent 39,800 yuan in less than 24 hours. It was obviously a severe cerebral hemorrhage, but the medicine included antithrombotic drugs and drugs for treating heart disease, but there were no aphrodisiacs. There are also infusions. The total weight of these hanging bottles is at least 25 kilograms. Even if they are injected into a cow, they may not be able to bear it, right? Up to now, I still owe the hospital more than 30,000 yuan in medical expenses. What should you do?" Zhou Yongliang and Ma Haidong both came from the medical system, and they could see the fishiness in the charge details at a glance. "Asshole, what a good thing you did." Ma Haidong grabbed the charge receipt and threw it hard on Xia Haitao's face. "Just now, you cheated and claimed the credit of little brother Yi, and now you have made so many messy things. People like you are not qualified to be doctors at all. From now on, you are fired." Xia Haitao was completely dumbfounded at this time, and said with a pleading look on his face, "Dean, please give me another chance. I will never dare to do it again in the future." Yi Bufan said, "Dean Ma, this behavior of secretly carrying drugs and charging arbitrary fees seems to have violated the law, right? I think it is more appropriate to hand it over to the police. And it should be more than just this time. There must have been many others before, and we need to find out all of them." Zhou Yongliang said, "Brother Yi is right. This kind of people are worms in the medical field. The reputation of doctors has been ruined by them. We must get to the bottom of it and hand it over to the police." "No, absolutely don't. I have an elder and a younger child at home. If I are sent to the police station, it will really be over." Xia Haitao was completely panicked, fell to his knees with a plop, and begged, "Director Zhou, Dean Ma, little brother Yi, please have mercy on me." Zhou Yongliang and Ma Haidong looked at Yi Bufan together, obviously asking him to make a decision. Facing Xia Haitao, who was crying with snot and tears, Yi Bufan didn't have any mercy in his eyes. He couldn't help but feel angry when he thought that he would risk his life to pay for his mother's medical expenses. "You said you asked me to pity you. Have you ever pitied those helpless patients and their families? Do you know how they got the money? That's all hard-earned money from selling houses and land, money used to save the lives of relatives. In the end, you casually wrote out an order and robbed it. Is this 10 times more heinous than a robber? Why should I pity you?" Xia Haitao was speechless and collapsed on the ground like mud. Seeing Yi Bufan's attitude, Zhou Yongliang said coldly, "Go to the Public Security Bureau and surrender. Maybe you will be given leniency." Ma Haidong waved his hand, called 2 security guards to drag him out, and then said with an apologetic look, "Brother Yi, I'm really sorry, I didn't expect that there would be such a moth in our hospital. In order to express apology, your mother's medical expenses are all exempted. At the same time, the hospital will provide another 30,000 yuan as a thank you fee for your help this time. Yi Bufan nodded. The hospital's attitude was very sincere, so he said nothing more. Zhou Yongliang said, Brother Yi, where do you work? How come you have such superb medical skills? Yi Bufan said, I haven't graduated yet, I'm in my third year at Jiangnan Medical University, and I learn Chinese medicine from my master. Zhou Yongliang asked, which national master of traditional Chinese medicine is your master? Yi Bufan said, my master's name is Yi Xiaoyao. He is an expert hermit. Not many people know his name. Oh. Zhou Yongliang said nothing. He had never heard of a famous doctor named Yi Xiaoyao in the health field for so many years. Ma Haidong said, Brother Yi, are you interested in becoming a doctor in our hospital? As long as you are willing to come, I will immediately make you the chief physician to take over Xia Haitao's position. Jiangnan Hospital is one of the top hospitals in Jiangnan City. It is impossible for ordinary medical university graduates to find a job here. They sent out a chief physician immediately, which shows how much they value Yi Bufan's medical skills. Zhou Yongliang smiled and said, Dean Ma, you are really hungry for talents. Ma Haidong said, Brother Yi has great medical skills. I feel wronged by him as the chief physician, but I only have such great authority. In the eyes of the two of them, the young man in front of them would definitely agree to such a generous treatment, but to their surprise, Yi Bufan shook his head and said, Dean Ma, I appreciate your kindness. But your hospital is a Western hospital, and I studied traditional Chinese medicine. It is really inappropriate to come to your hospital. Ma Haidong said, it doesn't matter. As long as Brother Yi is willing to come over, I can set up a separate Chinese medicine clinic for you. He really took a fancy to Yi Bufan's medical skills. With such a Dinghai Shenzhen, the hospital would be able to solve difficult and complicated diseases like today's in the future. Yi Bufan shook his head again, Dean Ma, I am indeed not suitable to work here. What he wants to do is to promote traditional Chinese medicine. The hospital has too many regulations and is not suitable for personal development. In contrast, he prefers to open his own traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Deep disappointment flashed in Ma Haidong's eyes. Okay, little brother, if you change your mind at any time, I'll be waiting here at any time. He then called the hospital's office director and waived all Ouyang Lan's medical expenses, and also took another 30,000 yuan as a thank you fee. Yi Bufan collected the money and left Jiangnan Hospital. It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. He first called Ouyang Lan to report that he was safe, and then called his girlfriend Zhu Linlin's phone number. An electronic prompt came from the phone, sorry, the phone you dialed has been turned off. Yi Bufan sighed. Zhu Linlin disappeared since the holiday. She couldn't see anyone and couldn't get through the phone. She didn't know what happened. Although summer vacation is now on, the small bun shop rented by his mother is only a dozen square meters, so it is very inconvenient to go back. He has been living in school these days. Back in the dormitory, he was the only one living here, everyone else had gone home. After a brief wash, he sat cross-legged on the bed and began to practice the Chaos Heart Sutra passed down by the ancient medical school. According to ancient medical records, the Chaos Heart Sutra was passed down by Shinong, the originator of medicine. It is an extremely superior cultivation method, and it is also more suitable for curing diseases and saving people. After he started practicing, he felt a ray of warm qi rising from his dantian and traveling through his body according to the path of the Heart Sutra. As time goes by, this ray of true energy becomes more and more stronger and more comfortable physically. Early the next morning, the fiery red sun slowly rose from the east. Yi Bufan slowly opened his eyes, a gleam of light flashing in his eyes. At this moment, his heart was full of excitement. After a night of practice, the Chaos Heart Sutra had reached the 9th level of the Qi refining stage, and was only one step away from foundation building. What surprised him most was that after reaching the 9th level, he gained spiritual consciousness. Even if he closed his eyes, he could see things within a 2-meter radius. Moreover, his spiritual consciousness has a see-through function. Not only can walls not block his sight, he can also see through people's bodies. At this moment, his meridians, bones, and blood flow can all be seen clearly. He knew that the reason why his cultivation had advanced so quickly was entirely due to the spiritual energy transformed from the ancient jade pendant. But now that there is a lack of spiritual energy on the earth, it will be difficult to improve in the future. Fortunately, I have obtained the inheritance of ancient medicine and can help myself improve my cultivation by refining elixirs. Yi Bufan got out of bed, washed briefly, ate some breakfast, and left the school gate refreshed, ready to find a pharmacy to buy the medicinal materials for refining the foundation building pill. Not far from Jiangnan Medical University, there is a 20-story office building, which is luxuriously decorated without losing its grandeur. This is the headquarters of Qin Group. Qin Group is a well-known enterprise in Jiangnan City with strong strength. There is a small square of several hundred square meters in front of the office building. When Yi Bufan passed by, many people gathered in the square and were watching something. He glanced at it and saw a red Porsche 911 parked in the middle of the square. In front of the Porsche was a heart-to-heart pattern of 999 roses. A young man in his 20s stood in front of the car in a suit and leather tie. His hair was meticulously styled, and he was holding a handful of blue witches in his hand. He seemed to be waiting to confess his love to someone. The young man looked somewhat handsome, but Yi Bufan could tell at a glance that this man was pale, lacking energy, typical of excessive indulgence, and his body had been completely drained by alcohol and sex. At this moment, a fragrant and soft object hit me. Yi Bufan quickly turned his head and saw a woman wearing OL professional attire. Her attention seemed to be attracted to the young man in the square, and the two bumped into each other. Fortunately, the speed of the two people was not fast, and the woman took 2 steps back and stabilized her body. Sorry. Both of them knew that they had not paid attention to the road and apologized to each other in unison. Then they all exclaimed, "Why is it you?" Yi Bufan saw that the person who collided with him was Qin Chuchu, and couldn't help but laugh. "Why, hitting me with a car yesterday was not enough, and now you hit me with someone again?" As he spoke, he secretly thought that it was much more comfortable to be hit by a person than by a car. It was soft and so flexible. Yi Bufan couldn't help but take a look at Qin Chuchu's convex and concave figure. This woman looked very slender, but there was not much where there should be flesh. Especially that part. The scale is really astonishing. The buttons on the chest are almost bursting. I wonder if that soft feeling just now comes from there. Qin Chuchu also didn't expect to meet Yi Bufan here. After being slightly stunned, he said, "Stop talking so much, please help me. Please help me." Yi Bufan said in astonishment, "What can I help you with? Do you want to borrow money? If you don't want to borrow money, the person who lends it to you can use it and pretend to be my boyfriend for a while." Pretending to be a boyfriend? Yi Bufan understood immediately. Is that person chasing you? Qin Chuchu nodded. His name is Xiang Yuntian. He has been chasing after me for a long time. It's annoying me to death. Yi Bufan smiled and said, "Then you agree. Although he is not as handsome as me, he is still passable." Qin Chuchu blared, "Let me tell you something serious. Do you want to help or not?" "No help, I have a girlfriend." Qin Chuchu was so angry that his chest was heaving violently. He couldn't drive away the man who usually chased after him, but this guy seemed to be at a disadvantage as his boyfriend. But then something moved in her mind and she said, "You're not going to help, are you? I just came back from the traffic police team and have already seen the surveillance video. Yesterday's accident was not about me hitting you at all, but you hitting porcelain. Help, I don't do other people's favors, but I will definitely help you. Isn't it just pretending to be a boyfriend? What a big deal." Yi Bufan immediately agreed. He was indeed at fault for what happened yesterday. He had caused so much damage to other people's cars, and he always felt a little bit regretful in his heart. A touch of pride appeared on Qin Chuchu's face, and he said, "You can help me get rid of this fly later, and I won't hold you accountable for touching porcelain." Yi Bufan said, "No problem, leave it to me." When the two of them were talking, Xiang Yuntian also noticed this side and walked over quickly holding the blue enchantress. Onlookers, when they discovered that the heroine had appeared, they all retreated to both sides to make way for a passage. "Chu-Chu, you're here." Xiang Yuntian came to Qin Chuchu and said very gentlemanly, holding the rose in his hand, "This is a flower for you. I wish you a good mood every day." I was in a good mood originally, but when I saw you, I felt bad. Qin Chuchu didn't even look at the blue enchantress, and said unceremoniously, "Xiang Yuntian, I have told you how many times, it is impossible between us, and I already have a boyfriend." Xiang Yuntian said, "Chu-Chu, please don't lie to me. I know your situation very well. How can you have a boyfriend? I know you don't believe it. I brought everyone here today." Qin Chuchu hugged Yi Bufan's arm and said affectionately, "This is my boyfriend Yi Bufan." Xiang Yuntian was stunned for a moment, looked at Yi Bufan seriously, and then showed a contemptuous sneer. "Chu-Chu, even if you want to find someone to pretend to be your boyfriend, you should find someone with a bit of class. Do you think I can trust you with such a guy?" Seeing that he was looked down upon, Yi Bufan said, "Why, you look down on me. Does this need to be said?" If you want others to respect you, you must have the strength to be respected. Xiang Yuntian looked at him with a sarcastic face and said, "Tell me, do you have an 8-digit deposit in your bank?" "No." Yi Bufan shook his head. "Then do you have an annual salary of 1 million? Yi Bufan said, "I haven't graduated yet." Xiang Yuntian became more and more proud. How could a poor boy who had not yet left school compare with himself, the eldest son of the Xiang family? He said with an arrogant expression, "Let me tell you, our Xiang family is a large enterprise with assets of over 100 million, and I am the only heir. Now I am the vice president of the group. How can you compare with me? Yes, there is really no comparison. How can a poor boy compare with the eldest young master of the Xiang family? The gap is too big. If it were me, I would choose young master Xiang, but I think this young man is quite handsome. It's not like being a pretty boy. What's the use of being handsome? Men still have to look at their strength." Hearing the comments around him, Qin Shushu felt a little sad. He was just rushing to grab a shield, but he forgot about the gap between the two people. Yi Bufan and Xiang Yuntian were still far behind. "Did you see that? Then it's the new car I gave to Chu Chu, worth more than 3 million. It's not that I look down on you, I'm afraid you will never make so much money in your life." Xiang Yuntian was very satisfied with the effect he had created. He pointed at the roses in his hand and said, "This is a blue enchantress specially flown from Europe. Each one costs 500 yuan, which is much more expensive than the street stall products you have. A poor boy like you is not qualified to pursue Chu Chu, let alone compare with me." At this moment, everyone around him looked at Yi Bufan with complicated expressions, including ridicule, sympathy, and pity. No one thought that a poor boy could compete with the rich man. Yi Bufan's expression did not change at all, and he said calmly, "Do you mean that only rich people are qualified to pursue Chu Chu? Or do you mean that in your eyes, Chu Chu is just a money-worshipping girl who only cares about money?" Of course I didn't mean it." Xiang Yuntian immediately became nervous. He pursued Qin Chuchu, on the one hand, for beauty, and on the other hand, he also wanted to climb the big tree of the Qin family. In other words, Qin Chuchu is the eldest lady of the Qin family, how could she be interested in his few small coins? In order to prevent Qin Chuchu from being dissatisfied, he quickly explained, "Chu Chu, please don't get me wrong, I really didn't mean that." Qin Chuchu looked at Yi Bufan with great interest. This man's performance was far beyond her expectation. In just a few words, he trampled on Xiang Yuntian's proud advantage under his feet. Seeing that Qin Chuchu didn't speak, Xiang Yuntian became even more nervous and said again, "Chu Chu, don't listen to his nonsense, I am completely sincere to you. I heard that you had a traffic accident yesterday. It scared me to death. Fortunately, you are okay. I heard that your car crashed very seriously, so I immediately bought you a new car. Money is secondary. What is important is my sincerity for you. I'm so touched. If only someone treated me like this, I would definitely marry him without hesitation. Young Master Xiang is so generous. The offer is 3 million. If I were the one, I would definitely agree. You're still crazy when you're rich. It's really hard to find such a good man nowadays." Hearing the comments around him, Xiang Yuntian secretly breathed a sigh of relief and secretly gestured to the undercover agent placed in the crowd. Someone in the crowd immediately shouted, "Promise him." Together, under this atmosphere, some onlookers also started shouting. Xiang Yuntian knelt on one knee, holding the blue enchantress bouquet in his hand, and said with a loving expression, "Chu Chu, from the moment I saw you, I knew that I was completely ruined in this life. My heart has been completely filled with you. Apart from you, I will never look at any woman again. Can you be my girlfriend?" After he said this, the crowd around him shouted again, together. Seeing how difficult this guy was, Qin Chuchu looked at Yi Bufan as if asking for help. Yi Bufan burst out laughing and said jokingly, "You are so good at acting, it would be a waste not to be an actor." Xiang Yuntian shouted with an indignant look on his face, "What did you say? My sincerity to Chu Chu can be expressed in the sky. If there is a lie, there will be thunder and lightning from the sky." "Really? Then let everyone see how sincere you are." As he spoke, Yi Bufan stretched out his hand and quickly took out a white thing from Xiang Yuntian's suit underwear. It was a woman's underwear, and it was an extremely sexy one, almost transparent. Holding this thing in his hands, he said with a joking expression, "Young Master Xiang, please explain, is this your sincerity? Since he is devoted to Chu Chu and has not seen another woman for half a year, where did this thing come from? You wouldn't say you use it yourself, right?" Xiang Yuntian was immediately dumbfounded. He hadn't seen a woman in half a year, but he couldn't live without her every day. At the same time, he also had a special hobby. Every time he slept with a woman, he would leave a pair of underwear as a souvenir. This was left over from last night and I haven't had time to process it yet. But this is a small T-shaped underwear, and it is made of lace. It is smaller than ordinary handkerchiefs. It can't be seen at all when it is put in a pocket. How did this kid find out? Seeing this scene, the people around him immediately became commotion. Here you go, I was almost deceived by this scumbag just now. It's really weird to confess your love to someone with another woman's belongings in your pocket. Shameless, so shameless. With this thing in your pocket, you can still say it in a high-sounding way. How can you be so thick-skinned? Didn't you say that there was a lightning strike from the sky? God should strike this kind of person to death. Xiang Yuntian licked his dry lips and said anxiously and wisely, Choo-choo, don't get me wrong. Yesterday a friend went out on a date and lent me this suit to show off. The things in here must have been brought back by him and have nothing to do with me. What about this? Does it have anything to do with you? Yi Bufan threw away the little panty, then reached out and took out a pink thing from Xiang Yuntian's trouser pocket. His speed was so fast that Xiang Yuntian couldn't react at all. Master Xiang, this thing should be called Durex, right? Where did it come from? Could it be that you lent your pants to a friend? Xiang Yuntian looked embarrassed, because he dated women every day, and Durex was a standard item that he carried with him all year round. But he was also extremely strange. Compared with the little Nene Durex just now, how did the kid in front of him know? Could it be that he has clairvoyant eyes? Choo-choo, please don't get me wrong. I don't know where this thing came from. It might be my friend playing a prank on me. I really don't know anything. At this point, Xiang Yuntian has no choice but to refuse to admit his guilt, otherwise all his efforts will be wasted. Really? Then what is this? Yi Bufan reached out and took out 2 small white pills from his other pocket. Master Xiang, if I'm not mistaken, this is the legendary regret medicine, right? The equipment is so complete. Could it be that this is also a prank played by your friend? Xin Shuchu saw everything in front of him and said with disgust, Xiang Yuntian, please go, I don't want to see you again. Seeing that everything he had carefully planned was messed up, Xiang Yuntian suddenly became angry and said, you bastard, I will kill you. At this moment, he could no longer care about showing off and hit Yi Bufan in the face with his fist. It's a pity that his body, which was hollowed out by alcohol and sex, could not be Yi Bufan's opponent. He was kicked in the abdomen when he came up, and flew out and landed on the 999 roses. Xiang Yuntian let out a heartbreaking scream. Although the fall was not too heavy, those roses had thorns, and when he struggled to get up, his body was already covered with rose thorns. Boy, if you dare to steal a woman from me, just wait for me. Xiang Yuntian said a harsh word and was about to run away, but before he could run a few steps, the manhole cover under his feet suddenly turned over, and he fell in with a plop. This time he was extremely embarrassed. When he climbed out of the manhole again, he was covered in garbage and smelled bad. The men he arranged among the crowd rushed over and helped the embarrassed man out of here. Seeing that young Master Xiang, who was so arrogant about going to heaven just now, was now in such a mess, everyone laughed unbridled. Young man, well done, I will obey you even if I don't obey anyone. Girl, you have good eyesight. You have chosen this young man well. The onlookers were full of praise for Yi Bufan. Everyone usually dislikes the behavior of these rich young men, but there is nothing they can do about it. Just now this young man really helped them breathe a sigh of relief. Qin Shuchu pulled Yi Bufan to the side and said with burning eyes, how did you do it? His performance just now was so unexpected that it would not be an exaggeration to call it amazing. He trampled the eldest son of the Xiang family to death. It is estimated that after what happened today, Xiang Yuntian will no longer have the shame to pursue himself. Yi Bufan smiled and said, didn't you see everything? Qin Shuchu's cheeks were flushed and she said, I mean, how did you know that Xiang Yuntian had that kind of thing in his pocket? Of course Yi Bufan would not tell anyone about his spiritual consciousness. He said, I am a Chinese medicine doctor. I have long seen that this kid has severe kidney deficiency. I can guess it just by thinking about it. Qin Shuchu didn't pursue the matter any further and said, thank you for your help. I'll treat you to dinner after work. After saying that, she turned around and walked towards the Qin Group's office building. After such a fuss, she would be late for work soon. Yi Bufan also left here, and after a while he arrived at Baichao Hall, the largest Chinese medicine clinic in Jiangnan City. Baicaotang is completely decorated in antique style, looking antique and extraordinary. There is a couplet hanging at the gate. The first couplet means that no one can see it, and the second couplet means that God knows the intention. Yi Bufan stepped in and looked around. There was a pharmacy on the left and a Chinese medicine clinic on the right. Since it had just opened, there were not many customers in the pharmacy, and they had not yet reached the stage of getting medicine. There was only one medicine-picking clerk at the pharmacy, who was playing with his mobile phone at the counter. When he saw Yi Bufan come in, he just glanced at him, didn't say anything, and started playing by himself again. Yi Bufan came to the counter and said, "I'll take medicine." The waiter said without raising his head, "Wait a moment, didn't you see that I'm busy?" Yi Bufan was speechless for a while. Is beating the king considered busy? This is the legendary shop bully. He turned around and left if he wanted to, but he needed many types of medicinal materials to refine the foundation establishment pill, some of which were not very common, and other small pharmacies could not buy them all. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the waiter finally finished playing. He put his phone on the counter, took a sip of tea, and then said slowly, "What medicine did you buy?" Yi Bufan handed over the written prescription, and the waiter's eyes lit up when he saw it. Many of the items written on it are precious medicinal materials from previous years. For such a prescription, I will get at least several thousand yuan in kickbacks. He asked, "Are you sure you want to buy so many medicinal materials?" Yi Bufan said, "Of course, I just don't know if you can buy them all here." "Of course you can, but there are no medicinal materials that we don't have in Baichao Hall." The young man's attitude immediately improved, and he said with a smile on his face, "Little brother, wait a moment, I will prepare all the medicinal materials for you right away." Soon, the clerk placed a pile of medicinal materials on the counter. Yi Bufan checked them one by one. The medicinal materials were complete and of high quality. He said, "How much?" The clerk picked up the abacus and counted for a while, then said, "The total is 253,200 yuan, cash or credit card?" "Ha? So expensive?" Yi Bufan was shocked. Although he also studied Chinese medicine at Jiangnan Medical University, he didn't know much about the price of Chinese medicine. "I originally thought that the 30,000 yuan in my pocket was already considered a huge amount of money, but now it is not even a small change. I didn't expect that just a portion of the medicinal materials for refining the foundation establishment pill would require so much money." He said with some embarrassment, "I'm sorry, I didn't bring that much money." The boy's originally smiling face suddenly turned cold. No money, why are you pretending to be here? You're just teasing me, aren't you?" Yi Bufan explained, "I'm sorry, I just didn't expect these medicinal materials to be so expensive." "What medicine should you buy if you don't know the price?" the boy said dissatisfiedly. "Well, if you don't have that much money, just buy less, and you can't let me work for you in vain." Yi Bufan said, "That won't work. I'm just using a medicinal ingredient for a medicine. Without it, it's useless." The prescription he listed was only the dosage for a foundation building pill. If the dosage was insufficient, it would be impossible to refine the pill. The boy frowned and said, "Just change the age of the medicinal materials. You must know that the price difference between 10-year-old medicinal materials and 2-year-old medicinal materials is more than 10 times. Yi Bufan said, "That won't work either. The medicinal materials I prescribed are already of the lowest age." After he said this, the little boy suddenly exploded, "This won't work, that won't work either, you're just here to play tricks on me, right?" Yi Bufan apologized again and said, "I'm sorry, I didn't bring enough money this time. I'll come over and buy it again when I have enough money." "Bah, poor man, I don't know how long it will take when you collect enough money." The waiter angrily put away the medicinal materials. "It's all my fault for being blind. I saw you were dressed like a beggar, so I shouldn't have given you the medicine." The little guy was very angry because he didn't get the commission he expected. Yi Bufan frowned. "What are you talking about? I've already apologized to you for not bringing enough money. Besides, you're a guy here and it's your duty to give me medicine. What's there to complain about?" "Ouch, you're still angry." The boy suddenly became angry, slapped his chest, and said arrogantly, "You didn't see where this place is, this is Baichao Hall, and our leader is Mr. Chow. The people who come to our place for medical treatment every day are not only rich people but also officials. Is this a place where you, a poor guy, pretend to be an uncle?" Yi Bufan was about to get angry, but he became discouraged after thinking about it. After all, he was also the inheritor of the ancient medical school, and he couldn't afford to argue with such a snobbish villain. Thinking of this, he turned around and walked out. Suddenly he saw a big red notice posted on the wall, which said in 4 big words, "A reward of 1 million. He looked down again, and there was a paragraph written on it. "I, Chao Xinghua, accidentally obtained the Huatua golden prescription, but unfortunately it was an incomplete prescription, and there were incomplete records of the 3 medicinal materials. If anyone can complete these 3 herbs, I will be willing to give 1 million Chinese coins as a reward after I confirm that they are correct. Below the description is the prescription of Huatua Jin Fong, but it only has the first 15 ingredients, and there are 3 gaps marked at the back, obviously waiting for someone to fill it in. After seeing the reward, Yi Bufan felt happy. Chao Xinghua knew that the head of Baikatang was a veteran of beta-level traditional Chinese medicine in Taishan City, Jiangnan City. As for Huatuo's Jinfang, he knew it very well. According to the records in the ancient medical sect's inheritance, Huatuo came from the ancient medical sect, but he was not proficient in martial arts and was only an outer disciple. This Huatuo golden prescription was not created by Huatuo, but was passed down from the ancient medical school. I was worried that I had no money to buy medicinal materials to refine the foundation building pill, but now I have millions of wealth coming to my door. Thinking of this, he picked up the pen prepared next to him and began to fill in the remaining 3 medicinal materials in the 3 blanks. Hey, you poor guy is here to stay, aren't you? Who told you to write graffiti here? As soon as he wrote 2 pills, the boy rushed out from the counter and pushed him aside. Being provoked by this guy one after another, even the clay bodhisattva became angry. Yi Bufan said angrily, "What are you going to do?" The boy shouted, "I'm talking about you, do you know where this place is? This is Baichao Hall. Can you just scribble on it?" Yi Bufan said angrily, "Isn't this a reward? Why can't I write it?" The guy said with a look of disdain, "Are you going to be so poor that you are crazy? $1 million reward is good, but what does it have to do with you?" Since this notice was posted, it initially attracted countless medical experts. Many people wanted to try here, but all failed without exception. You must know that there are at least tens of thousands of Chinese medicinal materials in China. If you want to rely on luck to make up for the remaining 3 medicinal materials, the probability is countless times lower than buying lottery tickets. Even Mr. Chow couldn't complete this prescription, and so many famous Chinese medicine experts had failed. He didn't believe that the poor boy in front of him could do it. Yi Bufan sneered, "Isn't this a public reward? Since the reward is offered, people should try it." The clerk shouted, "The reward is for people to try, but not just any cat or dog can come here and write graffiti. Do you think anyone can get the 1 million? If you can complete Huatuo's golden prescription, I will be Huatuo alive." "Lu Hong, what are you arguing about?" At this moment, an old man with a majestic expression came over from the Chinese medicine clinic. Although this man has white hair and beard, his face is rosy and he looks full of energy. He is Mr. Chao Xinghua, the head of Baikatang. "Mr. Chow, you are here." After meeting Chao Xinghua, the boy named Lu Hong immediately turned into a pug. "What happened? You're making such a fuss in the store?" As he spoke, Chao Xinghua glanced at the reward announcement. When he saw the 2 medicinal ingredients that Yi Bufan filled in, he stood there with a look of astonishment. "Mr. Chow, this poor boy has no money and came to our store to cause trouble." Just now he was scribbling on the reward notice. Lu Hong didn't notice the old man's expression and was chattering beside him. Chao Xinghua didn't even look at him, and said to Yi Bufan excitedly, "Young man, did you write these 2 medicines on the wall?" Before Yi Bufan could speak, Lu Hong interrupted and said, "He was the one who wrote it randomly. If I hadn't stopped it in time, he would have also written the 3rd flavor." "Mr. Chow, don't be angry, I will wipe it off right away." Before Lu Hong could finish speaking, Chao Xinghua slapped him in the face with a big mouth. "You bastard, apologize to my little brother quickly." "Ah!" Lu Hong looked confused and dumbfounded. Chao Xinghua said angrily again, "Did you hear that? Quickly apologize to this little brother." Although Lu Hong still didn't understand what was going on, he had to listen to Mr. Chow's words and could only say respectfully, "I'm sorry." Yi Bufan said coldly, "Today I have seen what it means to cheat customers in a shop. No one can see the cultivation, and God knows the intentions. What I am talking about is that Chinese medicine practitioners do not deceive themselves or others. This sentence you guys by Kaetang is not worthy at all. Little brother, I'm sorry, it's the old man who usually doesn't discipline me strictly. I apologize to you again." After Chao Xinghua apologized, he said eagerly, "Little brother, can you really complete this Huatua golden formula?" Yi Bufan said, "Yes, I happen to know this recipe." "Great, little brother, please help me complete the above recipe. The 1 million bonus will not be less." Chao Xinghua's beard jumped with excitement. From the 2 herbs that Yi Bufan had filled in, he could tell that this young man was not simple. He had studied this prescription countless times and tried countless medicinal materials, but the properties of the medicine simply could not match the previous 15 flavors. But the 2 medicines now are completely different. They fit well with the 15 medicines before. They are probably 2 of the missing 3 medicines. Yi Bufan shook his head and said, I'm sorry, I was going to fill it out just now, but you people from Baikatang said that this is not something that cats and dogs can write casually. It seems that we are not destined to be together, so you can ask someone else to do it. Bar. After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. Xiao Xinghua grabbed his wrist and said, Little brother, don't leave. Don't leave. The reward announcement has been posted for so long. Except for Yi Bufan, no one else can even get a single dose of medicine. If he really leaves, where will he find someone? Hua Tuo's golden prescription itself is a priceless treasure, and it is related to the life and death of a big man. That's why he is willing to offer a reward of 1 million yuan. Now it's hard to find someone who can complete Hua Tuo's golden prescription, and I won't let him go no matter what. After stopping Yi Bufan, he turned back and said angrily to Lu Hong, You bastard, how dare you talk to this little brother like this, apologize to me quickly. Let me tell you, if little brother doesn't forgive you, get out of here today. Lu Hong was completely dumbfounded. Baikatang's treatment was the highest in the entire medical industry in Jiangnan City, and with Chao Qinghua's prestige in the Chinese medicine industry, if he was fired from here, I'm afraid no one would use him again, which would mean he would lose his job completely. Thinking of this, he knelt down in front of Yi Bufan with a plop, raised his hand and slapped himself twice in succession. I'm sorry, it's me who looks down on others. I have an elder and a younger child at home, and they all rely on me to support them. Please forgive me this time. Yi Bufan sighed. For such a person, if he had known this, why would he do it in the first place? However, since he obtained the inheritance of ancient medicine, his knowledge and vision have improved to a higher level, and he is too lazy to care about such a small person. He waved his hand and said, Okay, get up. Thank you, little brother, thank you. Lu Hong got up from the ground with great gratitude. Xiao Xinghua said again, Didn't the little brother just come to buy medicine? No matter what medicine you buy, pack it all, it's always free. Lu Hong said, Mr. Chao, the total amount of medicinal materials is more than 200,000. Xiao Xinghua shouted, Go if you are told, there is so much nonsense. Don't be angry, old man, I'm going now. Lu Hong hurried to the counter and took all the medicines he had just wrapped. Just now he was thinking about taking someone else's kickback, but now it's better, he gave it all away without taking a penny, and he almost lost his job. Why would he provoke others if he had known this? With this thought in his mind, he sent all the medicinal materials to Yi Bufan. Xiao Xinghua said, Little brother, these medicines will be treated as my apology to you. Please help me complete Hua Tuo's golden formula. As he spoke, he looked eager. Mr. Chao, as the Taishan Beidu in Jiangnan's traditional Chinese medicine community, has already reached this level, so naturally Yi Bufan can't say anything else. He picked up the pen and completed the last remaining medicine Trifolium truncatula. It's completed, it's finally completed. Seeing Hua Tuo's completed gold prescription on the wall, Xiao Xinghua trembled with excitement. He got this prescription by chance, but because it was so old, many of the handwriting on the prescription were unclear, and it was just a remnant prescription. Knowing the preciousness of Hua Tuo's golden prescription, he spent a lot of effort to identify the first 15 medicinal herbs, but the latter 3 herbs were really impossible to complete. This time, in order to treat the big man's illness and make up for the shortcomings in his heart, he offered 1 million as a reward. The announcement had been posted for a few days, but many people were helpless. Just when he was completely disappointed and was about to withdraw the announcement, he met this young man. Yi Bufan looked indifferent. This so-called Hua Tuo golden prescription was very common in the ancient medical school and was not a great prescription. Xiao Xinghua was excited for a while, took the prescription off the wall, and suddenly his expression changed. After pondering for a while, he said, Little brother, there is something wrong with this prescription. The properties of the 3-leaf Jilan and the Angelica in front are conflicting, and the 2 medicines cannot be used at the same time. He knew the properties of Chinese medicine very well and immediately saw something wrong with this prescription. Lu Hong, who was accompanying him, couldn't help but feel moved. If he had known that this young man would not be able to complete Hua Tuo's golden prescription, he would immediately snatch back the medicinal materials worth more than 200,000 yuan when the old man gave the order. Yi Bufan said calmly, Mr. Chao is right, these 2 medicines cannot be used at the same time, but the fault is not Jilan trifoliate, but the Angelica de Hurica in front. This medicine in Hua Tuo's golden prescription, it is Atractylodes macrocephala rather than Angelica de Hurica. Although the 2 are similar, their medicinal properties are still very different. Baiju? As an expert in traditional Chinese medicine, Xiao Xinghua naturally would not believe what others said. He studied the prescription seriously for a while, with a look of enlightenment on his face. There was only one white character on the leftover prescription that could be clearly seen, and the character behind it was really blurry. He speculated for a long time that it should be Angelica de Hurica, but he was still wrong. Bai Zhu. It's indeed Bai Shu. Now it's all clear. After replacing Angelica de Hurica with atractylodes macrocephala, the pharmacology of the entire prescription was completely understood without any flaws. Lu Hong was disappointed for a while, and at the same time he was extremely surprised. Who is this young man? It is unique that he can give advice to Mr. Chow in terms of Chinese medicine. It seems that this person must not be offended in the future. Little brother, you are indeed an expert. The old man really admires you. Xiao Xinghua said excitedly, little brother, I haven't asked you your name yet. Who do you study under? He had visited famous Chinese medicine experts before, but no one could complete Hua Tuo's golden formula. Yi Bufan could do it at such a young age, so it was obvious that his master was definitely not an ordinary person, which made him immediately want to make friends with him. My name is Yi Bufan. Master, he was a reclusive master and has passed away. Oh. A look of regret flashed in Xiao Xinghua's eyes, and then he said, little brother, you helped me make up for Hua Tuo's golden prescription. Now it's time for the old man to fulfill his promise. He called the steward over from the clinic and presented a check worth 1 million to Yi Bufan. Yi Bufan took the check and said, Mr. Chow, you don't get paid for your merits. The medicinal materials just now should be deducted from the bonus. What's this? The old man said he wouldn't charge me any money. Isn't this a slap in my face? Xiao Xinghua said, Hua Tuo's gold prescription is a priceless treasure, and adding another 200,000 yuan is nothing. And you helped me a lot this time. I gathered the Hua Tuo golden formula and waited to save my old friend's life. If it were a few days later, it would really be too late. Yi Bufan had a good impression of this old man. As a veteran in the field of traditional Chinese medicine, he had no airs and was straightforward and well matched to his temper. He said, Mr. Chow, do you want to use Hua Tuo's golden prescription to treat people's illnesses? Xiao Xinghua nodded and said, yes, an old friend of mine has lung disease. The condition is very serious. He has seen countless famous doctors but they are unable to do anything. If we can't get together Hua Tuo's golden prescription, I'm afraid he won't have 3 or 2 days to live. Yi Bufan frowned and said, old man, you are wrong. Hua Tuo Jinfang cannot cure diseases at all. What? Hua Tuo's golden prescription doesn't cure the disease? Xiao Xinghua's expression suddenly changed. Little brother, you are definitely mistaken. There are records about Hua Tuo's golden prescription in many ancient books. It is clearly stated that this is a golden prescription that can be used for vicious diseases. You've all made a mistake. Yi Bufan shook his head and said, the world-famous Ma Fei powder and Hua Tuo Jinfang are 2 prescriptions that came out of ancient medicine. As a descendant of ancient medicine, how could he not know the efficacy of Hua Tuo Jinfang? He further explained, there is nothing wrong with Hua Tuo Jinfang being used for malignant diseases, but its meaning is not to cure malignant diseases, but to help late-stage patients relieve their pain. In terms of function, it is the same as Ma Fei San, except that Ma Fei San is used for surgical operations, while it is used for late-stage pain relief in seriously ill patients. To put it bluntly, it is just a prescription for painkillers that can be used for various conditions, including pain relief for patients with terminal cancer. It is much more effective than the painkillers currently used for cancer patients, and it does not have any addiction or side effects. How is this possible? Xiao Xinghua looked in disbelief. This is impossible. If it can't cure the disease, why is it called Hua Tuo Jinfang? Yi Bufan said, for some severely ill patients, such as late-stage cancer or pancreatitis, the pain will definitely make life worse than death. This prescription can effectively relieve this kind of pain. Only those who have tried that kind of pain know how valuable this medicine is, so it is called the golden prescription. Xiao Xinghua was completely fooled. The previous prescription was incomplete, and he was unable to determine the properties and efficacy of the medicine, and eventually misunderstood the records in ancient books. As Yi Bufan said, the efficacy of this medicine is extremely valuable. But he pinned all his hopes of curing his old friend on Hua Tuo's golden prescription. Since this prescription can only relieve pain but cannot fundamentally cure the disease, what else can he use to save people? Seeing his disappointed look, Yi Bufan comforted him, Mr. Chow, you don't have to take it too seriously. Although Hua Tuo Jinfang cannot cure diseases, you can still think of other ways. Other ways? Chao Xinghua suddenly felt something in his heart. Little brother, can you cure my old friend's disease? Yi Bufan was able to possess the complete Hua Tua golden formula, which showed that his master was extraordinary, and a glimmer of hope arose in his heart. Yi Bufan nodded and said, okay. Chao Xinghua was overjoyed and said excitedly, little brother, are you sure you can cure it? How sure are you? 80%. Yi Bufan, this is a very humble statement. The other party is just a lung disease, which is nothing in front of the inheritance of ancient medicine. But Chao Xinghua was extremely excited. After trying for so long, he could not find a cure at all. It was unimaginable for him to be 80% sure. That's great, little brother, would you please come with me to diagnose an old friend? Yi Bufan nodded. The fact that this old man was so concerned about his friend's illness showed that he was a sweet-tempered person. It was no big deal for him to help. Chao Xinghua drove an Audi A6, and the two of them left by Kaotang and rushed to the most famous Jiangnan picturesque community in Jiangnan City. When he met Yi Bufan for the first time, he didn't completely trust him. The reason why he invited his old friend to treat his illness was out of necessity and there was no other better choice. Chao Xinghua asked while driving, little brother, how are you going to treat my old friend? His words were both asking and a bit like taking a test. He wanted to see if Yi Bufan was telling lies. According to what Mr. Chao just said, the most suitable method for this kind of condition is the 9 soul reviving needles. What? What did you say? After hearing the words 9 needles for soul resurrection, Chao Xinghua shook his hands in shock. The vehicle deviated from the direction and almost collided with an oncoming large truck. Fortunately, Yi Bufan reacted quickly and reached out to push on the steering wheel, which saved the day. Mr. Chao, pay attention to safety. Yi Bufan shouted, but he was quite amused in his heart. This old man was already a long time old, why was he still so uncalm? Chao Xinghua braked and stopped on the side of the road, then took Yi Bufan's hand and said, little brother, what did you just say? Is it really the 9 soul resurrection needles? Yeah, what's the problem? Oh my god, you can actually revive the soul with 9 needles. Are you lying to the old man? No wonder Chao Xinghua is so excited. The 9 soul reviving acupuncture is known as the most remarkable acupuncture method in the history of traditional Chinese medicine. It once had the reputation of causing the soul to come out and make people cry. Legend has it that as long as the 9 soul reviving needles can be used, even the dead can be revived, leaving the 2 soul seducers, black and white, at a loss. Yi Bufan said, of course I won't lie to you. This acupuncture method does exist in our inheritance. It's great, it's really great. With the 9 soul reviving needles, Lao Li's life can finally be saved. Chao Xinghua suddenly had full confidence in Yi Bufan, restarted the car and drove forward quickly. Jiangnan Hajia in Jiangnan is definitely a person that all the upper class looks up to. He Changqing, the old man of the Yi family, once conquered the world with Taizu and made countless military exploits for China. He is one of the few remaining elders today and has extremely strong influence in Jiangnan City and even China. His 3 sons are also very outstanding. The eldest son He Tianming is in the army and has already had a star shining on his shoulders. The second son He Tianda is in politics and is a high official in Jiangnan province. The third son, He Tianqi, is engaged in business and has become very wealthy. Because of this, the Yi family has a strong voice in the entire Jiangnan city. The Yi family's villa is the best building in the picturesque community in Jiangnan. It is a separate courtyard with 3 small European-style buildings. Chao Xinghua was obviously very familiar with this place, seeing the bodyguards in front of his door without any obstruction. After entering the door, a middle-aged man in his 40s greeted him. It was He Changqing's third son, He Tianqi. Uncle Chao, you're here. He Tianqi said with a sad face, I was just about to call your old man. My father's condition is getting worse and worse these days. Please take a look at him quickly. Don't worry, I brought Xiaoya here today to see Lao He. Chao Xinghua introduced Yi Bufan to Yi Tianqi and said, this is Dr. Yi Bufan. Ah? Yi Tianqi looked confused. In the past, Chao Xinghua often brought some famous Chinese medicine doctors to diagnose his father, but all of them were old men over 60 years old. When had there been such a young Chinese medicine doctor? Chao Xinghua saw his thoughts and said, although Xiaoye is young, his medical skills are far superior to the old man and me. Let's go and see Lao He. Although Yi Tianqi didn't quite believe Yi Bufan, Mr. Chao always had to give him face, so he led the 2 of them to a 3-story building. Chao Xinghua was familiar with the place and soon led Yi Bufan into a separate 3-story building, which was the Yi family's private hospital. Although this is a private hospital, The medical conditions are no worse than those of large hospitals. Entering the ward, Yi Bufan saw an old man with white beard and hair lying on the hospital bed. He was haggard and pale, and he was already in a coma. He Tamshi said anxiously, "Uncle Chow, help my father find a way." Chao Xinghua looked at Yi Bufan. "Xiaoye, please help Lao He take a look." Yi Bufan nodded and walked towards He Changqing's hospital bed. Just as he was about to reach out to feel his pulse, he heard someone shouting from behind, "Stop, don't touch my grandpa." Yi Bufan looked back and saw a girl in her 20s standing in front of the door. She had a delicate face, a tall figure, and a ponytail on her head. She had a heroic air. "What are you doing? Don't you know that my grandfather is a seriously ill patient and cannot be touched casually?" The girl walked in with an angry face. She was He Tamchi's daughter and He Changqing's granddaughter He Xuanshuang. He Xuanshuang has a very stubborn temper. He originally studied in Country M for 3 years, but after returning, he did not join the company according to the family's arrangement. Instead, he was admitted to the Public Security Bureau and became a policeman. He is now the deputy captain of the criminal police team. "Xuanshuang, why are you back?" He Tanchi stepped forward and said, "This is Dr. Yi Bufan, here to treat your grandfather." "How old is he to treat my grandfather? Has he graduated from medical school?" Seeing that Yi Bufan was younger than himself, a look of contempt flashed across Yi Xuanshuang's face, obviously not taking him seriously. He Tamshi said with some embarrassment, "Xuanshuang, be polite, Dr. Yi is a Chinese medicine doctor." "Chinese medicine? What a joke. Chinese medicine is inherently unreliable, let alone such a young Chinese medicine practitioner." He Xuanshuang received Western education since childhood and returned from studying in Country M, so he had no regard for traditional Chinese medicine. She added, "Dad, let me introduce to you. This is Dr. Gao Haisheng, a cardiopulmonary expert invited by my friend from the imperial capital." Only then did He Tamchi see a middle-aged doctor in his 40s standing in front of the door. Behind him were 4 or 5 assistants in white coats, carrying various medical equipment in their hands. He Xuanshuang continued, "Dr. Gao is a doctor who studied in Country M. He is the leading internal medicine expert in the imperial capital. He has unique research in cardiopulmonary medicine and has published 20 or 30 papers in magazines sponsored by the World Medical Association. Just a few days ago, Dr. Gao has received an invitation from the World Medical Association and will soon become a member there." This time Dr. Gao turned down a lot of work and came to see Grandpa during his busy schedule. Hearing the other party's series of titles, He Tamchi quickly stepped forward and said, "Dr. Gao, thank you for your hard work." Gao Haisheng nodded proudly, and then said, "As long as I am here for the old man's disease, he doesn't need to find other doctors, especially those who don't know the so-called traditional Chinese medicine. Those things like grassroots and rotten tree bark can cure the disease." Hearing this, Yi Bufan's face immediately darkened. "It's okay if you like to show off, I won't say anything, but there is no need for you to slander Chinese medicine." Chao Xinghua's face also became extremely ugly. People like him who have devoted their lives to Chinese medicine naturally cannot accept that other people look down on Chinese medicine. He Xuanshuang didn't care about the expressions of the two of them at all. He turned to Gao Haisheng and said, "Dr. Gao, I leave my grandfather's illness to you. Don't worry, I will definitely provide the old man with the most advanced treatment in the world." After speaking, Gao Haisheng asked his assistants to take out various medical instruments and began to perform various examinations on He Changqing. He Tamchi looked at Chao Xinghua and Yi Bufan with some embarrassment. "Uncle Chao, I'm sorry, you also know this girl's temper. She doesn't care about what she says. Don't take it to heart. You two take a rest first, and then you can ask my father to diagnose his illness after they have finished their work." These words were very polite, but everyone could see that between Gao Haisheng and Yi Bufan, he chose the former. "Since someone is treating the old man, let's go back first." Yi Bufan obtained the inheritance of ancient medicine. Although his purpose is to save the world and save people, a doctor has the dignity of a doctor and never seeks to treat people. Since the Yi family didn't trust him, there was no need for him to stay here. After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave, but was held back by Chao Xinghua. "Xiaoye, don't leave in a hurry. According to the old man, these people will definitely not be able to cure Lao He. These days, old He has also seen many experts and professors of Western medicine, but those people have nothing to do, and they will have to trouble Brother Yi to take action later." He was also very dissatisfied with the Yi family's performance, but he couldn't care less about the life and death of his old friends. Yi Bufan said, "Mr. Chao, it's not that I don't want to give you face. I always rely on fate when seeing a doctor. I have never been in the habit of asking for medical treatment. Zhao Xinghua said, Xiao Ye, if we leave, it will mean that Chinese medicine is inferior to Western medicine, which will make those people even more proud. What we should do most now is to cure Lao He, use our medical skills to slap them in the face, and make Chinese medicine proud and proud. His words touched Yi Bufan. Nowadays, traditional Chinese medicine is in decline. As the inheritor of ancient medicine, we should really do something for traditional Chinese medicine. Aren't you, Gao Haisheng, awesome? Not an expert in Western medicine? Isn't it famous throughout China? Then I will slap you in the face today and show you what is real ancient Chinese medicine. Thinking of this, he stopped leaving and stayed with Zhao Xinghua. He Tianqi was very surprised by Zhao Xinghua's attitude towards Yi Bufan. He didn't know what virtues and abilities this young man had that made Mr. Zhao value him so much. Gao Haisheng, with his assistants, completed one inspection after another for Yi Changqing, and finally the report sheets were collected into his hands. Looking at the test results in his hand, his frown deepened. He Xuanxuan said nervously, Dr. Gao, how is my grandfather's condition? Is there any hope? Gao Haisheng sighed, shook his head and said, I am already seriously ill, so hurry up and prepare for the funeral. He Xuanxuan asked eagerly, what? Dr. Gao, can't you think of another way? She had the best relationship with her grandfather, so naturally she didn't want to see Mr. He leave just now. He Tianqi also said nervously, yes, Dr. Gao, you are an expert in cardiopulmonary disease, you must think of a way. As long as my father can be cured, our He family is willing to bear it no matter what the price. Gao Haisheng shook his head and said, I'm really sorry. It's true that I am an expert, but I can't cure all diseases. The old man's illness has been delayed for too long, coupled with his old age and reduced body functions, there is nothing he can do even if the gods come, so he should prepare for the funeral. He Tianqi and He Xuanxuan both looked disappointed. From the bottom of their hearts, neither of them wanted to see this result. At this time, I heard someone next to me say, is this your expert in Western medicine? After studying in China for so many years, do you only learn to tell the patient's family how to prepare for the funeral? The one who spoke was naturally Yi Bufan. He was indeed dissatisfied with Gao Haisheng's approach. He had just spoken such nonsense that no one could look down upon him, as if he was a miracle doctor. In the end, there is nothing you can do to turn around and tell people that they can only prepare for funeral arrangements. What kind of doctor is this? Boy, what are you talking about? As an internal medicine expert in the imperial capital, Gao Haisheng always flatters everyone wherever he goes. When has he ever been reprimanded like this? He said angrily, doctors are not God. Not all diseases can be cured. The patient's condition is serious. It's not that I am incompetent. No one can cure it. Yi Bufan sneered, no one can be cured? Who gave you the courage to say such a thing? Can you represent the doctors in the world? Gao Haisheng shouted, I am the authority in cardiopulmonary medicine. I am the expert. I can tell you for sure that no one can cure Mr. He's disease. Your title of expert is nothing in my eyes. Yi Bufan said, I can also tell you for sure that Chinese medicine can cure the diseases that you can't treat with Western medicine, and I can cure the diseases that you can't. Gao Haisheng burst out laughing after hearing this, and said with a look of disdain, joke, what a joke, this is the funniest joke I have ever heard in my life. If Chinese medicine can cure diseases, then even old sows can climb trees. Hearing this guy slander Chinese medicine again, Yi Bufan frowned, do you dare to make a bet with me? If I can cure Mr. He's disease, you will publicly apologize to Chinese medicine in China. If I lose, this check is yours. He said and took out the $1 million check he had just received from Bai Keatang. Gao Haisheng shook his head and said, Mr. He is already terminally ill. This kind of bet is meaningless. Yi Bufan said, what? Don't you dare? Gao Haisheng was a little angry when a young man in his 20s questioned his medical skills one after another. Since you are so ignorant, I will teach you some lessons. Isn't it just a bet? If I lose, not only will I publicly apologize to Chinese medicine practitioners in authoritative publications across China, but I will also give you 1 million. It's settled. After Yi Bufan finished speaking, he turned around and handed the check in his hand to Yi Tianqi. We also ask Mr. He to notarize it for us. After saying that, he was about to walk towards Yi Changqing's bedside, but He Xuanxuan blocked the way and said, stop, you are not allowed to touch my grandpa. He is not your bet tool. Yi Bufan frowned and said, I am here to treat your grandfather. He Xuanxuan said stubbornly, no need, I don't believe you. I will contact the experts from the World Medical Association again about grandpa's illness. Chao Xinghua stepped forward and said, Xuanshuang, Xiaoye is indeed a very good Chinese doctor. Please trust him. He Xuanshuang said, Grandpa Chao, I only trust you in Chinese medicine. I don't believe he can cure diseases that you can't cure. Since the bet has been made, Yi Bufan naturally cannot give up halfway. In order to make this stubborn little girl believe it, he said, do you think this is good? I will make a diagnosis for Mr. He first. If the diagnosis is correct, you get out of the way. If it's not right, I'll turn around and leave. He Xuanshuang said, my grandfather is seriously ill now, you can't touch him. No problem. Our Chinese medicine talks about looking, smelling, asking, and feeling. I can also determine the condition through inspection. Yi Bufan already knew He Changqing's condition very well, and he said, the old man suffered a gunshot wound to his left lung when he was young. Although the injury was not serious, he did not recover very well due to insufficient self-cultivation. In recent years, the old man drank frequently and suffered from wind and cold, which made his lung disease worse. He Xuanshuang's expression changed. Unexpectedly, what the other party said was exactly the same as the old man's situation. But she still said stubbornly, don't say it's useless, just say how is your current condition. The condition is now very serious. The texture of both lungs is thickened, the left costophrenic angle is blunted, and the right pleura is thickened and adhesions are accompanied by effusion. There is old tuberculosis in the left upper lung, with limited mobility, and the lung lobes are shrinking. The most important point is that the lungs have become increasingly fibrotic. After saying this, even Gao Haisheng, who was holding the test sheet in his hand, changed his expression. He never expected that what this young man said was exactly the same as what he had detected with his precision instruments. He Xuanshuang was shocked and said with a thought, I know, Grandpa Chao must have told you my grandfather's situation before, that's why you said it so clearly. Yi Bufan stopped Chao Xinghua, who was trying to defend himself, and said with a smile, since you still don't believe it, let's try another way and talk about your physical condition. He looked at Yi Xuanshuang, with a joking look on his face, generally speaking, your physical condition is pretty good. You have been practicing martial arts since you were a child. There is a scar on your right leg and an injury on your left arm. When it is cloudy and rainy, there is soreness. I feel uncomfortable in my left chest recently, and there is a lump inside, which is a symptom of hyperplasia. At the same time, because you have practiced martial arts over the years and have not taken good care of your body, you have suffered from coldness in your body and suffered from dysmenorrhea, which happened just 2 hours ago. You, shut up. Although Yi Xuanshuang is extremely forthright and has a personality close to that of a boy, as a woman, she still can't keep it off her face when she is told about her sex in public. At the same time, she was extremely shocked in her heart. If her grandfather's condition was too serious, Chao Xinghua might have told her that when he complained to Yi Bufan, he had never told anyone about his mother-in-law, so how did this person know about it? He Tianqi and Gao Haisheng both opened their mouths in surprise. Although they didn't know Yi Xuanshuang's physical condition, judging from her reaction, Yi Bufan was definitely right. This ability to see other people's situations clearly at a glance is simply beyond human imagination. Could it be that he has an X-ray machine on his eyes? The only one who was relatively calm was Chao Xinghua. He didn't have too many surprises. How could the heir of the 9 soul resurrection needles be ordinary? Seeing Yi Xuanshuang stunned there, Yi Bufan just smiled slightly and ignored it. He walked around to the bed, took out the silver needle and started to treat Yi Changqing. He inserted the needle very quickly, and in the blink of an eye, he inserted more than a dozen silver needles into the large acupuncture points on Yi Changqing's chest. After the silver needle was inserted, the tail of the needle began to tremble non-stop, as if it was equipped with an electric motor, and it would not stop for a moment. 9 soul-reviving needles, this is really the soul-reviving 9 needles. Lao, he is saved this time. Chao Xinghua had been watching from the side. He didn't know how to use the 9 soul-reviving needles, but he had read quite a few records and immediately concluded that Yi Bufan used this kind of acupuncture method. At first he was somewhat uneasy, but now he is convinced. At the same time, he looked extremely excited. If he could see this legendary acupuncture technique in his lifetime, he would have no regrets even if he died. Seeing his reaction, He Tianqi asked in surprise, Uncle Chao, is there anything special about the 9 soul needles this time? Chao Xinghua calmed down his excitement and said, the 9 soul reviving acupuncture is the supreme acupuncture method recorded in ancient Chinese medicine books, and it is not an exaggeration to call it a magic acupuncture. It concentrates the culmination of acupuncture and moxibustion. 9 needles are a summary of 9 acupuncture methods, which are nourishing qi, strengthening muscles, strengthening bones, unblocking meridians, body reshaping and soul rebirth. Legend has it that as long as you encounter the 9 soul-reviving needles, even the dead can be revived. There is a beautiful metaphor for the soul to come out and the impermanence to cry. Hearing what Chao Xinghua said was so miraculous, He Tianqi shouted excitedly, "Really? Doesn't that mean my father's illness can be cured? Is it that great?" After coming back to her senses, He Xuanxuang just murmured in a low voice. She felt that what Chao Xinghua said was too exaggerated, but she still hoped that her grandfather could be cured. So she didn't say much, and watched Yi Bufan attentively as he used the 9 soul-reviving needles. Yi Bufan ignored the others and concentrated on his needlework. Chao Xinghua only saw his 9 soul-reviving needles, but he didn't know that the chaos qi running in his body was the only magic weapon to cure diseases. When combined with the 9 soul-reviving needles, it could produce unexpected effects. In the silence, time passed by little. About 20 minutes later, Yi Bufan took back the silver needles one by one and said calmly, "Okay, Mr. He's illness has been cured." "I'm cured. How is this possible? Do you think we are all fools?" Although Gao Haisheng was a little curious about Yi Bufan's acupuncture technique, he never believed that just a few injections could cure the patient's lung disease, especially one that was already on the verge of death. He Xuanxuang said, "Yes, isn't my grandfather still in a coma? It'll be ready soon." As he spoke, Yi Bufan raised his hand and patted He Changqing's pubic area. The old man exhaled a breath of turbid air, and his bloodless face immediately returned to ruddy color. He opened his eyes and suddenly sat up from the bed. Gao Haisheng was startled and took a few steps back. If it hadn't been during the day, he would have really thought that the other party was a fake corpse. He knew He Changqing's situation best. All the test data just now were extremely serious. It could be said that there was a danger of death at any time. Just like this, a person sat up from the bed, and he couldn't believe what he was seeing. He Tianqi and He Xuanxuan looked surprised. "Father, are you awake? Grandpa, you finally woke up and you scared me to death." The two people held He Changqing's hand and cried with joy. "Okay, you two, stop crying and let me go to the ground to move around. My bones are all rusty after lying there for so long." After He Changqing said this, he shook off the two people, got out of bed, and walked slowly on the ground. The pace was very slow at first, but after taking a few steps, the pace became smoother and soon returned to normal. The people watching were all amazed. Just now they were preparing for the funeral, but now they are full of life. This gap is unacceptable for a while. Gao Haisheng was stunned with shock. After a long time, he closed his mouth and stepped forward and said, "This must not be true. This may be a flashback. Old man, I want to let me give you a physical examination." He Changqing said, "How can I talk about it? I know that my body is very good now. The king of hell will not come to see my old man again for at least 10 years. Gao Haisheng said sarcastically, "Old man, I made a mistake just now, but I always feel that it is always beneficial to have a checkup." He Xuanxuang said, "Grandpa, you'd better check it. We can rest assured after checking it." He Changqing said, "Okay, I'll listen to you and I'll check it out." After he finished speaking, he lay down on the bed again, and Gao Haisheng and his assistants began to use the instruments for testing again. Soon the test results came out again. Looking at the test results in his hand, his eyes almost fell out. If he hadn't done the examination himself, he would have thought it was data from two people. The latest examination results showed that He Changqing was in excellent health. Especially the pulmonary function test, everything was normal, the fluid that originally existed in the lungs had disappeared, and there was no sign of fibrosis. "This is impossible, this is absolutely impossible." Looking at the test data in his hand, he stood there dumbfounded and just kept saying, "This is impossible." He Changqing sat up again and said to Chao Xinghua, "Old Chao, thank you this time. Needless to say, I know that you saved the old man's life." Chao Xinghua stepped forward and said, "Brother, you guessed wrong this time. My old man wanted to save you, but unfortunately he didn't have the ability. The one who snatched you back from the Lord of Hell this time was this little brother, Dr. Yi Bufan." A look of astonishment flashed across Yi Changqing's face. "Brother Yi, you are so young and promising. I didn't expect you to have such superb medical skills at such a young age." "Thank you, old man. You gave me this life. From now on, you will be the savior of our He family. Your business is our He family's business." Yi Bufan said calmly, "You're welcome, old man. Your illness is nothing in our traditional Chinese medicine." After saying that, he turned to look at Gao Haisheng. "Dr. Gao, is it time to cash in on the bet?" Hearing what he said, everyone's eyes focused on Gao Haisheng, remembering that the two of them had just made a bet. Gao Haisheng's old face turned the color of pig liver. He is now. I was really impressed by Yi Bufan's medical skills, but it would still be a bit painful to spend 1 million at once. He Tianqi's face darkened. Dr. Gao, I'm a notary. Are you planning to default on your debt? He is now very dissatisfied with Gao Haisheng. This guy just asked him to prepare for his father's funeral one after another. Later, he said that he had returned to his former glory. Now he lost the bet and wants to default on the debt. What does it mean to be the Yi family? Gao Haisheng's heart trembled. He knew very well the strength of the Yi family, which had a very high status in Jiangnan province and even in the entire China. If the Yi family is dissatisfied today, he will not be able to leave Jiangnan city, or his career as a doctor will be ruined in the future. He had no choice but to take the checkbook from his assistant, write a check for 1 million yuan and give it to Yi Bufan. Yi Bufan took the check, looked at it and said, I received the money, but don't forget your promise. Don't worry, I will apologize to Chinese medicine practitioners in major well-known media in China tomorrow. After Gao Haisheng finished speaking, he left the Yi family dejectedly. As soon as he left, Chao Xinghua came over and said to Yi Bufan, Old man, I want to become your teacher. What do you think? What he said was not a joke. Ever since he saw the 9 soul reviving needles, he had already admired this young man and was about to kneel down to worship him. Yi Bufan was taken aback and quickly supported him. Old man, this is not okay. I don't dare to accept you as my disciple. He still admires Mr. Chao's character very much. He is an old man who sincerely contributes to the development of traditional Chinese medicine. Chao Xinghua said with an unhappy face, Xiaoye, do you dislike the old man? I really want to learn Chinese medicine from you. Yi Bufan hurriedly said, This is true, you are so respected and respected, how can you accept me as your teacher? Do you think this is a good idea? No matter what you learn in the future, I promise you will never keep it secret. That won't work. Our Chinese medicine is passed down by lecturers. That's an unfair name. I have to accept you as my teacher. Chao Xinghua said, In our field of Chinese medicine, we value those who are experienced as our teachers. Don't worry about your age. Seeing that the old man was determined not to give up until he reached his goal, Yi Bufan could only smile bitterly and said, No matter what, I don't dare to accept you as a disciple. How about this? Otherwise, I will accept you as a disciple on my behalf, and you will be my disciple. Under my teacher's tutelage. Chao Xinghua focused on learning medical skills and didn't care about anything else. He nodded and said, That's fine, you will be my senior brother from now on. Senior brother, please accept my bow. As a traditional Chinese medicine doctor, Chao Xinghua still respects the rules handed down from the Chinese ancestors very much, and he sincerely pays homage to them. Well, seeing the old man with big eyebrows and beard bowing to him and addressing him as senior brother, Yi Bufan still felt a little weird, but this was the best result. After the matter was agreed upon, He Tianqi ordered people to set up an incense table and place Yi Xiaoyao's memorial tablet. Then Chao Xinghua kowtowed and became a disciple. Yi Bufan replaced Yi Xiaoyao and accepted Chao Xinghua into the ancient medicine sect and became a peripheral disciple. After all the etiquette was completed, He Changqing said, Brother Chao, Brother Yi is your senior brother now. The three of us will be friends as equals from now on. After he said this, He Tianqi and He Xuanshuang were dumbfounded. Doesn't this mean that they have become juniors? Especially He Xuanshuang, who was glaring at Yi Bufan just now, but now he has become his grandson. He Changqing didn't care about this at all. He raised his hand and called He Tianqi over and said, Third brother, why don't you come over and see your uncle Yi? Well, He Tianqi looked embarrassed. After all, he was also a well-known big boss in Jiangnan, and he believed in both black and white. It was a bit unreasonable to ask him to call a young man uncle. Yi Bufan said, Forget it, let's call each other our own, and we will be friends as equals from now on. He Tianqi then took a deep breath, patted his chest and said, Brother Yi, if anything happens in Jiangnan from now on, just speak up and I will definitely settle it for you. He passed this level, but He Changqing had no intention of letting He Xuanshuang go. He waved over and said, Xuanshuang, hurry up and see your uncle Yi. Yi Xuanshuang stamped her feet angrily and shouted, Grandpa, I won't scream, he's not as old as me yet. He Changqing said solemnly, Xuanshuang, we must not act without rules, and etiquette must not be discarded. A big family like theirs still attaches great importance to traditional etiquette. But this time Yi Bufan didn't speak, he just looked at Yi Xuanshuang with a smile. This girl had just caused a lot of trouble for herself. How could he let go of the opportunity to tease her? He Shuangshuang glanced at Yi Changqing and knew that he would not be able to pass today's test. In the end, he could only say helplessly, "Hello, uncle." He spoke in a low voice, it was almost inaudible. Yi Bufan took out his ears and said, "As people get older, their ears don't work well. I didn't hear what you said clearly." Seeing him pretending to be senior in front of her, Yi Shuangshuang gritted her teeth with hatred, but because of Yi Changqing's face, she could only say loudly again, "Hello, uncle, did you hear me this time?" I heard it. Yi Bufan said, "Since I called you uncle, I naturally have to express my gratitude. Take this and take the medicine according to the prescription, and you will be fine soon." After he finished speaking, he took the pen and paper, wrote a prescription and sent it to Yi Shuangshuang. After seeing Yi Bufan's medical skills, Yi Changqing naturally knew that every prescription he prescribed was worth tens of thousands of gold, and he quickly said, "Girl, please thank your uncle quickly." "Thank you, uncle." Yi Shuangshuang said this, but in his heart he hated Yi Bufan. He gritted his teeth and swore secretly that one day he would fall into his hands and he would teach this guy a lesson. At this moment, Yi Bufan's cell phone rang, and it was Qin Chuchu's call. "Xiaofan, where are you?" After experiencing 2 incidents, Qin Chuchu became much closer to him, and their titles were very affectionate. "I'm outside, what's wrong? We agreed to have dinner together. There is a new Zui Jiangnan restaurant in Jiangnan City. The food there is delicious. I have booked private room number 1. See you there at 6 o'clock in the evening." Qin Chuchu hung up the phone after speaking. Yi Bufan's affairs were almost settled, and he didn't want to stay any longer. He said to Yi Changqing and Xia Xinghua, "I still have some things to do, so I'll leave first." "Well, we 3 brothers will have a drink some other time when we have time." Yi Changqing said to Yi Shuangshuang, "Girl, drive your uncle back." Yi Shuangshuang was depressed to death, but he had to listen to his grandfather's words, so he could only pout it and led Yi Bufan out of the room. After going out, she immediately took out the prescription in her pocket, tore it into pieces, and threw it into the trash can next to her, as if this could vent some of her anger. Yi Bufan just smiled slightly. The lump on this girl's chest was not optimistic. Now that she had thrown away her prescription, she would be better off sooner or later. Arriving in the yard, Yi Shuangshuang was about to walk towards his Lamborghini sports car when he suddenly saw a Jetta parked nearby. This is the car used by the Yi family to buy groceries for the nanny. It is never locked when it is left there, and the key is in the car. "Humph, I dare to take advantage of this girl. Instead of sending you a sports car, it would be nice to have you take a Jetta." With this in mind, Yi Shuangshuang walked directly to the Jetta, opened the car door and said, "Get in." Yi Bufan naturally saw her little thoughts, but he didn't care about it. He opened the passenger door and got in. Yi Shuangshuang drove out of the villa and asked angrily, "Where are you going?" "Jiangnan Medical University, there is a kitchenware store on the road. Stop for me. I want to buy something." Yi Shuangshuang didn't seem to want to say a word to him, so he drove forward and stopped in front of a large kitchenware mall about half an hour later. Yi Bufan said, "Would you like to go shopping with me?" "I'm not going. Move quickly. If you're slow, I won't wait for you," Yi Shuangshuang said angrily. The thought of calling this guy who was not older than her uncle made her feel uncontrollably angry. Yi Bufan smiled slightly, turned around, and entered the kitchenware store. As soon as he entered the door, a yellow-haired gangster next to him took out his mobile phone and dialed a phone number. "Boss, I saw the boy that Mr. Xiang was looking for, with a woman." The person on the phone said, "Who is that woman? Is she the eldest lady of the Qin family?" Xiao Huangmao said, "No, that woman drives a broken Jetta. She doesn't look like a rich person at first glance." "That's good. If you keep an eye over there, I'll take someone there right away." Xiao Huangmao hung up the phone and stared at the door of the kitchenware store. Yi Bufan quickly walked out of the store, carrying several large and small boxes in his hands. He has now collected the medicinal materials for refining the foundation establishment pill, but he does not have a pill furnace, so he can only buy some kitchen utensils to deal with it. He put these things into the back seat of the Jetta, then sat in the passenger seat, and the two of them continued to drive forward. Not long after the car drove out, several off-road vehicles suddenly rushed over and surrounded the Jetta. Then, a dozen gangsters holding steel pipe daggers jumped out of the car. The leader was a bald man holding a long machete in his hand. He chopped the front windshield of the Jetta into pieces with one blow, then pointed at the car and shouted, "Get out of here." The gangsters behind him also waved the steel pipes in their hands unceremoniously, and they fell on the Jetta. In the blink of an eye, they smashed the 80% new Jetta into pieces. Yi Shuangshuang was a little confused by what she saw. She was also a dignified deputy captain of the criminal police team, but someone dared to smash her car. She was already very angry at Yi Bufan, and now she was even more furious. She kicked the car door open, jumped out of the car, pointed at her bald head and shouted, "What are you going to do?" Seeing the formation of these people, Yi Bufan immediately knew that Xiang Yunfei had come for them. However, he was not in a hurry to take action. Since these people of the Yi family were offended by these blind actions, he was naturally happy to enjoy the show. He also got out of the car and stood next to Yi Xuanshuang, looking at the gangsters in front of him with a narrow look on his face. Yi Xuanshuang shouted to the gangsters in front of him, "Squat down and hold your head with your hands. I am a policeman." The bald man had just arrived in Jiangnan City and did not recognize the deputy captain of the criminal police team in front of him. His lewd eyes kept wandering around Yi Xuanshuang's body, and he said with a joking face, "Little girl, you are the only one who is still a policeman. Why don't you just say that you are the captain of the criminal police team? You are really right. I am the deputy captain of the criminal police team. Put down the murder weapon in your hand quickly and put your head in your hands. It's really boring. You can brag so little and have no courage at all, just to brag about a vice captain." The bald man burst out laughing, and then said, "Do you think we brothers are easy to fool? If you are the vice captain of the team, I will be the director." At this time, Xiao Huangmao came over and said, "Brother Taitu, this little girl is so damn beautiful. Why don't we brothers take her back and have fun? That's a good idea." The bald man said, "Brothers, break both of that kid's legs and take this little bitch back. Everyone will have fun tonight." Good. Xiao Huangmao had been fascinated by Yi Xuanshuang for a long time. After hearing the order, he immediately stretched out his big pig's hooves and grabbed Yi Xuanshuang. Yi Bufan had already seen it during the diagnosis. This girl had been practicing martial arts since she was a child. Although she had not yet stepped into the threshold of a martial artist, she was much better than ordinary people. Sure enough, Yi Xuanshuang, who was already angry, roared, "You are looking for death." Then he raised his legs and kicked Xiao Huangmao's stomach hard with a 10-centimeter long high heel. Before everyone could admire her long, slender and straight legs, Xiao Huangmao was kicked and flew up, falling down in front of the bald head with a thud. Ah! Huangmao let out a heart-rending scream, and he felt as if his intestines were being kicked out, and he was writhing in pain on the ground. "Young lady, you're still a practicing master." Although the bald head was a little surprised, he didn't take it too seriously and said with a sneer, "It's interesting, come with me, I'll see how many she can handle." As for Yi Bufan next to him, he completely ignored him. He could kill a pretty boy like this with one slap. The gangsters pounced on Yi Xuanshuang one after another, at first with bare hands, and later even using steel pipe knives, but they were still no match. A few minutes later, these people were beaten to the ground, and the sound of crying for their fathers and mothers could be heard. 50 or 60 meters away from them, there was an SUV parked, and Xiang Yuntian was sitting in the car looking at everything in front of him. Sitting next to him was a middle-aged man with a pair of large sunglasses on his face and a ferocious-looking cobra tattooed on his chest. He is the famous gangster leader in this area, the boss of the bald guys. Because of his ruthless behavior, everyone calls him Cobra. Seeing that the people he was looking for were all put down to the ground by Yi Xuanshuang, Xiang Yuntian said with some worry, "Brother Snake, you guys are not good. How come you can't even beat a woman?" Cobra was very indifferent. He took a sip from the cigar in his hand and said, "Why are you so anxious? They are just some minions. The real master among my people is Taitu. He has practiced martial arts in the Shaolin Temple since he was a child, and has practiced hard kung fu, especially his iron head, which is almost invulnerable. If he hadn't killed the son of a rich man in the north a few days ago, he would not have come to me for refuge. Don't worry, this guy is playing a cat and mouse game with that chick, he'll take action soon." Xiang Yuntian breathed a sigh of relief, took a black suitcase from the side and said, "Brother Snake, this is the 200,000 we agreed on. I want that boy's legs. Throw it in the car. I, the Cobra, always keep my word." At this point, he suddenly frowned and looked at Yi Xuanshuang. Who is this woman? Why does she look familiar? He originally knew the eldest lady of the He family. The most important thing to keep his eyes open when hanging around outside was to know that there are some people in Jiangnan City who must not be provoked and must be kept in mind at all times. But their position was a little far away from Yi Xuanshuang, and from this angle, they were always looking at their backs. For a moment, they just felt a little familiar, but didn't recognize them. Xiang Yuntian said indifferently, he said, "Why does he do so much? He's just a girl driving a broken Jetta. What kind of background can he have?" Cobra also relaxed after hearing what he said. Indeed, among the wealthy young men and young ladies in Jiangnan City, who doesn't drive $1 million luxury car, who would drive a Jetta like this? He never dreamed that this Jetta was driven by the eldest daughter of the Yi family specifically for Yi Bufan. At this time, Bald Two saw that all his men had been knocked down. He took 2 steps forward and said with a haughty look, "Young lady, your skills are indeed good. The hotter the woman, the more flavorful she is. She is very suitable for my brother Taitu, Appetite. But let me tell you, you will not be my iron-headed opponent no matter what. Come into my arms quickly and obediently, and I will not pursue what happened today. Go to hell." He Shuang shouted angrily, raised his hand and punched the bald head in the face. A sneer appeared at the corner of the bald man's mouth, but he lowered his head slightly and faced it with his big bald head. There was only a crisp sound, and the fist hit the bald head firmly. As a result, the bald man stood there motionless, while Li Shuang took several steps back. She felt a burning pain in her hand, as if her bones were broken. She raised her hand and looked at it. Her small fist, which was originally white and lubricated, was swollen. The bald man raised his hand and touched his big head, and said with a smile, "How are you, little girl? Now you know how powerful brother Taitu is, right?" He Shuang has always been stubborn and would not give in easily. She snorted and attacked the bald head again. But this time she didn't use her fists, she used her legs, and in one move she struck down hard from top to bottom. Yi Bufan looked at him and shook his head. Everyone said he had big breasts and no brains, and it was true. It's obvious that this guy has some skills with his iron head, but you still hit him on the head. Can't you change the place? Like kicking him in the balls. He Shuang didn't think that much at all. At this time, her long legs had hit the bald head hard. There was only a click. There was no damage to the bald head, but the 10-centimeter high heels were broken instantly. She was obviously not mentally prepared for this. When she retracted her right leg, one foot was high and the other was low. She was caught off guard and staggered, almost falling to the ground. When she stabilized her body, she saw the bald man's big face with a lewd smile appeared in front of her, and a big furry hand grabbed her chest. He Shuang was shocked and angry, but now it was too late for her to dodge. Seeing that the opponent's big hand was about to grab his chest, at the critical moment, another hand suddenly appeared out of thin air and grabbed the bald man's wrist. Baldhead felt as if his hand was clamped by an iron vise, and he could not move it no matter how hard he tried. This surprised him. He turned around and saw that the one who took action was Yi Bufan, who had been watching the show next to him. "Boy, if you dare to attack me, let me show you how powerful brother Taitu is." Although his wrist was grabbed, the bald man did not panic. He focused all his efforts on his head and suddenly lowered his head and bumped into Yi Bufan's chest. In his opinion, the other party would definitely let go and avoid it, otherwise he would have to lie in bed for a year and a half even if he didn't die if he was hit by his iron head. You must know that his iron head skill has reached the level of Xiaochang. He can break even a small tree as big as a bowl with one head, and it is easy to break open monuments and rocks. But what he didn't expect was that Yi Bufan had no intention of giving in. He raised his right hand and punched it hard. Seeing this scene, He Shuang exclaimed, "No, his head is very powerful." After suffering losses twice in a row, she finally realized how powerful the bald man's iron skills were. But at this moment, a muffled bang was heard, and Yi Bufan's fist collided hard with the bald head. However, unlike He Shuang just now, this time Yi Bufan did not move at all, but the bald head flew 6 or 7 meters away and fell to the ground with a plop. At that moment, he felt as if his head had been hit by a train, and he felt as if he was almost exploded. He raised his hand and touched it, and found a lump as big as an egg bulged on the iron head that could have cracked the stone. The slightest touch would cause a heartbreaking pain. How can this be? The bald man was shocked. Even if his head was hit with a brick or a stone, this would not happen. Could it be that the opponent's fist was harder than a hammer? Yi Bufan didn't care so much. Since the other party wanted his legs, he wouldn't be polite. With a movement of his feet, he came to the bald head, raised his fist and smashed it down like raindrops, not hitting other places, but hitting the bald head specifically. Pa, 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 the sound of punches hitting the flesh resounded in the air, and the bald man's iron head was filled with blood bags one after another. In less than 2 minutes, he had been beaten so hard that his head was covered with bruises, and he looked like a living Buddha. Inside the SUV, Cobra and Xiang Yuntian were stunned. None of them expected that Yi Bufan's skills were so powerful. Xiang Yuntian said anxiously, "Brother Snake, are you not good enough? Call someone again quickly." The Cobra shouted angrily, "What the hell, Taitu is the best among my men, who else can I call him?" Didn't you fucking say he was just an ordinary person? You actually found such a master for me. If I had known he was so powerful, I wouldn't have helped you do this for even 2 million, not to mention 200,000. Seeing the cobra getting angry, Xiang Yuntian said quickly, Brother Snake, don't be angry. I checked, he is just a poor boy with no background, his skills are useless, now he beats someone, let's call the police, my cousin is in the criminal police team, if he sees it, he will not be killed. Cobra shook his head and said, no, these people under me are not clean, especially the bald heads, and they still have human lives on their bodies. If you call the police, won't they be completely finished? Xiang Yuntian said, Brother Snake, don't worry, we are the victims now, and it will be my cousin who comes later. I will definitely not check their identities, just arrest the kid. Cobra hesitated a little, always feeling that something was not right, but at this time Xiang Yuntian had already made the call. Yi Bufan felt that he was almost done with the fight, so he raised his bald head by the collar and said, Aren't you the Iron Head Kung Fu? Are you still practicing? The bald man shook his head, and it took a lot of effort to see the face of the young man in front of him clearly. He was completely blinded, and it felt like there were little stars in front of his eyes and little bees in his ears. He didn't understand why the young man in front of him was so powerful with his fists. Even if he hit his head against a rock back then, it wouldn't be as miserable as it is now. No more practice. No more practice. Brother, I really surrender to you, please let me go this time. The bald man felt that if he hit him again, his head would really explode. After this experience, he had a shadow in his heart, and he was afraid that he would never dare to use his iron head again. Yi Bufan turned around and said to the dumbfounded He Xuanxuan, how about it? Do you want to give me a few punches to vent your anger? He Xuanxuan looked at the young man in front of him with a complicated expression. When he was standing nearby watching the excitement, he thought he was a coward and a useless man, but he didn't expect that he was so skilled. She is dissatisfied, he said, you are so good at kung fu, why didn't you come over to help just now? Are you just waiting to see me make a fool of myself? You were quite happy with the fight, and you didn't ask me to take action. Sister, am I helping you now? Shouldn't you be thanking me? Yi Bufan felt depressed for a while. Other heroes saved beauties, but the beauties threw themselves into their arms. Why was it completely different when he came here? Thank you, big-headed devil. He Xuanxuan was quite grateful. If this man hadn't taken action, he would have been humiliated by his bald head just now. But for some reason, she just didn't want to bow in front of Yi Bufan. In order to vent her anger, she took off her other intact high-heeled shoe, grabbed her bald head and beat her violently. The bald man's head had already been hit to no good place, and when he was hit hard by the 10 centimeters high heels, he screamed in pain like a pig. Yi Bufan said, okay, stop hitting me, if you hit me again, I will kill you. He Xuanxuan was almost done venting, and his mood felt much better. At this moment, a siren sounded, and 6 or 7 police cars rushed from a distance. After the car stopped, more than a dozen police officers jumped out, led by a middle-aged man. Inside the SUV, Xiang Yuntian slapped his thigh hard when he saw the man, and shouted excitedly, Great, my cousin is here in person, that kid is dead. Whoever asked you to fight here, stop it. The middle-aged man's name was Wang Chang, a squadron leader of the criminal police team. When he arrived at the scene, he shouted loudly. When he rushed forward and saw He Xuanxuan, his expression suddenly changed. Captain He, why are you here? Hearing his shout, the bald man who had just stood up began to spin again, and fell to the ground with an ordinary sound. What the hell did you do? It turned out that what this woman said was true. She was really a police officer and a captain. He Xuanxuan pointed at the gangsters on the ground and shouted, These people surrounded me with weapons and smashed my car. Take them all back and check to see who sent them. Wang Chang was shocked. He dared to attack his vice-captain and the eldest daughter of the He family. Are these people crazy? Or do you feel that living outside is too satisfying? Catch them all and take them back to the police force. He took the lead in taking out a pair of handcuffs and locked up the bald man. The other police officers also took action and arrested the other gangsters into the police car. After the gangsters were brought into the car, Wang Chang looked at Yi Bufan and said, Captain He, who is this? Yi Bufan said, Oh, I am her uncle. Seeing that this guy was taking advantage of him again, He Xuanxuan glared at him fiercely. My car was smashed, and there are so many people waiting to be dealt with. Go back by yourself. Can. Yi Bufan said, opening the car door and taking out his things. He didn't want to stay with Yi Xuanxuan for too long. If he knew that these gangsters were here for him, this woman might do something else. He carried the pots and pans in his hands and walked towards the school. Inside the SUV, Xiang Yuntian looked confused. The police had indeed arrived, but they didn't follow the routine. It was not Yi Bufan who was arrested, but the people he found. Cobra shouted angrily, "Xiang Yuntian, what's going on? Why did your cousin take all my people away?" Xiang Yuntian hesitated and said, I don't know either. I'm telling you, Mr. Xiang, if you don't get my people out of the bureau today, I will never be done with you. Cobra was talking when Yi Xuanshuang turned around and glanced in their direction. When he saw clearly that the woman was Yi Xuanshuang, he was almost ready to die. He actually asked his men to besiege the eldest daughter of the He family, the deputy captain of the criminal police team. Isn't this the birthday girl who always hangs himself? Isn't it too long-lived? What is the status of the He family in Jiangnan City? You can crush him to death with just a snap of your fingers. If he had known this, he wouldn't have dared to take this job even if he was given 2 billion, not to mention 200,000. After all, no matter how much money he had to live to spend it. Thinking of this, he was so angry that he grabbed Xiang Yuntian's neck and cursed, "Xiang, you have tricked me to death. You dared me to attack the eldest daughter of the He family. What the hell do you want to do?" At this time, Xiang Yuntian also saw Yi Xuanshuang and struggled to push away Cobra's hand. "Brother Snake, I don't know. Who would have thought that the eldest daughter of the Yi family would drive around in a broken Jetta?" Cobra said angrily, "I don't care. Anyway, this incident all happened because of you. You must get everyone out of the bureau and give me 10 million as compensation." 10 million? Although Xiang Yuntian's family has a lot of money, 10 million is definitely not a small number. He said, "Brother Snake, is 10 million too much?" Cobra, it was his turn to have a big mouth on his face. "What the hell, I offended the eldest lady of the He family. Why don't you spend money to settle the matter? This 10 million is not necessarily enough. I will kill you for any less." Thinking of the Cobra's cruelty, Xiang Yuntian said quickly, "Brother Snake, don't be angry. I will give you the money. I will definitely give it to you." At this moment, he hated Yi Bufan so much. He really didn't know what kind of bad luck this kid had, to be able to end up with the eldest lady of the He family. After Chao Xinghua left the He family, He Tianqi said to Yi Changqing, "Father, we forgot one thing today. We didn't pay the little miracle doctor's consultation fee." He Changqing said, "Your father, I am not confused yet, how could I forget?" He Tianqi said in surprise, "Father, what do you mean?" He Changqing said, "I have been a soldier all my life, and I have met countless people in my life. People like little miracle Dr. Yi will definitely become great in the future, and our He family must make good friends with him. This time he saved my life, which also happens to be an opportunity for our He family. We must seize the opportunity to get closer to him. If we just give him some money, I'm afraid it will be difficult to make the little miracle doctor look at him differently. Therefore, our consultation fee must be innovative this time, so that he can feel the sincerity of our He family." Oh! He Tianqi somewhat understood what Yi Changqing meant, which was to try his best to win over Yi Bufan. He very much agreed with this. Let's not talk about what will happen in the future. It is not a bad thing to have a good relationship with a miracle doctor. It is equal to an extra life at a critical moment. He said, "Father, what do you think is appropriate for our He family to pay for consultation?" He Changqing said, "Gift giving is also very learned. As the saying goes, giving help in times of need is to give people what they need in order to be fully effective. You immediately send someone to investigate the little miracle doctor's background and see what he needs most right now, and then our He family will provide it with both hands." "I know, Father." He Tianqi agreed and left the room to arrange for his men to handle the matter. Yi Bufan didn't know this. He saw that it was still early for dinner, so he entered a 5-star hotel nearby with the kitchen utensils and medicinal materials in his hands. In any case, the school is also a dormitory, and there are so many people coming and going that it is not suitable for refining medicine by yourself. In comparison, the hotel is quieter. He opened a room and walked in with his things, when the cell phone in his pocket rang. I took out my phone and took a look. It was an unfamiliar phone number ending with 3 8s. He pressed the answer button and asked, "Who are you looking for?" A woman's voice came from the other side of the phone, "I'm Zhu Linlin." Yi Bufan immediately became excited. He had been unable to get through his girlfriend's phone calls since the holiday and thought something had happened. He called eagerly, "Linlin, where are you? Why can't I find you these days? I changed my phone number, why didn't you tell me earlier?" He had been looking for Zhu Linlin these past few days, wanting to share his good news with her, but unfortunately he couldn't get through on the phone. Zhu Linlin said in a cold voice, "You don't need to know where I am. Today I want to tell you that we broke up." "Linlin, what are you talking about?" Yi Bufan suddenly felt like cold water was poured on him, and his originally extremely excited mood slowly calmed down. He didn't expect that he had not contacted his girlfriend for so many days, and he proposed to break up as soon as he contacted his girlfriend. "Don't you understand what I said? From today on, we break up and we will never have any relationship again." Yi Bufan shouted, "Why? There must be a reason for breaking up, right?" He attached great importance to this relationship, thinking that Zhu Linlin was the person he could grow old with, and never thought that the other party would break up with her. "Yi Bufan, are you still embarrassed to ask me for a reason?" Zhu Linlin shouted sarcastically over the phone, "Have you seen my phone number? It was given to me by Master Ma just now. It's the latest fruit phone and a 3-connected phone number. Do you know how much these all cost together? I have been with you for so long, what have you given me? As poor as you are, I'm afraid you won't be able to buy me a fruit phone in your lifetime." Hearing the accusation, Yi Bufan said with complicated emotions, "Linlin, did you break up with me just for money?" "Yes, I just do it for money. Who doesn't like money?" Zhu Linlin said, "I was with Mr. Ma for 3 months. He bought me Chanel perfume, Prada shoes, and LV bags. I spent a full 100,000 yuan on it. Young Master Ma is rich, not something a poor girl like you can compare to." "What? You've been with him for 3 months? Yi Bufan felt a surge of anger in his heart. Zhu Linlin had been so tender and affectionate with him a few days ago, but she didn't expect that she had already betrayed him. "So what? Who made you a poor man? From today on, we will have no relationship anymore. Don't come to me again in the future." After Zhu Linlin finished speaking, she hung up the phone with a bang. Yi Bufan hung up the phone and was stunned for a while, with a self-deprecating smile on his lips. He had always thought that what he had was a pure and flawless love that would not be contaminated by society's material things. He did not expect that the final result would be like this. The most ridiculous thing is that Zhu Linlin broke up with him because of money. As the inheritor of ancient medicine, how could he be short of money? Making money only takes a matter of minutes. He took out $2 million checks in his pocket. He had prepared one for his mother and one for Zhu Linlin, but now it seems that Zhu Linlin's one is not needed. Later, he also figured out that this was also a good thing. It allowed him to see the true face of this money-worshipping girl in advance, which was much better than being kept in the dark all the time. After thinking about it clearly, he felt much better, took out the kitchen utensils he purchased and started refining the foundation establishment pill. Using kitchen utensils to make elixirs is much worse than using alchemy furnaces. Fortunately, the foundation building elixir is not a high-level elixir, so it can be completed this way. 2 hours later, 3 black foundation building pills appeared in his palm. Although they looked bumpy and not as beautiful as those refined in the pill furnace, their efficacy was not much different. He took out an elixir and swallowed it into his mouth, then started to circulate chaos chi. The elixir melted in the mouth, and soon there was a reaction in the dantian, boiling like boiling water. The true energy is getting stronger and stronger, constantly flushing the 7 meridians and 8 meridians in the body. Under the guidance of Yi Bufan's spiritual consciousness, the surging true energy is like the raging Yangtze River rushing through the limbs and veins. As time went by, his body was slowly filled with more and more pure qi, and finally it felt as if his body was about to explode. Just when he felt like he couldn't hold on any longer, the pressure suddenly eased, and a drop of water as big as a pea appeared in his dantian. Yi Bufan's spiritual consciousness clearly saw the changes in his dantian. The true energy changed from gaseous to liquid. This is the characteristic of foundation building, which means that he has successfully entered the foundation building stage. After practicing for a while, the surging true energy in the body was completely refined, and 3 more drops of liquid true energy appeared in the dantian. After a while, Yi Bufan slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, he could already feel how powerful he was. Compared with the previous qi refining period, his cultivation level had improved more than 10 times. At the same time, his consciousness has also been greatly improved, from 2 meters to 5 meters, and he can clearly see everything happening in the next room. He went to the bathroom and took a cold shower. After seeing that the time was almost up, he left the hotel and went to a bank downstairs to pay a check for 2 million. Change it into cash and put it into the card, then rush towards the Zhuojiangnan restaurant that Qin Chuchu mentioned. The Dong family has unique experience in catering. Zhujiangnan restaurant has become an upstart in the catering industry in Jiangnan City just after its completion, and its popularity has exploded. The entire restaurant adopts a retro architectural style, which looks magnificent, simple and luxurious at the same time. The waiters in the hotel are all tall and good-looking, and the cheongsam they wear makes their slim figures even more charming. After he entered, a waiter immediately greeted him, "Sir, do you have a reservation?" VIP room number 1. Yi Bufan revealed the room number Qin Chuchu booked. "Sir, please come with me." The waiter took him to the VIP room on the top floor very respectfully. Before Qin Chuchu came, the waiter poured a glass of water and backed out. Yi Bufan sat on the leather sofa and looked around. Although there were only 2 people dining, the private room was 30 or 40 square meters in size. The decoration was extremely luxurious. The sofa was made of leather and the tableware was made of sterling silver. He had lived an extremely poor life since he was a child. This was the first time for him to visit such a high-end place. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart, rich people really know how to enjoy it. At this time, the mobile phone in his pocket rang. He glanced at the caller ID and saw that it was Dong Tianda. After the call was connected, Dong Tianda said politely, "Dr. Yi, where are you? Didn't I say that I would send you a restaurant that day? The formalities have just been completed, and I will send it to you now." Yi Bufan said, "I am in the VIP room number 1 of Zhujiangnan restaurant." Dong Tianda said, "Really? That's such a coincidence. What our Dong family wants to give you is this Zhujiangnan restaurant. I'm nearby. I'll be there in a moment." Yi Bufan hung up the phone and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Such a luxurious restaurant cost at least tens of millions. He didn't expect that it would become his own soon. A few days ago, he was a poor boy who couldn't afford 100 yuan. He didn't expect to become a multi-millionaire so quickly. And just a few hours ago, my girlfriend kicked me away because of money. It was really a twist of fate. Thinking of this, he was slightly absent-minded and accidentally knocked over the water glass in front of him. Normally, in such a high-end place, there is no need for him to do it himself. He can just ask the waiter to come and clean up. But he was originally a child from a poor family and was not used to trouble others. He reached out and grabbed the paper towel next to him and started to clean up the water stains on the table. At this moment, the door to the private room opened and 2 people walked in. He thought Qin Chuchu was coming, but when he looked back, he saw a young man and woman standing in front of the door. The man was about 30 years old. He was wearing a crisp suit and an exaggerated gold watch on his wrist. He looked like a successful man. The woman next to her looked even more coquettish, wearing a pink skirt, carrying a purple LV bag, and a green jade bracelet on her hand. "It's you, why are you here?" Yi Bufan said in surprise. He didn't know the young man, and that woman was his ex-girlfriend Zhu Linlin. He didn't expect that the 2 of them would meet here so soon after they just broke up. "Of course I'm here to eat, but you, how can you come to this place?" It was also the first time for Zhu Linlin to dine in such a high-end place. As soon as she entered the door, she was extremely shocked by the luxurious decoration in the restaurant. Just now she lamented that if she followed Yi Bufan, she would never be able to enter such a high-end place in her life. Unexpectedly, the 2 of them would meet here. Do you still need to ask? It's obvious that he is the waiter here. Before Yi Bufan could speak, the young man said first, "Linlin, do you know this person?" Zhu Linlin said, "My dear, this is the ex-boyfriend Yi Bufan I told you, but now I have kicked him." She then said to Yi Bufan, "Let me introduce you, this is my boyfriend, Ma Wenba, the eldest son of the Ma family." Ma Wenba glanced at Yi Bufan contemptuously and said, "Ex-boyfriend, Linlin, I really don't understand what you were thinking before. How could you find such a poor guy as your boyfriend?" Zhu Linlin sighed, "I was young and didn't understand love at that time, so I was deceived by this poor woman out of nowhere." Yi Bufan said coldly, "Zhu Linlin, I have no problem with you breaking up, but we get along and break up. When did I lie to you?" Zhu Linlin said, "If it weren't for your sweet words, how could I have fallen in love with you, a poor woman whose pockets are cleaner than your face?" Yi Bufan felt angry in his heart and said angrily, "When did I talk so sweetly? It was you who chased me in the first place, okay? Okay, who are you? How dare you talk to my woman like this?" Ma Wenba said with a haughty look, "What happened before is in the past. Aren't you a waiter in the hotel? Now my shoes are dirty, please wipe them for me." As he spoke, he stretched out one foot, spat on the dark and shiny big leather shoes, and then said, "I made these handmade by a famous Italian tailor. They cost more than 20,000 yuan a pair. Be careful, or they will scratch you. Can't afford to pay. Although this guy spent the whole day drinking and playing with countless women, when he heard that this was his woman's ex-boyfriend, he immediately felt unsatisfied from the bottom of his heart. In addition, from the bottom of his heart, he did not think highly of the poor boy in front of him, so he wanted to step on Yi Bufan severely and show off his superiority. Yi Bufan's face turned cold instantly. Get out of here. How are you talking? What's wrong with letting you shine shoes? Zhu Linlin shouted confidently, you are the waiter here, and young Master Ma is a distinguished guest here. Shouldn't you shine shoes for distinguished guests? Ma Wenba said with a proud look on his face, seeing that you haven't even worn a waiter's uniform yet, you must have just arrived, right? I'm very familiar with Boss Dong here. As long as you serve me as a young master to your satisfaction, I can make you a full-time employee with just one word. You can even become a foreman. Zhu Linlin then said, did you hear that? This is the gap between people. Correct your position, you are a poor girl, you have to try to be a waiter, and young Master Ma can decide your fate at any time. Seeing Zhu Linlin's face, Yi Bufan felt a feeling of extreme disgust in his heart. This woman had hidden it so well before that she didn't even notice that she was such a person? At the same time, I was secretly glad that I had broken up with her. Thinking of this, he waved his hand and said, okay, you can go out, I don't want to argue with you. Don't you care about us? Ma Wenba suddenly seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world, and burst out laughing. Then his expression changed, and he pointed at Yi Bufan and said, I have changed my mind now, lick my shoes clean immediately. Otherwise, when I call the manager, I will fire you right away and make you unable to become a trainee waiter. Zhu Linlin said, did you hear that? You can earn 3 to 5,000 yuan a month as a waiter here, which is enough for your tuition next semester. Do what Mr. Ma said quickly, otherwise you will regret it. Yi Bufan was completely irritated by these two idiots. He came over and grabbed Ma Wenba by the collar, raised his hand and threw him out of the private room. Then he pointed at Zhu Linlin and said, I don't hit women, so get out of here. Yi Bufan, you have grown up, haven't you? How dare you touch young Master Ma? Zhu Linlin hurriedly ran out and helped Ma Wenba up from the ground. Boy, how dare you fucking hit me? Ma Wenba was almost going crazy. He wanted to rush over and fight Yi Bufan, but he didn't have the courage. He hesitated and shouted at the top of his lungs, where is the manager, how do you open this restaurant? The waiters dare to hit the guests. Zhu Linlin also yelled at the top of her lungs, come quickly, the waiter is beating me. Hearing their shouts, the restaurant manager Zhang Duqing hurried over and said with a flattering look on his face, Master Ma, when did you come? Ma Wenba is a playboy who spends his days eating, drinking, and having fun. He has been in the catering industry for so many years and has known him well before. He knows that this is the eldest son of the Ma family and he is a very rich man. Seeing that he met an old acquaintance, Ma Wenba became even more arrogant, pointed at Yi Bufan and shouted, Manager Zhang, do you still want to open your restaurant? The waiter dares to hit the guests. Zhang Duqing followed his finger and said, young Master Ma, you misunderstood. He is not our waiter. Ma Wenba shouted, this is absolutely impossible. I just saw him cleaning the table, how could he not be your waiter? Zhu Linlin then said, that's right, how can he be a guest if he's not a waiter? He's just a poor bitch, his pockets are cleaner than his face. How can he have money to eat here? Yi Bufan didn't say anything. The restaurant now belonged to him. He wanted to see how the manager handled the matter and whether it was worthy of his continued appointment in the future. Zhang Duqing said with a flattering face, young Master Ma, you really misunderstood. Our waiters here all dress uniformly. This is the first time I have seen him. Not a waiter? Ma Wenba frowned and said, if he's not a waiter, how could he come? This is the private room we reserved, why did he come here? How is your restaurant managed? Call the security guards to throw him out. Master Ma, please wait a moment, I will take care of it right away. Zhang Duqing turned around and looked at Yi Bufan, and saw that he was covered in street stall goods. The total cost was only 100 yuan. He didn't look like he was spending money in a high-end place like his, let alone the VIP room number 1. He asked solemnly, who are you? What are you doing in our hotel? Yi Bufan said, of course I came here to eat. This is the private room we booked. Yi Bufan, when did you become so good at pretending? Zhu Linlin immediately he shouted, manager, don't listen to him. He is just a poor man. How can he have money to come here to eat? Yi Bufan was extremely disappointed with this woman and said, you are really ignorant. Why don't you bully a young man who is poor and doesn't understand? Are you the only one who has the nerve to say such things? Zhu Linlin pointed at Yi Bufan and said, I bought these shoes from you at a street stall for 25 yuan a pair, these pants are 30 yuan, and the t-shirt is 10 yuan. I have been with you for more than a year, and the most money you have in your pocket is 100 yuan. A poor woman like you actually dares to talk about dining in VIP room number 1. Do you think everyone is a fool? Ma Wenba said to Zhang Daqing arrogantly, did you hear that? He just sneaked in. Let the security throw him out quickly. One was a rich man and the other was a poor boy. Zhang Daqing chose to believe in Ma Wenba without hesitation. He said to Yi Bufan, we are a high-end shopping place. Not everyone can come. Get out right away. Yi Bufan said, let me say it for the last time, this is the private room I booked. If you don't believe it, you can check the booking record. No need, young Master Ma already said this is the room he reserved. Get out of here right away, or I'll ask the security guard to chase you away. Zhang Daqing has been in the catering industry for more than 10 years and is extremely confident in his ability to judge people. No matter how he looks at it, the young man in front of him cannot be a guest dining in VIP room 1. You must know that the minimum consumption here is 10,000 yuan. Yi Bufan said solemnly, as the manager of a restaurant, do you treat your guests like this? Ma Wenba said disdainfully, you are just a poor woman who can't even eat. What kind of guest do you think you are? He turned around and said to Zhang Daqing, if even this kind of person can become a guest of Zui Jiangnan, then I will definitely not come again in the future. Dining with this kind of person will lower my status. It seems that I have to tell you, Boss Dong, that the management here is too problematic. Young Master Ma, don't worry, I'll let him go right now. Zhang Daqing hurriedly picked up the walkie-talkie in his hand and shouted, security, come to VIP room 1, there is a troublemaker here. After hearing his order, 4 tall security guards rushed over quickly. Zhang Daqing pointed at Yi Bufan, throw him out. The 4 security guards were not polite and rushed over to take action. At this moment, a roar came from behind, I see whoever dares to move, stop it. Everyone present looked at the sound and saw Dong Tianda striding over. Seeing his boss coming, Zhang Daqing hurriedly greeted him with a flattering look on his face, boss, you are here. There is a blind man who came to our restaurant to cause trouble. I will deal with him immediately. Before he could finish speaking, Dong Tianda slapped him in the face with a big mouth. You bastard, I'll deal with you first, how dare you disrespect Mr. Yi. Dong Tianda was furious. He tried his best to please Yi Bufan, and even sent him out of the restaurant, but this pig-brained subordinate actually wanted to attack him. Isn't this causing trouble for himself? He came to Yi Bufan and said apologetically, Dr. Yi, I'm sorry, there's a traffic jam on the road, I'm late. Don't worry, I will definitely give you an explanation on this matter. Looking back, he said to Zhang Daqing, tell me, what is going on? Zhang Daqing was completely stunned by the slap just now, and said at a loss, boss, it was Mr. Ma who said that Mr. Yi sneaked in, knowing that he had caused a big trouble. He could only blame Ma Wenba on Ma Wenba, hoping that the relationship between Ma Wenba and his boss would tide over the situation. Seeing Dong Tianda looking at him, Ma Wenba quickly stretched out his hands and said, hello, Mr. Dong. Dong Tianda gave him a cold look, showing no intention of reaching out. Who are you? Do I know you well? Ma Wenba retracted his hands and said coquettishly, Mr. Dong is such a noble man and forgets things. We had dinner together. My dad is very talented. In fact, when he said that he knew Dong Tianda, he was completely flattering himself. Even his father was not on the same level as him. The Dong family is a tycoon in the catering industry with assets worth tens of billions, while his family is just an upstart with assets worth hundreds of millions. There is no comparison between the two. He originally wanted to use this to pretend to be awesome and gain face for himself, but he didn't expect that when he actually met Dong Tianda, his reputation was instantly blown. Although he mentioned his father's name, Dong Tianda still didn't look at him and turned to look at Zhang Daqing. You bastard, what do you do as a manager? Boss, please listen to my explanation. Zhang Daqing wanted to say something more, but was directly interrupted by Dong Tianda, stop calling me boss. From today on, Zui Jiangnan restaurant belongs to Mr. Yi, he is the boss here. After speaking, he opened the briefcase in his hand, took out the transfer procedures and sent it to Yi Bufan, Mr. Yi, I have completed all the relevant procedures. From now on, you have the final say in everything in the restaurant. After he said this, everyone present was dumbfounded. Zhang Daqing never dreamed that the poor boy he looked down on just now would suddenly become his boss, and instead of trying to please him, he would ask the security guards to kick him out. Is there anything more desperate than this? Zhu Linlin's eyes widened as she really couldn't believe what was happening. An hour ago, she kicked Yi Bufan away because she didn't have enough money, and now he has become the owner of such a big restaurant. If Ma Wenba hadn't known Dong Tianda, she would have thought it was just a show. Ma Wenba's face was burning. Just now, he had ridiculed him for not having enough money to eat here, but he immediately became the boss. Is there anything more embarrassing than this? Zhang Duqing was the first to come to his senses, slapped his face with two big mouths one after another, and then said with a flattering look, "Boss, what happened just now is all my fault. I was blind. I apologize to you now, please don't argue with me," Yi Bufan said calmly. "No need, I am not your boss, you will be fired from now on." "Don't do it, boss." Zhang Duqing said quickly, "It was indeed my fault just now, but it happened for a reason. I didn't expect you to come to the private room booked by Mr. Ma. For the sake of extenuating circumstances, please forgive me this time." He had worked in the catering industry for so many years before he finally reached the position of general manager, and his annual salary was high. If he was fired like this, all his hard work would be in vain. Yi Bufan said calmly, "I already gave you a chance and told you to check the registration records, but you didn't listen. In your eyes, guests have been classified into 3, 6, or 9 grades. No matter what Ma Wenba says, you believe it, but you don't believe anything I say. People like you who wear colored glasses are really not suitable to work here. Yi, you are obviously lying." Ma Wenba was afraid of Dong Tianda, but not afraid of Yi Bufan. He took out his mobile phone and said, "Look, I have a reservation record here, and the reservation is for private room number 1. Seeing his firm tone, Yi Bufan also had some doubts in his heart. Could it be that Qin Chuchu made a mistake? At this time, Zhang Duqing grabbed the phone and looked up, then his face turned pale. "Ma, I've been fooled by you. Have you ever been to a high-end shopping mall? Do you know what you booked?" "What? What you booked was just an ordinary private room number 1, but this is a VIP private room number 1. They are completely different things." At this moment, his intestines were filled with regret. If he had known that he should have checked Ma Wenba's text messages just now, he would not have made such a big mistake. Ma Wenba looked embarrassed. He went to the wrong room, ran to someone else's high-end private room, and still yelled and pretended to be cool. This person was really embarrassed. Zhang Duqing said with a pleading look on his face, "Boss, please give me another chance. I will definitely be loyal in the future." Yi Bufan waved his hand and said, "I just said that the last chance has been given to you, but it's a pity that you didn't seize it. People like you are not suitable to work here, so pack your things and get out." Zhang Duqing was full of reluctance, but he had no choice but to leave here dejectedly. Yi Bufan looked at Ma Wenba and Zhu Linlin again. "Didn't you just say that you wouldn't come here as long as I was here? From today on, you will be included in my restaurant's blacklist, and you will no longer be yours business." Ma Wenba felt a burning pain on his face. Just now he wanted to use his identity to squeeze Yi Bufan away, but he became the boss here, and he was the one who had to leave in the end. "Boy, what's there to be proud of? Your woman has been snatched away by me." He glared at Yi Bufan angrily, and then said to Zhu Linlin, "What are you still doing here? Don't you think it's embarrassing enough? Come and follow me. Walk." But surprisingly, Zhu Linlin did not leave with him. Instead, she threw herself in front of Yi Bufan and said with a pleading look on her face, "Xiaofan, I was wrong this time. For the sake of our past friendship, let's be together again. How about it together?" She had already made a calculation in her mind just now. Although Ma Wenba was rich, he was just playing with her. She couldn't really get much, and he might be kicked away one day. But Yi Bufan was different. When the two of them were together in the past, even if he had 100 yuan, he would spend it on her. Besides, now he has a large restaurant worth tens of millions. If she can get back together with Yi Bufan, then she will become a multi-millionaire sister in the future. You bitch. Let me ask you again, will you follow me?" Ma Wenba was so angry that his face was livid. He had just said that he had robbed the other party's woman, but he was immediately kicked by the woman. Where could he put his face? Zhu Linlin ignored the angry Ma Wenba and said again, "Xiaofan, I was really wrong this time, I was deceived by this man's rhetoric. Give me another chance and I will treat you well in the future." In the past, when she and Yi Bufan were together, no matter what kind of mistake she made, as long as she bowed her head and admitted her mistake and said a few nice words, Yi Bufan would eventually choose to forgive. But she forgot that there was no comparison between now and before. At that time, they were boyfriend and girlfriend, but now she had betrayed this relationship. The nature of the mistake was completely different. Moreover, at this moment, Yi Bufan is already the inheritor of the ancient medical sect, and his vision and realm are completely different from before. How could he not see that the reason why Zhu Linlin did this was entirely because of her own money and had nothing to do with her previous emotions? Once she falls into poverty again, she will still kick him away without hesitation. He said coldly, Zhu Linlin, there are some mistakes that you cannot make. Once you make them, there is no chance to correct them. Put away your tricks. Just like you said, from now on there will be no relationship between us, and no one should pester anyone again. Xiao Fan, I was joking with you. Don't take it seriously. I still love you. Zhu Linlin still holds on to innocent fantasies and works hard for her dream of becoming a multi-millionaire sister. You shameless bitch, just wait for me. And you, a poor guy, we are not done yet. Ma Wenba really had no shame in staying any longer and left here angrily. Dr. Yi, I have to leave first. I will send a manager to take care of the restaurant for you later. Dong Tianda also knew that it was not appropriate to stay here under such an occasion, so he said hello and left in a hurry. Xiao Fan, please forgive me just once, okay? From now on, when we are together, you can do whatever you want. Seeing that there was no one in the private room, Zhu Linlin rushed forward and wanted to use her own body in exchange for the other party's forgiveness, but was pushed away by Yi Bufan. Zhu Linlin, let me say it again, there is no relationship between us anymore. Please respect yourself. After what happened just now, Yi Bufan was completely disappointed with this woman, and the previous feelings no longer existed. What are you doing? Yi Bufan, what do you want? When the two of them were together, Zhu Linlin unconsciously returned to her previous condescending mentality. I've already apologized to you, what else do you want? Besides me, can you find such a beautiful girlfriend? At this moment, a pleasant voice came, of course, I am his girlfriend, and she is much prettier than you. In every woman's heart, she is the most beautiful and will never give up easily. When Zhu Linlin heard that the other party claimed to be prettier than herself, Zhu Linlin was about to retort, but the moment she turned around, she shut her mouth and could not say a word. Because the woman in front of her was so beautiful that she felt ashamed of herself and completely lost the courage to fight back. There is no harm without comparison. Among ordinary people, Zhu Linlin can be considered a somewhat pretty little girl, but in front of this woman, she instantly dimmed. It was Qin Chuchu who came here. She was wearing a bohemian dress today. Her tall figure was curved forward and backward. She was even more perfect than an international supermodel. What's more eye-catching than her figure is her appearance, which is so beautiful without any flaws, with no blind spots at 360 degrees, it's simply exquisite to the extreme. You, who are you? Zhu Linlin asked, extremely guilty. Why, are your ears hard to use? I just told you that she is Xiaofan's girlfriend. Qin Chuchu said, walking to Yi Bufan's side and holding his arm. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. In Zhu Linlin's heart, Yi Bufan was just a poor boy before, how could he find such an outstanding girlfriend? You don't believe it, do you? Then I'll prove it to you. Qin Chuchu said and kissed Yi Bufan on the cheek. How is it? Do you believe it now? Yi Bufan was also a little confused. It was understandable that Qin Chuchu came to his rescue. After all, he had helped Qin Chuchu before, but he didn't expect her to come for real. Although they had been in a relationship for more than a year, Zhu Linlin had never kissed him. This was the first time he was kissed by a girl. It was as if his body was electrified. The wonderful feeling was indescribable. Zhu Linlin was stunned at first, and then shouted hysterically, I don't believe it, I just don't believe it, you must have hired me with money. In her heart, she still despised Yi Bufan, thinking that he would never be able to find a better woman than herself. Hire me? Qin Chuchu smiled confidently, let me introduce myself, I am the vice president of the Qin Group, and I control the data. With assets of 1 billion and thousands of employees, do you think anyone can afford to hire me? Zhu Linlin's mood instantly dropped to the extreme. Not only was her appearance and figure much better than hers, but her identity and status were also instantly crushed by her. How could she compare? Yi Bufan didn't want to pay attention to Zhu Linlin anymore, turned to Qin Chuchu and said, when did you come? I've been here for a while, and I've heard almost everything about you outside. Qin Chuchu held Yi Bufan's arm affectionately and said to Zhu Linlin, to be honest, I still want to thank you very much. If you hadn't been such a mindless money worshipper, I wouldn't have had such an outstanding boyfriend like Bufan. She had just lost Ma Wenba, and now she could not get Yi Bufan. Coupled with the pressure Qin Chuchu had brought to her, Zhu Linlin completely lost control of her heart at this moment. She yelled crazily, what's wrong? Which woman doesn't love money? Do you think all women are like you, born with a golden key in their mouths? I just want to live a better life. What's wrong? Is this wrong? Yi Bufan shook his head secretly in his heart. People say that you are strong when you are righteous. This woman can actually speak out her shamelessness so righteously. It is weird to the extreme. I really don't know how I was with her before. He said, well, it has nothing to do with me what kind of life you want to pursue. We have nothing to do with you now. You can go. At this moment, Zhu Linlin knew what it meant to beat a chicken with a flying egg. She glared at Yi Bufan bitterly, then turned and walked out the door. Wait a moment. Qin Chuchu stopped Zhu Linlin. What else are you going to do? Zhu Linlin shouted angrily. It's nothing. I just want to tell you that it's okay to worship money, but you have to be smart and don't be fooled by people who are confused. Qin Chuchu took 2 steps forward, pointed to the jade bracelet on her wrist and said, this thing of yours is made of granite and chemicals. Not only is it worthless, but wearing it on your hand will be harmful to the body. Over time, you might even get cancer. Zhu Linlin was stunned for a moment, then shouted, what, this is impossible. This is the jade bracelet that Ma Wenbo gave me. It costs more than 20,000 yuan, and it even has a certificate. The first night she and Ma Wenbo were together was all about this bracelet, and she couldn't believe it was a fake made of granite. Qin Chuchu smiled disdainfully, let me tell you, the antique jade industry is very deep. Our family's main business is the jade industry. Do you think what I say is not more effective than those so-called certificates? Yi Bufan didn't pay attention to this bracelet at first, but now after scanning with his spiritual consciousness, he found that the material inside was really made of granite, with no aura at all. On the contrary, there was a layer of gray aura. This aura would be very harmful to the human body after a long time. Big damage. Seeing that Zhu Linlin still didn't believe it, Qin Chuchu picked up a spoon on the table, took off the jade bracelet on his wrist and knocked it. The sound was clear and sweet. Actually, it's very simple to identify this thing. Just knock it and see what the sound is. If the sound is crisp, it means jade or jade. If the sound is dull, it's made of stone. Zhu Linlin took off the bracelet and tapped it with a spoon. It made a thumping sound, which was not as clear and sweet as Qin Chuchu's. Ma Wenjua, you bastard. After confirming that this was a fake bracelet that was harmful to the human body, Zhu Linlin threw it to the ground. With a snapping sound, the bracelet was shattered into pieces, revealing the undyed part inside, which was undoubtedly granite. Qin Chuchu stepped forward again and pointed at her LV bag and said, he won't treat this thing as a genuine gift to you, right? Let me tell you, this thing is a piece of goods. You can find it on a certain treasure for tens of dollars. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. This is a limited edition LV bag that his friend brought back from abroad. It costs more than 40,000 yuan. There is no way it is a fake. Zhu Linlin was about to collapse. She climbed into Ma Wenbo's bed because of the bracelet, and broke up with Yi Bufan because of the bag. If they were all fake, then she really had a death wish. It seems that you have never used an authentic LV bag, so I will give you a free appraisal now. Qin Chuchu said, for an authentic LV bag, the circle or with brand engraving is the smallest among the 3 rows of English letters, and yours not small at all, even the biggest. Look at the metal parts on the bag. Genuine metal parts are well polished, with clear engravings and a mild luster. However, yours is colored at first glance, and the words are not clear. The most important thing is that your bag is not even leather, it is completely dyed and low-end. As she spoke, she took the half glass of water that Yi Bufan had just left and sprinkled it on Zhu Linlin's LV bag. She stretched out 2 fingers and wiped it, and the purple color on the bag got on her hands. Now even a fool knows that this bag is fake. Ah! Ma, I'm going to kill you. Zhu Linlin let out a desperate howl and then rushed out of the private room like crazy. It's worthless for 2 things. I gave up a super diamond stock because of fake goods. No one can stand this kind of stimulation. Yi Bufan shook his head and said, why are you doing this? If it hadn't been exposed, Zhu Linlin would still have had some comfort by guarding these 2 fakes. Now, even the last bit of comfort in her heart has been shattered. Qin Chuchu smiled and said, this woman actually kicked you for money. I want her to know clearly how stupid her behavior is. Yi Bufan said, let the past go. Thank you for helping me today. Qin Chuchu looked at him with burning eyes and said, how do you want to thank me? You know that was my first kiss. Yi Bufan said, what should I do? I'll give you my first kiss too? Who cares? A blush appeared on Qin Chuchu's cheeks. For some reason, all she thought about today was the man in front of her, and she was a little distracted while working. After finally getting off work, When I heard Zhu Linlin say that Yi Bufan didn't have a girlfriend, he stood up without hesitation, as if he was eager for this opportunity in his heart, and didn't offer his first kiss in more than 20 years. No hesitation. In order to cover up her shyness, she said, "What exactly did you do for Dong Tianda? He actually gave you a restaurant?" His son was infected with an unknown virus that time, and I rescued him. Yi Bufan recounted what happened at Jiangnan Hospital. To thank me, he gave me this restaurant as a medical fee. Qin Chuchu said in surprise, "You have such good medical skills?" Yi Bufan said, "No one in the world has better medical skills than me." Boast. Qin Chuchu obviously didn't believe it, but at this moment, Yi Bufan's cell phone rang. It was Zhou Yongliang, the director of the health bureau. He pressed the answer button and said, "Director Zhou, what can I do?" Zhou Yongliang said excitedly on the phone, "Dr. Yi, where are you? I want to treat you to dinner tonight." To tell you the truth, the last time a primary school student was suddenly infected with the virus, the health bureau handled it very effectively and did not cause any serious consequences or adverse effects. I have just been praised by the above and given a large bonus. Don't forget the well digger when you are drinking water. All this is your credit. Of course I want to thank you, this great doctor. Does this little thing count? What, it's my duty as a doctor. Yi Bufan said, but Director Zhou has been commended, so we should celebrate. I'm at Zui Jiangnan restaurant now. Come over. Okay, I'm not far from there, I'll be there soon. After Zhou Yongliang finished speaking, he hung up the phone. At this time, a middle-aged man in his 40s came to the door of the private room with the middle-level management staff of the restaurant. The middle-aged man said, "Hello, Mr. Yi, my name is Lu Kai. Mr. Dong asked me to come here to temporarily manage this restaurant for you on behalf of Zhang Daqing." "Oh, thank you for your hard work." Lu Kai seemed smart and capable, and Yi Bufan was very satisfied with Dong Tianda's arrangement. He has his own arrangements for this restaurant. His mother has been running her own small bun shop. Not to mention that she doesn't make much money, it is really hard work through wind and rain. Ouyang Lan is a very strong-willed person. Even though he is rich, it is impossible for her to be idle. Now that he has this restaurant, his mother can just come and enjoy it. However, it is obviously not suitable for my mother to be the general manager. Lu Kai is only a temporary arrangement. He will still be returned to Dong Tianda when a suitable candidate is found in the future. After meeting, Lu Kai and others took their places, and the restaurant started operating in an orderly manner, without falling into chaos because of Zhang Daqing's departure. In a short time, Zhou Yongliang rushed over. Yi Bufan introduced him to Qin Chuchu, and the three of them sat down to eat together. The master chef at Zuixinlu was really good at his craftsmanship, and the three of us had a great time eating. But after a while, Lu Kai suddenly walked in from outside in a hurry and said anxiously, "Something happened to the boss." A group of people claiming to be the health inspection team suddenly came downstairs. They said that the hygiene of our hotel was not up to standard. "We need to ask for it now. Shut down for rectification." Yi Bufan frowned. He had just taken over the restaurant, and trouble immediately came to his door. He immediately realized that this matter had something to do with Ma Wenba. He was the only one who knew about this matter, and he also had issues with himself. After hearing Lu Kai's report, Zhou Yongliang couldn't help but feel embarrassed. He, the leader, is eating there, and his subordinates are looking for trouble. Where should he put his face? How else to eat this meal? He said, "Dr. Yi, leave this matter to me. I'll go down and see what's going on." Yi Bufan said, "Let's go together." After saying that, he and Qin Chuchu followed Lu Kai to the hall downstairs. On the way downstairs, Yi Bufan said to Zhou Yongliang, "Director Zhou, don't worry. If they are doing a normal inspection, we should still cooperate." Zhou Yongliang nodded, and after going downstairs, he did not rush forward, but followed the two people. Let's go, don't eat here, the hygiene of this restaurant is not up to standard. Let's go, this place is closed." When I came to the hall, I saw 4 or 5 people in health inspection uniforms driving away the guests. A middle-aged man in the lead was standing next to Ma Wenba smoking. The steward in the lobby said to the middle-aged man, "Sir, could you please put out your cigarette? Smoking is prohibited here." The middle-aged man glanced at him disdainfully. "The restaurants will be closed soon, what's so big about me having a cigarette? Besides, why are you so busy? You are not the boss, call your boss out quickly." When several people went downstairs, they happened to see the scene being cleared. Lu Kai stepped forward and shouted angrily, "Why do you shut down our restaurant?" The middle-aged man sneered and said, "The hygiene here is not up to par, what if someone is killed? You should close down the business for rectification. Lu Kai said, everything we operate here is legal and compliant, and there is no problem with hygiene. You didn't even go to our kitchen, so why do you say we are unqualified? Why? Just because I am the section chief of the inspection section, whoever I say is qualified will be qualified, and whoever I say is unqualified will be unqualified. Zhou Yongliang was originally standing at the back. If these people were just doing a normal routine inspection, he would not be prepared to intervene. But when he saw the scene in front of him, he immediately stepped forward and said angrily, nonsense, who gave you the right? The middle-aged man glanced at him disdainfully, old man, our noses are breathing a lot, right? Just stay cool and cool. You are not the boss, so what does it have to do with you? You, don't be angry, leave this matter to me. Zhou Yongliang's lungs were about to burst with anger. Just as he was about to have a seizure, he was pulled behind him by Yi Bufan. He glanced at the middle-aged man in front of him and said jokingly, you don't know this person? The middle-aged man said while smoking a cigarette, why should I know him? Is he so awesome? At this time, Ma Wenba stepped forward with a proud look on his face and said, Yi, you finally came down. Now you know how powerful I am. Come on. I thought it was great to have a restaurant, but if I pissed off my young master, I would have you closed down in a minute. Qin Chuchu said, there must be a reason for closing such a big restaurant, right? Ma Wenba glanced at her greedily for a few times, and then said arrogantly, this is Section Chief Lu of the Inspection Department. He just said that his words are the reason. If you are told to close the door, you have to close the door. To tell you the truth, if you don't satisfy me today, you won't have to think about opening your restaurant in the future. Yi Bufan stopped Qin Chuchu and said, tell me, what should I do to satisfy you? Boy, do you now know what will happen if you offend this young master? Didn't you just pretend to be cool like young Master Ji above? Are you afraid now? Let me tell you, even if you have money, you are still a nouveau riche. Your connections are incomparable to those of me. It only takes a matter of minutes to kill you. Ma Wenba said proudly, for the sake of your sense, I don't want to embarrass you too much. 1 million. As long as you come up with 1 million today, the matter will be over. Qin Chuchu said angrily, why should I give you money? Why don't you grab it? The middle-aged man shouted, little girl, why are you talking so much nonsense? Believe it or not, I don't even want your money. I will directly close your store so that you will never open it. Yi Bufan said, 1 million is not too much, but you have to give me a reason, right? The middle-aged man said arrogantly, the reason is, your hygiene here is not up to standard, and 1 million is a fine. Zhou Yongliang's face turned livid with anger, and he couldn't help but say again, opening your mouth is worth 1 million, you are really powerful. Who are you? Take out your ID and let me see. The middle-aged man said dissatisfiedly, old man, I'll put up with this beautiful girl's words. Why do you, a bad old man, keep getting involved? You can also see my ID, so get out of here. Yi Bufan stopped Zhou Yongliang again and said, which department are you from? Ma Wenba said, this is Section Chief Lu of the Inspection Section of the Health Bureau. If you offend him, your store will be closed down in a minute. Section Chief Lu, right? He's so majestic. Yi Bufan said jokingly, you don't even know the director, but you have the nerve to say that you are the section chief. The middle-aged man said disdainfully, are you trying to scare me with the director? Let me tell you, if our director comes, the consequences here will be more serious. Then it won't be something that can be solved with 1 million. But your director is already here. Yi Bufan said, let me introduce to you, this is Director Zhou of the Health Bureau. You didn't even figure out who the director was, so you came here to pretend to be the section chief. It seems that your performance was not up to standard. The middle-aged man's expression changed, and then he said, boy, are you trying to scare me with the director? Do you think you can just find an old man to be our director? Zhou Yongliang said angrily, I am the director of the Health Bureau. Which department do you belong to? Please tell me quickly. This time, panic flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes, and he turned to look at Ma Wenba. Ma Wenba didn't care. He threw the cigarette butt in his hand on the ground, looked at Zhou Yongliang sarcastically and said, you are such a bear and want to pretend to be the director. The total cost of the clothes you are wearing is less than 500 yuan, right? He had already figured out Yi Bufan's situation clearly. It was such a poor boy who somehow got lucky and saved Dong Tianda's son. But no matter what, a poor boy is a poor boy. He has no connections, and it is even less likely that he knows the director of the Health Bureau. He ignored the livid Zhou Yongliang and said to Yi Bufan again, 1 million, do you want to pay it or not? If not, your store will be closed now. The middle-aged man seemed to have regained his confidence, and was shouted by several subordinates next to him, okay, let's not talk nonsense to him, close the store now, you just wait until it closes. I'll seal you off as my sister, I've been putting up with you for a long time. Yi Bufan raised his leg and kicked the middle-aged man to the ground. Everyone else was shocked. They didn't expect that this young man who was polite just now would have such a hot temper and would take action whenever he asked. There were many people watching the excitement gathered at the door of the restaurant, and they were all shocked. You must know that these people are usually aloof and powerful, but the owner of this restaurant actually beat him up whenever he asked. The middle-aged man obviously did not expect this result. When he came back to his senses, he was completely angry and shouted to several of his subordinates, "Are you all fools? Come to me quickly. Destroy this kid first, and then smash him his restaurant." After hearing the order, those few people immediately rushed towards Yi Bufan with fierce expressions. But how could these people be Yi Bufan's opponents? In the blink of an eye, they were all knocked to the ground, lying next to the middle-aged man with a look of pain on their faces, and kept screaming. Ma Wenba shouted, "Yi, do you know what you are doing? You even dare to beat up people from the health bureau. Now you are in big trouble. You quickly come up with 1 million as compensation, otherwise I will call the police now and let you spend the rest of your life in jail." Yi Bufan looked at him and smiled coldly, "Okay, then you can fight me now. Anyway, I have eaten everything in my life, but I have never eaten prison food." Ma Wenba's expression froze. Unexpectedly, the other party was not afraid of his threat at all. He took out his mobile phone and said again, "I'm not kidding you. If I really make the call, it will be too late for you to regret it." Qin Chuchu whispered, "Fifan, you are indeed a little impulsive. How about we keep it private?" Although she is from the Qin family, Yi Bufan caused too much trouble today and it is really difficult to deal with it. It would be best if she could spend money to settle the matter. She spoke not loudly, but Ma Wenba still heard her, and said with a proud look on her face, "Did you hear that? This is the wisest thing to do." But Yi Bufan waved his hand and said, "No need, you call the police now. Whoever doesn't beat his grandson today." His attitude was far beyond Qin Chuchu's expectation, but what was even more surprising was that Ma Wenba had a mobile phone in his hand, but he didn't dare to call the police. "Fight, why don't you fight? Are you willing to pretend to be a grandson?" Yi Bufan said, raised his hand and slapped Ma Wenba on the face, knocking him to the ground. "You fucking dare to hit me, believe it or not." Before he could say harsh words, Yi Bufan slapped his face with a big mouth again, and in the blink of an eye he was beaten into a pig's head. Everyone was dumbfounded and wondered how this young man could be so bold. Qin Chuchu was secretly anxious, feeling that today's matter was indeed a big deal. The middle-aged man shouted, "Boy, let me tell you, you are in big trouble today. Do you know what you are doing?" "Of course I know, I am here to eliminate harm for the people." As he spoke, Yi Bufan came to the middle-aged man again, reached out and grabbed his collar, and with one stab, pulled off his uniform. Everyone in the room was stunned when they saw that the middle-aged man had a ferocious wolf head tattooed on his chest and 2 snakes on his arms. Before the matter was over, Yi Bufan walked up to several other people and quickly took off all their clothes, leaving only a pair of shorts to cover their shame. And everyone was surprised to find that these people all had various tattoos on their bodies, without exception. Some had wolf heads, some had tigers, and one fat guy even had a funny tattoo of a bear on his chest. Qin Chuchu asked in surprise, "Xiaofan, what on earth is going on?" Even though she didn't know exactly what happened, she also saw some clues. There were clear official regulations in China that uniformed personnel were not allowed to have tattoos. These people are all fake. They are not from the inspection department of the health bureau at all, but are fake people from the public. When the fake section chief Lu did not recognize Zhou Yongliang, he had already noticed that something was wrong. How could the section chief of the audit section of the health bureau not recognize the director? After scanning with his spiritual consciousness, he immediately saw that these people had tattoos on their bodies. It was obvious that these were fakes from members of the society. At this time, Ma Wenba was completely dumbfounded, and his face turned pale. He originally thought that Yi Bufan was just a poor boy who had not left school. As long as he found someone in uniform to scare him, he would immediately extort some money to make up for the face he had lost today. But he didn't expect that the other party was actually with the director of the health bureau, let alone that he had the consciousness to see through everything. Yi Bufan came to him, knelt down and said jokingly, "Young Master Ma, you are really used to making lies." Even if she gave Zhu Linlin a granite bracelet and a fake bag, she still dared to find some gangsters to pretend to be official people. Zhou Yongliang shouted angrily, "It's outrageous! It's outrageous! This matter must be dealt with seriously. Now I will call the police and ask people from the Public Security Bureau to come over." "Don't call the police, don't call the police. If you have something to discuss, let's discuss it." Ma Wenba also realized the seriousness of the matter and said with a pleading face, "Can we keep it private? How much do you want? I'll do it right away. Give." Looking at his pitiful expression, Qin Chuchu burst into laughter. The situation turned around too quickly. Just a moment ago, he wanted to blackmail someone, but in the blink of an eye, he offered to compensate him. "Director Zhou, since they want to talk, let's talk first." Yi Bufan looked at Ma Wenba and said, "You brought people to my place to cause trouble, ruined the reputation of our restaurant, and drove away so many of my customers. Tell me, how much money are you going to pay me?" Ma Wenba said, 100,000, "I am willing to compensate you 100,000. 100,000? Such a big number." Yi Bufan said with disdain, "You just asked me for 1 million, and now you're giving me 100,000. Isn't that stingy?" Ma Wenba felt regretful. He just wanted to hit him hard, but he turned around and hit himself on the head. After hesitating for a moment, he finally gritted his molars and said, "Then I will compensate you 1 million. 1 million is not enough, plus the loss of my restaurant will at least double, to 2 million. Why don't you go and grab it?" Ma Wenba shouted, 2 million is too much, I can't take it out." Yi Bufan smiled coldly, turned around, and said to Qin Chuchu, impersonating an official and extorting 1 million, "How many years should I be sentenced according to Chinese law?" Qin Chuchu said, "It takes 10 and 8 years anyway." Yi Bufan said, "Young Master Ma, 2 million or 10 years in prison, you choose one." "Boy, you are so cruel." Ma Wenba would not send himself to prison under any circumstances. In desperation, he could only take out his checkbook, signed a check for 2 million and sent it over. Yi Bufan took the check, looked at it, and said, "You are so good at forgery. Who knows if it is true or not? Either take the 2 million in cash now or transfer it." Ma Wenba had no choice but to take out his mobile phone and transfer 2 million to Yi Bufan's bank card. "Can I go now?" He made 2 million yuan just after taking over the restaurant. Yi Bufan was still very satisfied and said, "Go away, don't let me see you again in the future." Ma Wenba glared at him with an extremely resentful look, and then ran out of the restaurant with the others in despair. After such a commotion, everyone was no longer interested in continuing to eat. Zhou Yongliang left the place directly. Yi Bufan handed over the affairs of the restaurant to Lu Kai, and then walked out with Qin Chuchu. Qin Chuchu asked, "Have you already seen that those people are fake?" Yi Bufan said, "Of course, there is no real inspection section chief who doesn't know his own director." "Then how did you see that those people had tattoos?" Yi Bufan glanced at Qin Chuchu playfully, "Because I have a pair of clairvoyant eyes and can see through clothes." While speaking, he glanced at Qin Chuchu inadvertently. When he saw the scenery under the long skirt, he couldn't help but feel his nostrils heat up. This woman's figure was too perfect. 1.2 much is too fat, 1.2 little is too little. She is as perfect as Venus in sculpture, but she has 2 more delicate arms. Because of this, the feeling after taking a look was too exciting. He quickly turned his head away, fearing that his nose would bleed, which would be very embarrassing. Seeing his expression and thinking of the 2 consecutive scenes together, Qin Chuchu was shocked. If Yi Bufan really had a pair of clairvoyant eyes, wouldn't he be seen naked? Thinking of this, she felt frightened, and immediately covered her chest with both hands, and said nervously, "Can't what you said be true?" "Of course it can't be true. How can a person have clairvoyance?" Yi Bufan quickly made an excuse for himself and said, "I'm just more observant than you. I saw some tattoos on that person's chest just now." Hearing what he said, Qin Chuchu felt that it was reasonable, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and said, "That's pretty much it. It really scared me to death." Yi Bufan secretly took another look at the wonderful scenery on his chest, and suddenly felt his face flush and his heart beating. This scenery was too stimulating to him, so he quickly looked away. Seeing his appearance, Qin Chuchu said dissatisfiedly, "Why don't you look at me? Am I ugly?" Yi Bufan secretly complained in his heart, "Women are really strange creatures, they can't even look at them, and they can't even do it without looking at them. What kind of trouble do you want to make?" Fortunately, the 2 arrived at the parking lot quickly. Qin Chuchu got in the car and left, and Yi Bufan also returned to the hotel he rented. In comparison, the conditions of the hotel are much better than those of the dormitory. The most important thing is that it is quiet, so you don't have to worry about being disturbed while practicing. Early the next morning, he left the hotel refreshed and rushed towards his mother's breakfast stall. Ouyang Lan's cooking skills are very good. After eating breakfast in so many places, no one can compare to the steamed buns steamed by her mother. Yi Bufan didn't eat, so he wanted to go over and enjoy the breakfast made by his mother, and help his mother along the way. The breakfast stall run by Ouyang Lan is some distance away from here. In the urban village of Dongqing district, the place has long been clamoring to be relocated, but has yet to move. Ouyang Lan was driven away from home by several uncles 3 years ago. After he came out, he came to Jiangnan City alone, rented a small house of more than 10 square meters, and ran a breakfast. He worked hard to make money to support the 2 brothers and sisters in school. Sister Ouyang Jing is 1 year younger than Yi Bufan and is studying in college in Jiangbei City. The children of the poor have long been in charge of their families. Even though they were on summer vacation, Ouyang Jing was still working and studying outside and did not come back. Thinking of Ouyang Lan's kindness to him over the years, Yi Bufan couldn't help but feel moved. Although he was an adopted child, his mother had always treated him as her own, even better than her own daughter. The environment of the urban village is extremely poor. The surrounding buildings are in dilapidated condition, and the stinking ditch next to it is constantly emitting a stench. In addition, it just rained last night, and the roads are even more muddy. Yi Bufan frowned as he walked. Ouyang Lan rented here because the house prices here were cheap. Fortunately, he has money and owns his own restaurant, so his mother and sister will no longer have to suffer. After Ouyang Lan returned from Jiangnan Hospital, she felt that her previous dizziness was gone. Her whole body was full of strength and she was full of energy in everything she did. She seemed to be more than 10 years younger all of a sudden. She got up early today and started selling steamed buns. Since her steamed buns were delicious and she had many regular customers, she quickly sold more than half of the dozen drawers of steamed buns. While she was busy, 4 or 5 young gangsters dressed in colorful clothes came to the bun stall. "Lady boss, business is good," said the leader, a young gangster wearing a floral shirt and a mohawk. Ouyang Lan's expression tightened when she saw these people, and then she said with a smile on her face, "Brothers, my bun stall seems to be crowded, but in fact it doesn't make much money at all. Have you had your meal? My freshly baked buns are still hot, so you can eat as you like." Mohican said, "Don't talk so much nonsense. When will you pay the protection fee this month? I'd like to ask some of the younger brothers to give this a few days grace. I really haven't made much money recently. I just went to the hospital again." The expression on the Mohawk's head quickly turned cold, and he shouted arrogantly, "What's the matter with us if you're going to go to the hospital or not? As long as you're alive, the protection fee won't be less." A flash of anger flashed across Ouyang Lan's face, but then he endured it. He took out a $100 bill from the canvas bag around his waist and said, "Brothers, I just sold so much today." Beside the yellow-haired gangster next to me stepped forward and grabbed a $100 bill, and then said, "This is not even enough to send the beggars, you have to pay at least 1,000 yuan this month." Ouyang Lan said with a face full of pleading, "I only earn 2 to 3,000 yuan a month selling steamed buns. I still have to eat and send my children to school. How can I have so much money?" Mohican shouted, "Are you out of your fucking mind? Don't you know what's important? This money was collected by Master Ma Jiao. Is it more important that your children go to school or that Master Ma Jiao's face is more important?" The yellow-haired gangster raised his leg and kicked over the cage next to him, causing the snow-white buns to fall to the floor. "If you can't pay the protection fee, what the hell are you going to sell? From now on, just drink the northwest wind." Seeing these little gangsters being so unreasonable, the vendors nearby were very angry, but they knew that these people were subordinates of Ma Jiao, the big gangster leader in Dongqing district, and they couldn't afford to provoke them. They dared not speak out in anger. At this time, Uncle Zhang, who was selling deep-fried dough sticks and big fruit next to him, said, "It's not easy for Ouyang, a woman, to raise 2 children at home. How about you give me a few more days of grace?" "Excuse me. The children she raised were not fucking born to me. What do they have to do with me?" Mohican yelled arrogantly, "If you continue to meddle in your own fucking business, I'll put your fried dough sticks on the floor." Smashed. Uncle Zhang sighed and said nothing. Although he sympathized with Ouyang Lan, he really couldn't afford to offend these people. Mohican said to Xiao Huangmao, "Bring her bag over and see if there is any money left." Xiao Huangmao agreed and came to Ouyang Lan, reaching out to grab the canvas bag on his waist. Ouyang Lan's expression changed drastically. The 20,000 yuan given by Yi Bufan was all in her bag. She quickly stretched out her arms to protect the bag. "What are you doing? You can't touch this bag, Mohican shouted. Sure enough, you still have some damn money, grab it from me. Xiao Huangmao reached out to grab the canvas bag. Although Ouyang Lan tried her best to protect her, how could she, a woman, be a match for a grown man? After tearing it twice, Xiao Huangmao grabbed the canvas bag and pulled it hard, tearing the bag in half. 2 stacks of 100 yuan bills and some scattered coins inside fell out. Sure enough, you are rich, but you still pretend to be poor with me. Xiao Huangmao cursed and grabbed the 2 stacks of $100 bills, but at this moment a big foot appeared out of thin air and trampled his hand hard. Ah! Xiao Huangmao let out a heartbreaking scream. The force of this kick was so great that he felt that one of his hands was about to be crushed. It was Yi Bufan who came here. When he arrived here, he happened to see these gangsters bullying his mother. He suddenly became angry and couldn't be polite at all. Mohican was startled. These gangsters were all under Ma Jui. They were used to being lawless in the village and the city. How could anyone dare to say no? Now this young man dares to take action against his own people. Doesn't he want to live? He waved his hands to the remaining 2 gangsters. TMD, give this kid some blood. The 2 gangsters suddenly showed fierce eyes, pulled out 2 short knives from their waists, and rushed towards Yi Bufan. The people around him were all worried about Yi Bufan. These young people were cruel and ruthless, and they were no joke. The 2 gangsters came to Yi Bufan and stabbed out the dagger without hesitation. But soon there was a pain in his arm, and for some reason, his short knife was stuck in his forearm. Ah! The 2 gangsters touched their injured arms and screamed like pigs. Yi Bufan kicked the yellow-haired gangster away and walked towards Mohican. Seeing that the other party had dealt with 3 of his men effortlessly, Mohican immediately panicked, took 2 steps back and said nervously, You, what are you going to do? Let me tell you, I'm with my master. Joe was messing around. But before he could finish speaking, Yi Bufan raised his hand and slapped him in the face. There was just a crisp sound, and the Mohican turned its head several times, opening its mouth and spitting out a mouthful of blood mixed with teeth. How dare you hit me? I'm Ma Jui's subordinate, pa. Yi Bufan slapped him several times in succession, and his mohawked face was instantly slapped into a pig's head. Now he closed his mouth knowingly, knowing that he had met a ruthless person today. At this time, Ouyang Lan recovered from the shock. She hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed Yi Bufan and said, Son, stop fighting. We can't afford to offend these people. Seeing that Ouyang Lan was afraid of him, Mohawk seemed to have regained some confidence and shouted vaguely, I tell you, if you offend Master Magio, don't think about hanging around here in the future. Shut up. Yi Bufan kicked him to the ground, turned around and said to his mother Mom, you don't have to worry about it. Let me handle today's affairs. Ouyang Lan hesitated and said, Okay, son, you have to be careful not to make a big deal out of it. Yi Bufan nodded, turned around and pointed at the dumplings scattered on the ground, and said to the 4 gangsters, Who did this? Feeling the murderous aura emanating from his body, the first few people in Mohawk were so frightened that they fell into silence. They had long lost the arrogance of bullying honest people before, and all of them closed their mouths and did not dare to speak. If you don't tell me, I'll break all your legs. Yi Bufan said and walked over to the 4 gangsters. Brother, no, I said. These gangsters were completely frightened by his methods and knew that this was no joke. The 3 of them pointed at Xiao Huangmao. It's him kicked. The little yellow-haired kid is almost regretful. If he had known that he had such a powerful son, why would he have done this? Now he is unlucky. Yi Bufan walked up to him and said with cold eyes, Which leg did you use to kick me? Feeling the killing intent emanating from his body, Xiao Huangmao was frightened. He subconsciously pointed to his right leg and said, Right leg. Before he could finish speaking, he heard a crisp sound in his ears, and his right leg was kicked in half by Yi Bufan. Xiao Huangmao hugged his broken leg and screamed heartbreakingly. People around were shocked. Some knew Yi Bufan and some didn't, but they didn't expect that he would be so cruel. Yi Bufan's personality is originally relatively easygoing and he usually doesn't get angry, but his mother, who has worked hard to bring him up, is his enemy and he will never allow anyone to bully her. Moreover, these little gangsters usually dominate here, bully good people, force protection fees, bully men and dominate women. This is the punishment they deserve. Mohican finally saw how ruthless Yi Bufan was. For people like them who came out to fool around, their face was naturally not as important as their lives. He quickly said, Brother, we were wrong. The 4 of us were blind. Please just let us go this time. I can let you go. Yi Bufan pointed at the buns scattered on the ground and said, Give me all these buns to eat. This, Mohican was a little hesitant. These buns were covered with dust when they fell on the ground. Some of them even fell into the ditch nearby. How can you eat such dirty things? You don't want to eat, right? What were you thinking about when you wasted the food? Yi Bufan glanced at the four people with cold eyes. Either you eat the buns, or I destroy the four of you, and you can choose. I'll eat, brother, please don't do anything. I'll eat. The Mohawk knew that what the young man said was not a joke, so he reached out and grabbed a bun and stuffed it into his mouth. The other gangsters didn't dare to hesitate. They reached out to grab the buns on the ground and ate them in big mouthfuls. These bastards really deserve their punishment. We are usually bullied by them, but this young man has made us feel bad. These beasts are always kicking other people's stalls. Today is their retribution. Seeing the fate of the four gangsters, the onlookers did not have any sympathy. On the contrary, they all felt a sense of joy from the bottom of their hearts. Ouyang Lan's steamed buns were big, generous, and genuine. After each of these gangsters ate 4 or 5, they couldn't eat anymore. Looking at the 20-odd buns left, Mohawk said with a grimace, "Brother, we really can't eat anymore. Can we take them back and eat them slowly?" Yi Bufan said, "You must eat them all, and the remaining one will break one of your legs." Well, the four gangsters were all dumbfounded, but they didn't dare to let go of anything. They could only continue to swallow the buns in front of them. 10 minutes later, the stomachs of these four people were bulging high, and none of the buns that fell on the floor were eaten. It is estimated that from now on, they will have a psychological shadow when they see steamed buns, and they will never eat steamed buns again. "Brother, can we leave now?" The Mohawk spoke in a low voice, and he did not dare to open his mouth wide for fear that opening his mouth would spit out the buns in his stomach. He secretly swore in his heart that he would never eat steamed buns again in his life. Yi Bufan said, "Want to leave? Pay for the buns first." "How can anyone eat buns without paying?" Mohawk took out a $100 bill from his pocket and said, "Brother, this is bun money, there's no need to change it." Yi Bufan said coldly, "Not enough, 100 yuan is only enough for one bun." Mohican shouted, "Huh? This is too expensive. Aren't these buns usually cost 1 yuan each?" Yi Bufan said, "My mother's steamed buns are worth this price. Is there any problem?" "No problem, no problem." The Mohawk was so afraid of the evil star in front of him that he quickly took out all the banknotes in the pockets of the four people, which amounted to about 4 to 5,000 yuan. "Brother, we only have so much left. Do you think you can let us go?" Yi Bufan was not very satisfied at first, but then Ouyang Lan stepped forward and said, "Son, let them go quickly. For the sake of my mother, let's forget about today's matter and go away. But remember, you are not allowed to come here to collect protection money in the future. Otherwise I will beat you every time I see you, remember?" "Remember, we remember." As if they were granted amnesty, several gangsters immediately got up from the ground and escaped from the village and the city in a panic. "Young man, well done, you helped us vent our anger today. Great, these bastards should have been dealt with long ago. If I had your skills, I would have taught them a lesson long ago." Seeing that these gangsters were dealt with, the neighbors were very happy and kept praising Yi Bufan. But there were worries. Uncle Zhang next door stepped forward and said, "Xiaofan, you have caused a big trouble this time. These gangsters are not scary, but behind them is Master Ma Jiao, who has hundreds of people under his control. If you hit these gangsters, it's like hitting Master Ma Jiao in the face. He will definitely not let it go. You should leave quickly, otherwise you will be in trouble when those people come." Hearing what he said, Ouyang Lan suddenly became nervous and said, "Son, please leave quickly. Mom is here to support you." "Mom, how can you support me?" Yi Bufan burst into laughter. "From now on, my son will be responsible for everything. Don't worry, they are just some ruffians, nothing special." Uncle Zhang said worriedly, "Xiaofan, Uncle Zhang can see that you are quite capable of fighting, but can you beat 1, or can you beat 10? Master Ma Jiao has hundreds of gangsters under his command, and every one of them is ruthless. Take Uncle Zhang's advice and leave as soon as possible." Yi Bufan also knew that he meant well, so he didn't explain anything more and said with a smile, "Don't worry, not only am I leaving today, but my mother is also moving away from here." He turned back to Ouyang Lan and said, "Mom, come with me." "Son, where are we going? How long should we go? How about you go on your own, while Mom is here to support me? Mom is a woman, and they can't do anything to me." In Ouyang Lan's view, his son had offended Master Ma Jiao and wanted to go out and hide for a while. Unable to explain what happened in the restaurant, Yi Bufan said, "Mom, we are not going out to hide, but we have important things for you to do. You will never come back here again." Ouyang Lan said in surprise, "Never come back again? But there is still 1 year's rent here." "No, just give this house to Uncle Zhang. Yi Bufan is not short of the thousands of yuan in rent money now. Besides, Uncle Zhang has indeed helped Ouyang Lan a lot in these years, so he handed over the thousands of yuan that he had collected in his hand. Those gangsters have bullied our neighbors over the years. You can share the money with everyone. It can be considered a small amount of compensation. Uncle Zhang said, Xiaofan, this is the money you got back. We can't take it. There is also this house. How about I give you the rent money? No, Uncle Zhang, just take it. Yi Bufan gave Uncle Zhang the stack of money and the house key, then turned to Ouyang Lan and said, Mom, let's go. Ouyang Lan said, how can you be so anxious? Even if I leave, I still have to clean up. What's there to clean up? I don't want those tattered clothes. We'll buy new ones in the future. Yi Bufan knew that his mother lived a frugal life, but now that he was rich, he no longer had to suffer as before. No, I have to take a lot of things with me. You haven't married yet, so even if you have money, you can't spend it carelessly. Ouyang Lan couldn't bear it, so she took out a large canvas bag and went into the house to pack her things. Mom, just take a little less, and we'll buy new ones for the rest. Yi Bufan had no choice. The house was too small and it seemed crowded for 2 people to enter, so he waited outside. After a while, his cell phone rang. Just as the call was connected, he Shuang shouted angrily, Yi Bufan, where are you? I'm in the village in the city. Is there anything wrong? Of course I have something to do. Send me your location and I'll go find you right now. Oh well. Although he felt that this little girl was here to cause trouble for him, Yi Bufan didn't care and sent his location. He Shuang had just finished the case in her hand. After dealing with Taitu and the others, she realized that she had blocked the gun for others. It turned out that those people were here to cause trouble for Yi Bufan. If it were anyone else, she wouldn't have said anything, but this guy happened to be the uncle she hated the most, causing her to get a Jetta smashed into her. This made her unable to swallow this breath no matter what, so she finished dealing with what was at hand. He immediately came to find Yi Bufan and asked for help. She drove her sports car to the urban village at full speed, but found that the roads here were too bad and the chassis of the sports car was too low to drive in. You bastard, you come to such a shabby place. He Shuang cursed, parked the car and walked in. Yi Bufan watched the little girl walk over with a livid face from a distance, and couldn't help but feel amused in his heart. Yi, tell me clearly what happened yesterday? He Shuang came to him and said fiercely. Yi Bufan, however, was neither impatient nor impatient, and said cheerfully, what's going on? Didn't I just save your grandfather, and then become your grandfather's equal? Now I am your uncle. Stop talking nonsense, you know that's not what I'm talking about. He Shuang gritted his teeth and said, I'm talking about what happened to those gangsters later. You said that. Although I helped save you later, I am a good citizen and this is what I should do. You don't need to thank me. Thank you, you big-headed devil. He Shuang wore a set of slim-fitting leather jacket and leather trousers today, which showed off her plump figure. Her plump chest rose and fell violently, which actually made Yi Bufan feel magnificent. Those people are obviously coming for you, but you asked this girl to block the gun for you. Yi Bufan said with a joking face, you have wronged me. I didn't say a word at the time. I didn't let those people smash your car, and I didn't let you stand up for me. You are rushing to do this, what does it have to do with me? You are a scoundrel. He Shuang was obviously angry but had nowhere to vent her anger. She said, I don't care. Come with me now and go to the police station to explain the matter clearly. Now that she saw Yi Bufan's mean smile, she was filled with anger, and she was determined to get this guy into trouble and lock him up for at least 24 hours. Yi Bufan said, you can't do this, I haven't committed a crime. Besides, we still have a special relationship. I am your uncle. He Shuang became even more angry when he mentioned his uncle's matter. He said angrily with a livid face, are you going to leave? If not, I will put handcuffs on you. Yi Bufan was just thinking about how to deal with this annoying little girl, when suddenly there was a rapid sound of motors in the distance, followed by 3 off-road vehicles galloping from a distance. After seeing these 3 cars, the surrounding vendors backed down one after another, fearing to avoid them. With the screeching sound of brakes, these 3 cars stopped in front of Ouyang Lan's steamed bun stall. A dozen gangsters jumped out of the car, all holding steel pipes in their hands. The leader was a young man in his 20s. He had a long scar on his face that ran from the corner of his eye to his chin. He looked hideous and terrifying. It's over, it's Master Majio's people who are here. It seems that this young man is running too slowly and was blocked here. Today's matter is serious. The guy in charge is called Brother Scar, and his hands are very dark. Seeing these gangsters and hearing the chatter around them, He Shuang seemed to realize something and asked, "Are these people here for you?" Yi Bufan smiled and said, "Yes, this is coming for me, but it doesn't matter, I have police around me now." He Shuang said angrily, "You want me to block the gun for you again? Don't even think about it." With her status, she didn't take these gangsters seriously at all, but she didn't want to be used as a gun by the young man in front of her again. Yi Bufan said, "No, you are a policeman. How can you watch a good citizen like me being bullied by gangsters? It's true that I'm a police officer, but I'm off duty now." He Shuang suddenly thought of something, a narrow smile appeared on his face, and he said in his ear, "I tell you, fighting is prohibited in China. When you start, I will arrest you all." She didn't want others to hear her words, and she was very close to Yi Bufan's ear. The two of them looked extremely close to others, like a young couple whispering. "Are you being too cruel?" Yi Bufan said, "You mean, I'm going to be beaten by them just standing here?" He Shuang smiled proudly and said, "That's your business, I have nothing to do with it. Anyway, if you guys fight, I will arrest you. Let's see how you can still be proud of me." After saying that, she turned her face to the side, as if it had nothing to do with her. As a police officer with a strong sense of justice, she did not want to leave these gangsters alone, but wanted Yi Bufan to help her catch them. "When the time comes, I will be able to bring these gangsters to justice effortlessly, and at the same time I will be able to deal with this man who always takes advantage of me. I can kill two birds with one stone by venting the evil in my heart." As for Yi Bufan's strength, she has no worries. Even masters like Tai Tu were beaten to death. Community, not to mention these ordinary punks. At this time, Ouyang Lan heard the noise and walked out of the room. "Son, run quickly, there is mother here." "Okay mom, I'll take care of it here." "Come into the house quickly." Yi Bufan was afraid of accidentally injuring Ouyang Lan later, so he pushed her directly into the room and closed the door. At this time, Scar and others were getting closer and closer, and he said to He Shuang, "Officer He, are you sure you want to play like this?" He Shuang snorted coldly, raised his chin, and looked like, "You can do anything to me." A smile appeared at the corner of Yi Bufan's mouth. "This little girl wants to play with me, so let's have fun and see who can outplay the other. Brother Scar, he was the one who beat us just now." Mohican pointed at Yi Bufan and said. Maybe he was a little excited, so he burped so hard that he almost spit out the buns in his stomach. Brother Scar held the steel pipe in his hand, took 2 steps forward, and shouted arrogantly, "Boy, you were so courageous. You actually touched Master Ma Jiao. Don't you want to live?" Yi Bufan said with a look of fear, "Brother, I was really wrong just now, and I will never dare to do it again in the future. Please give me a chance, I am willing to compensate." He Shuang originally thought that Yi Bufan would definitely take action if they disagreed, and was waiting to watch the show. Unexpectedly, this guy immediately gave up. What's going on? This guy is so skilled, how can he be afraid of a few gangsters? Brother Scar didn't know this, and his face became more and more proud. In his opinion, it was his own power that conquered the pretty boy in front of him. "Boy, it seems that you are quite sensible, are you willing to compensate? That's fine, just take out 1 million, kneel down and apologize to my brother, and forget about today's matter." Yi Bufan said, "It's okay to kneel down and apologize, but I don't have that much money." Scar's expression changed and he said angrily, "We have no money, so why are you kidding us?" Yi Bufan hurriedly said, "Brother, don't be angry, I don't have any money on hand now, but I will raise it for you right away, and I won't miss a cent of 1 million. If you don't trust me, I will mortgage my girlfriend with you first, and then redeem her after I withdraw the money." What a fucking coward. He doesn't even want his own woman at the critical moment. Brother Scar turned back and glared at the Mohawk and cursed, "You losers have totally embarrassed Master Jiao. You were beaten like that by such a weakling." He Shuang was watching the excitement and became angry when he heard Yi Bufan's words, "Hey, you're talking nonsense, what? Since when have I been your girlfriend? Shuang, you can't do this. I have no choice. I will raise 1 million to redeem you later." Yi Bufan said with a helpless expression, "Besides, Big Brother just saw it. Clearly, there is no point in denying our relationship." "That's right. I can only blame you for being blind when you find such a weak man." Brother Scar's lewd eyes wandered up and down He Shuang's body, nodding his head. Generally speaking, it is difficult for ordinary women to control tight leather clothes, but He Shuang's figure is really incredible. Not only is she tall and slender, but she is also convex in places that should be convex and concave in places that should be concave, making her very sexy. Coupled with a perfect face without any blemishes, any man will be moved when he sees it. Little girl, from now on you can follow Brother Scar. I guarantee that you will enjoy the hot food and drink, He Shuang's hot temper could not stand this, and said angrily, "Get out of here, if you look around again, I will dig out your eyes. Young bitches are quite hot. Now that your man has mortgaged you to us, it's useless to say anything." Scar waved his hand and said to the gangsters behind him, "Brothers, bring this girl to the car." As soon as he gave the order, 4 or 5 gangsters rushed up. These people rushed over and seemed to want to eat some tofu and take advantage of He Shuang. A playful smile appeared at the corner of Yi Bufan's mouth, and he put on a fearful expression. He took a few steps back and hid behind He Shuang. He Shuang gritted his teeth in anger, knowing that he was being used as a weapon by this guy again. "You all get out of here, I have nothing to do with him." But no matter how she tried to defend herself, the gangsters didn't listen at all and stretched out their hands to grab her. "Asshole, you're a brainless thing." He Shuang cursed, knowing that he couldn't escape today, so he could only vent all the anger in his heart on these gangsters. She raised her fist and punched a gangster on the bridge of his nose. Then she raised her leg and kicked a gangster next to her away. These little gangsters didn't have the skill of iron heads, and they were all knocked to the ground by He Shuang in the blink of an eye. Scar was shocked. He never thought that this woman could hit so well. He turned around and was about to run away, but was kicked over by He Shuang, and then 2 10-centimeter long high heels were unleashed on him like crazy. "Son of a bitch, I made you brainless, I told you to arrest me, and you believe whatever I tell him to say." Brother Scar felt that his body was about to be pierced by the high heels, and he kept screaming like a slaughtered pig. The people around were stunned. No one expected that this beautiful and weak-looking girl could turn out to be such a ferocious female tyrannosaurus. "Stop it quickly. I'm Ma Ju's man. You can't afford the consequences of hitting me." There was no other way, Brother Scar could only carry out Ma Jui. After saying that, He Shuang stopped. Just when he thought his threat was effective, a cold handcuff suddenly grabbed his hand. "It's over." Brother Scar's heart suddenly sank to the bottom of his heart. He didn't expect that the other party turned out to be a policeman. In fact, it's not his fault. As Ma Ju's right-hand man, he has been hanging out in Dongqing district and is not familiar with He Shuang. Having finished venting, He Shuang took out his mobile phone and made a call. 10 minutes later, 5 or 6 police cars drove over, caught all the gangsters in the car, and drove to the criminal police brigade. Yi Bufan said, "Grandniece, you are so awesome. You solved all my uncle's troubles so easily." He Shuang felt depressed for a while. He originally came to ask for help, but he ended up helping someone again. And she also wondered why there was always trouble every time she met this guy. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she said, "Don't get too proud too early, you can also come with me." Yi Bufan said, "I didn't break the law, what did you ask me to do?" He Shuang said, "These people must have come to you for a reason. Come back with me to cooperate with the investigation." At this moment, Ouyang Lan pushed the door open and walked out. He looked at Yi Shuang strangely, then took Yi Bufan's hand and said, "Son, what did you just say? Is this girl your girlfriend?" Yi Bufan quickly explained, "Mom, no, there is no relationship between us." "Do you think your mother's ears are hard to use as she gets old? I heard you clearly just now. You said she was your girlfriend." Yi Bufan said, "That's false. I was lying to those people. I think you are lying to me. I won't ask you anymore. I'll ask the girl." Ouyang Lan came to Yi Shuang and said with bright eyes, "Girl, are you in love with our Xiaofan?" Well, although Yi Shuang has a fierce personality, facing Yi Bufan's mother in this with this question, he was suddenly at a loss and his cheeks turned red. Auntie, no, she stammered and denied it, but in Ouyang Lan's eyes she was ashamed. "How can you young people today be embarrassed to talk about being friends? Auntie can see that you are in love with Xiaofan. You two are already quite old, so it's normal for you to fall in love. In fact, we, Xiaofan, are pretty good." Seeing that his mother really regarded this female tyrannosaurus as his daughter-in-law, Yi Bufan hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Mom, it's not what you thought. Have you finished cleaning up? Let's leave as soon as we finish cleaning up." Ouyang Lan also knew that the matter was a bit big this time. Although Scar was captured, Master Ma Jio might send others over. She said, after packing, "Let's go." As she said that, she turned back to get the canvas bag. He Shuang said to Yi Bufan, "For Auntie's sake, I will give you 1 hour. If you don't report to me after 1 hour, I will come to arrest you." Go, my aunt, can't I go by myself?" Yi Bufan really didn't dare to anger this female tyrannosaurus in front of his mother, so he could only agree obediently. He Shuang left here, and Yi Bufan took Ouyang Lan back to Zhuojiangnan restaurant. After settling his mother down, he immediately took a car and rushed to the Jiangnan City Criminal Police team, otherwise he would have been really afraid that this girl would come to his door. Walking into the compound of the criminal police team, Yi Bufan felt that the place was a bit messy. For some reason, the police officers who came in and out had a heavy look on their faces. He inquired about it and came to the deputy captain's office. After entering, He Shuangshuang had just hung up the phone. When he saw him entering, he immediately stepped forward and pulled his arm and said, "Hurry up and follow me." Yi Bufan said in surprise, "Hey, what are you doing? Where are you taking me again? It's an emergency. Come with me first. I'll tell you later in the car." He Shuangshuang pulled him into his sports car and drove outside quickly. Yi Bufan asked, "Where are you taking me?" "Go and save people." He Shuangshuang said, "3 of my colleagues have entered the hospital. The situation is urgent. You and I can go and see them." Although he has always been against Yi Bufan, He Shuangshuang still has great faith in his medical skills. "Oh, it's okay to see a doctor." Yi Bufan asked, "But you have to tell me what the situation is." "Condition." He Shuangshuang's driving skills are very good, and he said while driving, a new community has recently been developed next to Orchid Creek outside Xiqing City, Jiangnan City, called Xanadu. Originally, the environment there was very good, and the developed community was also good. However, as the entire community was about to be completed, accidents happened one after another. Yi Bufan said, "Does this have something to do with your colleague being sick and hospitalized?" "Of course it does matter. Just listen to what I have to say." He Shuangshuang said, "A month ago, a vicious injury accident occurred at the construction site of Xanadu community. A very honest worker suddenly went crazy and beat 2 other workers to death with a steel pipe, and then committed suicide by jumping off the building. A week ago, another worker went crazy, injured 3 workers and then committed suicide. These 2 vicious incidents happened one after another. The workers at the construction site were panicked, and many of them did not dare to work here. Seeing that it was completed, the developer finally gritted his teeth and tripled the salary before reluctantly continuing the construction. But just last night, another vicious wounding incident occurred. A worker suddenly rushed into the kitchen while eating dinner, hacked 2 other workers to death with a kitchen knife, and then committed suicide." Yi Bufan frowned. If such incidents happened accidentally, it would be reasonable. 2 incidents would be acceptable, but 3 similar cases occurring in such a short period of time would be a bit weird. He Shuangshuang continued with a serious expression, "After the case occurred, several of our colleagues went there to investigate the scene, but 3 of them suddenly fell to the ground and were unconscious and were rushed to the hospital. However, the hospital conducted a comprehensive physical examination of the 3 of them. There was nothing abnormal, but they were unconscious. Your medical skills are good and you can even cure my grandfather's symptoms, so I'll take you over to have a look." Yi Bufan said, "It's rare to hear words of praise from me from your mouth. I have always said that I can cure my grandfather's disease. I admire you very much, but I can't bear to see you getting carried away. I'm a low-key person. Do I get carried away? Low-key? Being low-key still takes advantage of others in terms of seniority?" Seeing that the little girl was always worried about this matter, Yi Bufan said, "Can you blame me? If you want to blame, you can only blame your grandfather. I'm too lazy to tell you this." He Shuangshuang said, "Just ask, can you cure this disease?" Yi Bufan said confidently, "As long as there is still breath left, I can cure it." He Shuangshuang said, "I hope you can cure these colleagues. It is really not easy for everyone. They go through life and death every day, and there are people in the family who are old and young. If something happens, the consequences will be unimaginable." Soon, her sports car drove into Jiangnan Hospital of Traditional Chinese Medicine. Yi Bufan asked, "What? Are all your colleagues being treated in traditional Chinese medicine hospitals?" No wonder he asked. Traditional Chinese medicine is in decline now. Not many people believe in traditional Chinese medicine. Especially for sudden diseases like this, they generally do not choose traditional Chinese medicine for treatment. He Shuangshuang said, "There is no way. When they fell ill at the same time yesterday, they were sent to Jiangnan Hospital. Unfortunately, all the examinations were done, but nothing was found. Later, the team leader sent them to Jiangnan Hospital of Traditional Chinese Medicine, hoping the Chinese medicine doctors could do something about it. Nowadays, cars are crowded everywhere he goes." He glanced around and found no idle parking spaces, so he drove directly to the door of the hospital and said to Yi Bufan, "This is an emergency. Go and see my colleague first, I'll look for a parking space." Yi Bufan nodded, opened the car door and walked out. As soon as he entered the door, he ran into two people. They were Ma Wenba and Zhu Linlin. This made him stunned. Yesterday, Qin Chuchu exposed the fake LV bag and granite bracelet in public. Logically speaking, the two of them should have gone their separate ways. Why did they get together again? At the same time, two people also saw him. It turned out that Ma Wenba hated Yi Bufan deeply after paying him 2 million, and he always felt a sense of revenge from being with Zhu Linlin. So I found Zhu Linlin and promised to help her transfer to Jiangnan Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital as an intern through connections, and arrange a job here directly after graduation. Although Zhu Linlin was very angry before, her family conditions were average and it didn't matter. Nowadays, it is difficult for college students to find jobs, and Jiangnan Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital is a large hospital, so they agreed due to profit-driven reasons, and the two of them came together again. Ma Wenba looked around and found no trace of He Xuanxuan, and then he felt relieved. "Boy, what are you doing here?" Yi Bufan said, "The hospital is not run by your family. Do I have to report to you for what I am here to do?" Zhu Linlin shouted, "You are right, Mr. Ma's uncle is the director here, and this hospital is almost as if it belongs to him." Yi Bufan smiled coldly, "You're here, what are you doing here?" Could it be that he was poisoned by wearing that fake bracelet and came to see his uncle for medical treatment? Zhu Linlin blushed with anger and shouted, "Yi Bufan, don't you just have a restaurant? If you are so awesome, you will be nothing when you get to the hospital. To tell you the truth, I am here today to take the internship as a doctor. Young Master Ma has already established a good relationship with me. Today is just a formality. I will be able to work here directly after graduation. On the other hand, you, a medical student, can't even find a place for internship. I'm really ashamed of you." "You don't have to be ashamed of me, there is nothing between us." Yi Bufan was in a hurry to go upstairs to see a doctor. After speaking, he hurried upstairs. Looking at his back, Zhu Linlin stamped her feet and cursed, "What's the big deal? No matter how awesome you are, I'll still get kicked by my mother." "Forget it, don't be angry." Ma Wenba said, "I hope he is not here to take the internship exam today, otherwise I will have to ask my uncle to teach him a lesson." Zhu Linlin said, "That is, if he is also here to take the exam, he must not be allowed to pass." In the special care ward on the roof of the building, Lu Mingyang, the captain of the criminal police team, Xie Donglin, the director of the Hospital of Traditional Chinese Medicine, and Zhang Bo, the chief doctor, gathered around the hospital bed and watched attentively as an old man diagnosed the policeman on the bed. The old man was Chao Xinghua, the head of Baikatang. After diagnosing the pulses of 3 people, his expression became very heavy. He asked, "What are the diagnostic results from Western medicine?" The attending Dr. Zhang Bai hurriedly stepped forward and replied, "The diagnosis result of Western medicine is that everything is normal, but the body temperature is low, but the cause can't be found." Lu Mingyang asked eagerly, "Mr. Chao, how are these brothers of mine? What disease do they have?" Chao Xinghua said, "The pulse conditions of the 3 people are exactly the same. They are all out of balance between yin and yang and extremely chaotic. If I guess correctly, they must be contaminated with something unclean." "What, something unclean? How is this possible?" Lu Mingyang's eyes widened violently. As a policeman, there were some things he didn't believe. Chao Xinghua said, "The unclean things I'm talking about are yin evil spirits. These are the symptoms of yin energy entering the body." "Oh." Lu Mingyang asked, "Mr. Chao, do you have any treatment method?" Chao Xinghua sighed, then shook his head and said, "I'm ashamed to say that ancient Chinese medicine originally talked about the integration of medicine, martial arts, and mysticism. It's a pity that martial arts and mystical skills have been basically lost in traditional Chinese medicine, and more than half of the remaining medical skills have been lost. There is really nothing I can do about this disease." Lu Mingyang said anxiously, "Mr. Chao, you are a leader in the field of Chinese medicine. Can you help me think of a solution?" Xie Donglin then said, "Yes, Mr. Chao, the situation of these people is very unstable. Even if they transfer to the imperial capital, there is no guarantee that there will be any accidents on the way. Their hospital couldn't do anything about the illnesses of the 3 people in front of them, so they invited Chao Xinghua over. If even Mr. Chao couldn't be cured, then things would be in trouble." Chao Xinghua stroked his beard and said, "There is no way out. If we want to cure these people, it seems we can only ask my senior brother to take action." Lu Mingyang said with expectation, "Mr. Chao, can your senior brother cure this disease?" Chao Xinghua said with admiration, "Of course, my senior brother is the true inheritor of the ancient medical school. His medical skills are divine. There is no disease in the world that he cannot cure. Zhang Bai asked with some confusion, Mr. Chow, which famous Chinese medicine master is your senior brother? I have never heard that you have a senior brother before. Chao Xinghua said proudly, my senior brother doesn't value fame and fortune. It's normal that you haven't heard of me. Lu Mingyang said eagerly, Mr. Chow, the situation is urgent, so please invite him to come as soon as possible. Don't worry, I'll call him right now. Chao Xinghua took out his mobile phone and dialed a series of numbers. At this moment, a melodious cell phone ringtone rang at the door, and then the door opened and Yi Bufan walked in from the outside. When he came to the door, his cell phone just rang. When he was checking the phone, he forgot to knock on the door and walked directly into the ward. Zhang Baizhang was waiting expectantly for Mr. Chow to find his senior brother. When he saw a young man suddenly walking in, he said dissatisfiedly, What do you do? This is the special care ward. Can you come in? When Yi Bufan saw Mr. Chow in the room, he hung up the phone and said, I'm here to treat the patient. Zhang Bai said, It's a joke, we are a traditional Chinese medicine hospital. When will it be your turn for a young man with no hair to come to see a doctor? When Chao Xinghua saw Yi Bufan's expression, he was happy and shouted, What nonsense, shut up. Did you hear that? Mr. Chow said you were fooling around. Get out of here quickly. Zhang Bo had just finished speaking when he heard Chao Xinghua say angrily, I'm talking about you, this is my senior brother. Hearing Chao Xinghua's words, the eyeballs in the room shattered to pieces. No one expected that this young man turned out to be Mr. Chow's senior brother. In everyone's impression, Chao Xinghua was originally a veteran in the field of traditional Chinese medicine with high moral standards. His senior brother should also have a beard and eyebrows. How could he be a young man in his 20s? Zhang Bai came back to his senses and asked in disbelief, Mr. Chow, are you mistaken? Is this really your senior brother? Chao Xinghua ignored him at all, stepped forward and bowed to Yi Bufan. Xinghua has met senior brother. At this moment, everyone's hearts collapsed. It's no wonder that the scene in front of them was so unconventional. With Mr. Chow's qualifications and age, he should be the master or master of the person in front of him, but now he keeps calling him senior, which is really unacceptable. Chao Xinghua paid no attention to the gazes of others. He admired and respected this senior brother from the bottom of his heart. Yi Bufan nodded and asked, Have you seen the situation of these people? I have just seen my senior brother. These people are all in coma caused by the evil spirit entering their bodies. It's a pity that I have little knowledge and cannot cure them. I have to trouble my senior brother to take action. Chao Xinghua said and respectfully invited Yi Bufan to the patient's bedside. Yi Bufan scanned the three people with his spiritual consciousness and found that their bodies were shrouded in a gray aura, which was indeed a typical symptom of evil entering the body. Your diagnosis is correct. These people are indeed infected with evil spirits. Lu Mingyang came back to his senses and said, the senior brother, how are the conditions of these brothers? Are they easy to treat? It's not a big deal, just a few injections and it'll be fine. After speaking, Yi Bufan took out the silver needle and began to administer acupuncture treatment to the first unconscious policeman. Xia Donglin was a little uneasy, pulled Chao Xinghua's sleeve and whispered, Mr. Chow, is this really reliable? Looking at the impossibly young Yi Bufan, he secretly wondered if this old man Chao was too old and had been deceived. In his 20s, I'm afraid I haven't even memorized the entire Tangtu song. How could I treat people's illnesses? Chao Xinghua said dissatisfied, What are you talking about? My senior brother will definitely cure the disease if he takes action, how can it be unreliable? Xia Donglin originally wanted to say something more, but suddenly saw Yi Bufan. He used his acupuncture technique and suddenly shouted with a dull expression, This is the 9 soul reviving needles? Is this true? Did I see it wrong? Chao Xinghua said with a proud look on his face, Of course it's true, the 9 soul reviving needles is my senior brother's specialty. As a Chinese medicine practitioner, Zhang Bai naturally knew the value of the 9 soul reviving needles, and his eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. What Yi Bufan performed was the 6th set of acupuncture among the 9 soul reviving acupuncture techniques exorcism. His chaotic true energy can be yin or yang, and now it is transformed into strong yang energy. Coupled with the 9 soul reviving needles, the evil spirit in the body of the man in front of him is quickly driven away. 5 minutes later, he withdrew the silver needle. The policeman, who had been in a deep coma, immediately opened his eyes and sat up from the bed. He looked around and said to Lu Mingyang, Captain, why am I here? What's wrong with me? Shouldn't I be at the survey site? Lu Mingyang said, Xiao Wang, you finally woke up. You suddenly fainted while surveying the scene, so I sent you to the hospital. Now everyone was convinced by Yi Bufan's medical skills. There were so many of them, and even the two hospitals were unable to treat a disease that could be cured in a few minutes with just a few injections. Zhao Xinghua said with a proud look on his face, "How is it?" "As I said, there is no disease that my senior brother cannot cure." Soon, Yi Bufan rescued the other two unconscious police officers. The three of them were in good health, as if they had never fainted at all. At this time, He Shuangshuang came over from outside and was shocked to see the three colleagues who had recovered. He had only parked the car for a while, and all of them had been cured. Seeing everyone surrounding Yi Bufan with admiration, she stepped forward and asked, "How is it? My colleagues won't have any side effects, right?" "Of course not, they have recovered." Yi Bufan said, "But you must not go to that place at night. Do whatever you have to do at noon." Although he had never been to that paradise community, he could guess that it must be a place with extremely negative energy. Because the yang energy in their bodies was weak, these people were the first to fall into coma. If they stayed there for a while, I am afraid that the remaining people would also be infected by the evil energy. Lu Mingyang now firmly believed in Yi Bufan's words. He looked at the time and saw that it was almost noon. He said, "Dr. Yi, thank you for your help. Time is tight, so we take the first step and seize the time to complete the site investigation." After speaking, several people hurriedly left the ward. He Shuangshuang did not bother Yi Bufan anymore and left with Lu Mingyang and others. After they left, Xie Donglin said to Yi Bufan with a sincere look, "Dr. Yi, are you interested in coming to our hospital? As long as you are willing to work as a sitting doctor here, you can make any other conditions." He was indeed very excited. The current situation of traditional Chinese medicine is weak. If such a great doctor can be invited to take charge, the traditional Chinese medicine hospital will definitely prosper in the future. Hearing what the dean said, Zhang Bai's heart suddenly lifted. He is now the best doctor in the hospital. If this young man in front of him comes to the hospital, he may lose his status. Yi Bufan shook his head and said, "I accept Dean Xie's kindness, but I'm used to being free and don't want to be restricted." He really wants to develop traditional Chinese medicine, but he doesn't want to be subject to too many restrictions, let alone enter a place within the system like a hospital. The intrigue here is too complicated for him to focus on being a good Chinese medicine practitioner. A look of disappointment flashed across Xie Donglin's face, and then he said unwillingly, "Dr. Yi, do you think this is okay? I solemnly invite you to be the honorary president of our traditional Chinese medicine hospital. You will only be asked to take action when we encounter intractable and complicated diseases that cannot be solved. What do you think of the monthly salary of 50,000 yuan?" There was a flash of jealousy in Zhang Bai's eyes. As the best doctor in the hospital, he could not get 50,000 yuan per month. He was treated like this at such a young age. Yi Bufan thought for a while, and with his own personality, even if the other party didn't give money, he would still help if he had a difficult disease, and he would still get a salary. He nodded and said, "Okay then, I will be the honorary dean." "That's great, Dr. Yi. I'll have someone prepare the letter of appointment later and send it to you in a few days." Xie Donglin said, "Dr. Yi, there is one more thing. We are going to assess several students who are preparing to come to the hospital for internship. I would like to ask you and Mr. Chao to assess these young people together." Zhao Xinghua said, "If senior brother is willing, I have no problem." Thinking of Ma Wenba and Zhu Linlin whom he met downstairs, a smile appeared on Yi Bufan's lips and he said, "Okay, I happen to have time now." "That's great. I believe Dr. Yi will definitely help our hospital select outstanding reserve talents." Xie Donglin happily said to Zhang Bai, "Dr. Zhang, you, Dr. Yi, and Mr. Chao will form an assessment team to cooperate with the two experts in this inspection of intern doctors." I know, Dean." Zhang Bai said this, but he was full of displeasure. He was originally responsible for this inspection, but in the blink of an eye he became a supporting role. The most important thing was that he had already appointed several interns through his connections, and now Yi Bufan was suddenly in charge. How could he be happy about this? Xie Donglin ignored his reaction and said to Yi Bufan, "Dr. Yi, Mr. Chao, who among you can work hard and be the leader of this inspection team?" In terms of qualifications, Zhao Xinghua should be the best candidate for team leader, but the old man now looked extremely respectful to his senior brother Yi Bufan, so he asked this question. Sure enough, Zhao Xinghua immediately said, "I can only be a primary school student in front of senior brother. Of course, the position of team leader will be filled by senior brother." Xie Donglin said, "Then it will be hard work for Dr. Yi." Yi Bufan didn't show any humility and nodded directly in agreement. As an inheritor of ancient medicine, he has enough confidence in his medical skills. Not to mention the leader of a hospital's assessment team, even the president of the World Medical Association will not take him seriously. Well, you two, come to the small conference room with me. After speaking, Xia Donglin led the way, leading Yi Bufan and Chao Xinghua towards the small conference room, with Zhang Bai following behind. According to the agreement in advance, this assessment should have started long ago, but it was delayed a bit because of the sudden reception of several special cases from the criminal police team. The four people went downstairs and arrived at the 5th floor where the small conference room was located. Just as he was about to walk inside, a young man about 20 years old suddenly came out of the bathroom. When he saw Yi Bufan, he shouted, "Third brother, is that you?" Yi Bufan turned around and saw that the man was his second brother Han Shui in his dormitory. "Dean Xia, you three go over first, and I'll say hello to my acquaintances." Xia Donglin said, "Okay, let's go to the conference room and wait for you." The three of them entered the small conference room early. Yi Bufan turned around and came to Han Shui, stretched out his hand and punched him in the chest. "Boy, why are you here?" Among the dormitories, Han Shui is the one with the best conditions. Dad being in the construction and decoration materials business brings a relatively rich family fortune. They also get along the best with each other on weekdays. He knows that Yi Bufan's family's financial situation is not good, so he takes good care of him on weekdays. He is basically responsible for all the meals at school. Han Shui also gave Yi Bufan money several times in private, but he was rejected every time. Yi Bufan has his own principles on this point. Although he is a good brother, he cannot give up his dignity as a man. Han Shui covered his chest and shouted with a look of pain, "I'm going to strangle you." "Did you take Dolly pill? You're going to beat me to death." "I'm sorry, I saw you were too excited and used too much strength." Yi Bufan had not long reached the foundation building stage, and was not particularly skilled in controlling power. His strength just now was somewhat stronger. "Second brother, how about I rub it for you? Come on, you damn faggot, is this place something you can touch casually?" Han Shui pulled Yi Bufan to sit on the bench next to him and said, "I haven't seen you since the holidays. What are you busy with? Are you working around again? Brother has long said that he will support you these past few years in college, but you are stubborn and disagree." Yi Bufan smiled and said, "It's not that I don't agree, it's just that the price you offered is too low." Although he was just joking, he was still deeply moved by Han Shui's concern. "Forget it, we know you are so proud, let's not talk about this." Han Shui asked, "What are you doing here? Are you also here to take the internship exam?" Yi Bufan said, "You are wrong, I am here to be a judge." "Damn it, you're so bragging now that your face doesn't turn red and your heart doesn't beat." Han Shui said, "The Hospital of Traditional Chinese Medicine is one of the key hospitals in Jiangnan City. We can't get in even if we have no connections. You still want to be a judge? What a dream." "That's right." Yi Bufan didn't explain too much, he said, "Then why are you here? Are you also here to take the exam?" "I'm just here to make soy sauce. It was my father who forced me to come. My ambition is to be a financial tycoon. He insisted on letting me be a doctor. It's really a shame for my son." Han Shui's father's dream was to be a doctor, but unfortunately he failed to realize it. Now he wants his son to fulfill his wish, but Han Shui doesn't like the profession of doctor. Yi Bufan said, "Do you want to pass or not?" "Wait a minute. I am a judge. It's okay to give you a little care because of our brotherly relationship. The more you brag, the more enthusiastic you become, right?" Han Shui said, "I don't want to be a doctor. When I graduate from college, I will follow the old man. Let's go do business together, anyone who lets me pass is cheating on me." Knowing his good brother's temper, Yi Bufan didn't say anything more. Han Shui said, "By the way, I just met Zhu Linlin downstairs, and she was with another man. What on earth is going on?" The three of them were originally in the same class, and they knew very well about Yi Bufan and Zhu Linlin's relationship. "We have broken up," Yi Bufan said calmly. Han Shui said angrily, "Did that woman do something sorry for you?" "Brother, I will help you vent your anger." Yi Bufan grabbed him and said, "Forget it, what is in the past is in the past, I don't want to have anything to do with her anymore." Han Shui said, "Yes, I have already said that you two are not suitable for each other, but you didn't listen before. I will find you a good one later." At this time, a young nurse opened the door of the small conference room and shouted outside, "The interview will start soon. If you want to participate in the intern interview, come and sign up immediately." Han Shui said, "Come on, let's go in. We still have to follow the formalities, otherwise the old man will have to break my legs when we go back." The two people walked into the conference room together. Han Shui pulled Yi Bufan and pointed to the two seats in the last row and said, "Let's sit here." Yi Bufan said, "Second brother, please sit here first, I want to go to the front." Han Shui said, "Don't make trouble. The judges are all sitting on the stage. If you make trouble again, it will affect your results." At this time, Ma Wenba and Zhu Linlin sitting next to them also saw Yi Bufan. Zhu Linlin's expression changed and she said, "He really came to take the exam. It's no use even coming? He can't get through without me. It just gives us some breathing space." Ma Wenba was not originally a student who participated in the interview and was not qualified to sit here, but he was Zhang Bai's nephew and was familiar with the little nurse here, so he sneaked in with Zhu Linlin. Zhu Linlin said bitterly, "Yes, tell your uncle that he will not be allowed to pass." Although she had broken up with Yi Bufan, she just couldn't see the goodness of this man. The more unsatisfactory he was, the happier she would be. "I'll send a message to my uncle now. I'll give him a 0 point later and then kick him out." As he spoke, Ma Wenba took out his cell phone and was about to send a message to Zhang Bai, but then he saw Yi Bufan striding towards the judge's table and sitting on a chair in the middle. What's going on? Who is this young man, and why is he sitting on the judge's bench? Isn't that Yi Bufan? Is he crazy? Why are we sitting in the front? There were a dozen students who came to take the exam today, from different schools. Several of them were from Jiangnan Medical University and knew Yi Bufan. Everyone couldn't figure out why the student who was supposed to take the exam suddenly sat at the judge's table or in the middle position. Ma Wenba was completely dumbfounded and even stopped sending messages. He didn't understand what Yi Bufan was doing. Han Shui was also stunned. What is wrong with the third child? Is he suffering from severe hallucinations? Do you really consider yourself a judge? Quiet. Xia Donlin's majestic voice sounded in the venue. Everyone in the audience knew that this was the director of the traditional Chinese medicine hospital and immediately shut their mouths. He said, "I am Xia Donlin, the director of the Hospital of Traditional Chinese Medicine. I welcome all students to participate in today's internship examination. Let me introduce to you the members of today's judging panel. This is our Dr. Zhang Bai, this is Mr. Chao Xinghua, a master of traditional Chinese medicine in Jiangnan City, and this is Dr. Yi Bufan, the leader of our judging panel today." When he said that the first two people were fine, everyone applauded, but when Yi Bufan arrived, everyone was stunned. Han Shui's mouth is so big that he can stuff an egg into it. Let me choke him. What Lao San said is true. He is really the judge today. Zhu Linlin looked even more in disbelief. She just laughed at her for not even being qualified to take the exam, and then she tried to use her connections to kick her out. As a result, she turned into today's judge and the leader of the assessment team. Ma Wenba reached out and pinched his thigh hard. The severe pain made him grin and almost scream to confirm that he was not dreaming. Xia Donglin said, "Okay, let's officially start the interview now." The first student to participate in the assessment, Zhu Linlin, comes on stage. There are only 3 places this time. Ma Wenba had already cleared the way for Zhang Bai to let Zhu Linlin pass first to avoid being occupied by others. But they never expected that the dean, who never asked about such trivial matters, would actually be here to preside over it, and the judge would be replaced by the current Yi Bufan from Zhang Bai. Although she felt helpless, Zhu Linlin still walked up to the front stage and bowed to the 3 people on the judge's bench. Chao Xinghua asked, "This student, let me ask you the first question first. What do you understand by cultivation is not seen by anyone, but God knows the intention?" As an old traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, he attached great importance to the cultivation of medical ethics, so he hung this couplet in front of the Baichao Hall. Me, Zhu Linlin's studies were not very good on weekdays. This time she was told that it was just a formality and she would definitely be admitted. She was not prepared at all. She had never heard Chao Xinghua's questions, so how could she answer them? Her face turned the color of pig liver in an instant. Zhang Bo shook his head secretly and said, "Mr. Chao, the academy doesn't teach much about medical ethics. How about we try another question and ask about professional knowledge?" Yi Bufan immediately understood. It seemed that Zhu Lilin's so-called relationship was Zhang Bai beside him. Mr. Chao frowned and said, "Okay, can you tell me the difference between Baiji and atractylodes?" Atractylodes macrocephala and Angelica dihurica are 2 very common Chinese medicines. They have similar appearance and similar medicinal effects. It is easy to confuse the 2 medicinal materials if you are not careful, so he took them out and asked them separately as a question. This, Zhu Linlin was dumbfounded again. Although she was also a student of the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine, she knew very little about traditional Chinese medicine. She didn't know the difference between Atractylodes macrocephala and Angelica dihurica. Seeing that things were about to go wrong, Ma Wenbo in the audience kept winking at Zhang Bai, asking him to help. Zhang Bo said again in desperation, "Mr. Chow, they haven't left school yet. This question may be too professional. How about we change it to something simpler?" Xiao Xinghua's face suddenly darkened. It was obvious that Zhang Bai was speaking for this woman. At this time, Yi Bufan said, "Dr. Zhang, what kind of questions do you think are easy? How about soup song? As a Chinese medicine doctor, this should be the simplest, right?" Zhang Bai also felt embarrassed and said awkwardly, "This is okay." Yi Bufan sneered and said to Zhu Linlin, "Then just memorize the soup song." He knew this woman very well. When the two of them were together, he repeatedly urged Zhu Linlin to recite the soup song, but the woman ignored her and was more interested in eating, drinking and having fun. At that time, the two of them had a good relationship. He doted on Zhu Linlin and didn't care. Now it seems that this is just a lazy habit. "Me won't," Zhu Linlin bit her lip and struggled to spit out these words. At this moment, she hated Yi Bufan in her heart. If this man hadn't suddenly jumped out, how could she be so embarrassed? Xiao Xinghua said angrily, "You can't do this or that. I don't know anything about it. I really don't know what you have learned in medical school over the years, and where did you get the courage to take the exam here? You failed the assessment this time. Go back and learn professional knowledge." Seeing Xiao Xinghua directly give the conclusion, Zhang Bai bit the bullet and said, "Mr. Chow, I think this female classmate has a good image. It's okay if she stays in the hospital to train her." He was forced to have no choice. Last night he patted his chest and agreed to Ma Wenbo. He might lose face in front of his nephew. In addition, the Ma family is very rich, and he is planning to let his sister buy him a car. Originally, he thought that Yi Bufan and Xiao Xinghua could give him some face, but he didn't expect that Xiao Xinghua would become angry as soon as he said his words. "Dr. Zhang, what do you mean? Are we doing a beauty pageant or recruiting interns? What does it mean that you can pass if you have a good image? What about other students who are good at medical skills? Is it fair to them?" Xia Donglin was sitting next to him. He originally didn't want to interfere with the judge's work, but now he couldn't stand it anymore and said with a cold face, "Zhang Bai, do you know what you are doing? From now on, you will no longer be a judge. The selection work will be left to Dr. Yi and Mr. Chow." "Yes, Dean," Zhang Bai said dejectedly. He originally thought that the Dean and Xiao Xinghua would give him some face, but he didn't expect that they completely overestimated himself. Yi Bufan glanced at Zhu Linlin with a playful expression. "This student, your evaluation result is unqualified, please go down." Seeing that the final deal was ruined, Zhu Linlin could no longer control her emotions and said angrily, "Yi Bufan, this is all your fault." Xiao Xinghua said dissatisfied, "What are you talking about, little girl? You didn't know anything about it, yet you blamed someone else. I'm not convinced." Young Master Ma Wenbo lost his temper. He stood up from the side and pointed at Yi Bufan and shouted, "He is just an ordinary student of Jiangnan Medical University. What qualifications do we have to sit here and be a judge?" Seeing that someone dared to question Yi Bufan's identity, Xie Donglin's face darkened and he said, "Dr. Yi is the successor of the 9 Soul Reviving Needles, the honorary president of our Jiangnan Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital, and the senior brother of Mr. Chow of Baikatang. Do you think he has any? Are you qualified to sit here?" Ma Wenbo was a playboy who did not do his job properly. He had never heard of the 9 Soul Reviving Needles, but he was the honorary dean of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital and Xiao Xinghua's senior brother. Both of these things shocked him to the point of dumbfounding. How did such a student who had not yet graduated become the honorary dean of a traditional Chinese medicine hospital? How did you become that old man's senior brother? Before he could recover, Yi Bufan said to Xia Donglin, "Dean Xia, aren't all the students taking the exam today? Can everyone else take part at will?" Xia Donglin immediately asked back and asked in a cold voice, "Who are you? And how did you get in?" Ma Wenbo was speechless again. He came in through his uncle's relationship, but he couldn't say this in front of the dean, otherwise he might even be tricked by his uncle. Xia Donglin waved to the 2 security guards next to him, "Throw him out." 2 tall security guards came over and grabbed Ma Wenbo by the collar and dragged him out of the small conference room. Zhu Linlin knew that there was no point in staying here any longer, so she ran out with Ma Wenbo. The 2 people originally came here arrogantly and laughed at Yi Bufan for his lack of qualifications. However, they returned empty-handed and he became the honorary dean here. The gap between these two people is really too big. The subsequent inspection became uneventful. Yi Bufan carefully screened these students and left 3. Naturally, Han Shui was not selected. After the inspection, Xie Donglin said, "Dr. Yi, Mr. Chow, you two have worked hard. It's lunchtime now. Let's have a meal together." Yi Bufan said, "Sorry, Dean Xie, my brother is still waiting for me, let's wait another day." Xie Donglin said, "Okay, I will send the letter of appointment to Dr. Yi in a few days." Yi Bufan and Han Shui left Jiangnan Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital and found a Sichuan tavern not far away. The two of them ordered a box of beer and sat there to drink. After pouring a cup for each of them, Han Shui asked, "Third brother, you've hidden it well enough. I won't ask you about the 9 soul-reviving needles. When did you become a traditional Chinese medicine doctor in Jiangnan City? Honorary president of the hospital? When did you become Mr. Chow's senior brother?" The news just now almost shocked him. Although traditional Chinese medicine is in a slump now, Jiangnan Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital is also one of the top hospitals. Many outstanding graduates of their college couldn't get in, but now Yi Bufan has risen to the top and directly became the honorary dean here, which he couldn't even imagine. There is also Chao Xinghua, Mr. Chao, who is a well-known figure in traditional Chinese medicine in Jiangnan City. Teachers at the college often use him as an example to set life goals for them. Such a big shot turned out to be his brother's younger brother. It still felt like a dream to him. Yi Bufan said, "Well, today I just helped Jiangnan Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital cure 3 patients. They thought my medical skills were good, so the director hired me to be the honorary director, so I agreed." Han Shui asked, "What about Mr. Chow's senior brother? What's going on?" "This is a long story. Let's talk about it when we have the opportunity in the future." Yi Bufan really couldn't explain the inheritance of the ancient medical school, so he just gave it a careless look. Fortunately, Han Shui is also a sensible person and knows that everyone has their own secrets. Since his brother didn't want to tell, he didn't ask any more questions. He said, "Lao San, do you believe in love at first sight?" Yi Bufan just took a sip of beer into his mouth and almost choked when he heard his words. "Second brother, do you mean it was love at first sight?" Han Shui nodded desperately and said, "Yes, brother, I have indulged in flowers for so many years, and finally met someone I like." "Okay, stop bragging. Holding your phone and watching short videos every day is called zong yi huat song?" Yi Bufan said, "Tell me, which girl is so unlucky that you took your fancy?" Han Shui said, "Her name is Shi Yuding, she is the beauty of the Department of Finance of Jiangnan University. Not only is she very beautiful, she is also a well-known talented woman. It can be said that she has both talent and beauty." Yi Bufan said, "Such a good girl likes you?" "Of course, I am the face person of Jiangnan Medical University. How can I not be liked by girls?" Han Shui said, "But there is still a little trouble now. There is a boy chasing Yuding with me." Yi Bufan said, "Didn't you say you fell in love at first sight? Why are there still people chasing you?" "I fell in love at first sight, but Yuding was still a little hesitant, even though I had the absolute advantage." "Strong, but she hasn't made a final decision yet." Yi Bufan knew his brother's temper all too well and said with a smile, "Do you call this love at first sight? You call this unrequited love. What unrequited love? There is only a slight difference between me and Yuding. As long as we take one step forward, she will be your sister-in-law." Han Shui took Yi Bufan's arm and said, "So, you have to do your brother a favor in this matter." Yi Bufan said, "You can only rely on yourself to flirt with girls. How can I help you?" "Of course I can help. Tomorrow is Yuting's birthday, and that kid will definitely go too. You can stand up for me and support me when the time comes, and help me grow my face when the time comes. I'll definitely be able to bring your sister-in-law back." Since the good brother needs help, Yi Bufan is naturally obliged. He said, "Okay, I will go with you tomorrow." Good brother, so loyal. Han Shui had a drink with Yi Bufan, and then said, "When the time and place are determined tomorrow, I will give you a call." After that, the two of them started drinking happily. In the past, Yi Bufan was no match for Han Shui in terms of drinking capacity, but now he is a strong man in the foundation building stage, and he can digest all the alcohol with a simple movement of his qi. The meal lasted until night, but he didn't feel any better. Han Shui was already drunk. After taking a taxi, he took Han Shui home, and then rushed to the outside of Xicheng, Jiangnan City alone. After listening to Yi Shuangshuang's introduction to the situation today, he concluded that there must be something wrong with the Xanadu community. Otherwise, there would not be such a strong evil atmosphere, and there would not be 3 accidents in a month. The location of Xanadu community is somewhat remote. It is backed by Qingling Mountain in Jiangnan City. There is a small stream in front called Orchid Stream. The scenery here looks extremely beautiful and the air is very fresh. Nowadays, transportation is becoming more and more developed, and people are accustomed to staying away from the hustle and bustle of the city at night, so the idea of building a villa area here is very good. It's a pity that after such incidents happened one after another, the construction of the entire community has come to a standstill, and no one is interested in the sales office. It was close to midnight when Yi Bufan came to the gate of the community. Standing here, he could already feel the strong sinister atmosphere inside, as if the temperature had suddenly dropped a few degrees. He looked around and realized that the spiritual energy here should be extremely rich. Why was there such a heavy evil spirit? There was no one around the community at the moment. Since several consecutive cases, the old guard guarding the construction site had withdrawn. In order to find the answer, Yi Bufan walked towards the community, but not long after he entered the door, a sudden gust of wind blew, and a transparent body suddenly pounced on him. No wonder those 3 police officers were so dark that they fell into coma. It turned out that something evil had already grown here. But if you want to cause trouble for me, your moral skills are far from perfect. The true energy in Yi Bufan's body was circulating, and the chaotic true energy was transformed into pure yang energy. The evil object that rushed towards him was instantly like snowflakes falling on a fire, being turned into nothingness by the hot pure yang energy. The further you go into the community, the stronger the evil spirit becomes, and the more evil things fly out. It's just that these evil creatures are very afraid of the pure yang energy on his body. They only dare to fly around and don't dare to get up. What's going on? Ordinarily, this place is so close to the city, so there shouldn't be such a strong evil spirit, let alone so many evil things. Yi Bufan slowly came to the middle of the community. This is the place where the yin qi is the strongest. Evil objects are flying around and making various howling sounds. It makes people feel like they have fallen into the 9th nether hell. He ignored those things, closed his eyes and slowly felt everything around him. Suddenly he opened his eyes and found the reason for the overflowing yin qi here. So that's it, someone actually set up the Xianyin gathering formation here. Yi Bufan determined that the source of the overflowing yin qi was the evil formation that someone had arranged here. This kind of formation is very clever and cannot be arranged by ordinary evil magicians. At first glance, it looks like it was done by a master. But what is the purpose of setting up the formation here? Could it be that the developers here have offended someone? No matter what the reason is, as an inheritor of the ancient medical sect, naturally he cannot sit idly by when encountering such evil formations. But he had no preparations today. It was difficult to break the formation here with his own cultivation alone. He could only wait until he was fully prepared and come back another day. Just as he was about to leave here, he suddenly saw a figure falling to the ground not far away. Why is there anyone here? Yi Bufan was thinking in his heart as he strode towards the man, and from a distance he saw countless evil things attached to the man's body, absorbing yang qi freely. It's this girl. What's she doing here? When he came closer, he recognized that the person lying on the ground was He Xuanxuang. Get out of my way, everyone. Now that you can't ignore it when you encounter it. Yi Bufan shouted loudly and raised his hand to slap He Xuanxuang on the body. He used the 9 yang palm, which was passed down from the ancient medical school to Gengzhaiyang. A strong yang energy instantly swept away all the evil things on He Xuanxuang's body. For such evil things that are bred by yin qi, a small amount of yang qi is a great tonic. Once too much, it is a murderous weapon and can turn them into ashes in an instant. Yi Bufan stepped forward and held He Xuanxuang in his arms, put his hand on her pulse, and then frowned. This girl's yang energy is severely deficient, and the situation is much more serious than that of the police officers whose yin energy has entered her body. If she had been a step too late, she might have been drained of the true yang in her body, and even the gods would not be able to save her. Forget it, just sacrifice my first kiss. The situation has reached an extremely dangerous stage, and it is already too late to use silver needles to replenish yang qi. In desperation, Yi Bufan could only lower his head and kiss He Xuanxuang's red lips, slowly transferring the true yang qi in his body. He Xuanxuang had a character that refused to admit defeat, and he was full of curiosity about Tao Yuanju, so he didn't listen to Yi Bufan's warning at all. After dealing with the scene during the day, a person secretly came here at night to see what was going on. But she is just an ordinary person. When she comes to Xanadu community, she feels colder than outside. She doesn't feel the yin chi here at all, and she can't see the evil things flying around. Unknowingly, she went deeper and deeper inside, and more evil substances were absorbed on her body, constantly sucking in her yang energy. When she came to the center of the community, before she could see anything strange here, she couldn't hold on any longer and fell to the ground and fainted. In a daze, she had a dream. She dreamed that she had fallen into the North Pole, surrounded by ice and snow, and she was about to freeze to death. But suddenly a pot of hot soup appeared in front of her. She drank it hard, one mouthful after another, and her body gradually warmed up. Yi Bufan was getting more and more depressed. Originally this was his first kiss, and the other party was such a beautiful woman, so it was inevitable that he would be a little excited. At the beginning, He Shuangshuang was in a coma, and the impact on him was not great. But then He Shuangshuang suddenly started to move, hugging his neck and kissing him, desperately asking for it, which was a bit embarrassing. At this moment, He Shuangshuang slowly opened his eyes, and suddenly saw a man's face in front of him, and the two were kissing each other extremely intimately. She was so shocked that she screamed suddenly, and then punched Yi Bufan hard in the chest. In order to save He Shuangshuang, Yi Bufan used the yang energy in his life essence. The treatment just now was also very draining on himself. He was punched unexpectedly and took 2 steps back. It was really a dog biting Lu Dongbin. He shouted angrily, "What are you doing? Are you crazy?" Only then did He Shuangshuang realize that the person in front of him was Yi Bufan, and he shouted angrily, "Yi, you dare to take advantage of me, I will fight you." As she spoke, she waved her fists again and hit Yi Bufan. Yi Bufan reached out and grabbed both of her wrists and said angrily, "Don't be ignorant. If I hadn't rushed over just now, you would have gone to see the King of Hell by now." "Impossible, it's obviously you, the scoundrel, who took advantage of me while I was unconscious," He Shuangshuang said as he raised his right leg and kicked it towards the most vital part of Yi Bufan's man. Seeing this girl's deadly attack, Yi Bufan hurriedly clamped his legs between her soles, and the two of them stood there in a strange posture. "Can you please stop being impulsive and listen to me?" Yi Bufan spoke very quickly. "3 of your colleagues fainted, and I realized there was something wrong here, so I didn't let you come over. But you insist on running here. The evil things here have just sucked all the yang energy away. If I hadn't arrived in time, you would have been dead by now." "Nonsense, you have to be a little creative when looking for excuses, but you used such a ridiculous excuse to lie to me." He Shuangshuang didn't believe what Yi Bufan said at all. "You don't believe it, do you? Then I'll let you take a look," Bufan said and let go of He Shuangshuang's hands, then made a magic spell and hit her forehead fiercely. The eyes of heaven are open. After a loud shout, he temporarily used his magic power to help He Shuangshuang open his eyes. "I'm telling you, stop talking to me about these crazy things. Only people without brains will believe this." As He Shuangshuang was talking, he suddenly saw many things that he had never seen before. Some of these evil things flying around are just heads, some have their intestines pierced, and some are just skeletons. Although she has a fierce and stubborn personality and is very biased towards boys, when she suddenly encountered so many terrifying things, she screamed in fright and jumped into Yi Bufan's arms. Due to the extreme fear, He Shuangshuang's 2 long legs tightly wrapped around Yi Bufan's waist, his arms hugged his neck, and his head was buried in his arms. He closed his eyes as tightly as possible, never daring to look around again. Yi Bufan felt a little embarrassed now. With such a beautiful woman hanging on his body like a koala, and with such an ambiguous posture, he wouldn't be a man if he didn't have any thoughts in his heart. "Okay, you come down first. I can't move even if you're like this. Don't come down, it's too scary." Yi Bufan had no choice but to cast another magic spell to close her eyes, and then said, "Okay, if you open your eyes now, you can no longer see." He Shuangshuang slowly opened his eyes, everything turned dark, and he could no longer see those horrible things. This made him feel better, but it still hung on Yi Bufan's body. "Are those monsters still there?" "It should still be there," Yi Bufan said helplessly. "Then I won't go down. It's too scary here. Please take me away quickly." At this time, He Shuangshuang no longer looked like the female Tyrannosaurus before, just like a frightened little girl, hugging Yi Bufan's neck tightly. "How can I leave with you like this?" "I don't care, who asked you to scare me?" Seeing that He Shuangshuang refused to let go no matter what, Yi Bufan had no choice but to lift her butt up. The posture was not as awkward as before, and his legs could finally be moved forward. But in the end, he found that a new embarrassment had come again. Due to the rising position, He Shuangshuang's towering plumpness was getting closer and closer to his face. Not only is the charming body fragrance constantly filling the nasal cavity, but the charming scenery is also right in front of you. Now was not the time to eat tofu, so he could only forcefully look away, and then he hugged He Xuanxuan like a child and prepared to leave. But at this moment, his expression tightened and he stopped. Not far away, a huge bloody skeleton suddenly appeared. This thing was suspended in the air, with countless evil creatures flying around it, as if it was the king here. Compared to other evil things, this guy was so powerful that it actually gave Yi Bufan a sense of oppression. He Xuanxuan asked in surprise, "Why don't you leave? Let's go quickly. Stop talking, something powerful is coming." The true energy in Yi Bufan's body, it was running crazily, activating the yang qi in the body to protect He Xuanxuan. The bloody skeleton was suspended in mid-air. It seemed to be the size of a forklift, surrounded by countless black air. The two black eyes seemed to be able to absorb all the light, and the black mouth was like a cave, constantly emitting sharp roars. At this moment, with a sharp roar, the bloody skeleton gave the order to attack. The surrounding blood mist suddenly seemed to be going crazy, and they rushed towards Yi Bufan one after another. Although these things could not break through his body protecting qi, there were too many of them. One or two of them would not pose much of a threat, but so many evil things attacking together would still consume a lot of money on him. "We can't stay here anymore, we must evacuate immediately." Yi Bufan quickly retreated towards the entrance of the community while resisting the attacks of the evil creatures. And that bloody skeleton was like a calm commander. He did not launch the attack himself, but kept directing the evil things around him, consuming Yi Bufan's strength. This guy is really scary. He seems to have some intelligence. Yi Bufan secretly thought that he must destroy the Xianyin evil gathering formation here, otherwise when these evil things grow to a certain extent, they will bring disaster to the entire Jiangnan city. He Xuanxuan lay in Yi Bufan's arms. Compared to the terrifying darkness around him, this was the safest harbor. Seeing his extremely serious expression, I knew that he must have encountered some inexplicable danger. Seeing that the two people were approaching the edge of the community, the bloody skeleton was obviously unwilling to let its prey escape, and finally launched an attack in person. After a sharp roar, its body suddenly grew a bit larger, and its black mouth seemed to have endless suction, and it suddenly rushed towards Yi Bufan and the two of them. "Get out of my way!" Yi Bufan's 9-sun palm struck out hard, and the whistling palm wind hit the bloody skull. Just hearing a bang, the surrounding airflow vibrated hugely. This bloody skeleton was obviously much more powerful than other evil creatures. Although it was repulsed by Yi Bufan's palm, it didn't seem to suffer much damage. It spun around and pounced on it again. Under its leadership, the surrounding evil creatures became more ferocious than before, charging like mountains and tsunamis. Yi Bufan fought back the bloody skeleton several times, but it was only a fight back and could not weaken the opponent's strength. Moreover, the yin energy here is so strong that it seems to be replenishing energy to the bloody skeleton all the time, while the consumption on itself is increasing. Now Yi Xuanxuan was much calmer than before and asked, "Are you in big trouble?" "It's not a big problem. I'll get rid of it soon." After Yi Bufan finished speaking, he flicked his fingertips, and a ball of green fire flew out. This is the elixir fire that can only be used after reaching the foundation building stage. Although the main function of the elixir fire is to refine elixirs, it is also a magical weapon to restrain all evil things. It's just that condensing the elixir fire consumes a lot of true energy, so he won't use it unless it is absolutely necessary. The huge mouth of the bloody skull was constantly emitting suction, and after the pill fire appeared, it was sucked into the mouth. Ah! The bloody skeleton suddenly let out a painful scream, and the black energy surrounding it instantly weakened a lot, and even its size shrank by half. Obviously, this ray of pill fire caused great damage to its body. Seemingly feeling the power of the person in front of him, it did not dare to continue to entangle, turned around and disappeared into the darkness. Yi Bufan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had entered the foundation building stage. It would be really troublesome to meet this guy in the qi refining stage. Of course, this was because he had not made enough preparations before. If he prepared more talismans and magic weapons, he could still deal with evil objects of this level. Without the entanglement of the bloody skeleton, he quickly left the Xanadu community with Yi Xuanxuan. 10 minutes later, the two of them came back to the bright street lights in the city. Yi Bufan patted Yi Xuanxuan's elastic back and said, "Miss, we've arrived at the station, it's time to get down." Yi Xuanxuan asked nervously, "Is there no such thing here?" "No, for now, they can't leave the Xanadu community too far." After confirming that he would not encounter that kind of thing again, Yi Xuanxuan jumped out of his arms. After staying for so long, he actually felt a little nostalgic for this solid embrace. Thinking of how he looked like a koala hanging on someone's body just now, his face couldn't help but feel hot. In order to relieve her embarrassment, she quickly asked, "How did you make that flame just now?" Yi Bufan said, "That's a magic technique, even if you say it, you won't understand it." He Shuang asked again, "Can you also do magic? Are you a doctor or a mage?" "Of course I am a doctor." Yi Bufan said, "However, I am an inheritor of ancient Chinese medicine. Ancient Chinese medicine talks about the integration of medical skills, martial arts, and Taoist techniques. That is to say, a good ancient Chinese medicine doctor must also be an excellent master of magic and a martial artist." He Shuang patted her high chest and said, "I didn't expect that such a thing really existed in the world. I thought they were all lies." Thinking of the horrific scene she just saw, she couldn't help but feel a lingering fear in her heart. It was really terrible. Seemingly reading her thoughts, Yi Bufan smiled and said, "I thought Missy was fearless, yet she would be afraid of such a thing." He Shuang glared at him and said, "What's so embarrassing about this? I'm a girl, so it's normal to be afraid of this kind of thing." "Are you a girl?" Yi Bufan asked, pretending to be surprised, then he glanced around her playfully, and then said, "It seems true." This made Yi Shuang couldn't help but recall the ambiguous scene just now. His cheeks felt hot, he glared at him fiercely, and then asked, "Tell me, what is going on in this paradise community?" When he got down to business, Yi Bufan's expression became serious and he said, "There is something weird in this community. Someone has set up a very powerful formation to condense yin qi here. It is precisely because there is enough yin qi that those evil things will breed." He Shuang asked, "Are the previous cases and my colleague who was comatose and hospitalized all related to this?" "Of course it is related. Those crazy workers did crazy things because they had hallucinations because of the yin qi entering their bodies. The same goes for your colleagues, except that they stayed in the community for a short time and only fell into a brief coma without losing their consciousness." Yi Bufan said, "The longer the formation runs, the heavier the yin energy in the community will be. If it had been 10 days ago, you would have been seriously ill at most when you came here, and there would not be such a sudden coma. If the formation continues to operate, the yin qi here will become stronger and stronger, and the evil will become stronger and stronger. It will be a huge disaster for the entire Jiangnan city in the future." He Shuang asked nervously, "Then what should we do? She is a proud daughter of heaven, and coupled with the strength of the He family, this is the first time in so many years that she feels powerless." "It's nothing, you don't need to be nervous. I arrived in a hurry this time without any preparation. When I go back to prepare some talismans and magic weapons, the formation here will be dismantled within 3 days." "Oh, that's great." He Shuang had unreasonable trust in Yi Bufan at this time. She breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Then what can I do?" "Seal this place up and don't let anyone else enter within 3 days, otherwise accidents will happen." After seeing those things, He Shuang believed deeply in what he said, nodded, and said, "I know, I will seal this place down early tomorrow morning." "Is there anything else?" "No, that's all you have to do for now, leave the rest to me." "Oh." He Shuang replied, and then asked, "Well, I also want to ask, what will happen to me if you don't come tonight?" "Do you even need to ask? You will definitely die." Yi Bufan said, "Have you ever seen pictures of mummies? You will look like that when the time comes. Not only will you die if your yang energy is sucked out, but you will also become extremely ugly." He wanted to scare the girl, but it was not that serious. Although he would die if he didn't come to Yi Shuang, the body would be no different from a normal person. Sure enough, every woman loves beauty. When he said this, Yi Shuang was immediately frightened and his face turned pale, and he felt scared for a while. Thank you." He Shuang whispered. "She has a very stubborn temper." Yi Bufan had cured He Changqing before and helped her clean up the iron head. Although she was grateful at that time, she still did not express her gratitude in person. This time was different. Yi Bufan took such a big risk to save her life, which completely changed her impression of this young man. Yi Bufan said with a joking face, "You should really thank me. Do you know how much I paid to save you?" Thinking of the horror of those evil things, He Shuang asked worriedly, "Is the price high?" "Of course it's a big deal. Do you think the first kiss I treasured for 20 years is gone? This price is irreparable." He Shuang didn't expect Yi Bufan to be so serious. It turned out that he was teasing himself. "You bad guy, you obviously took advantage of me." Yi Bufan said, "You thought I was willing, but you didn't know how urgent the situation was at that time. If I hadn't sacrificed a lot of my life essence, you would be Aunt Mu now." He Xuanxuang's cheeks turned red and he said, well, in order to express my gratitude, I will give you a chance to pursue me. After what happened tonight, her feelings for Yi Bufan had changed from disgust to inexplicable affection, which she had never experienced before. Unexpectedly, Yi Bufan shook his head and said, forget it, I don't want this opportunity. He Xuanxuang's expression changed and he said angrily, what, am I not good enough for you? Yi Bufan said, when people pledge themselves to each other, they are repaying kindness. For a violent woman like you, to pledge yourself to someone is to repay kindness with hatred. I will fight with you. He Xuanxuang said as he raised his fists and tried to fight. Seeing that things were not going well, Yi Bufan pointed behind her and shouted, that thing is here again. Ah, He Xuanxuang let out a scream, and regardless of causing trouble for Yi Bufan, he transformed into a koala again and hung on his body. Yi Bufan was secretly amused, and finally caught the weakness of this female Tyrannosaurus, which turned out to be her fear of dirty things. But at this moment, suddenly there was a soft feeling on the lips, and there was a hint of sweetness. It turned out that He Xuanxuang failed to adjust his position in a hurry, and the two of them kissed together like this. None of them expected it to be like this. They were frozen there for a while, like two sculptures. After a while, the two people slowly woke up from the shock, but they did not separate, but kissed each other like lovers. When he was in the Xanadu community before, Yi Bufan didn't dare to mention this aspect because of the evil things around. But things are different now. In the dead of night, and holding such a beautiful beauty in his arms, he would not be a man if he didn't show any signs of it. Strictly speaking, this was the first kiss between two people. After a long time, they slowly separated. He Xuanxuang jumped off him and said with red cheeks, "You guy, you took advantage of me again." Yi Bufan said, "Sister, can you figure it out? You came here to take advantage of me. I'm too lazy to care about you." He Xuanxuang raised his hand and called a taxi, got in and left. Yi Bufan licked his lips and said, "It tastes pretty good." Early the next morning, Yi Bufan went to a restaurant to have breakfast with his mother, and then went out to buy cinnabar yellow paper and other things to prepare some talismans. It is not easy to buy these things in the city now. He visited several stores in succession and finally collected all the items in a calligraphy and painting shop. After going out, he saw a crowd of people on the opposite side, and unknowingly arrived at Jubeiwan, the largest antique market in Jiangnan City. If you want to deal with the evil things in the paradise community, the power of the talismans you make alone is not enough. It would be great if you can find a handy magic weapon. However, in today's technological society, there are fewer and fewer monks, and magic weapons are rare and rare items. Now that he has arrived at the treasure garden, he decided to go in and try his luck. It would be best if he could find one or two magic weapons. Thinking of this, he walked slowly towards the antique street. As the saying goes, antiques come from golden times and troubled times. In recent years, the antique market in China has been extremely hot. Many people like to wander here to see if they can pick up something. However, in recent years, TV stations have launched treasure appraisal programs one after another. Many people are eager to take out their grandfather's urinals and identify them to see if there are treasures hidden in their homes. In this case, it is almost impossible to pick up the leak. Entering the antique street, Yi Bufan walked from shop to shop. His method of identifying antiques was very simple. He could see clearly by just scanning with his spiritual sense. The antiques that have been handed down have varying degrees of aura on them. The stronger the aura, the older they are. Although there are many fakes in the antique industry, this kind of spirit cannot be forged by anyone. It can be said that his identification method is more accurate than carbon-14 testing. It's just that the water in the antique street was too deep. He walked half a street and found that most of the items he saw were fakes. Although he also saw a few genuine items, the prices were horrifyingly expensive, far beyond what he could afford. Value. He walked into another shop and walked around inside. When he was about to leave, suddenly a middle-aged man hurried in from outside with a scroll in his hand. This man wore glasses and looked like a cultural intellectual, but his face was full of anger at the moment. Yi Bufan originally didn't care about these things and had no intention of watching the excitement, but when he saw the scroll in the middle-aged man's hand, he stopped immediately. That painting exudes spiritual energy, and it is very rich. At first glance, it is extraordinary. "Boss, you're so bullying. Why did you take off the bag I bought?" The middle-aged man slapped the scroll in his hand on the counter and shouted angrily at the shop owner. The boss was a young man in his 30s. He looked skinny, like a monkey. He liked to wear a fat tang suit, which looked a bit nondescript. His eyes are not big, and they are constantly moving around. At first glance, he looks like a profiteer. When he saw the middle-aged man, his expression changed slightly, and then he said, "Brother, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? I just bought Ji Xiaolan's calligraphy from you for 5,000 yuan. Why did it change when I got back? You must have changed it for me," the middle-aged man said angrily. The shop owner smiled coldly. "You can eat randomly, but you can't talk nonsense. There are so many shops in Jibayuan, who knows where you bought it from?" The middle-aged man said angrily, "You want to deny it, right? I remember clearly that I bought it from your family or from you." The shop owner said coldly, "So what if you bought it from my shop? We have this rule in the antique street. Once you buy it, you will leave it without refund or exchange. You made a mistake yourself, who can you blame?" The middle-aged man said, "If I took a wrong look, I can only blame myself, but it was obviously you who dropped the bag. I obviously fell in love with Ji Xiaolan's calligraphy, but when I got home, it turned out to be Yan Jinqing's." "Do you think this is what happened?" The shop owner said calmly, "I have received so many customers today, who can remember what painting you bought? Besides, Yan Jinqing was a great calligrapher in the Tang dynasty. He is much older than Ji Xiaolan, and his calligraphy is more valuable than Ji Xiaolan's. Aren't you taking advantage? What else are you looking for?" The middle-aged man was shaking with anger and said angrily, "But this painting of yours is obviously fake. I spent 5,000 yuan on it, and it's not even worth 500 yuan. The store owner said, "We have agreed, you only need 2 eyes to buy the real thing or the fake one. Who can you blame if you didn't take a good look at it?" The middle-aged man said angrily, You are acting rogue. You must return this painting to me today, otherwise I will never be done with you." Yi Bufan had already understood. What happened was very clear. The shop owner first deceived the middle-aged man with a real calligraphy painting, and then used a trick to steal and sell a fake calligraphy and painting for 5,000 yuan. The shop owner said impatiently, "You are really annoying, let's do this. I'll give you a refund of up to 500 yuan. If you agree, you can take it. If you don't agree, you can sue wherever you like." After saying that, he took out 5 big bills and slapped them on the counter. "No, I obviously spent 5,000 yuan. If you don't give me back, I will call the police." "Call the police? Who are you trying to scare by calling the police?" The shop owner sneered, "What do you say when the police come? Do you think the police can believe it that I spent 5,000 yuan to buy an authentic piece of Ji Xiaolan's work? I want to buy Ji Xiaolan's calligraphy for 5,000 yuan. Who do you think you are? Can you pick up a big leak just by walking around the antique street? If it were really Ji Xiaolan's original work, you wouldn't be able to take away 500,000 yuan, so what are you thinking?" The middle-aged man's face was flushed, and he was discouraged after thinking about it for a while. It was indeed the case. Even if he called the police, he couldn't explain this kind of thing clearly. In desperation, he could only admit that he was unlucky. He was too greedy for money. How could he buy Ji Xiaolan's original work for 5,000 yuan? "I'm in trouble." After saying that, he was going to get the 5 big bills on the counter. After all, it was better to lose less than to look upset with a fake calligraphy and painting. At this moment, Yi Bufan said, "Brother, can you lend me this painting of yours? I have always wanted a painting with Yan Jinqing's calligraphy. If you can, sell it to me. You can take a look if you want, but let me tell you first, this is a fake." The middle-aged man said and handed over the scroll in his hand. Yi Bufan took the scroll and slowly opened it. There were 2 lines of large characters written on it: "Indifference makes one's ambition clear, tranquility makes one go far." The signature was stamped with Yan Jinqing's name seal. However, the painting workmanship of this calligraphy is generally rough, and even someone who is not particularly skilled can tell that it is a fake. When the shop owner saw that Yi Bufan wanted to buy calligraphy, he said, "Little brother, I like Yan Jinqing's calligraphy and painting. There are many in my shop. Any one you choose is much better than this one. No, I want this." As he spoke, Yi Bufan took out 5,000 yuan and handed it to the middle-aged man. "Brother, I want this calligraphy, and I'll give you 5,000 yuan. Just now, he had already seen the mystery of this calligraphy, which was that 100 of them were more than 5,000 yuan. Originally, he wanted to give the middle-aged man more money, but he was afraid that it would be self-defeating, so he thought about it and let it go. After all, antiques have their own rules. Without him, he could only get the 500 yuan, and the loss would be even greater. Looking at the 5,000 yuan in front of him, the middle-aged man looked in disbelief. "Little brother, are you sure you want to buy this calligraphy? Yi Bufan smiled slightly. I have taken all the money, is this still fake? Okay, I'll keep the money, and now this calligraphy is yours. The middle-aged man happily accepted the 5,000 yuan. He thought he had lost money this time, but he didn't expect that he would get it back. After getting the money, he happily left the antique store, while Yi Bufan rolled up the scroll and put it away. The shop owner saw that although Yi Bufan was wearing ordinary clothes, he was extremely generous with his actions. He immediately came up and said, "Little brother, do you still want Yan Jinqing's calligraphy? I have many more here." Yi Bufan shook his head and said, "No, this one is enough." The store owner refused to give up and said, "Little brother, to tell you the truth, this calligraphy was originally fake." Yi Bufan didn't want to talk nonsense to him, so he said casually, "How come? I think this is Yan Jinqing's authentic work." The store owner said, "Little brother, I won't lie to you, this is the last time I participated in a treasure appraisal show, and an old lady took it up. Experts have identified that this thing is not only a fake, but also extremely rough in workmanship and worthless at all. The old lady originally wanted to take it home to build a wall, but I bought it for 50 yuan. He told all his truth, hoping to wait for Yi Bufan to regret it greatly, and then buy another painting from him. Unexpectedly, Yi Bufan shook his head and said, "Sometimes the results of expert appraisal may not be accurate. Little brother, you are so stubborn." The store owner said as he took out dozens of calligraphy and paintings from under the counter and placed them on the counter, "Look, the calligraphy and paintings here are all authentic. You can pick any one and I will definitely sell it to you at the lowest price." Yi Bufan said, "No need, I already have it." "Little brother, don't leave in a hurry." The shop owner stopped Yi Bufan, took out a scroll and spread it out, then said, "Look, this painting is Ji Xiaolan's original work. It will definitely be hidden away for a few years. It will be worth twice as much." Yi Bufan glanced at the calligraphy, which was filled with a faint spiritual energy. He could confirm that this was indeed Ji Xiaolan's original work. It is estimated that this painting was what the middle-aged man was interested in. It reminded him of the joke about selling cats in bowls. It seemed that the shop owner was repeating the same trick and wanted to tempt him to take the bait. What he was looking for was a magic weapon, and he only made some small money from calligraphy and painting, so he was too lazy to talk nonsense to the shop owner, so he turned around and walked out of the shop. The shop owner had been busy for a long time, but Yi Bufan didn't even look at it. This made him angry, and his face immediately darkened. "I wonder if you are sick? I bought such a fake for 5,000 yuan and treated it as a treasure. I really don't know if you were kicked in the head by a donkey or if you are blind?" These words were very unpleasant to hear and even sounded like a personal attack. Yi Bufan originally didn't want to argue with him, but when he heard this, his face darkened, and he turned around and said, "You clearly have a treasure in your hand, but you treat it like junk and force it on someone else. Am I blind or are you blind? You wouldn't say this thing is a treasure, would you?" The store owner said with disdain, "Boy, let me tell you, the person who wants to pick it up from my white mouse has not been born yet. It turns out that this guy's surname is Bai. He has a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks and is extremely cunning. People who are familiar with him in the antique street call him White Mouse." Yi Bufan held up the scroll in his hand and said, "Yes, this is a big treasure. It's a pity that you didn't see it." The White Mouse rolled his eyes and said with a treacherous face, "Since you are so confident, how about we make a bet? He has been in the antique industry for more than 10 years, and he thinks that it is impossible to make a mistake. In addition, this painting has been authenticated by experts, so how can it be a treasure?" For this kind of profiteer, Yi Bufan didn't mind teaching him a lesson and said, "Okay, you tell me how to bet." The White Mouse looked happy. Since this kid wouldn't be fooled no matter what he said, it would be a good idea to win a sum through betting. He said, "If you can prove that this painting is a treasure, I will lose you 200,000 yuan in bet, but you will give me 200,000 yuan. In his opinion, the kid in front of him is just a silly and cute fat sheep, and he needs to bite him hard. Yes, but it's empty talk. There must be a written statement to save you from denying it later. No need, as long as I, Yang, am here, no one can deny it in Treasure Garden." As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man in his 50s appeared in front of the antique shop. This man was wearing a long robe and had an elegant temperament. At first glance, he was no ordinary person. "Master Yang, why are you here?" When the White Mouse saw the middle-aged man, he immediately greeted him with a flattering face. "Master Yang is here, Master Yang is here, hurry up and let him go one time." There were a lot of people wandering around the antique street. Just as Yi Bufan and White Mouse were talking to each other, a dozen people had already gathered at the door to watch the fun. Seeing the middle-aged man approaching, These people lean to both sides to make way for a passage. Who is this? Don't you recognize this? This is Master Yang Ziqian, the master treasure appraiser of Jubao Garden, and he is also the president of the Jiangnan Antiques Association. Master Yang is a very trustworthy person in Jubao Garden. With him as a notary, no one dares to deny anything, otherwise he will not be able to get out of Jubao Garden. After entering the door, Yang Ziqian nodded to the white mouse and looked at the scroll in Yi Bufan's hand. Little brother, can you lend it to me? Can Yi Bufan handed over the scroll in his hand? Yang Ziqian unfolded the scroll and looked at it, then frowned slightly. Little brother, listen to my advice, it's okay not to make this bet. Hearing what he said, the white mouse's face immediately fell. He also wanted to make a fortune from this big fat sheep, but if Yang Ziqian interfered like this, he would be in vain. But given his status, he didn't dare to complain. But at this moment, Yi Bufan said, Mr. Yang, this calligraphy is not as simple as it appears on the surface. In fact, there is something hidden inside. You just need to notarize it. Yang Ziqian was slightly startled. He naturally knew the character of the white mouse and did not want the young man to suffer. But after hearing what Yi Bufan said, he said with great interest, well, I want to take a look. Are there any antiques that I, Yang, can't see through? I have done this notarization. Let's start the gambling. If anyone loses and refuses to admit it, I, Yang, will be responsible for it. Seeing that Yi Bufan insisted on betting, White Mouse felt happy. If he said that he was mistaken, it was still possible. But the treasure appraisal experts on the TV station all said it was a fake. Now Yang Ziqian and Master Yang didn't see any mystery. It was obvious that this kid had a disease in his head. He said proudly, okay, now that Master Yang is doing the notarization, no one has to worry about denial. You can show me what it means to have the universe within. Yi Bufan took the painting and first took off the wooden shafts on both sides. The white mouse sneered, boy, you won't tell us that there is an interlayer in this painting, right? To tell you the truth, we have already tested this kind of bad street method, and it is absolutely impossible. Yi Bufan ignored him and directly took down the two scrolls next to him. Boy, have you read too many fantasy novels? Do you think the wood of this scroll would be agar wood or something like that? Let me tell you, don't have any wishful thinking. I have already seen it. This is an ordinary wooden material. The two together are not worth dozens of dollars. Yi Bufan still ignored the chattering white mouse. He picked up the painting scroll on the left and pulled out the wooden scroll. Seeing his actions, even Yang Ziqian frowned. It was obvious that this young man wanted to find something from the scroll, but this was just ordinary wood, so what could he find? But at this moment, a scene that shocked everyone happened. Yi Bufan raised his hand and patted the wooden shaft lightly. The seemingly integrated piece of wood split into two halves with a snap in the middle, and the middle was actually hollowed out, revealing a circle of extremely neat scrolls. Oh my god, there is really something inside this scroll. The workmanship is so exquisite. It looks like a complete piece of wood, but I didn't expect it to be empty inside. How did this young man see it? Could it be said that he has clairvoyance? He actually knows that there is a universe inside the scroll. None of this is important. What matters is what the scroll is. If it is still a fake, it will be useless if found. Amidst the many discussions, everyone's eyes were focused on the scroll in Yi Bufan's hand. Yang Ziqian's eyes were shining and he said, young man, open it quickly and take a look. He has already felt that if it can be hidden so tightly, this calligraphy and painting must not be ordinary. Yi Bufan gently untied the ribbon on the scroll and slowly unfolded the scroll. Everyone's eyes were focused on this calligraphy and painting, and they found that what was written on it was still the famous saying in Zhuge Conming's Book of Commandments, indifference leads to clear aspirations, tranquility leads to distance. In the lower right corner of the calligraphy and painting is written the family motto of Qingchen, followed by Yan Jinqing's name seal. Judging from the content, this painting is exactly the same as the one that was just torn off, but the words on it are completely different. I can see that the structure of the calligraphy and painting on this calligraphy and painting is square and tight, the strokes are light horizontally and heavy vertically, and the strokes are strong, straight, broad and vigorous. Yang Ziqian stood beside him. He looked calm at first, but when he saw the handwriting on the painting clearly, immediately after that, he seemed to be a different person, stepped forward and said excitedly, authentic work, this is actually Yan Jinqing's original work, it is really rare. White Mouse was completely dumbfounded. He never thought that Yan Jinqing's real work was really hidden in this painting. Generally speaking, when the scroll comes into his hand, he will carefully check it, including the layers and wooden scrolls. He is afraid of missing the treasure from his hands. But I never expected that the wood of this scroll would be vacuum. At this time, a spectator next to him asked, Master Yang, how much is this painting worth? After staring at the calligraphy for a long time, Yang Ziqian reluctantly looked away and said, at an auction in Hong Kong not long ago, an authentic work by Yan Jinqing was auctioned, and it was sold before it was even bigger than this calligraphy and painting. 3000000. Based on the quality of this calligraphy and painting, I think it should be at least 5 million. Oh my god, is just one painting so valuable? Young man, you bought it for 5,000 yuan, and you can sell it for 5 million yuan in a blink of an eye. Isn't this very profitable? What do you know? Generally, everyone's calligraphy and paintings are sold by the foot. Yan Jinqing's original calligraphy is definitely worth the price. Amid the commotion around him, Yang Ziqian said to Yi Fan, young man, to be honest, I personally like Yan Jinqing's calligraphy and paintings the most. Can you sell them to me for free? The price is easy to talk about, I will never let you suffer a loss, 6 million, what do you think? Yi Bufan thought about it and realized that the price was indeed quite fair. The most important thing was that what he wanted was a magic weapon and he didn't care at all about antiques, calligraphy and paintings. Thinking of this, he said, okay, I will sell it to Mr. Yang. Little brother, thank you. If you have any questions about antiques from now on, you can come to me. Yang is obligated. With excitement on his face, Yang Ziqian took out his checkbook from his pocket, wrote a check for 6 million and handed it to Yi Bufan, and then carefully put away the original volume of Yan Jinqing's handwriting. White Mouse was dumbfounded. He gave someone 5,000 yuan for calligraphy and painting that was obviously worth 6 million yuan. Looking at the check in Yi Bufan's hand, he felt so distressed that he could bleed. Boss Bai, have you seen enough? Is it time for our bet to come to an end? Yang Ziqian said, Boss Bai, you lost this bet, please pay your little brother quickly. Seeing that a painting worth 6 million yuan was lost, and now he has to give out 200,000 yuan in gambling money to others, this is like cutting flesh from a white mouse. However, Yang Ziqian is a notary public, so he has no idea of denying it, otherwise he will not be able to survive in the antique world in the future. In desperation, he can only take out his mobile phone and transfer 200,000 cash to Yi Bufan. After the transfer was completed, Yang Ziqian said, little brother, can you tell me how you saw that there is something else in the wooden axis? This is something he has never thought about. With his knowledge in antiques, he has not seen any flaws. He doesn't know how Yi Bufan discovered it. Yi Bufan smiled and said, it's nothing, it just happened. Yang Ziqian shook his head slightly. He really couldn't find any other reason for this kind of thing except that it was a coincidence. He took out another business card and handed it to Yi Bufan and said, little brother, I can see that you are very knowledgeable in antiques. If you have any good things in the future, please contact me directly. Okay. Yi Bufan had a good impression of Yang Ziqian and stuffed the business card into his pocket. After that, he did not stop at this antique shop and continued to look for the magic weapon after going out. After everyone left, 3 tall and strong men came in from the door. The big black man at the head said to the white mouse, brother, what should we do? We can't just watch this kid steal so much money from us. His name is Hype, and he and White Mouse are all in the same group. On weekdays, these people dig graves, rob and touch porcelain. If Yang Ziqian hadn't been here just now, they would never have let Yi Bufan walk out so easily. The White Mouse gritted his teeth and said, of course I won't let it go. The person who can take advantage of our brothers hasn't been born yet. Hype said, what should we do, brother? How about we brothers go kill that kid and get the money back? The White Mouse said, how many times have you told me that killing is a bad idea, and it might put our brothers in trouble? Another guy with a crew cut next to him said, brother, what do you think we should do? The White Mouse rolled his eyes and said, let's outsmart him first. You go find him to try and squeeze all the money out of his hands. If that doesn't work, try harder. I know, boss. After Heipai finished speaking, he reached out and took out a broken vase from under the counter. This was the thing they used to touch porcelain. Are you a fucking pig brain? White Mouse slapped Heipai on the back of his neck. Even if this thing is intact, it's worth hundreds of thousands. How much can you get by taking it out? Can you blackmail it? Come for 6 million? Hype said sarcastically, then what should I bring? The White Mouse said, didn't you collect a pottery figurine a few days ago? Take it with you. Although it costs 30 yuan, most people can't see its value. It's just right for touching porcelain. I know, boss. Hype agreed, opened the back door of the shop, and took out a pottery figurine about 40 centimeters high. Different from the common pottery figurines on the market, this pottery figurine looks a bit special. Although it is tattered, it can still be vaguely seen that it is a young scribe, holding a fan in his left hand and wearing a black ring. The white mouse glanced at the pottery figurines and said, if this thing was intact, it could still be sold for a few dollars, but it's a pity that it's in tatters. It's just right for touching porcelain. You can take it with you. Hype put the pottery figurine into a cardboard box, and then the three of them took it out the door. Yi Bufan continued to wander around the antique street, looking for the magic weapon he wanted. He searched from store to store, so he was not very fast, and he was soon chased by Hype and the others. Hype said to Xiaoping 2 and the other two, old rules, I bump him from behind, and you bump from the front. Don't worry, second brother, we have been doing this job for so many years, we can't make mistakes. Besides, he is just a young boy. Xiaoping 2 agreed, and the three soldiers divided into two groups. Hype quietly followed Yi Bufan and found a suitable opportunity to suddenly bump into him. He is 1.9 meters tall and weighs 200 kilograms. According to previous routines, as long as he bumps into him like this, the opponent will definitely lose its center of gravity and hit the two cooperating people on the opposite side. At this time, Xiaoping 2 threw the cardboard box in his hand on the ground, causing the pottery figurines to break, and then began to extort money. In Hype's opinion, it wouldn't be difficult to hit porcelain this time, but when he bumped into Yi Bufan's back, he felt as if he had hit a big mountain. The opponent did not lose his center of gravity as expected, or even remain motionless. On the contrary, he bounced back. And the small one in front, according to the plan in advance, the two men with flat heads had already dropped the cardboard box in their hands to the ground when Hype knocked out. There was a crash inside and the pottery figurines shattered. They did all this according to the plan, but it was a pity that Yi Bufan did not cooperate and stood there motionless, not touching the cardboard box in their hands at all. Now Xiaoping 2 and the two of you are embarrassed. They didn't touch you at all. You threw the carton on the ground. What the hell is this? But there was no turning back, and now they could only continue to follow the routine. Xiaoping 2 pointed at Yi Bufan and cursed, boy, are you blind? You actually broke the uncle's things. You have to pay for it today, otherwise you will never leave the treasure garden. Yi Bufan saw all this clearly and immediately understood that he had encountered someone. He looked at the little crew chief and said, you have to be more professional when dealing with porcelain, okay? I didn't touch your carton at all. Isn't it a bit far-fetched to touch it? Yes, I saw it clearly just now. The young man didn't touch them at all. They threw the things on the ground themselves. It's obvious that this is a ploy to blackmail that young man. It's better to talk less. These people are all hooligans from Jubaiyuan. We can't afford to provoke them. This young man is going to be in trouble. At this time, Hype got up from the ground and shouted fiercely to the onlookers, get away from me. If you come so close, will you pay for anything if it breaks? Seeing this fierceness, people stepped back one after another, and no one dared to speak casually. Now that Hype no longer hid it, he stepped forward and said to Yi Bufan, boy, you broke our things, how do you think we should pay for it? Yi Bufan inadvertently glanced at the carton with his spiritual consciousness, his expression changed slightly, and then he said, then it depends on how much this thing is worth. Seeing that the other party had given up and was about to pay, a look of pride appeared on his dark face. He stretched out his hand to tear open the carton, pointed at the broken pottery figurines inside and said, let me tell you, these are newly unearthed pottery figurines from the Han Dynasty. They are precious. Very. Now that you have made it look like this, you will have to pay at least 6 million, not even a cent less. Yi Bufan glanced at the pottery figurines inside, smiled coldly and said, are you going to miss 6 million? Shouldn't it be 6.2 million? How could he not see that these people were brought by white mice, obviously trying to blackmail him out of the money in his pocket? Hype said, since you are so righteous, then I will pay 6.2 million yuan. Yi Bufan patted his pocket and said, to tell you the truth, I have money, even more than 6.2 million. The key is whether you have the ability to take it. Unexpectedly, the other party was playing tricks on me, and the black man said with a ferocious face, boy, why don't you ask who our brothers are? In this treasure garden, no one dares to break our things without compensating for it. Xiaoping 2 followed up and said, did you hear that? Boy, 6.2 million, you can't get out even if it's 1 cent less. Yi Bufan said, then I want to see how you kept me from getting out. Seeing him provoking these gangsters one after another, everyone around him was sweating for him. You must know that Hei Pai and others are tall and powerful. No matter how you look at it, they are not something that the gentle Yi Bufan can handle. I won't shed tears until I see the coffin. It seems I have to loosen your skin and bones first. As Xiaoping Tower said, he stepped forward and punched Yi Bufan in the face. He has made up his mind, 6.2 million is not a small amount, and he will get it even if he robs it today. At worst, the brothers will go out and hide for a while. But just as he punched out, he felt a strong attack on his stomach, as if he had been hit by a cannonball, and then flew backwards and hit the cardboard box with a crack. The little flathead struggled to get up, but there was a heartbreaking pain in his abdomen, as if his intestines had been kicked out. Boy, how dare you fight back? Hype's eyes flashed fiercely, and he pulled out a short knife from his waist and stabbed Yi Bufan hard. He had the same idea as Xiaoping too. He must get the 6.2 million today no matter what. Even if he doesn't do this business in the future, the money will be enough to last him a lifetime. Seeing these gangsters actually using knives, the timid people around them couldn't help but scream in surprise. But then a scene that shocked everyone appeared. Before they could see clearly what was going on, the short knife pierced Hype's palm, piercing it completely. Then Yi Bufan raised his foot and kicked Hype to the ground, falling together with Xiaoping too. Hype covered his injured palm and screamed like a slaughtered pig. The remaining gangster had just rushed halfway and was completely stunned when he saw the scene in front of him. Yi Bufan was not polite and kicked him to the ground as well. Looking at the three people lying on the ground, he sneered and said, "How about it? Do you still want my money?" The three Hype people have been hanging out on this street for many years. They are typical local gangsters. Naturally they know the principle of not taking the immediate loss, and they all shouted, "No more, no more, we don't want this money." Yi Bufan said, "Are you sure you don't want it? 6.2 million is a lot of money, it will be enough for you to last a lifetime." Hype said, "Little brother, we know we were wrong. Please let us go this time. We will never dare to do it again in the future." Yi Bufan looked at the smashed pottery figurines and asked, "To be honest, how much did you pay for this thing?" Hype knew that he had met a ruthless person today, so he could only tell the truth, 30 yuan. 30 yuan, right? Then I'll buy it and give you 100 yuan, so you don't have to look for it. As he spoke, Yi Bufan took out a $100 bill and slapped it on his face, then turned and walked towards the pile of broken pottery figurines. Everyone looked confused, including Hei Pai, who didn't know what Yi Bufan wanted with this pile of junk. Under the gaze of passers-by, Yi Bufan picked through the cartons and then took out a black ring, which was exactly the one the pottery figurine was wearing on his hand. Although the pottery figurine is only 40 centimeters in size, this ring is no different from an ordinary ring. It just looks dark and has no decorations or patterns. If you throw it at a roadside stall, you will probably lose 2 yuan. Want? What does this young man mean? What are you doing looking for such a tattered ring? Who knows, this ring doesn't look like a valuable thing. I don't want it even if it's 10 yuan. The three black men looked at me and I looked at you. They all looked confused. They didn't know what this young man was going to do. Little did they know that Yi Bufan was filled with ecstasy at this moment. He had already seen it when he looked through the carton. What the pottery figurine wears on his hand is not an ordinary ring, but a rare magic weapon, a storage ring. This is a complete surprise. As for how this storage ring was put on the pottery figurine's hand, these are not important. What is important is that he now has this magic weapon. Although this thing is not offensive in any way, it is definitely a high-quality magic weapon. With it, you don't need to carry anything with you, just put it in the ring. He had seen the properties and usage of the storage ring from the inheritance of ancient medicine, and thought it was just a legendary thing, but he did not expect to encounter it today. Just as he was about to give the ring when he was putting it away, someone suddenly called out, "This little layman, can you show me the ring to pin now?" Yi Bufan turned around and saw an old Taoist walking over. This old Taoist was about 50 or 60 years old. He was wearing a blue Taoist robe and carrying a long sword on his back. He had an air of immortality. However, Yi Bufan frowned after seeing him. Although this old Taoist looked like a human being, he had an evil aura all over his body. At first glance, he was not a righteous monk. However, the veteran's ability is real. Not only does his body have strong mana fluctuations, but his cultivation has reached the level before he established the foundation. This was the first martial artist he met after receiving the inheritance. It seemed that besides himself, there were other martial artists in this world. At this moment, the old Taoist's eyes were shining, staring at the ring, his eyes full of greed. It was obvious that he also saw the extraordinary nature of this ring. Since Yi Bufan has determined that the other party is not a good bird, he will naturally not hand over the treasure he got. He said, "I'm sorry, I don't have the habit of showing things to others." After saying that, he put the ring directly on his hand. The old Taoist obviously didn't want to give up, and said again, "Little layman, this ring is destined for the poor Taoist, why don't you sell it to me? The old Taoist will not let you suffer a loss, I am willing to bid 100,000. After the price was reported, everyone else was slightly shocked. This ring looked shady and worthless. Is this old man crazy? He was actually willing to take out 100,000. The hypey people were even more like this. They felt very unhappy in their hearts. They had just sold this pottery figurine for 100 yuan, but someone immediately gave them 100,000 yuan. Is this still going to let people live? The storage ring is a priceless treasure to Yi Bufan, and of course he will not sell it casually. He said, "I also like this ring, and I won't sell it." A cold light flashed in the old Taoist's eyes, and he said again, 1 million, do you want to sell it? Now the people around were in an uproar again. Although this is an antique street, 1 million is definitely not a small number. Most of the antiques here cannot be sold for this price, let alone an ordinary-looking ring. The eyes of Hype and Xiaobo were gleaming, and 1 million ran out of their hands. At this moment, their intestines were filled with regret. If it wasn't for the other party's inability to offend him, they would have rushed forward and snatched the ring from their hands. What they didn't expect even more was that Yi Bufan just shook his head slightly, without any sign of being moved, and turned around and walked out of the crowd. The old Taoist shouted from behind, unwilling to give up, "Little layman, 10 million, the old Taoist is willing to pay 10 million to buy this ring." Yi Bufan said without looking back, "Don't say 10 million, I won't sell it even for 100 million. Oh my god, what kind of ring is this? Is it more valuable than a top-grade diamond ring? Impossible, how can a broken ring be worth so much money? I think the two of them are just acting here, are you mentally ill? They've already left, so why don't they act for you? Besides, this ring doesn't belong to him at all, but was given to him by those guys in Hype." Hearing the number 10 million, Hype almost lost his breath and even forgot about the pain in his hands. The most ridiculous thing is that he didn't get 6 million, but lost 10 million in compensation for such a valuable thing. When the old man saw Yi Bufan insisting not to sell, a sinister light flashed in his eyes, and then he walked out of the antique street. Yi Bufan walked around the antique street again and visited almost all the shops. He didn't find the magic weapon he wanted, so he could only leave here disappointed. After leaving the antique street, he found a deserted place and took off the storage ring. This was an ownerless thing, and it was very convenient to use. He directly made a mark on it with his spiritual consciousness, and it would be his own from now on. This is a treasure left over from the past. I wonder if there is anything good in it. Yi Bufan penetrated his consciousness into the storage ring, only to find that it was empty and there was nothing in it. Although I was a little disappointed, I was relieved afterwards. This storage ring is a treasure in itself. With its capacity of hundreds of square meters, it is a rare and top-quality storage ring. With a thought in his mind, all the cinnabar yellow label paper and other things he was holding in his hand disappeared, and were all transferred into the storage ring. There is an independent three-dimensional space inside this ring, and everything except living things can be stored. Moreover, the space inside the ring is different from the space outside. There is no concept of time. Things will be as they are put in, and you will never have to worry about the expiration of the product. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly came from the side, "Boy, hand over the treasure quickly, and I can spare your life." Yi Bufan looked back and saw that the old man he met in the antique street was standing behind him. It seems that I was so excited about getting the storage ring just now that I didn't notice that this veteran was following me. At this time, the old Taoist looked at the ring on his hand with bright eyes, and shouted excitedly, "Mustard seed Sumeru, it can accommodate hundreds of things, it is indeed a good thing. Give it to Master Dao quickly, and I can spare your life." Yi Bufan said coldly, "Get out of here quickly, and I can spare your life." The old Taoist said with a sinister look, "Boy, do you know who you are talking to? If you offend me, not only will you die without a burial place, but your soul will be scattered and you will never be reincarnated. If you hand over this ring, Taoist master will benefit from you." The old Taoist actually still had some concerns in his heart. Since the young man in front of him could use mustard seed Sumeru's magic, he was definitely not an ordinary person. Moreover, his calm expression prevented him from seeing through the truth, so he was not in a hurry to take action and wanted to find out the details of the other party. Yi Bufan frowned, "It's too annoying. Are you going to rob it or not? If not, I can leave. Since you want to die, Master Tao will send you on your way." For the sake of the treasure in front of him, the old Taoist couldn't care less and slapped it with his palm. If it were before foundation building, Yi Bufan would still have looked at the old Taoist, but it was different now. The two of them were completely different in terms of martial arts cultivation. He didn't dodge at all, and slapped the old Taoist's hand out. The two palms touched each other, and with a bang, the old man suddenly flew back more than 10 meters like a kite with its string broken, fell to the ground with a plop, and then spat out a large mouthful of blood. He got up from the ground and looked at Yi Bufan in shock. He never expected that the young man in front of him had such a high level of cultivation that he could suffer internal injuries and vomit blood with just one move. Are you actually a Xian-level warrior? Yi Bufan obtained the martial arts inheritance from the ancient medical sect. He is not clear about the current level of warriors and does not understand the meaning of this Xian-level warrior. He said, "Damniobi, you still want to imitate others and become a robber with such little skills. Boy, don't think that reaching the Xian level is a big deal. The Taoist master can kill you just as well." The old Taoist wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, then turned his hands over, and a series of talismans appeared in his palms. "Die to me!" The old Taoist shouted loudly, and the talismans suddenly flew into the air as if they were spiritual, and connected into a long dragon. Then they suddenly ignited flames and turned into a fire dragon and rushed towards Yi Bufan. After the fire dragon was sent out, the old man looked proud. These were the talismans he had carefully refined. Although the flames of the fire dragon were not as good as the innate fire, they were much more powerful than ordinary flames. Even though the opponent is a Xian-level warrior, he can never block his own magical attack. Looking at the roaring fire dragon, a sneer appeared at the corner of Yi Bufan's mouth. He had obtained the inheritance of ancient medicine, his mental power was extremely strong, and his skills in magic were far higher than martial arts. The pearl of a grain of rice dares to shine. Facing the charging fire dragon, he waved his hand gently. The fire dragon not only stopped attacking immediately, but turned around and rushed towards Lao Dao. "Seal in the void, control the universe, you are actually a master of magic." The old Taoist was extremely shocked, but at this moment the fire dragon had already rushed in front of him, and he quickly tried his best to resist it. It's a pity that the fire dragon is very powerful. He doesn't have the magic power as powerful as Yi Bufan. In the blink of an eye, he was surrounded by the fire dragon, and his eyebrows and hair were burned. The old Taoist couldn't care anymore. One after another talismans flew out from his palms. It took a lot of effort to extinguish the flames on his body. He didn't dare to make any more stops and ran away as fast as he could. He was definitely not someone he could afford to offend such a young Xian-level warrior and a magic master. Yi Bufan was in a good mood after getting the storage ring, and ignored the old man. He turned and left Treasure Garden and walked towards the hotel he rented. The old man ran away, but what he said just now aroused his curiosity. What is a Xian-level warrior? What is a magic master? How many warriors and practitioners are there in this world, and how are the levels divided? What level is this veteran at? However, he is surrounded by ordinary people now, so these questions can only be kept in his stomach for now, and he will figure them out later when he has the opportunity. After returning to the hotel, Yi Bufan thought, and cinnabar, yellow paper and other tools for drawing symbols appeared on the table. He picked up the brush and began to draw talismans on the yellow paper. The talisman uses its own magic power to activate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and stores the energy in the form of talismans on yellow paper in advance. It can be said, talisman is a kind of advance reserve of energy, which can be thrown out at a critical moment. Although it was his first time to draw a talisman, he had inherited the ancient medical tradition and had profound skills, so it was not difficult to draw a talisman. In just over an hour, he drew 20 exorcism talismans, 20 fire talismans, and 25 thunder talismans. He also drew some scattered other talismans and put them all into the storage ring. There's no harm in preparing a little more of these things, so you'll be prepared for critical moments. For example, if you encounter those 5 thunder talismans, even if you encounter a warrior with a higher level of cultivation than him, if you throw them all out, the opponent will be in a hurry and give you a chance to escape. As soon as he finished doing this, the cell phone next to him rang. It was his good brother Han Shui calling. After the call was connected, Han Shui's voice came immediately. "Third brother, at 8 o'clock tonight at Yiweian Bar in Dongqing District, you must not be late. It is a matter of life for me, so you must not be late." Yi Bufan said, "Don't worry, although you are not as handsome as me, but with my brother here, I will definitely be able to help you win a beautiful woman." As an inheritor, he definitely has this confidence. Who gave you the courage to even say such a thing? Don't you know that I am the person in charge of appearance in our dormitory? Han Shui said, I won't say anymore. I have to call Yuding. See you in the evening. After Han Shui finished speaking, he hung up the phone. As soon as Yi Bufan put his phone on the table, the phone rang again. He glanced at the caller ID. This time it was Ma Haidong, the director of Jiangnan Hospital. Pressing the answer button, he said, Dean Ma, what can I do? Dr. Yi, I have a cousin who is sick. He is very seriously ill. I would like to ask you to treat him. Do you have time? Ma Haidong is the director of Jiangnan Hospital. He has the best medical resources in Jiangnan City. Even he can't treat him. It can be seen that the other party must have a difficult and complicated disease. This suddenly arouses Yi Bufan's interest. He said, okay, I just have time in the afternoon. That's great, I'll go pick you up now. After asking for Yi Bufan's location, Ma Haidong hung up the phone and drove a black Audi A6 to the door of the hotel half an hour later. After picking up Yi Bufan, the two of them rushed towards Nanchang in Jiangnan City. In the car, Yi Bufan asked, Dean Ma, what's the condition of the patient? Ma Haidong said, Dr. Yi, have you heard of the Jiangnan Tang family? Yi Bufan shook his head. He was just an ordinary student before and didn't know much about Jiangnan's upper-class society. Ma Haidong said again, do you know about the Yi family? Jiangnan is not a big place. As the director of Jiangnan Hospital, he had long heard about Yi Bufan's treatment of He Chongqing. Yi Bufan nodded, of course I know this. Ma Haidong said, the Tang family is not inferior to the Yi family in terms of strength and status. The difference is that Mr. He of the Yi family relies on his qualifications and status in China, while the Tang family relies on strength. The Tang family is a martial arts family, and every core member of the family practices martial arts. Mr. Tang is an expert. Although he is already in his 80s, he is extremely strong. However, he suddenly fell ill 3 days ago for unknown reasons. Mr. Tang is a cousin of mine. I have introduced him to many well-known experts in the past 3 days, but to no avail, so I asked Dr. Yi to take action today. Yi Bufan nodded and didn't ask any other questions. As for the condition, he could diagnose it most accurately after seeing it himself. Time was running out, and Ma Haidong drove the Audi to a manor in the suburbs. This manor is built at the foot of a hill, with a stream in front of it, and it looks particularly unique. Ma Haidong said hello to the bodyguard at the door, then drove directly into the manor and parked in front of a 3-story building. This is the private hospital of the Tang family. After getting off the car, he took Yi Bufan to the ward on the 2nd floor. After entering the door, I saw an old man with white hair and beard lying on the hospital bed. Next to him, a middle-aged man in a white coat was doing an examination. Yi Bufan smiled slightly. What a coincidence. This person was Gao Haisheng, the cardiopulmonary expert he had met at his house. He didn't expect to meet again so soon. When Ma Haidong walked in, a middle-aged man in his 40s came up to him. He was Tang Feng, the youngest son of Mr. Tang. Yi Bufan glanced at him and immediately saw clearly the opponent's cultivation level. As expected of a martial arts family, he had already reached the peak state of the qi refining stage. Cousin, you are here. Tang Feng greeted Ma Haidong politely. As for Yi Bufan next to him, he thought he was the driver who had brought him here and ignored him. Ma Haidong said, Cousin, how is the old man's condition? The situation is very bad. I just vomited blood. Tang Feng said solemnly, this is the expert I invited to treat the old man. I don't know if there can be something done this time. Ma Haidong said, Cousin, don't worry, this time I specially invited Dr. Yi to treat the old man. Dr. Yi has profound knowledge in traditional Chinese medicine and will definitely be able to cure the old man. Dr. Yi, or Chinese medicine? Tang Feng looked at Yi Bufan with confusion. If it weren't for the old man's condition, he would have thought his cousin was joking. A young man of about 20 years old is actually a Chinese medicine practitioner. When did Chinese medicine practitioners become so young? Aren't the average old Chinese medicine doctors with big eyebrows and beards? Seeing his doubts, Ma Haidong quickly explained, Cousin, you must not underestimate Dr. Yi. Although he is young, his medical skills are definitely the best. Mr. He of the Yi family fell ill a few days ago and it was Dr. Yi who healed with one hand. Being from a large family in Jiangnan, Tang Feng naturally knew about the Yi family and also knew that Mr. He had been ill a few days ago. However, he did not expect that the young man in front of him would be the one who cured He Chongqing. After knowing this, Tang Feng's attitude immediately became much more polite. Dr. Yi, you are really young and promising. I will trouble you this time. At this time, Gao Haisheng over there had finished the inspection and came over with a stack of inspection materials, but he saw Yi Bufan at a glance. This time he came to Jiangnan from the imperial capital. He originally thought he could make a lot of money, but he didn't expect to get a penny. Instead, he gambled out 1 million. Because of this, he did not return to the imperial capital immediately. He wanted to make a fortune in Jiangnan City before leaving. At this time, he happened to receive an invitation from the Tang family and came to treat Mr. Tang Tianyi. Tang Feng asked, Dr. Gao, how is my father's condition? Gao Haisheng ignored Yi Bufan and said directly, the old man's condition is very bad. According to the X-ray examination just now, there are shadows in the lungs and liver. It can be diagnosed as late-stage cancer, and surgery must be performed immediately. Tang Feng did not express his opinion on his diagnosis, but turned to look at Yi Bufan. Dr. Yi, please show me to my father. Mr. Tang, I don't think this is necessary. This diagnosis is 100% accurate. The instruments I use are the most advanced in the world, and there will be no problems with the diagnosis. The old man now has terminal cancer and must undergo surgery immediately. For the treatment of this malignant tumor, Western medicine is better than traditional Chinese medicine. Enter a lot. Last time at the Yi family, he not only lost face but also lost 1 million, which made him extremely unhappy when he saw Yi Bufan. And he was very confident in this diagnosis. Various diagnoses showed that Mr. Tang had terminal cancer, so he wanted to show off his medical skills and regain some of the lost face. Seeing his thoughts, Yi Bufan smiled slightly. Dr. Gao, let's not talk about whether Western medicine is better than Chinese medicine in treating malignant tumors. Let's just say that your diagnosis is completely wrong. Mr. Tang does not have cancer, nor is he in a late stage. Seeing Yi Bufan questioning his diagnosis, Gao Haisheng immediately shouted, this is absolutely impossible. I use the most advanced medical equipment in the world. The test results are absolutely the most scientific and there will be no mistakes. Yi Bufan said jokingly, since Dr. Gao is so confident, do you dare to make another bet? I don't bet, science is rigorous, why should I bet? Thinking that he had just lost 1 million, Gao Haisheng was immediately frightened. As a medical expert in the imperial capital, he usually earned a lot of money, but he also spent a lot. All his savings added up to only about 2 million. Now that 1 million has been lost, the remaining 1 million cannot be lost no matter what. Yi Bufan said, since you don't even have the courage to bet, don't be so confident. Western medicine is just a medical skill. It is neither more advanced than Chinese medicine nor can it completely represent science. Gao Haisheng hesitated for a moment, but finally did not dare to speak. For some reason, he felt a deep fear of the young man in front of him. Seeing that Yi Bufan overwhelmed Gao Haisheng in terms of momentum, Tang Feng asked, Dr. Yi, what disease do you think my father has? Yi Bufan said calmly, the old man is not sick, but suffered internal injuries due to being possessed. You're just kidding. You're obsessed with it. You've read too many martial arts novels. Gao Haisheng turned around and said to Tang Feng, Mr. Tang, you must not believe him. This is complete nonsense and not scientific at all. What I didn't expect was that Tang Feng looked at Yi Bufan with excitement at this time. Dr. Yi, you are a miracle doctor. My father has indeed gone crazy during his cultivation. Do you have any way to cure it? Gao Haisheng suddenly looked confused. Where is this going? He was clearly suffering from terminal cancer, but why did he become obsessed? Are these two people crazy? Of course I can. I'm afraid I'm the only one in the world who can heal Mr. Tang. Yi Bufan's tone sounded crazy, but it was the truth. Only people like him who had reached a certain level of martial arts could heal internal injuries like this caused by obsession. Yi Bufan, please stop pretending to be a ghost, okay? Any obsession is completely deceptive. This is late-stage cancer. You will delay the patient's treatment. Gao Haisheng said to Tang Feng, Mr. Tang, you must not be deceived by this liar. The diagnosis I made is the most scientific. Mr. Tang has terminal cancer. Yi Bufan glanced at him and said, have you read Mr. Tang's diagnosis? Of course I've seen it. Not only have I seen the diagnosis I made today, but I've also seen the results of previous examinations. Yi Bufan asked, tell me, when did Mr. Tang get cancer? Was it 3 days ago? Gao Haisheng said, yes, Mr. Tang was diagnosed with cancer 3 days ago. He was in good health before. That's it. What kind of cancer have you seen that can reach the advanced stage from the early stage in 3 days and cover the entire internal organs? This, Gao Haisheng was completely dumbfounded. This had indeed never happened before. Even lung cancer, which develops at the fastest speed, could not complete the transformation from intermediate to advanced stage in just a few days. However, the X-ray shows clearly that the patient does have a large number of tumor shadows on the chest. This cannot be denied, Yi Bufan said. It is not the tumor that causes those shadows, but the true energy that travels through the internal organs after going crazy, causing serious internal injuries. But your so-called high technology cannot see clearly, so it is misdiagnosed as late-stage cancer. That's right, Dr. Yi. What you said is so right. Before Gao Haixing could speak this time, Tang Feng excitedly took Yi Bufan's hand. Dr. Yi, you didn't even check for a pulse, but my father's condition was clearly explained. He is really a miracle doctor. Yi Bufan said, traditional Chinese medicine talks about looking, hearing, asking, and understanding. I have already seen the old man's condition clearly. If I guessed correctly, 3 days ago, the old man was eager to attack the next level, and because of his eagerness for success, he went crazy. That's right, my father has been practicing all his life, but in the end, he was stuck in the realm of Huangjie Dzogchen and was unable to enter the Xuanjie. The old man also couldn't control his emotions for a while, so he forced himself to break through the barrier, which eventually led to him going crazy and suffering serious internal injuries. At this time, Tang Feng was already admiring Yi Bufan. Yi Bufan said in surprise, "What's the use of seeking Western medicine for internal injuries caused by this kind of practice?" Tang Feng sighed and said, "I can't help it. There are only a few warriors nowadays, and there are even fewer doctors who can treat their internal injuries. After my father was injured, he couldn't find a suitable doctor. Seeing that he was dying, I really had no choice but to take the risk." Yi Bufan nodded. That was indeed the case. Chao Xinghua was probably helpless to do anything about such an obsessive internal injury. Hearing the conversation between the two, Gao Haixing was dumbfounded as he watched. This was far beyond his knowledge. Tang Feng said eagerly, "Dr. Yi, please check on my father quickly. He will vomit blood every hour now, and it is almost time to vomit blood next time. If this continues, the old man's body won't be able to bear it." "Don't worry, I'll take a look and then talk," Yi Bufan said as he came to the bedside and put his hand on Tang Tiany's pulse. Although I had almost seen the old man's condition through my spiritual consciousness just now, I still felt the pulse more accurately. Tang Feng asked nervously, "Dr. Yi, how is my father's condition?" Yi Bufan frowned and said, "The situation is more complicated than I thought. Internal injuries can be easily treated, and the injured meridians can also be recovered. It's just that his internal organs are now filled with the violent xinqi after failing to pass the level. If he can't channel this xinqi cleanly, even if he is treated, he will still be a cripple and will never be able to participate in martial arts again." Tang Feng said anxiously, "Dr. Yi, can you think of a way? My father has been obsessed with martial arts all his life. If he can't practice martial arts, he will probably die of depression. There is one way, and that is to let him pass the test again. As long as his cultivation level is improved, the chaotic xinqi will naturally be cleaned up, and there will be no future troubles." Tang Feng said with a bitter face, "Dr. Yi, my father has been stagnant at the peak of the Huang level for more than 10 years. If it were so easy to break through, my father would have broken through to the Xian level long ago. How could he go crazy? I can help him with this." Yi Bufan first fought with the old Taoist, and now he checked with Tang Tiany, and he had a basic concept of the Huangjie and Xuanjie of warriors. The Huang level warrior is equivalent to the Qi refining stage of his cultivation, and the Xian level warrior is equivalent to the foundation building stage. What Tang Tiany needs to break through now is the bottleneck of the Qi refining stage, which is equivalent to him completing the foundation building at that time. It's just that what he practices is chaos art, which is several levels higher than the martial arts techniques on Earth, and his true energy is also purer. With his help at his side, and the fact that he still had 2 foundation establishment pills left before, it would not be difficult to help Mr. Tang break through to become a Xian-level warrior. Really? Dr. Yi, can you really help my father break through? If you can do it, you will be a great benefactor to our Tang family." No wonder he was excited. The martial arts family also has levels. If it can help Tang Tiany break through and become a Xian-level warrior, then the Tang family will also rise with the tide, and it will be different from what it is now. Yi Bufan said, "Try it. I am 90% sure that I can do it. Even if it fails, I can save the old man's life. The situation will not be worse than the current situation." After he finished speaking, he took out a foundation establishment pill and stuffed it into Tang Tiany's mouth. Gao Haixing next to him frowned as he looked at it. It was just such a black pill. Something to heal something. Yi Bufan didn't care what others were thinking. He took out the silver needle from his pocket and inserted 3 silver needles into the large acupoint on Tang Tiany's chest. The old man who had been unconscious immediately opened his eyes and regained consciousness. Don't ask anything now. Just sit cross-legged and follow my instructions to complete the test. Yi Bufan helped Tang Tianyi up and asked him to sit cross-legged on the bed, then stretched out his right hand and pressed it against his Mingmen point, slowly injecting chaos qi. Chaos qi originally had the effect of nourishing meridians. After entering Tang Tianyi's dantian, it helped him repair the injuries caused by his obsession. At this time, the effect of the foundation establishment pill began to come into play, and the true energy in the dantian became more and more pure, slowly moving towards the meridians under the guidance of Yi Bufan. Tang Tianyi had been practicing all his life, so he naturally knew that an expert was helping him repair his injuries and improve his skills. He stopped thinking about it at the moment, calmly concentrated on it, and started to circulate his qi in accordance with Yi Bufan's guidance. Yi Bufan did not rush to lead Tang Tianyi to attack the bottleneck of the Huangjie, but slowly worked in his body to repair the previous injuries. When the injured meridians were almost repaired, the effectiveness of the foundation establishment pill had reached its peak, and the newly repaired dantian was now filled with pure qi. Seeing that the time was almost up, Yi Bufan directed his true energy and launched the final impact towards the bottleneck. The foundation building pill is a pill used by cultivators. It not only increases the total amount of Tang Tianyi's true energy, but also increases the purity of the true energy. He found that after starting to pass the level this time, he was very strong all the way. The level that he could not pass in the past was now passed in one go, as if there was no difficulty at all. Do you think I'm really going to succeed this time? Tang Tianyi felt excited, and at this moment a voice sounded in his ear, calm down, do you still want to go crazy? He was so frightened that he trembled all over. He quickly gathered his mind, focused all his attention on the rushing infuriating energy, and launched an attack on the next level. A few minutes later, there was a small clicking sound in his mind, and then the Jinqi in his body seemed to explode, countless times stronger than before. The aura in his body suddenly rose, and every cell was filled with powerful power, as if he could blow up the earth with one punch. At the same time, the violent Jinqi accumulated in the internal organs was also completely cleaned by the improved Jinqi, leaving no trace of hidden diseases. Breakthrough! I finally broke through. Tang Tianyi was so excited that he wanted to cry. Originally, he had been trying hard all his life but could not break through. He thought that there was no hope in this life. He did not expect that he would suddenly meet an expert, and with the help of an expert, he could break through to the Xian level so easily. After the excitement, the old man jumped up from the bed and knelt down in front of the master with a plop. Senior, Tang Tianyi thanks you for your life-saving grace. From now on, you will be our Tang family's great benefactor. Everyone in our Tang family will look up to you. Seeing that his father was kneeling down, Tang Feng did not dare to hesitate at all and knelt down behind him. At this moment, he didn't have any grievances in his heart. On the contrary, he was extremely excited. His father had entered the ranks of Xian-level warriors. From now on, their Tang family's status would rise, and they would definitely be able to take a step further. If I can make Dr. Yi in front of me happy, I will have to help improve my cultivation one day. That is simply a blessing from heaven, something that many people cannot ask for in their lifetime. You must know that the breakthrough from a Huang-level warrior to a Xian-level warrior is a watershed, otherwise my father would not be unable to break through throughout his life. Now that there is such a master in front of him, he must not miss this God-given opportunity. Chinese medicine teaches that the master is a teacher, while martial arts teaches that the strong are respected. Although Yi Bufan is only about 20 years old, he has the ability to respect him, so he knelt down willingly and with full respect in his heart. Okay, everyone, get up. Yi Bufan just waved his hand, and an invisible force lifted the father and son up. Tang Tianyi raised his head, and when he saw the master clearly, he was surprised. He didn't expect that the other person was just a young man in his 20s. However, he did not feel any loss in his heart, on the contrary, he was even more happy. With such a high level of cultivation at such an age, the achievements in the future will be limitless, and there will definitely be a powerful sect behind him. This is definitely because God has allowed the Tang family to meet a noble person. Gao Haisheng had been standing nearby, seeing that Tang Tianyi, who was still dying just now, had become more alive and energetic at this moment. He was completely convinced and didn't even think of doing another checkup. At this moment, he was completely impressed by Yi Bufan's medical skills. He stepped forward and said, I was not convinced by traditional Chinese medicine before, thinking it was just a scam, but after seeing Dr. Ye's medical skills, I was completely convinced. I used to have little knowledge and was just a ridiculous frog in a well. Now I formally apologize to you and Chinese medicine practitioners. I'm sorry. After speaking, he bowed deeply, stood up, and left the Tang family with his assistant. After they left, Tang Feng respectfully handed over a check worth tens of millions. Dr. Yi, this is your consultation fee. Please accept it for your small kindness. Yi Bufan reached out to take the check and put it into his pocket without even looking at it. He said to Tang Tianyi, Mr. Tang, there is something I want to know from you. My benefactor, please tell me. As long as my old man knows, he must know everything. In the past, Tang Tianyi was definitely a powerful figure in Jiangnan City, and the whole Jiangnan City would be shaken if he coughed, but now he was as respectful as a primary school student, without any pretense of a boss. Son. Yi Bufan said, Mr. Tang, I am just a doctor, not a warrior, so I don't know much about the situation of Chinese warriors today. Can you introduce it to me? Of course you can, what do you want to know? Yi Bufan said, tell me first how the levels of warriors are divided. Tang Tianyi said, Chinese warriors are generally divided into 4 levels, namely Heaven and Earth Xianuang, and each major level is subdivided into 4 realms, early stage, middle stage, late stage, and Zuxian. Yi Bufan asked, are there any more powerful warriors above the Heaven level? Tang Tianyi said, nowadays, Chinese martial arts are in decline, and the sect leaders of many major sects are only at the Xian level. Even Earth-level warriors can become the grand masters of a sect. Heaven-level warriors are even rarer, and every one of them is a godlike existence in today's martial arts world. As for Heaven level and above, there are saints and legends, such as the former Wudong originator Zhang Sanfeng, who is considered a saint. It's a pity that today, the saint is just a legend and has not been born for a long time. Yi Bufan nodded and asked, are there many warriors nowadays? What level of cultivation is someone like Mr. Tang? Tang Tianyi said, martial arts are in decline today, and most young people are learning things like taekwondo and sanda. Don't you know that these are just minor skills and cannot even enter the threshold of a martial artist? Because of this, there are not many people who can step into the threshold of Huang-level warriors, let alone the later stages in Zuxian. My Tang family is known as a martial arts family, but in my generation, Fenger and I are the ones with the highest cultivation level, and we are only Huang-level Zuxian. If we hadn't met my benefactor today, I might not be able to enter the ranks of Xian-level warriors in this life. As for Jiangnan City, only Zhao Baichuan, the president of the Martial Arts Association, has reached the mid-level Shen level and can be said to be the #1 master. The others are not even as good as me. After listening to Tang Tianyi's introduction, Yi Bufan felt much more at ease. He was now in the early stage of foundation building, which was equivalent to the early stage of a Shen-level warrior. However, his skills were at a higher level and he was absolutely invincible at the same level, even when he encountered mid-Shen level warriors. The power of a battle. Moreover, he also has a higher level of magical cultivation. If he uses it, he can kill even those at the late Shen level. Thinking of this, he asked again, what about the magic lineage? How is the situation? Tang Tianyi said, nowadays, there are far fewer people who practice magic than those who practice martial arts. I don't know it specifically, I only know a general idea. Dharma practitioners are roughly divided into 4 levels, magic practitioners, real practitioners, magic masters, and magic masters. In terms of strength, a magic cultivator is equivalent to a yellow-level warrior, a real cultivator is equivalent to a black-level warrior, a magic master is equivalent to an earth-level warrior, a magic master is equivalent to a heaven-level warrior, and I don't know what goes up. However, things are rare and valuable, and because of their scarcity, the status of practitioners is even higher. My benefactor, that's all I know. Yi Bufan nodded. Through Tang Tianyi's introduction, he already had a rough idea. The magicians on earth are equivalent to the beginners in the inheritance, the real practitioners are equivalent to the cultivation in the inheritance, the magic masters are equivalent to the enlightenment in the inheritance, and the magic masters are equivalent to the Tongxian in the inheritance. He has now reached the level of enlightenment, so he is called a master of magic by the old Taoist. Now he has a preliminary understanding of his own strength. There are many capable people in China, and there are many who are more powerful than himself, but in Jiangnan City, no one can pose a threat to him. At this moment, the mobile phone in his pocket rang. It was Han Shui calling. Third brother, where are you? I've already arrived at Yueyang, come here quickly. Yi Bufan looked at the time and found that it was already dark before he knew it. He said goodbye to Tang Tianyi and his son, then left the Tang family and rushed to Yueyang KTV in Dongqing district. After he left, Ma Haidong also left, and the Tang family father and son returned to the study. Tang Tianyi sat on the Grand Master's chair and asked, Fenger, how much did you pay Dr. Yi today? Tang Feng said, Father, I gave 10 million. Hearing this number, Tang Tianyi shook his head slightly. Tang Feng said in surprise, What's wrong, father? Is there any problem? For a doctor, 1 million is already a sky-high medical fee. We gave 10 million, which should be a lot, right? Fenger, you are still a bit narrow-minded. 10 million is a lot, but it depends on which doctor you are dealing with. Tang Tianyi said, Dr. Yi is a miracle doctor. He not only saved my old life, but also improved my cultivation. At the same time, he is also a Xian level warrior. At just 20 years old, he was able to enter the Xian level and he was also a master of medicine. This ability was absolutely unmatched by anyone in the world. Right, we, the Tang family, should try our best to make friends with such an expert. As long as Dr. Yi is willing, he can help you step into the Xuanjie anytime and anywhere. Tang Feng said, Father, it was just to make friends with Dr. Yi that I took out 10 million. Otherwise, you are still far behind and your vision is too narrow. How could a master like Dr. Yi take money so seriously? Didn't you notice that he didn't even look at the check when he handed it over? Based on this alone, how can we make him look at our Tang family in a different light? This, Father, I didn't think well. Do you think there is any way to remedy this? Cold sweat broke out on Tang Feng's forehead as he spoke. If it really aroused Yi Bufan's dissatisfaction, then his hope of stepping into the Xuanjie threshold in the future would be in vain. For an expert like Dr. Yi, ordinary belongings will definitely have difficulty leaving an impression on him. Tang Tianyi said, Well, if you drive the car out of the warehouse, complete all the procedures and send it to Dr. Yi, it can be regarded as an expression of the sincerity of our Yi family. Tang Feng's expression changed slightly and he said, Father, isn't that car going to be sent to the provincial capital to make friends with the Gu family? Tang Tianyi frowned and said, How come you still can't tell which one is more important? Although the Gu family is a wealthy family in the provincial capital, it is also far away. At the critical moment, it cannot quench the thirst of our Tang family. You know how important Xian-level warriors are to our martial arts family. As long as Dr. Yi helps our Tang family upgrade 2 more Xian-level warriors, our Tang family will skyrocket. So as long as we can catch Dr. Yi, it won't be difficult to surpass the Gu family in the future. I understand, Father, I will do it now. After Tang Feng finished speaking, he left the study. Yi Bufan took a taxi and went directly to the door of Yi Weiyang KTV in Dongqing district. When he arrived, Han Shui was already waiting there. His left hand was wrapped with a circle of gauze for some reason, and there was faint blood on it. Seeing Han Shui wearing ordinary casual clothes, he couldn't help but ask in surprise, Brother, aren't you here to express your love today? Why are you dressed so shabbily? Han Shui chuckled, I didn't tell you Ting that she was a rich second generation, so naturally we should dress more low-key. Yi Bufan said, Is this necessary? Telling people that you have a house, a car, and an 8-digit savings at home won't make it easier to chase girls? Han Shui said with a coquettish look on his face, The kind of pure love between me and you Ting has nothing to do with material things. Damn it, you must have watched too many TV series and your brain is damaged. Yi Bufan looked at the gauze on his hand again and asked, What's going on? I made it when I was preparing a birthday present for you Ting. Han Shui said as he took out a small box. When he opened it, there was a silver ring inside. Yi Bufan said, You give this to someone on their birthday? A silver ring only costs a few dozen yuan. Are you too shabby? You are too shallow. Han Shui glared at him with contempt, and then said, This is not an ordinary silver ring, it was made by your brother himself. It has Yuting's name on it, as well as my blood. My hand was accidentally broken when polishing it, so this ring is priceless to Yuting. Yi Bufan said, You are your own treasure. Many girls nowadays are very materialistic. My Yuting is not that kind of person. If Tao Wei hadn't always caused trouble, the two of us would have been lovers long ago. Yi Bufan said, Have you figured out the situation of your love rival? Of course, you have to know yourself and the enemy to win every battle. That kid is a senior student at Jiangnan University. His father is in the wine agency business, and his family also has some money. He has used money to play with many female students before, but Yuting is not the kind of woman who loves money. Yi Bufan said, Are you so confident? I have confidence, but I also need to be fully prepared. That's why I called you over to help me. Han Shui said, Let's go in quickly. We must go in before the rain stops. We can't be late. After saying that, the two of them walked towards Yi Weiyang KTV together. As soon as they entered, a gangster not far away took out his mobile phone and made a call. Young Master Ma, I just saw that boy Yi Bufan entering Yi Weiyang KTV with another person. Okay, I get it. Over the phone, Ma Wenba and Zhu Linlin were sitting in a box in the bar, drinking with a young man in his 30s. The man's hair was dyed bright and green, and there was a huge wolf head tattooed on his chest. At the moment, he was holding a gorgeous woman in his arms. Ma Wenba hung up the phone and said, "Brother Lang, we have found that boy. As long as you destroy his 2 legs, 300,000 brothers will be worth every penny." Ever since he was thrown out of Jiangnan Hospital of Traditional Chinese Medicine that day, Ma Wenba had hated Yi Bufan so much that he spent 300,000 to find the gangster leader He Lang, preparing to take revenge on Yi Bufan. He Lang grabbed the red wine glass in front of him, took a sip and said, "Isn't he just a poor student? Tell me where he is, and I will take my brother over and destroy his legs now. We are at Yi Weiyang KTV. Let's go there immediately and find him directly." Thinking that he could finally take revenge today, Ma Wenba looked excited. He Lang was a well-known gangster leader. According to legend, there was nothing he could do wrong. Zhu Linlin also said excitedly, "I'm going too. I want to take a good look at how that kid knelt down and begged for mercy." She now hates Yi Bufan. This woman has a very strange psychology. It is obvious that she cheated on her, but she just feels that others are sorry for her. The two of them looked eager to give it a try, but He Lang's expression turned serious. "Yi Weiyang KTV, that's Ma Ju's place, who dares to go there to cause trouble?" Zhu Linlin asked. "Ah? Brother Lang, are you even afraid of him?" She was not a member of the Taoist community, and she didn't know who Master Ma Jiu was. In her eyes, the man in front of her was already a very powerful person. He Lang glared at her fiercely. This woman was really big-breasted and brainless. She was just a gangster at best. How could she compare with Ma Jui? He is a big leader in Dongqing district, and he can crush himself to death with just a move of his fingers. But of course he couldn't talk about such shameless things. He said, "This is not a question of whether you are afraid or not. When you are on the road, you must follow the rules of the road. That is Ma Ji's place, and I can't go in." Ma Wenba said, "What should we do?" He Lang said, "Okay, let's take people over and guard in front of the KTV now, and we can take action after the kid comes out. As long as we leave Ma Ju's place, we can do whatever we want with him." Ma Wenba said, "Okay, let's go there now. We must not let him escape." Yi Bufan and Han Shui walked into Yi Weiyang KTV together. This place had just opened. All the decorations were brand new and looked extremely luxurious. It was his first time coming to such a high-end consumption place, and he would have been extremely nervous if he had been there before. But he is now the inheritor of ancient medicine. His vision and magnanimity are beyond the reach of ordinary people. Naturally, he will not put these worldly things aside. In the eyes. The two of them went straight to the platinum private room on the 2nd floor, where Shi Yuting's birthday was decided. Pushing open the door, 3 young people were already sitting on the leather sofa in the room. Different from Han Shui's ordinary dress, these 3 people are all wearing valuable suits and carrying hundreds of thousands of gold watches. Looking like this, they are afraid that others will not know that they are rich people. After seeing Yi Bufan and Han Shui enter the door, the young man sitting in the middle stood up with a sneer. He was Tao Wei, Han Shui's love rival today. "Han Shui, I really didn't expect you to dare to come today." Tao Wei stood up and looked at Han Shui with a playful expression. Han Shui said, "Today is Yuting's birthday. I am her boyfriend, so naturally I have to come." "Yuting's boyfriend? I really don't know who gave you the courage to even say such things. Forget it, I won't care about a poor woman like you. After today, you will know who Yuting is." "Woman." Tao Wei turned his gaze to Yi Bufan and said, "Did you ask for help? Why does it look poorer than you? Can't you find a rich person to support you?" At this time, another person next to him said, "Xiao Wei, aren't you being difficult? He is a poor man himself, surrounded by poor people. Where do you want him to find rich people?" Brother Su is right, birds of a feather flock together, and those who are poor will know poor people. Tao Wei looked at Han Shui and said arrogantly, "Now let me show you the quality of my friends." He pointed back at the young man on the left and said, "This is young Master Niu Haotian. His father runs a 5-star hotel. Not only is he rich, but he also has friends in both black and white circles in Jiangnan City." He patted the shoulder of the young man who had just spoken again and said, "This is Mr. Yang Shuyang. His father is the subordinate of Mr. Su Yangshu, the leader of Xiqing district and a well-known eldest brother on the road." The purpose of inviting these 2 people here today was to show off their identity and status, but unexpectedly, Yi Bufan burst out laughing just after the introduction. Tao Wei said angrily, "Boy, why are you laughing?" Yi Bufan said, "I'm really convinced by you. You seem to be very high-minded." To put it bluntly, one of them runs a restaurant and the other works as a pawn for the gangster leader. What's there to show off? Hearing what he said, the expressions of the three people suddenly changed. Yang Su said angrily, "Boy, how can you talk? Believe it or not, I will ask my dad to call someone to beat him now. Break both of your legs." Han Shui protected Yi Bufan behind him and shouted, "How dare you, this is my friend. What about your friends? These two poor bastards really think of themselves as characters." Yang Su said as he took out his cell phone and was about to make a call. Tao Wei quickly stopped him. "Brother Su, forget it, today is Yuting's birthday, let's teach this kid another day." Then he whispered, "Brother Su, this is Master Ma Jiu's territory." After hearing what he said, Yang Su put down his phone and said viciously, "Boy, if you have the guts, tell me your name." Yi Bufan grabbed Han Shui and said, "My name is Yi Bufan. If you need anything, just come to me." Originally, he didn't like to cause trouble, but today was a matter between good brothers, so naturally he couldn't let the other person be arrogant. Yi Bufan, right? I really don't understand how today's poor people dare to be so awesome. I really don't know where your courage comes from. The speaker was Niu Haotian. He took 2 steps forward and looked at Yi Bufan and Han Shui. He curled his lips and said, "The clothes you two are wearing together are less than a few hundred yuan. You can't even buy one of our pockets." "Come." Han Shui said, "So what? Is having money a big deal?" "You're right, having money means being great." Niu Haotian said with great air, "Having money means that I can do whatever I want. I can eat whatever I want, wear whatever I want, and play with whichever woman I want. Only poor people like you can believe in love and comfort yourself with that illusory thing. How can there be a woman in this world who doesn't like money? I would rather cry in a BMW than laugh on a bicycle. With your virtue, you still dare to steal a woman from young Master Tao. Don't you think it's a virtue to look at yourself in the mirror?" Yang Su followed up and said, "That's right, poor people like you can only wait for us to throw out any woman when we have had enough. You can be a pickup man, and then support her like a bodhisattva for the rest of your life. This is the fate of you poor people, you can only eat our leftovers and use the junk we have had enough of." Tao Wei said, "That's right. You don't have to think about robbing women from me. When I have enough fun, you can take them back and offer them to me. But don't worry, most women I've fucked won't take too long. Most of them will last only 10 days and a half." After saying that, the three of them laughed arrogantly together, with extremely arrogant expressions. Han Shui himself is also a rich second generation, but he never looks down on any poor person, otherwise he would not get along so well with Yi Bufan. Hearing these people mocking the poor and treating Shi Yuding as a plaything, he was about to get angry. At this moment, Yi Bufan took his mobile phone and said, "Second brother, I just recorded this paragraph. You want to show it in public later? Wouldn't it be exciting to release?" After hearing what he said, the smiles of the three people stopped suddenly, and their expressions changed drastically. Especially Tao Wei, he was immediately dumbfounded. It was okay for him to use his words to show off in private, but if he wanted to chase Shi Yuding later, it would be completely useless if he said it in public. Niu Haotian and Yang Su obviously realized this, and the three of them shouted together, "Boy, delete the recording quickly." Yi Bufan held the phone and smiled, "You were so awesome just now, why are you scared now? You can delete it if you want me to, and apologize to my second brother." Tao Wei hesitated for a moment, and finally lowered his head and said to Han Shui, "I'm sorry, I was wrong just now." Yi Bufan said to Niu Haotian and Yang Su, "There are you guys too. Boy, just wait for me." Although the two of them were so angry that they were gnashing their teeth, but this was Yi Weiyang KTV and they did not dare to cause trouble, so they could only bow their heads and apologize to Han Shui. Yi Bufan smiled and said, "Not bad, good attitude, quite sincere." Tao Wei shouted bitterly, "Can you delete the recording now?" Yi Bufan raised his phone and said, "Let's just say, money is a good thing, but it can't buy everything. For example, you three, you have money but you can't buy IQ. I'm just teasing you. I haven't even turned on my phone. When did I start recording? Boy, you dare to play tricks on me." The tall Yang Su said that he was about to step forward to take action, but was pulled back by Tao Wei. "Brother Su, don't worry. Let's make this kid look good after tonight." Yang Su snorted coldly, and the three of them ignored Yi Bufan and the others and turned to sit on the other side of the private room. Han Shui put his arm around Yi Bufan's shoulders and laughed loudly, "Third brother, you are really the one who made these three boys act like grandsons. It really made me feel bad. On the other side, Nyohautnan said loudly, Shuai, I heard that the minimum purchase price for a platinum private room at Yiweiyang KTV is 10,000 yuan. You are generous enough. Tao Wei immediately understood his companion's intention. He wanted to regain some of the face he had just lost. He cooperated and said, this is nothing, isn't it just 10,000 yuan? It's a big amount for those poor people, but for us it's just the price of a drink. Yang Su followed up and said, being able to book a platinum private room here is not only possible if you have money, this is Ma Ji's place. Without some identity and status, you can't book a room at all. This is nothing. My dad and Master Ma Jio are friends, and my family is responsible for delivering the drinks for the entire KTV. He glanced at Yi Bufan and Han Shui proudly. Being able to establish a relationship with Ma Jui was enough to become a source of pride. Nyohautnan said, Master Ma Jio is my idol. I heard that he ranks first among the 4 major leaders in Jiangnan City and has hundreds of brothers under his command. Yang Su said, that's right, Master Ma Jio is not an ordinary leader, he has an extremely powerful background behind him, and no one in black or white dares to provoke him. I heard that some time ago there was a businessman from out of town who relied on his official connections and did not give Ma Jui any face. As a result, his company went bankrupt within 3 days, and no one in the entire Jiangnan City dared to do business with him. This was Ma Ju's power. It is no exaggeration to say that every time Ma Ju sneezes, Jiangnan City will catch a cold. Tao Wei said, I heard that Ma Ju himself is a master. When he was young, he defeated more than 100 people with his bare hands. From then on, he became famous in one battle. Yang Su said, that's right, Ma Ju's skills are unfathomable, but he is now the leader of Jiangnan City and has not had to take action personally for many years. No matter what happens, just send one of your subordinates to solve it. Nyohautnan said, I heard from my dad that in the past 2 days, a reckless boy provoked Master Ma Jio. Not only did he beat his men, but he also sent Brother Scar to the police. Isn't this looking for death? Really? Is there such a thing? Tao Wei asked differently, how is the boy doing now? Has he been stabbed 3 times and 6 times? Yang Su said, I heard from my dad about this matter. It's not that simple. I heard that the boy has some relationship with the eldest lady of the He family. In order to save the He family's face, Master Ma Jio has not done anything in the past few days. But it is probably only temporary. No one can offend Ma Jui without paying the price. That kid will be useless in a few days. Hearing several people say this, Yi Bufan couldn't help but laugh again. This thing is quite interesting. He just taught Ma Ju's men a lesson a few days ago, and now he is sitting in his KTV drinking. Han Shui said with a serious look, third brother, my father also said that this Ma Ju is definitely a big shot who cannot be offended. You must be careful when you encounter him in the future and don't provoke him. Yi Bufan smiled and said, he's just a gangster, there's nothing to be afraid of. The 2 people were talking when suddenly the door of the private room opened and 2 girls walked in. The girl walking in front was wearing a long white dress, with long hair shawl, and a delicate face. She looked like a princess from a fairy tale world. Although this girl is not as beautiful as He Xuanshuang and Qin Shuchu, she is definitely a beauty. There was another girl standing next to her. She was somewhat pretty originally, but she was wearing too much makeup and was wearing extremely revealing clothes. She looked more like a prostitute, and her temperament was much worse in comparison. Yuting, you're here. After the girl entered the door, Han Shui and Tao Wei stood up and came forward to say hello. She was sure Yuting, the object of Han Shui's pursuit, and the other girl was her classmate and best friend Huang Xiaoli. Seeing everyone surrounding Sure Yuting like stars holding the moon, a jealous look flashed in Huang Xiaoli's eyes. She knew that Tao Wei was rich, so she dressed up and came here just to catch a rich man for herself. After everyone sat down, Tao Wei shouted, everyone, be quiet and listen to me. Today is Yuting's birthday. I will personally host this birthday party. Let's move on to the first item, a gift to the birthday girl. After saying that, he turned to look at Han Shui, aren't you here to celebrate Yuting's birthday? Take out the gift for everyone to see. Han Shui glared at him, then took out the small box in his pocket and brought it to Shui Yuting, saying affectionately, Yuting, this is the gift I prepared for you, happy birthday. Huang Xiaoli shouted, Han Shui, what is this? You are not giving Yuting a big diamond ring, are you? Tao Wei sneered and said, really? With Han Shui's wealth, the diamond ring given to him must not be small. It should be at least 4 or 5 carats. We need to open our eyes. Han Shui ignored these 2 people, opened the ring box in his hand, revealed the silver ring inside, and said affectionately, Yuding, this is the ring I made for you myself. Although it is not very valuable, but it represents my whole heart. Laugh. Huang Xiaoli was the first to show disdain. Han Shui, today is Yuting's birthday, are you too stingy? It's just such a silver ring, which only costs a few dozen yuan at most, so I have the nerve to give it as a gift. Tao Wei said, I'm still waiting to see the big diamond ring. I didn't expect you to be so stingy as to get such a thing to fool Yuting. Yi Bufan's eyes have been focused on Shi Yuting. He wants to see how this woman treats this matter. If she is really a powerful woman like Zhu Linlin, he will persuade his brother to give up from now on. Okay, everyone, stop talking. The value of the birthday gift has nothing to do with it. No matter what, it is Han Shui's intention. Shi Yuting spoke very sincerely, without any pretense, and her eyes were very clear. She reached out and took the ring and put it on her hand. Then he raised his hand and smiled sweetly at Han Shui. Thank you for the birthday gift you personally made for me. Looking at the goddess's smile, Han Shui was almost out of his mind. He nodded quickly and said, You're welcome. You're welcome. This is what I should do. You just like it. Seeing that Shi Yuting did not show any disgust, Tao Wei was obviously extremely disappointed. He snorted coldly, took an exquisite box from the side and said, Yuting, look at the birthday gift I prepared for you. Huang Xiaoli said, the gift that young Master Tao brought out must be extraordinary, and it will definitely not be the worthless junk that some people do. Shi Yuting frowned and said, Xiaoli, don't talk like that. The gift is just a thought, and it has nothing to do with whether it's worth the money or not. Yuting is right, now I'll let you see what I think. Tao Wei said as he opened the box, took out an extremely delicate globe and presented it to Shi Yuting. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect that his birthday gift turned out to be a globe. But soon Huang Xiaoli's eyes suddenly lit up. Oh my god, this is actually a pure gold globe. Are there diamonds inlaid on it? She held the globe in her hands first, examined it carefully and exclaimed, these are really diamonds, and each one is less than 1 carat. Today is Yuting for my 20th birthday, I set 20 diamonds on it. Tao Wei looked at Shi Yuting and said proudly, Yuting, this globe is made of pure gold. It's not to show off how rich I am, but it means that my heart for you is truer than gold, forever. Nothing will change. Yi Bufan sighed in his heart. In comparison, this guy has much more experience in picking up girls than Han Shui. It seems that his brother's situation is not very optimistic today. Huang Xiaoli asked cooperatively, what about this globe? Does it have any special meaning? Of course, the globe marks the whole world, and Yuting is my whole world. Tao Wei looked at Shi Yuting affectionately and said, Yuting, I am sincere to you, can you be my girlfriend? Yi Bufan frowned. This guy really put a lot of thought into his gift. It was both valuable and showed his heart. He even saw the touch in Shi Yuting's eyes. Han Shui next to him seemed to realize that something was wrong, and looked very nervous, fearing that Shi Yuting would agree to Tao Wei directly. Looks like I have to help my good brother. Yi Bufan flicked his finger, and a ray of finger wind disappeared silently into Tao Wei's lower abdomen. At this moment, everyone was immersed in the atmosphere carefully created by Tao Wei. The entire private room was silent. Everyone's eyes were focused on Shi Yuting, looking forward to her answer. Shi Yuting was a little hesitant. From the bottom of her heart, she didn't feel very good about Tao Wei, but today's birthday gift was so ingenious that she was very touched. She wanted to refuse but couldn't bear it. Puff, just as she was hesitating, a loud fart sound suddenly sounded in the room. In this quiet situation, the fart looked particularly weird, and everyone could hear it very clearly, and it was easy to find the source of the fart, which was Tao Wei with a loving look on his face. Well, at this moment, everyone's faces were filled with embarrassment. Not only Tao Wei blushed, but even Shi Yuting was extremely embarrassed. Only Han Shui next to him almost didn't laugh out loud. This guy was so embarrassed that he did such a shameful thing at such a critical time. Tao Wei also hated himself, but the fart just now came too suddenly and violently, and he couldn't control it no matter what. In the end, my efforts not only failed to control it, but instead made the farting noise worse. He was filled with doubts. Why did he suddenly fart when he obviously didn't eat anything that was difficult to digest? Fortunately, Yang Su has a flexible mind and reacts quickly. He said jokingly, Xiaowei, even if you like Yuting, you won't be so nervous. Tao Wei hurriedly got off the slope and said, Yuting, I'm sorry, this is my first time to express my love to a girl so solemnly, I'm really too nervous. I say it again, you are mine. Originally, he wanted to say that you are my world, to save the embarrassing situation just now, but at this moment, there was another violent bulging in his lower abdomen. This time it was even more violent than the last time, and it was simply unstoppable. Puff puff, this time the fart sound was louder than last time, and there were 3 in a row. This time, the entire private room became even more embarrassed. Shi Yuding's face became very ugly. Tao Wei's fart just happened to be too coincidental, and when combined with what he said, it became that she was his fart. Han Shui couldn't control it anymore, burst out laughing, and said to Tao Wei, "Young Master Tao, can you show some integrity? It is very unethical to fart continuously at this time." Tao Wei wanted to find a place to hide at this time. His old face was as embarrassed as a monkey's butt. He couldn't understand why he farted at this time, and the fart was so willful that he couldn't control it at all. He shouted angrily, "You," but before the words came out of his mouth, 7 or 8 loud farts were released one after another. Not only was the sound loud this time, but the smell was also strong. After about 10 farts came out in succession, although the space in the box was large, it was already filled with a pungent smell. Han Shui shouted, "I'm going to strangle you, why don't you let me live? People say that a stinky fart doesn't stink if it doesn't make a sound. Your fart, Tao Dao, is really loud and smelly. It's really admirable." He stepped forward and took Shi Yuding's hand. "Let's go out and hide quickly, otherwise we will faint here later." Shi Yuding originally thought this was a bit impolite, but the smell was too exciting and she couldn't bear it. She could only follow Han Shui and Yi Bufan out of the private room and go outside to breathe fresh air. Huang Sheli originally wanted to please Tao Wei, but at first she wanted to stay in the private room, share the joys and sorrows with him, and win a good impression. But after only 10 seconds, she couldn't bear it anymore and hurriedly ran out of the private room. "Niu Haotian and Yang Su, look at me, I look at you." They were originally here to help Tao Wei, and they were supposed to persevere to the end, but the smell was so stinky that it was unbearable. The most important thing is that the back of Tao Wei's butt is still making noises one after another, and new gas is constantly excreted outside. After a brief persistence, the two of them could no longer care about their appearance and hurried out of the private room. Only Tao Wei was left standing there awkwardly in the huge room. To this day, he still doesn't understand what happened. His carefully planned confession and the custom-made birthday gift he spent 500,000 yuan ended up being defeated by nothing. After everyone else left, he couldn't stay here any longer. If he stayed a little longer, he might be fumed by his own farts, and he would be even more embarrassed by then. In desperation, he first opened all the windows and ventilation fans in the private room, and then retreated outside the door. Fortunately, the gas in his stomach was almost gone, and no new force joined, which reduced further embarrassment. At this time, a waiter happened to pass by the door of the private room. Seeing several people standing outside, he asked in surprise, "Gentlemen and ladies, why don't you enter the private room? Did something happen?" Tao Weizhang was full of anger and had nowhere to vent, and said angrily, "Go away, I am willing to stay outside, what does it have to do with you?" "Sorry." The waiter left with a stunned look on his face. When he passed the door of the private room, his expression suddenly changed, then he reached out to cover his nose and ran away in a hurry. He simply suspected that the guest just now had done something unspeakable in the room, which was why he was so angry. After a while, the stench in the room was finally gone, and everyone returned to the private room, but the window was kept open. After entering the door, the atmosphere in the room was a bit awkward, and no one mentioned the birthday gift again. In order to ease the awkward atmosphere, Niu Haotian said, "Everyone, today is to celebrate Miss Yuding's birthday, and everyone must continue to be happy." Yang Su said, "That's right. Let's sing a song to express our blessings to Miss Yuding." Yi Bufan poked Han Shui, "Second brother, why don't you hurry up and show off?" Han Shui said with a bitter face, "Don't you know how I sing? Everyone else is 5, I'm tone deaf, I don't have any of it, it would be embarrassing to go up there, so it would be better not to go." Huang Sheli said flatteringly, "When it comes to singing, no one can beat our young master Tao. He was the former karaoke champion of Jiangnan University and a well-deserved king of singers. Now I would like to invite young master Tao to sing a song for everyone." When talking about singing, Tao Wei seemed to get over the embarrassment in an instant and regained his confidence. Although he is a dandy, he has received an aristocratic education since he was a child, and he can be said to be versatile. Especially in terms of music, if you have a little bit of talent, coupled with the training you get, your singing will indeed be much better than ordinary people. He took the microphone and said to Shi Yuding again, "Yuding, I have prepared this song for you for a long time and practice it every day just to sing it to you on your birthday. I want to tell you, you are my rose, you are my flower." As the music started to sound, he sang into the microphone, "When a flower blooms, there is a flower of love. Among all the flowers in the mountain, you are the only one I cherish. To be honest, Tao Wei's singing is really good. Although he is not as good as professional singers, he is definitely the best among ordinary people. Han Shui looked frustrated. Although his family was also rich, his father was a very traditional-minded person and wanted him to go to college. Since childhood, I have had exam-oriented education, and I have only studied mathematics, physics, and chemistry. I have never been exposed to art. In addition, I have no talent in this area. Now I can only watch my love rival show off on the stage. Yi Bufan saw all this in his eyes. Now that he was here, he couldn't watch his good brother being suppressed by the other party. Besides, Tao Wei is obviously a playboy, and it would be a pity if such a good girl as Shi Yuding really falls into his hands. Tao Wei sang more and more energetically, and the more he sang, the more coquettish he became. Yang Su, Niu Haotian, and Huang Shili took turns applauding him, which made him even more proud, as if he had regained all the face he had just lost. You are mine. But what he didn't expect was that as soon as he sang the first part of the song, before he could say the word rose, a sudden burst of air spurted out of his throat, and he actually burped. Then the rhythm of the song completely changed. You are mine, you are mine, the hiccups came one after another, making him unable to can't sing anymore. Tao Wei was almost going crazy. What on earth is going on? Didn't you look at the solar calendar when you went out today? Why do bad things happen one after another? I just wanted to show off in front of Shi Yuding so that I could get that woman into bed. Why were there so many twists and turns? Can you still let people pick up girls? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Finally, he slammed the microphone in his hand to the ground. TMD, I won't sing anymore. Huang Shili hurriedly stepped forward to comfort her. Young Master Tao, there's no need to be angry, you must be feeling unwell today, it's no big deal. Do you think this will work? There is a piano over there. The piano music I saw you play last time was simply heavenly. Can you play another one for us all? Niu Haotian then persuaded, yes, Xiaowei, you are versatile, why limit yourself to one song? It's not bad to play a song, and you can also offer your blessings to Yuding. After hearing what the two people said, Tao Wei felt much better and walked towards the piano next to him. Yi Weiyang KTV originally took a high-end route, and they booked a platinum private room with a minimum purchase of 10,000. There was indeed a nice piano in the room. Tao Wei once passed the piano level 10 exam, and he was full of confidence. He opened the cover of the piano, sat on the chair and started playing. And Niu Haotian came to Shi Yuding and said, Miss Shi, you see my brother is really versatile. Although he is a little out of shape today, he can pick up anything. He plays the piano so well. Just when he wanted to say a few nice words for Tao Wei, suddenly the sound of the piano became chaotic, and there was a burst of noise, which completely messed up the tune just now. The expressions of other people in the room changed. They didn't know what was going on. They were having a good conversation just now, so why did it suddenly become chaotic? Tao Wei was also confused. He was just about to show off when he suddenly felt numbness on the left side of his body. It was like hemiplegia. The left hand and left foot have lost their normal flexibility, so naturally they cannot play the piano, and the tones they produce are even worse than playing cotton. Asshole. He punched the piano, feeling so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Why did his body always have problems at critical moments? Is this a miracle or a disaster? At this time, Han Shui burst into laughter. Is this also called playing the piano? This is the first time I have heard such rubbish piano music. Are you playing Beethoven or Mozart? If they hear this, I'm afraid the coffin boards won't be able to hold it down, and they will have to crawl out and fight you desperately. Feeling the sarcastic looks from around him, Tao Wei said angrily, why are you laughing? What's so funny? If you can, play it for me. If you can't do it yourself, what right do you have to laugh at others? The smile on Han Shui's face was a little stagnant. Now he really wanted to go up and play a song and hit the other person in the face hard, but it was a pity that he was an idiot in music and had never even touched the piano before. Seeing his expression, Tao Wei felt a little more comfortable, and said arrogantly again, you two poor bastards, I don't look down on you, have you ever touched a piano? Do you know what piano music is? Do you know how many keys a piano has? You dare to stand up and laugh at others when you are nothing. If you have the ability, you can play a song for me. As long as you play a complete song, I will lose. This time, even Yi Bufan was targeted. In his opinion, such poor people had no chance to learn piano, let alone surpass himself in attainments. Others also think so. Pianos are definitely for the rich. Let's not talk about the price of buying a piano. which is unaffordable for ordinary families. Let's talk about the cost of later learning. A lesson costs hundreds or even thousands of yuan. Ordinary people simply cannot bear it. Since you said so, I will teach you what it means to play the piano. To everyone's surprise, Yi Bufan actually walked towards Nachin. He is here to help his brother today, and he must not be suppressed by the other party's arrogance at the critical moment. But Han Shui grabbed him and whispered, "Lao San, can you do it? It's embarrassing to be impulsive at this time." Although he and Yi Bufan lived in the same dormitory for 3 years, during this period Yi Bufan spent all his spare time working, but he had never seen him play the piano. Yi Bufan said, "Don't worry, even though I'm not very good at playing the piano, I'm still dozens of times better than him." This is not a big lie. When he was in high school, he showed sufficient talent in piano and was hailed as a musical genius by the old principal at the time. Whenever he had spare time, he would take him to practice on the dilapidated old piano in school. During the college entrance examination, Yi Bufan's piano level reached at least level 10. According to the wishes of the old principal, he should apply for the China's Central Conservatory of Music. Unfortunately, the tuition fees for music schools were prohibitively expensive. Considering his family situation, he finally gave up. Because of this incident, the old principal was depressed for a long time. Yi Bufan, who originally had a solid foundation, later received the inheritance of ancient medicine, including music. Although there was no piano in ancient times, after reaching a higher level, the perception of music and rhythm was the same, and the inheritance still benefited him a lot. At this time, Yi Bufan's musical attainments far exceeded those of ordinary pianists and had reached the world's top level. He walked straight to the piano and said to Tao Wei next to him, "I'm not competing with you, but I want you to see what real piano playing is." Then he sat down at the piano and started playing. "Pretend you can play." Tao Wei stood nearby and was about to make a sarcastic comment, but was stunned by a burst of melodious music. "Is this Beethoven's Symphony No. 2? This song tells an attitude towards life, high-spirited and free of melancholy and haze. What people feel is more of a celebration of life." The sound of music flowed out like spring water. Yi Bufan sat in front of the piano with a calm expression, and his hands quickly played on the keys like butterflies in the wind. "Oh my god, this sounds so good." Shi Yuding opened her mouth in surprise. Her family was in good condition. She had learned piano since she was a child, and her grades were quite good. At this moment, she was completely shocked by Yi Bufan's piano sound. She originally thought that Han Shui brought just an ordinary person, but she didn't expect that he was a piano master. Her extraordinary accomplishments at the piano are several times higher than those of her teacher, and can be compared with the pianists on TV. Han Shui knew nothing about music, but he could tell from the expressions of others that his brother performed well and even calmed the audience. This made him extremely excited. It seemed that he had found the right person to call Yi Bufan to help him today. When. Following the beautiful melody, the entire private room fell silent, and everyone was serious listening, as if afraid of missing every note. In the melodious music, everyone seemed to feel the true meaning of life. After the song was played, a pin drop could be heard in the entire private room, and everyone stood still on the spot. After a brief silence, Shi Yuding took the lead in applauding. "It sounds great, it sounds so good." She took 2 steps forward and said to Yi Bufan excitedly, "My classmate, can you play another piece of music for me? You play it so beautifully." Han Shui asked stupidly, "Yuding, does my brother play well?" Shi Yuding said without hesitation, "Of course, even an international piano master is just like this." "Boy, I didn't expect you to hide it deep enough." Han Shui punched Yi Bufan on the shoulder, and then said, "If you have this ability, why don't you play a song for your sister-in-law as soon as possible?" At this time, Shi Yuding had a look of longing on her face and didn't pay attention to what the other party called her. As a level 10 piano player, Tao Wei naturally knew what level Yi Bufan had reached in the piece he just played, but he couldn't give in easily and said coldly, "What's the point of playing such a soft piece? If you have the ability to play it, a fast-paced one." In his opinion, Yi Bufan must have practiced this piece of music frequently to be able to play it to this level, and he would not be able to play it in a different style. Yi Bufan ignored him and said to Shi Yuding, "Since my sister-in-law likes to listen, I will play Flight of the Bumblebee by Korsakov." Shi Yuding's expression changed and she said, "You don't have to listen to Tao Wei, you can talk about whatever you want." Yi Bufan smiled slightly, "It's okay, I happen to like fast-paced music too." Han Shui asked with some confusion, "Yuding, what is Flight of the Bumblebee? Is this song special?" Shi Yuding said, "Among the top 10 most difficult piano pieces in the world, Flight of the Bumblebee ranks 3rd. In terms of rhythm and speed, it is faster than the top two. Are you so awesome? Third brother, are you good at it? After Han Shui finished speaking, Yi Bufan didn't say anything and started beating his hands directly on the keys. However, the playing speed this time was countless times faster than before. The 10 fingers fell on the keys like raindrops, and the air in the entire private room seemed to be ignited by this dense melody. This time, the playing style changed from the soft and gentle style just now, and the speed was accelerated to the extreme, giving people an extremely strong sense of power. A series of explosions made everyone's blood boil. Oh my god, what kind of music is this? Why is it so hot? It's so exciting. Even though Han Shui was an outsider, he was still inspired by the explosive music. Sure Yuding was recording the video with her mobile phone, but after hearing Yi Bufan's playing, she was so excited that her hands trembled slightly. This kid really dares to play Flight of the Bumblebee. Tao Wei was shocked at first, and then a sneer appeared on his face. Anyone who has studied piano knows the majesty of this piece, and it is not something that ordinary people can play casually. Even the most famous piano master in the world today dare not perform such a piece in public, because it is so difficult to master, and if you are not careful, you will mess it up and bring humiliation to yourself. I can only play it while practicing secretly to feel the power of this piece. Now Yi Bufan actually plays Flight of the Bumblebee in public, which is considered suicide in the eyes of professionals. Boy, after all, you are a poor bastard with no experience at all. You really think of yourself as a world piano master. I wonder how you can stand here with dignity if you make a fool of yourself later. A look of pleasure appeared on Tao Wei's face, as if he had seen Yi Bufan lose control. Yi Bufan, who was in front of the piano, didn't care what others thought. His hand speed was getting faster and faster, reaching an incredible level. Sure Yuding looked at the scene on the phone screen, her mouth wide open in surprise, and her eyeballs almost bulged out of their sockets. I saw that Yi Bufan's hands had turned into shadows, and it was impossible to see clearly what was happening on the piano keys. Too fast. It's so fast. This is simply not a speed that humans can achieve. Although Huang Xiaoli, Niu Haotian, Yang Su and others looked down on Yi Bufan, they were all shocked by his hand speed and the explosive notes he played. Extreme speed, extreme music. As Yi Bufan played, several people in the room almost held their breath, as if their adrenaline was burning during the playing. Generally speaking, even if someone dares to play this piece of music, the tempo must be slowed down by a few beats, but Yi Bufan did not slow down at all. On the contrary, he played it faster than anyone before. At this moment, there is a buzzing sound above everyone's head and in their ears. The sound made a scene of swarms of bees dancing in front of me. Yi Bufan's speed became faster and faster, and his two hands almost turned into afterimages. It was obviously one pair of hands playing, but it seemed that there were countless hands beating on the keys. What's surprising is that such fast speed is only reflected in his hands, but his body is as straight as a loose body, and he sits there as stable as a mountain. His whole body exuded an aura of elegance and stability, but his hands were indescribably fast and violent. Although Sure Yuding was recording the video with her mobile phone, she did not dare to move her eyes for fear of missing the most exciting and perfect performance in her life. Yang Su was originally smoking, but at this moment he forgot about the cigarette but in his hand until it burned his fingers. Yi Bufan's heart was also filled with a hearty feeling. He had fully demonstrated the music inherited by the ancient medical school on this piano. Adrenaline is soaring and hand speed is exploding. The piano seemed to be trembling slightly, unable to withstand such a rapid load and about to fall apart. Finally, he reached the extreme speed of today's playing, reaching the highest peak. As the last note exploded on the keys, everything in the room returned to calm. Tao Wei, who was originally waiting for Yi Bufan to make a fool of himself, stood there like a puppet. He was completely dumbfounded. Only then did he realize how big the gap was between him and others in terms of piano. It was simply incomparable, or even incomparable. They were not on the same level at all. There was a difference of more than 10 streets. Yi Bufan stood up and sighed secretly. No wonder this piece of music is so difficult. It not only requires people to have a spiritual level of musical attainment, but also requires good physical strength. It can be said that playing this piece of music is a complete physical effort, and only a warrior like myself can achieve the freedom and ease with his body, and can use the speed to this extent. He turned around and said to Han Shui, "Give me a cigarette." Oh! At this time, Han Shui was still in a semi-sluggish state. He even forgot that Yi Bufan didn't smoke at all. He took out a cigarette from his pocket and threw it away with a dull expression. Yi Bufan took the cigarette, opened the lid of the piano, and gently rubbed the cigarette on the steel structure of the piano. He heard a pop and the cigarette was quickly lit. The people next to me had not yet recovered from the shock. At this time, the shock in their hearts was getting higher and higher. They could actually light cigarettes with the piano. What kind of operation is this? Many components in the piano's internal structure are made of steel, which will generate a lot of heat under extremely rapid friction. If you play too fast and the heat builds up to a certain level, the paper will ignite if you get close to it. This is a truth that many people have heard, but no one has ever thought that someone actually plays the piano and then lights the cigarette. Yi Bufan didn't smoke originally. All he did was to bring his performance to a successful conclusion. At this time, he took a gentle puff and then blew out a smoke ring in a very cool and unrestrained manner. Throwing away the cigarette in his hand, he found that everyone was dumbfounded, and Sher Yuding looked at him with bright eyes. Let me tell you, am I a little too big? Today I am here to help my good brothers. You can't put all the halo around yourself. Yi Bufan secretly regretted it, he would have known better to keep a low profile. At this time, Sher Yuding came back to her senses and shouted excitedly, "Perfect! It's so perfect! I'm going to post it online so everyone can see the most perfect performance in the world." As she spoke, she controlled her phone with trembling hands and posted the video she had just recorded online. Yi Bufan didn't stop him. Anyway, Sher Yuding didn't record his frontal view just now, and the lights in the private room were dim. Even if it was sent out, no one would know it was him. But he didn't expect that this short video would be like a bomb, causing an uproar on the internet. In a Western restaurant, Qin Chuchu was sitting and eating with two beautiful girls, her best friends in Yimo and Xiao Xiaowan. Xiao Xiaowan looked at Qin Chuchu, who was stunned, and said, "Chuchu, what are you thinking about? You are so distracted." No. Qin Chuchu shook his head as he spoke, feeling annoyed in his heart. The annoying guy appeared in his mind whenever he had something to do these days. At this moment, Yimo, who was scrolling through his cell phone boredly, suddenly screamed, "Look, my prince has appeared. What's all the fuss about? Are you thinking the prince is crazy?" Qin Chuchu complained and focused her gaze together. When she saw the scene on the screen clearly, she was dumbfounded. It was too fast, and the man played so fast that his hands became phantoms. And Yimo shouted excitedly, "Wonderful, really wonderful, this is my little piano prince." Xiao Xiaowan said, "It's fake. It must be fake. How can a normal person be so fast? It must have been made with computer special effects. The purpose is to deceive silly women like you who think about the prince all day long." And Yimo shouted excitedly, "Xiaowan, you don't understand piano, so you can't tell. This video is absolutely real. Every move he makes perfectly matches the notes. The special effects can never do this kind of effect." At this time, the video of a few minutes was played. Seeing Yi Bufan smoking at the end, and Yimo even screamed, "So handsome! So handsome! Although I hate men smoking, my little prince is an exception." He Shuangshuang was lying on the bed, scrolling through short videos on his phone. He was stunned when he saw the video, and was deeply shocked by the godlike performance. Who is this person? Why does it look so similar to that person's back? Then she shook her head again, it couldn't be him. He already has such high attainments in medicine, mysticism and martial arts. It is impossible for him to play the piano so well. After all, God is fair, how can he make a person so perfect? In less than an hour, Yi Bufan's magical performance quickly dominated the headlines on major websites, causing screams one after another from all corners of the world. Those innocent girls call him the little piano prince, while the professionals call him the ghost piano king, but no one knows his true identity. In the private room, the birthday party is still going on. Tao Wei stood there with a dull expression. Yi Bufan's performance really hit him hard in the face. Niu Haotian didn't understand music, but he was relatively calm. He said, "Today is Yuting's birthday. Let's eat the birthday cake. I'm a little hungry." Turning around, he said to Tao Wei, "Xiao Wei, here is the cake you prepared for Yuting. Hurry up and bring it up." "Oh. Come right away." Tao Wei woke up from the shock, opened the door and called the waiter, and soon a huge birthday cake was pushed in. This cake has a total of 6 layers, and the entire workmanship is very beautiful, perfect like a work of art. Seeing this luxurious cake, Han Shui became a little nervous again. If he didn't hide his identity as a rich second generation, he could give Sher Yuding a luxurious birthday. He was a little hesitant now. He had been suppressed by Tao Wei since he entered the private room, and he didn't know whether his way of hiding his identity was right or wrong. Huang Xiaoli shouted, "What a beautiful cake! Tao Wei took the cart from the waiter and said, Yuding, this is the birthday cake I specially customized for you. The 6 layers symbolize the 6 and 6 fortunes. I wish you all the best in your future life and career. Yang Su cooperated and said, Xiao Wei, where did you order this cake? Didn't you spend less? Tao Wei said, this cake needs to be reserved 1 month in advance. It is made by a top pastry master and the price is 8,880. Today is Yuding's birthday, so spending a little money is nothing. When it came to money, his mood finally improved a lot. No matter how outstanding the other party's performance was, after all, there was nothing in this world that money couldn't do without his own money. Thinking of this, he picked up the candle on the cart and said, Yuding, let me help you put the candle in place, and then let's blow the candle and make a wish. After saying that, he walked towards the cake with the candle, but at this moment, his knees suddenly weakened, and he rushed forward, diving into the 6-layer cake. He fell so suddenly and violently that the whole cake was smashed into a ball of mud, and Tao Wei's upper body was buried in the cake. At the same time, countless cream splashed everywhere, and several people standing next to the cake were splashed all over. The worst thing was Huang Xiaoli. Her clothes today were extremely revealing, and her exposed skin was splashed with cream after cream. Especially the 2 high and protruding parts on the chest, after being stained with large amounts of white cream, the scene looks extremely weird and a bit mind-boggling. No one expected this to happen. Niu Haotian and Yang Su hurriedly helped Tao Wei up. At this time, Tao Wei's body was covered with cake cream, like Santa Claus, and he couldn't even open his eyes. The 2 of them had no choice but to take him out of the private room and take him to the bathroom to rinse. Shi Yuding helped Huang Xiaoli wipe the cream on her body with a paper towel, and finally went to the bathroom. Seeing the embarrassed looks of several people, Han Shui laughed. He and Yi Bufan were still clean because they were far away from the cake. He said, third brother, you really laughed me to death. That guy must have had bad luck today because he fell into the cake. Yi Bufan smiled slightly, he knew exactly what happened. But there are some things that you just need to know, there is no need to say them. Shi Yuding and Huang Xiaoli cleaned in the bathroom for a long time before finally walking out wet. How could this happen? What day is it today? Why is it so unlucky? It's true that young Master Tao fell down. It's such a pity that such a good person fell down. Cake. Huang Xiaoli kept chattering, completely forgetting that today is Shi Yuding's birthday. At this moment, a short middle-aged man walked out of the men's room. The hair in the middle of his head had fallen out, and he had a standard Mediterranean hairstyle with hair in a circle and bald in the middle. This guy was already drunk. When he saw the scantily clad Huang Xiaoli, his eyes suddenly lit up. He stepped forward and slapped her on the butt. Little girl, how much does it cost for one night? I'll pay for you tonight. Ah! Huang Xiaoli was very angry when she was suddenly slapped on the butt and treated as a prostitute. She immediately slapped Mediterranean Sea on the face. You bastard, you are the one who was here to sell, your whole family is here to sell. Mediterranean didn't expect that Huang Xiaoli would dare to attack him, and shouted angrily, you bitch, you are not selling anything like this, and you dare to hit me, I have to kill you. After saying that, she rushed towards Huang Xiaoli and was about to attack Huang Xiaoli. Shi Yuding wanted to stop her, but how could she be the grown man's opponent? She was pushed aside by Mediterranean. Mediterranean grabbed Huang Xiaoli's hair and slapped her with 2 big mouths one after another. Smelly bitch, I made you a bitch and you still want to build a memorial arch. Help, young Master Tao, help me quickly. Huang Xiaoli was stunned and screamed desperately. In the bathroom, Tao Wei and Niu Haotian had just washed the cakes and cream off their bodies, and rushed out when they heard the shouts outside. Everything went wrong for Tao Wei today. He was already full of anger. When he saw someone dared to attack Huang Xiaoli, he immediately rushed forward and punched Mediterranean Sea in the face. Seeing that he was taking action, Niu Haotian and Yang Su were not polite and kicked Mediterranean to the ground, punching and kicking him. Huang Xiaoli straightened her messy hair and cursed, beat him to death. This bastard dares to take advantage of me. After saying that, she rushed up to Mediterranean Sea and kicked her twice hard in the stomach. Okay, stop fighting. Shi Yuding didn't want to make the matter a big deal, so she hurried forward and pulled everyone away. Mediterranean got up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and shouted to these people, if you dare to hit me, just wait for me. Hearing that the other party had a foreign accent, Yang Su said disdainfully, what's wrong with hitting you? My name is Yang Su. If you have the ability, come to the Platinum private room to find us. Boy, just wait for me if you want. After Mediterranean finished speaking, he hurriedly walked towards the other side of the corridor. Yang Su said disdainfully, if a foreigner dares to be arrogant with me, I will beat you every time I see you. At this time, Yi Bufan and Han Shui heard the noise and walked out of the private room and said to Shi Yuding, are you okay? Tao Wei said with a proud look on his face, what can happen if I protect you Ting? It's not like some people who hide in private rooms and dare not come out when something happens. Niu Haotian then said, yes, Yu Ting, as long as you are with Xiaowei from now on, there will be nothing that he can't deal with in Jiangnan. Huang Xiaoli said, young Master Tao, young Master Yang, thank you for your help, especially young Master Yang, you were so handsome just now. As she said this, she bowed slightly to Yang Su as if thanking her. When she bent down, she did not hide the beauty of her neckline at all. She was already wearing revealing clothes, so the meaning of this was extremely obvious. It's okay. Men should protect women. Yang Su said and patted her smooth shoulder. Although he didn't take this promiscuous woman seriously, it was still okay to have a one-night stand. Having just beaten the middle-aged man, Shi Yuding said worriedly, how about we stop here today and leave quickly? Tao Wei said, how about that? Today is your birthday party. It has just started and you haven't had enough fun yet. You must have fun before you can leave. His original plan was to get Shi Yuding drunk tonight and then capture her in one fell swoop. Shi Yuding said, but, I'm afraid that person will come back and cause trouble for us. Niu Haotian said, what are you afraid of? As I said just now, there is nothing Xiaowei can't handle in Jiangnan City. No matter what happens, you just need to leave it to him. Tao Wei also said with a proud look on his face, Yuding, don't worry, in the worst case I'll ask my dad to call Master Majio, and everything will be settled by then. Yang Su said with a haughty look, he's just a foreigner. There's nothing to worry about. If he dares to come again, we three brothers will kill him directly. Since no one cared, Shi Yuding couldn't say anything, and everyone returned to the private room together. Han Shui and Yi Bufan sat together and said with some annoyance, it's all because it's too noisy here. We were too slow to go out just now, otherwise we wouldn't have given that little hero a chance to save the beauty. A sneer appeared at the corner of Yi Bufan's mouth, don't worry, this matter is not that simple, maybe there will be something good to watch later. He has extraordinary eyesight, and he could see clearly just now that the man with Mediterranean hair entered the most luxurious private room in this KTV. Anyone who can access the supreme private room here, whether they are locals or outsiders, must have a very strong background, and this matter will definitely not be forgotten. Han Shui said a little confused, Lao San, what do you mean by this? Yi Bufan said, don't worry, just wait and see. Mediterranean returned to the supreme private room angrily and pushed the door open. The supreme private room is very spacious, almost 100 square meters, and the decoration inside is extremely luxurious. On the Italian leather sofa in the middle, a middle-aged man in a tang suit is sitting there very comfortably. Behind him stood a row of big men in black suits, all tall and strong, with evil auras on their faces, surrounding him like stars holding the moon. On both sides of the sofa, four scantily clad women stood, serving the middle-aged man like an emperor. Seeing Mediterranean come in with a bruised nose and face, the middle-aged man's expression changed. Cousin, what's wrong with you? Brother Ninth, I just saw a woman outside. She was dressed like a bitch. She was obviously for sale and she had to pretend to be innocent. I flirted a bit and asked her how much a night would cost, and ended up slapping the woman in the mouth. Later, a few guys beat me up. One of them, Yang Su, said he would wait for me in the platinum private room. After listening to Mediterranean's words, the middle-aged man's expression darkened, and there was a strong murderous aura in his body. Someone dares to touch my cousin in my place. I am really impatient to live. Feeling his momentum, the four women next to him were so frightened that they didn't dare to make a sound. He turned to the side and said, Bao, have you heard of this boy named Yang Su? A big man with a fierce face next to him took 2 steps forward and said with a respectful expression, back to Mr. Jiu, I haven't heard of him. He should be a little bastard with no reputation. You take someone over there and call them over. I want to see who dares to touch my Majio's cousin. It turns out that this middle-aged man is the famous Ma Jui in Jiangnan City, and his cousin with the Mediterranean hairstyle is from out of town. Originally, he wanted to entertain this relative and show off after. Looking at his current identity and status, he didn't expect that his cousin would be beaten in his own territory, which made him really angry. Yes, Master Gio. Abeo agreed and walked out with a Mediterranean hairstyle and 4 big men in suits. In the platinum private room, Yang Su hugged Huang Xiaoli with one hand and held up a wineglass with the other. He said with a proud face, I just said that foreigner can't make any waves. If he hasn't done anything for such a long time, he must have peed on his butt. Ran. Niu Haotian said, yes, it will be his advantage if he doesn't come, but he will be unlucky if he comes. Tao Wei said, don't say I don't have any background, so what if I have one? At most I ask my dad to say hello to Master Ma Jiu, no matter how big a person is, I can deal with it. Several people were talking loudly, when suddenly there was a bang, the door of the private room was kicked open from the outside, and Abeo and his men came in menacingly from the outside. Mediterranean pointed at Huang Xiaoli and shouted, this little bitch is the one who beat me. Take her back. I will kill her today. Abeo waved his hand and said to the bodyguard behind him, did you hear that? Take that woman away. What do you do? Do you know who I am? Tao Wei smashed the wine glass in his hand and walked over with great momentum, but as soon as he got there, he was kicked to the ground by a bodyguard in black. Niu Haotian and Yang Su stepped forward to help, but were beaten to the ground by the bodyguards with 3 punches and 2 kicks. The other 2 men in black suits stepped forward, grabbed Huang Xiaoli, and dragged her out of the private room. Young Master Yang, young Master Tao, please save me quickly. Huang Xiaoli was so frightened that she was screaming heartbreakingly. Don't worry, I'll call someone right now. Tao Wei took out his cell phone and was about to call his father. At this time, Abeo glanced at everyone and said with a stern expression, you all come here too, Master Jiu wants to see you. After saying that, he turned around and left without worrying that these people would run away. Tao Wei just took out his mobile phone, but he was dumbfounded and couldn't even press a button. The word Ji sounded to his ears like a bolt from the blue. In the entire Jiangnan city, Ma Jiu was the only one who dared to call him Jui. Niu Haotian and Yang Su also realized this. The Mediterranean hair shape was related to Ma Jui, and now they were in big trouble. They had just beaten Ma Jui's people. Seeing that her best friend had been kidnapped, Shi Yuding nervously said to Tao Wei and the others, hurry up and think of a way to rescue Xiaoli. The 3 people looked defeated. They had lost their high spirits and arrogance just now. They couldn't protect themselves if they offended Master Ma Jiu, so how could they care about Huang Xiaoli? Seeing that none of the 3 people spoke, Shi Yuding said angrily, you don't care, then I'll call the police. As she said that, she took out her cell phone and was about to call the police, but Tao Wei snatched the phone away and shouted, you dare to call the police about Master Ma Jiu? Do you want to kill us? Shi Yuding said angrily, Tao Wei, what are you going to do? You don't care about Xiaoli and you don't let me call the police. Are you just going to watch her being raped? The other party is Mr. Ma Jiu, do you know that calling the police will only kill us? At this moment, Tao Wei no longer cared about pretending to be his previous image, and shouted hysterically, it's all that bitch's fault. If she hadn't been wearing so little, how could she have brought us such trouble? You bastard. Shi Yuding was extremely disappointed with him, if you don't save Xiaoli, I will. After saying that, she strode towards the direction of the supreme private room. Yuding, wait for me. Han Shui immediately took steps to catch up. Although he knew Ma Jiu's reputation, the woman in front of him was his favorite. No matter whether there were mountains of swords and seas of fire ahead, he would follow her. All his good brothers were gone, and Yi Bufan naturally followed behind. Tao Wei and the other 2 looked at each other, and finally followed helplessly. They were not worried about Shi Yuding, but because of Ma Jiu's majesty, they didn't even have the courage to escape. After several people entered the door, Shi Yuding shouted, let my friend go. Ma Jiu stood up and ignored Shi Yuding. Instead, he glanced at several people with cold eyes and said in a cold voice, which of you beat my cousin just now, please stand up. The 3 of them, Tao Wei, had no choice but to take 2 steps forward, their legs trembling. Master Jiu, this is really a misunderstanding, we don't know, kneel down, you have no right to stand and speak in front of me. Tao Wei Gang was about to explain, but was abruptly interrupted by Ma Jiu. Master Jiu, my dad is Tao Zijuan, can you please let me go for my dad's sake? Tao Wei said this, but he didn't dare to hesitate in his movements. He knelt down with a plop. Land. Tao Zijuan? He's the only one who brings me wine, but he dares to ask for face in front of me. I give it to Ma Jiu, how dare he ask for it? Tao Wei lowered his head and was so scared that he never dared to say another word. Niu Haotian bravely said, Jiu Yi, my father is Niu Baokai from Hailong Hotel. Do you think you can? Before he could finish speaking, Ma Jiu raised his hand and slapped him on the face. TMD, what qualifications does a hotel owner have to talk to me? This time Niu Haotian also fell to his knees with a plop, losing the confidence of the young master before. Yang Su still held a trace of luck in his heart and said with a flattering face, Master Jiu, my father is Yang Wu, who works for Su Delongtu in Shicheng, Su Yam? Even he himself doesn't dare to come to my place to make trouble. Besides, he is the son of a Ma Zai. Stop talking nonsense and kneel down. Under Ma Jui's power, Yang Su did not dare to hesitate and immediately knelt beside Niu Haoqian. The three people who seemed to be the only ones in the world just now were kneeling side by side on the ground, not even qualified to speak. At this time, Ma Jui turned his attention to Yi Bufan and others. Although Shi Yuding was afraid and nervous, she gritted her teeth and said, "Let my friend go quickly, or I will call the police." Ma Jui smiled coldly, "The little girl is so ignorant, she even threatened to call the police to scare me." At this time, the lights in the private room were bright. Mediterranean could clearly see Shi Yuding's appearance, which was 10 times more beautiful than the scantily clad Huang Xiaoli. The guy said with a wicked smile, "Cousin, I also like this girl. Tonight, how about it for me?" Ma Ju said indifferently, "It's just a woman, why care about one or two, just take them if you want them." After saying that, he waved his hand, and the two bodyguards immediately walked towards Shi Yuding. Mediterranean smiled and said, "Thank you, cousin." Looking at the bodyguard in front of her, Shi Yuding shouted nervously, "What are you going to do? Don't come over." But as a woman, she had no ability to resist so many tall and strong men in black. At this moment, Han Shui took 2 steps forward and opened his arms to block Shi Yuding's body. "Stop, as long as I am here, none of you can touch her." The two bodyguards in black stopped, obviously waiting for Ma Jui's next instructions. At this time, Yi Bufan shouted to Tao Wei who was kneeling over there, "Master Tao, aren't you going to compete with Han Shui for the rain to stop? Why don't you hurry up and show off now?" He is here to help his good brother today, so he naturally knows how to give Han Shui the greatest help. Seeing Master Majio looking towards him, Tao Wei was so frightened that he trembled and shouted quickly, "Master Majio, please don't misunderstand me. That woman is just an ordinary friend between us and we don't have a deep relationship, whatever you want is fine." Seeing Tao Wei's cowardly look for fear of harming herself, a flash of deep disgust flashed in Shi Yuding's eyes. Compared to Han Shui who risked his life to stand in front of him, even a fool could see the difference between the two of them. Ma Ji turned his attention to Han Shui again and said in a cold voice, "Boy, no one can resist my order. I give you 2 choices, either get away or die." Han Shui's body was also trembling slightly. He was obviously very scared, but he still said firmly, "As long as I am here, no one can hurt you, Ting. It's true that I won't shed tears until I see the coffin." A flash of disdain flashed in Ma Ji's eyes, "Break his limbs and throw them into the sea to feed the fish." The two bodyguards standing next to him agreed and immediately rushed towards Han Shui with their teeth and claws bared. Han Shui was just an ordinary person, and he had never even learned Sanda or Taekwondo. But in order to protect the woman he loved most, he could only grit his teeth and fight, closed his eyes, and punched out hard. But what surprised him was that the 2 punches did not touch anything, and there was no movement around him. When he opened his eyes again, he found that the 2 big men, who were 1.9 meters tall, had flown out and fell 7 or 8 meters away. He looked at his 2 fists in surprise. When did he have special powers? This is impossible. At this time, a clear voice sounded beside him, "As long as I am here, no one can touch my brother." He turned around and saw Yi Bufan standing beside him calmly. "Third brother, run away, what's going on here has nothing to do with you." Yi Bufan said calmly, "What are you talking about? You are my brother, and your business is my business." Seeing that his 2 men were easily beaten away, Master Majio's face instantly darkened. He looked at Yi Bufan with cold eyes and said, "It turns out that I am still a trainer, but Majio, am not just any cat or dog. You can ride on top of it. Ah Bao, teach this boy a lesson." "I know, Master Jio." With a promise, Bao walked towards Yi Bufan, flexing his muscles as he walked, cracking his 10 knuckles, showing off his muscles like steel poured into iron. Seeing him take action, excitement flashed across the faces of the bodyguards in black next to him. Bao was a gangster boxing champion who once dominated Southeast Asia. Not only was he good at fighting, he was also ruthless in his attacks. People familiar with him knew that his attacks were bound to draw blood. The opponent would either die or be injured, otherwise he would never stop. It was by chance that Maji saw Abao's skills, so he paid a lot of money to take him into his hands. Since Abao came to China, Maji has never taken action personally. It can be said that half of Maju's current power was brought down by Abao himself. Feeling the murderous aura on Abao, Han Shui said nervously, "Lao San, I'll block him first, you run away." "Don't worry, it's just a look-alike that's worthless," Yi Bufan said, pulling Han Shui behind him and walking toward Abao. The opponent looks extremely cruel, but in fact, he has not even stepped into the threshold of a yellow-level warrior. How can he put this kind of thing in his eyes? "Boy, you're looking for fucking death. Seeing that the pretty boy was ignoring him, Ah Bao shouted angrily, stretched out his hand and grabbed Yi Bufan's skull with a chokehold. He comes from a black boxing background, and his moves are not flashy, but they are real skills developed in life and death fights, and his moves are deadly. Get out of here! Under Yi Bufan's consciousness, Ah Bao's moves that were as fast as lightning in the eyes of others were as slow as a snail. He raised his leg and kicked the opponent's lower abdomen, sending the opponent flying more than 10 meters, directly hitting the wall of the private room, and then fell down next to Tao Wei with a thud. This kick was extremely hard, as strong as Ah Bao. After struggling for a few times, he still couldn't get up from the ground. He lay there with a face full of pain. Tao Wei and the other three were startled, but they still knelt there, not daring to move. Seeing the scene in front of him, Han Shui was so shocked that he almost jumped up and shouted, "I'll choke you, third brother, did you take Dolly pill? I've never seen you so powerful before." During the 3 years of contact, Yi Bufan gave him the impression that he was weak and polite. He never thought that his good brother would turn out to be a master. Seeing that his strongest Ah Bao was defeated by the opponent with one move, Ma Jui's expression became extremely serious. He looked at Yi Bufan and said, "Boy, your skills are really good. I'll give you a chance. As long as you can be my subordinate, let's forget about today's matters. I will forget all the blame for these people. How about that?" After he said this, the expressions of the people around him changed. You must know that Ma Jui is famous for his revenge. To make such a big concession today seems to be because of the young man's skills. After finishing speaking, he looked at Yi Bufan calmly. He was the leader of the 4 leaders in Jiangnan City, and the young man in front of him would definitely not refuse. But what I didn't expect was that Yi Bufan just smiled disdainfully, his eyes full of ridicule. "Let me be your subordinate, are you worthy?" Ma Jui said with a gloomy expression, "Boy, it seems that you are going to fight me to the end. Tell me who you are." Yi Bufan. After hearing these 3 words, Ma Jui's expression changed again. "So it was you. The person who injured my men in the village and the city was your boy?" Yi Bufan said calmly, "Yes, it's me. Today we just settled the old and new accounts together." Ma Jui said, "Boy, don't think that just because you have some relationship with the He family, you can do whatever you want. In Jiangnan City, no one can mess with me, Ma Jiu." Yi Bufan said, "You are overthinking. I always rely on myself to do things. I don't need to rely on anyone." Ma Jui said with a sinister look, "Originally, for the sake of the He family, I wanted you to live a few more days. Since you insist on seeking death, I will send you on your way now." After saying that, he waved to the bodyguard behind him, "Come with me. Whoever kills him will be rewarded 1 million. These bodyguards are not ordinary people. They have experienced hundreds of battles and received special training. They are definitely masters who are worth 10. In his opinion, even if Yi Bufan could defeat one Abeo, he would never be able to defeat so many of his subordinates. Facts have proved that he was wrong. Although these people tried their best, the gap in skill was too big, and basically no one could be an enemy. In just a few dozen seconds, the more than 20 bodyguards in black were all beaten to the ground, and no one could stand up again. "Boy, you really surprised me." Ma Jui reached out and took off his outer clothes, revealing his muscular upper body. He made a gesture and said, "I can't even remember how many years I haven't taken action. It's an honor for you to die in my hands." Yi Bufan smiled slightly. "You are overthinking and want to kill me, but you are still far away." He is now a master in the foundation building stage. Just now he didn't even use 1/10 of his strength to deal with those bodyguards. Although the Ma Jui in front of him is an entry-level martial artist, he is still in the early stage of the Huang level. Even if he does not use magic, this kind of skill cannot pose any threat to him. Yi Bufan can see through Ma Jui's cultivation, but Ma Jui does not have this ability. He shouted loudly, raised his hand and punched Yi Bufan in the face. There is an old saying in Chinese martial arts circles about boxing. If you don't go out in Tai Chi for 10 years, you will kill people after a year of practicing Tai Chi. This shows the ferocity of boxing. Ma Jui relied on this set of boxing techniques to beat countless opponents to the point of breaking their bones and muscles, and achieved his reputation today. Today, he showed his best skills when he made a move. Facing the extremely fierce punch, Yi Bufan didn't even try to dodge. He raised his hand and punched out. The 2 fists collided together, and there was a loud bang. Ma Jui flew back more than 10 meters like a kite with its string broken, and hit the wall behind him with a bang. The place where he fell was also coincidental. He happened to land next to Bao, very close to Tao Wei and the others. The failure of one move shocked everyone. You must know that Ma Jui was famous before. No one in the underground world of Jiangnan can be his opponent. Mediterranean standing next to him was completely dumbfounded. In the entire private room, he was the only man standing beside them. Yi Bufan glanced at him. Let me go quickly. Oh. Mediterranean, who was already frightened, quickly let go of Huang Xiuli's hand. Huang Xiuli felt like she was having a nightmare. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. She didn't expect that the person who saved her in the end was not Tao Wei's boastful young masters, but this inconspicuous man in front of her. Yi Bufan walked up to Tao Wei and the others, looked at them jokingly and said, "Young masters, are you used to kneeling? Now that these people have been beaten down by me, why don't you get up and take revenge?" Surprisingly, Tao Wei did not stand up, but instead shouted, "Boy, you caused a big trouble today. You beat Master Ma Jiao. You will definitely not be able to survive in Jiangnan City in the future." Not only him, but Niu Haotian and Yang Su next to him didn't have the courage to stand up at all, and they knelt there straight. There was a trace of ridicule on Yi Bufan's face. "I've been kneeling for so long that I can't stand up. As a man, you don't dare to fart even if the woman you want to chase is snatched away. Now everyone has been knocked down by me, and you don't even have the courage to stand up. If I were you, I would piss myself to death." Tao Wei's old face turned the color of pig liver, and he said angrily, "What do you know? This is Master Ma Jiao." Yi Bufan said disdainfully, "Isn't he just a big gangster? He scared you into being like this bear." At this time, Master Ma Jiao got up from the ground, raised his hand to wipe away the blood that overflowed from the corner of his mouth, and said with a sinister expression, "Boy, my skills are indeed good, but I tell you, you can't offend the power behind me, Ma Jiao. It's too late to kneel down to me now, otherwise you and your friends will die. There's someone behind this, right?" Yi Bufan sneered, "Then don't say I won't give you a chance. Call now and find all the people you can find." He wanted to have a complete break with Master Ma Jiao today, and he had to deal with this guy, otherwise his relatives and friends would be in trouble in the future. So he didn't choose to leave, but pulled up a chair and sat directly next to it. "Boy, if you have the guts, just wait for me," Ma Ji said as he took out his cell phone and dialed a phone number. After the call was connected, a deep voice came from the other side, "Xiaojiu, what's the matter so late?" Although they were separated by the phone, Ma Ji's expression instantly became extremely respectful. "Boss, something happened here at Yi Weiyang. I was hit by a kid here." The person on the phone said dissatisfiedly, "You can't handle such a small matter?" Ma Ji said, "Boss, his skills are so good that none of us are opponents. And he is still waiting here, asking you to come over. A bunch of useless things. Wait, I'll be there right away." After saying that, he hung up the phone with a snap. Ma Ji turned around and said with a sinister expression, "Boy, let me tell you, let alone the Yi family, even the King of Heaven, and I can't save you this time." Yi Bufan raised his leg and kicked him to the ground. "From now on, you are not qualified to stand and talk to me. Boy, you are looking for death." Ma Ji's old face was flushed with blood, as if it could drip blood at any time. He had been in the underground world of Jiangnan for so many years. When had he ever been bullied like this? Yi Bufan said in a cold voice, "Are you going to kneel or not? If you don't kneel, I will destroy you now." If he hadn't been present today, the fate of Han Shui and others could be imagined. He would not be polite at all to people who threaten his friends. Although Ma Ji gritted his teeth with hatred, in order to preserve his lifelong cultivation, he could only hold back the shame in his heart and knelt upright next to Tao Wei and others. Just now he asked Tao Wei and others to kneel down and talk, and now he has fallen to this point. However, people had to bow their heads under the eaves. Facing such a domineering young man, he could only endure it for the time being. He secretly felt cruel in his heart, waiting for his boss to come. He must make sure that this kid can't live without death. Seeing Ma Jui, whom they admired so much, kneeling with them, Tao Wei and the others had mixed feelings. They have never taken Yi Bufan, a poor boy, seriously, but just now they knelt down to Ma Jui, and now Ma Ji knelt down to Yi Bufan again. This gap made them feel an indescribable sense of loss. "Boy, don't be complacent. Let's see how Master Ma Jiao will deal with you when his backer comes." Although the three people did not speak, they all thought this way in their hearts. It seemed that only by Ma Ji destroying Yi Bufan could they regain some face and feel better. Although he had seen Yi Bufan's skills, Han Shui was still a little worried, so he came to him and whispered in his ear, "Lao San, I heard that the background behind Master Ma Jiao is extremely powerful. A good man doesn't suffer immediate losses, so let's leave here first. I'll let my dad think of a solution later." Yi Bufan knew that today's matter must be resolved, otherwise it will cause unnecessary trouble to his relatives and friends in the future. He said, "Second brother, why don't you take your sister-in-law and leave first? I can be here alone. How can that be done? We are brothers who share weal and woe. How can I leave you here alone? Han Shui turned around and said to Shi Yuding, you go back first. I will come back to you after the matter is settled. Shi Yuding said in a firm tone, how can that be done? We will bear the same burden together. If we have to die together, I can't leave alone. Yi Bufan burst into laughter. Why do you think it's like a separation between life and death? Don't worry, nothing will happen to you as long as I'm here. Han Shui and Shi Yuding both nodded. They did not completely believe Yi Bufan's words, but with the attitude of sharing the joys and sorrows, they would stay no matter what. But Huang Xiaoli obviously didn't think so. She stepped forward and said, Yuding, if you don't leave, I'll leave first. Well, you go back first. A look of disappointment flashed in Shi Yuding's eyes, but she didn't say anything. Huang Xiaoli ran out of the private room as if running away without saying a word. Han Shui spat and said, what the hell? Today's trouble was entirely caused by Huang Xiaoli. As a result, she was more troubled than anyone else, but she ran faster than anyone else. Yi Bufan didn't care at all. Huang Xiaoli was just a snobbish woman, and he didn't expect her to do anything. He said to Shi Yuding, sister-in-law, I heard that you are a talented girl from the finance department of Jiangnan University. Have you found a good place now? Hearing Yi Bufan call her sister-in-law, Shi Yuding's cheeks blushed slightly, but she didn't say anything. Instead, she reached out and held Han Shui's hand. After what happened just now, she already knew how to choose. Don't listen to Han Shui's nonsense. How can I be considered a talented woman, she said. The employment situation for college students is getting more and more difficult now. I haven't found a suitable job yet. Great, can you come over and help me? Yi Bufan briefly introduced the situation of Zue Jiangnan restaurant, and then said, I don't know how to manage a restaurant, and the current manager is also temporary. It would be best for my sister-in-law to come over and help me. Of course that's good. Shi Yuding said hesitantly, but I just graduated, so it's not appropriate to be the general manager directly. Otherwise, I should start from the bottom. Yi Bufan said, I believe in my second brother's vision. The person he chooses will definitely be right. You can just take over the entire restaurant. When Shi Yuding took the initiative to hold hands, Han Shui felt happy and said, Lao San, you are so right. Let alone a restaurant, it is a group company. Yuding can take care of it for you. Otherwise, what else? Be my wife. Shi Yuding glared at him fiercely. What nonsense are you talking about? Who is your wife? Han Shui said with a smile, isn't this just a matter of time? At this moment, there was a rush of footsteps outside, and then dozens of men in black rushed into the private room. Although these people are all wearing traditional martial arts uniforms, they exude extremely powerful power, and any one of them is not inferior to a Bao's level. Seeing the reinforcements coming, Ma Jui became excited. The time for his revenge had finally arrived. Even Tao Wei and others felt a throb in their hearts. They could accept Ma Jui's bullying, but they couldn't accept being stepped on by Yi Bufan. Therefore, they all hoped that Ma Jui's backstage boss will teach Yi Bufan a lesson. After the men in black entered the door, they quickly separated to both sides, leaving a passage in the middle, and then a middle-aged man walked in slowly. This man was wearing a large windbreaker, big sunglasses on his face, a slicked-back haircut, and a cigar in his mouth. He exuded a powerful aura and looked like a big boss. Tao Wei and others were filled with shock and admiration. They had long heard that Ma Jui had a mysterious and powerful backer, but they had not seen him for so many years. Today, he saw that he was really powerful. At the same time, I was secretly glad that I and others had made the right choice before. That kid was definitely doomed now. In this society, it is useless to rely solely on good skills. No matter how powerful you are, if you can fight 10 people, can you still fight 100 people? No matter how skilled you are, can you still use powerful overheating weapons? Seeing the middle-aged man entering the door, Ma Jui seemed to have seen a savior. The previous nervousness and humiliation were swept away. He jumped up from the ground, pointed at Yi Bufan and shouted, Boss, this guy is the one who hit us, place. After seeing Yi Bufan, the middle-aged man suddenly quickened his pace, came closer and shouted sternly, kneel down. Ma Jui looked proud and shouted, Boy, did you hear that? Kneel down quickly for our boss, otherwise, before he could finish speaking, the middle-aged man shouted sharply again, What about you, kneel down quickly. If Dr. Yi doesn't let you get up today, you will kneel down until you die. Ah? Ma Jui looked confused. He was looking forward to the stars and the moon, and finally hoped for reinforcements. Why did he kneel down? Boss, did you make a mistake? This guy ruined our place. With an angry look on his face, the middle-aged man raised his hand and slapped Master Majo on the face, then kicked him to the ground and cursed in annoyance. UF*CK, don't you understand if I ask you to kneel down? I understand. Although Ma Jui was still in a state of confusion, he figured out one thing. The boss was not wrong and he really wanted to kneel down. Although he was a powerful boss before, he didn't dare to hesitate at this moment because everything he had was given by the man in front of him. Without the backing boss, he would be nothing now, and the grass on his grave would probably be as tall as a person. He plopped down on the ground again, more respectfully and upright than before. Everyone else looked confused and didn't know what was happening. What? Including Han Shui, who had just quietly picked up a wine bottle and was ready to have a big fight, but he didn't expect it to be like this. However, Yi Bufan had already recognized the middle-aged man. It was Tang Feng from the Tang family. When he just treated Mr. Tang, he looked like a filial son and a virtuous grandson. Unexpectedly, he turned into a famous boss in the south of the Yangtze River in the blink of an eye. What he doesn't know is that the Tang family, who started out as a martial artist, has always been the real ruler of the underground world in Jiangnan. The so-called 4 dragon heads are all dogs raised by the Tang family. If anyone in the Tang family is unhappy, these people can be replaced at any time. At this moment, cold sweat broke out on Tang Feng's forehead. Mr. Tang's recovery from his serious illness made him feel very good. After receiving a call from Master Ma Jiu, he hurried over with his people. Unexpectedly, the other party turned out to be Yi Bufan. Just now, I was discussing with my father how to please Divine Dr. Yi and use his magical methods to get me into the ranks of Xian-level warriors. I didn't expect that my subordinates would cause such a big trouble. He respectfully walked up to Yi Bufan and said with a smile on his face, Mr. Yi, I'm really sorry. My subordinates don't have eyes, so I offended you. But don't worry, I will definitely satisfy you. As long as you say a word, I will immediately let him sink into the sea to feed the fish. As soon as he said these words, the calm mood of everyone present was once again shocked to the top of the wave. Ma Jui's face turned pale, and he no longer had the calmness and arrogance of the previous boss. Although he was just a dog raised by the Tang family, he was also the dog that knew how to please his master and could bring him the most benefits. In the past, no matter what kind of big shot he offended, the Tang family would stand firmly behind him and support him. But in front of this young man, Tang Feng chose to sacrifice himself without hesitation. Who is this young man? How much background does this need to make the Tang family bow their heads and surrender? Relying on the Yi family alone is definitely not enough, because the status of the Tang family is not inferior to the Yi family at all, and judging from Tang Feng's appearance, it is completely respectful from the bottom of his heart. Thinking of this, he felt a chill in his heart. What big shot had he offended? Could it be that I am really going to be sunk to the bottom of the sea today? He didn't think Tang Feng's words were a joke. The three of them, Tao Wei, were completely stunned as they knelt there, even forgetting the pain caused by the congestion in their knees. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I had never seen it before. The poor boy who stood up suddenly stood at a height that they could only look up to. They can only kneel like grandchildren in front of Master Ma Jiu, and now Master Ma Jiu's masters are so respectful to others. The difference between one and the other is so big that they can look up to them for a lifetime. At this time, Shi Yuding was also full of curiosity. What is the origin of this friend Han Shui? First she showed extraordinary attainments at the piano, then she showed her astonishing skills, and now she was overwhelming a big boss, which was simply beyond her imagination. Yi Bufan glanced at Tang Feng, then at Ma Jui who was lying on the ground, and said calmly, since he is yours, let's forget about today's matter. Seeing that he was not angry because of the offense of his subordinates, Tang Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. His dream of being a Xian-level warrior was not shattered after all. I thank the doctor for the blind thing. Tang Feng turned around and kicked Master Ma Jiu again. You blind thing, even the old man is very respectful to Divine Dr. Yi, but you dare to offend me. The next time I chop you into pieces, why don't you apologize to Dr. Yi immediately? After hearing this, the resentment and unwillingness in Master Ma Jiu's heart disappeared completely. He knew very well what kind of person the old man of the Tang family was. He couldn't afford to offend someone who even respected the old man. People have such a mentality. If the other party's status is so high that people can only look up to him, then he will not even have the mentality of revenge, and only respect and surrender will be left. Divine Dr. Yi, I'm sorry. It was I, Ma Jiu, who blinded the dog's eyes. I offended Divine Dr. Yi, and I asked Divine Dr. Yi to punish me. Yi Bufan waved his hand and said, "Forget it, get up. Those who don't know what happened today are not to blame, and I won't hold them accountable. But remember, don't charge any more protection fees for the village in the city in the future." Tang Feng scolded, "You incompetent thing, did you hear what Dr. Yi said? You will never be allowed to do such dirty things again in the future." I heard it. From now on, I guarantee that no one in the urban village will collect protection fees again. Ma Ji said continuously, then thanked Yi Bufan, and then stood up from the ground. The traders in the urban village didn't know it, but Yi Bufan's words completely eliminated the nightmare that had plagued them for many years. Ma Ji glanced at Tao Wei and the three people kneeling next to them, and asked respectfully, "Dr. Yi, how should we deal with these people?" The hearts of Tao Wei and the other three people suddenly became excited. Ma Ju's words were like putting the fate of the three of them into Yi Bufan's hands. As long as Yi Bufan said no, with Ma Ju's ruthless methods, he would throw the three of them into the sea to feed the fish without hesitation. "Mr. Yi, Uncle Yi, please let us go, we are blind, and we will never dare to do it again." The three people looked at Yi Bufan with pleading expressions on their faces, begging for mercy again and again. Just now, they had hoped that Ma Ji would be able to turn around, but now all hope was lost and they could only beg for his life. Seeing the ugly appearance of the three people, a look of disgust flashed in Yi Bufan's eyes, and he said lightly, "Let them go. He came here today to help Han Shui. Since his goal has been achieved, there is no need to argue with these three little people." Ma Jui shouted to the three people, "Did you hear that? Get out of here quickly." "Thank you, Dr. Yi, thank you Mr. Yi." The three people were amnesty and wanted to get up from the ground. Unfortunately, they had been kneeling for too long. Their knees were numb, red and swollen, and they could not stand up after struggling for several times. As soon as Ma Ji waved his hand, several bodyguards rushed over and dragged the three people out of the supreme private room. After everything was settled, Yi Bufan didn't want to stay here for a long time, so he left Yi Weiyang KTV. Not far outside the KTV, there were 5 SUVs parked. Zhu Linlin sat in the car, staring at Yi Weiyang's door with her eyes, and murmured, "What is the person named Ji doing in there? Why doesn't he come out yet?" He Lang held his cigar in his mouth, took a puff and said slowly, "Don't worry, he will come out sooner or later." Zhu Linlin was really anxious. She eagerly wanted to see Yi Bufan kneeling at his feet begging for mercy. What happened in the past few days had stimulated her too much. She didn't want to see the man she kicked out was so good. She wanted to see Yi Bufan stepped on and prove that her choice was correct. So she was eagerly looking forward to Yi Bufan coming out of the KTV and being severely punished by Brother Lang. He would kneel at the feet of her and Ma Wenba and beg for mercy. It seemed that this was the only way to make her feel better. At this moment, Ma Wenba shouted excitedly, "Brother Lang, that kid is out." Han Shui couldn't wait to go to the world of two with Shi Yuding, and Yi Bufan left the KTV alone. Originally, Tang Feng and Ma Jui wanted to send him a car back, but they were rejected. He came to the roadside and raised his hand to hail a taxi. After getting in the car, he prepared to leave. The taxi had just started to take off, when a harsh braking sound came out, and 5 SUVs blocked the front. The taxi driver hurriedly applied the brakes to stop the car. After the SUV stopped, a dozen gangsters armed with daggers and steel pipes jumped out of the car and surrounded the taxi. The 2 gangsters were holding short knives, pointing into the taxi and shouting, "Boy, get out of the car quickly." Yi Bufan glanced at Ma Wenba and Zhu Linlin who were standing nearby, and immediately understood what was going on. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. These 2 guys really didn't know how to live or die. Tang Feng and Ma Jiu stood in front of the KTV with respectful expressions. In order to express their respect, they had to wait until Yi Bufan left before going back. Ma Jiu asked, "Boss, who is this Mr. Yi?" Tang Feng said, "Don't ask any more questions. Just remember from now on that you should respect Mr. Yi more than you do when you see me. Today you have to thank Mr. Yi for not arguing with you, otherwise even if I don't kill you, the old man will never let you go." Ma Jiu's expression tightened. "I know, boss, I will prepare a gift to send to Mr. Yi later to express my apology again." "Well, that's the right thing to do. If you can satisfy Mr. Yi, any benefit he can give you will be enough for you to enjoy for a lifetime." Ma Jiu was filled with curiosity. She didn't know who this divine Dr. Yi was that made the Tang family so respectful. While the 2 were talking, He Lang and his men forced Yi Bufan's taxi to stop. Ma Jiu's expression changed. "Boss, someone seems to be looking for trouble with divine Dr. Yi." Tang Feng raised his hand and slapped him on the back of the head. "What are you doing standing there in a daze? Why don't you bring someone over to show off?" "I know, boss. Ma Jiao agreed and immediately called his bodyguards to rush over. He knew that using Yi Bufan's ability to deal with these gangsters was just a matter of snapping his fingers, so he had to move quickly, otherwise he would lose the chance to please. Yi Bufan got out of the car, glanced at the black wolf blocking the car, and said calmly, "Is something wrong?" Hei Lang took a sip from the cigar in his hand, threw it to the ground and crushed it hard. He raised his head and said, "Boy, do you understand that you have offended someone?" Yi Bufan said, "I have offended many people. Is this any big deal?" Hei Lang's face darkened, and he said with a ferocious expression, "Boy, you are very arrogant. Do you know who I am? I am the famous Hei Lang brother in Dongcheng district. If you talk to me like this, you don't want to live, do you?" Zhu Linlin stepped forward and said, "Yi Bufan, please kneel down and apologize to me and Master Ma. Maybe we can let you go this time." Yi Bufan frowned. He was extremely tired of this woman. He originally didn't want to have anything to do with her after the breakup, but the other party kept coming to trouble him. He said coldly, "Get out." Zhu Linlin was originally waiting for Yi Bufan to bow his head, but she was disappointed. The other party did not take her seriously at all, and the contempt in his eyes made her feel crazy. "Brother Wolf, teach this boy a hard lesson," Zhu Linlin shouted hysterically. Hei Lang waved his hand behind him, "Give them all to me and destroy this kid's legs." The gangsters were already ready, and upon hearing the order, they rushed forward with bared teeth and claws, but at this moment, a loud shout rang through the air. "Fuck you, stop it. If anyone dares to touch a hair of Mr. Yi, I will kill him immediately." With a loud shout, Ma Jiao rushed over with his men. Hei Lang, who was originally extremely arrogant, trembled when he saw Ma Jiao, and hurriedly stepped forward with a flattering look on his face and said, "Master Jiao, why are you here?" He was originally a small gangster from Dongcheng district, and his status was incomparable to Ma Jiao. If Master Ma Jiao was willing, he could make him disappear from Jiangnan at any time. It was precisely for this reason that he did not dare to lead anyone into Yi Weiyang KTV, but just waited outside. "Hei Lang, are you fucking crazy? How dare you disrespect Mr. Yi?" In order to show off in front of Yi Bufan, Ma Jiao snatched the steel pipe from Hei Lang's hand and slapped him on the head, causing blood to spurt out. But even so, Hei Lang didn't dare to resist at all. Even the gangsters behind him looked at Ma Jiao with fear in their eyes, and no one dared to step forward to stop him. Ma Jiao shouted at Hei Lang and others, "You dare to offend Mr. Yi, why don't you kneel down and apologize to me?" Thump, 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 under his powerful power, the gangsters led by Hei Lang all knelt down on the ground with respectful expressions and did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. Ma Wenba and Zhu Linlin stood there completely dumbfounded. They never expected that brother Hei Lang, whom they had spent a lot of money to invite, could only kneel in front of Yi Bufan. Seeing that they were still standing there, Ma Jiao's eyes widened and she said with a fierce expression, "Didn't you two hear what I said? Why don't you kneel down to Mr. Yi quickly?" Ma Wenba and Zhu Linlin did not want to accept Yi Bufan's power from the bottom of their hearts, but they did not dare to face the ferocious Ma Jiao, so they could only kneel down with a plop. After getting rid of these people, Ma Jiao turned around and immediately put on a flattering expression and said, "Mr. Yi, I'm sorry that I let this garbage offend you. What do you think should be done? It's up to you." After speaking, Yi Bufan got into the taxi and sped away around the SUVs in front of him. He now has no interest in these two people and leaves it to Ma Jiao to handle. Ma Wenba and Zhu Linlin were kneeling on the ground, and Yi Bufan didn't even look at them from beginning to end. The greatest contempt is to ignore. At this moment, the two people finally realized the meaning of this sentence. They were nothing in the eyes of others, and they had no interest in even looking at them. Master Ma Jiao was really worried now. What does it mean to just do something? How to deal with these talents to satisfy Mr. Yi? Whether the treatment is harsh or light, it may arouse Yi Bufan's dissatisfaction. Just when he didn't know what to do, Tang Feng came over, and Ma Jiao quickly asked, "Boss, Divine Dr. Yi asked me to deal with them. What do you think should be done with these people?" Tang Feng glanced at Hei Lang and asked, "Who asked you to trouble Mr. Yi?" Hearing that the man in front of him was Ma Jiao's boss, Hei Lang hurriedly said with a respectful expression, "It's that boy Ma Wenba. He gave me 300,000 and asked me to take Mr. Yi's legs." "Master Jiao, boss, I really didn't know that Mr. Yi was your friend, otherwise I wouldn't dare to kill him." Tang Feng asked, "Did you accept the 300,000? Hei Lang said quickly, "Take it, but I will give it back to him now, without leaving any money." Tang Feng said, "No need. Since the money has been collected, you can just do the work. Isn't it just 2 legs? It's the same for everyone anyway." Ma Jiao's eyes lit up. This way of dealing with it was perfect. He would repay the other person with his own way. This way of dealing with it must satisfy Mr. Yi. He shouted to He Lang, "Did you understand what my boss said?" He Lang had been on the road for so many years and immediately understood what Tang Feng meant and said quickly, "Oh, I understand." Ma Jui also said, "Now that you understand, why don't you do it quickly?" "I know, Master Jiao." Black Wolf said. Standing up from the ground, he stood up, reached out and touched a steel pipe next to him, and walked towards Ma Wenba. Ma Wenba suddenly panicked and shouted nervously, "Brother Lang, what are you going to do? Don't do this, I gave you 300,000. He Lang already hated the kid in front of him to death. He almost lost his life for 300,000 yuan, so how could he be so soft-hearted? Then, a shrill scream came from the door of Yi Weiyang KTV, and Ma Wenba's legs were beaten in two by the Black Wolf without hesitation. Zhu Linlin was so frightened that she screamed, but she didn't dare to do anything. She just stood aside and shivered. Ma Ji looked at Ma Wenba and others and said, "If you dare to disrespect Mr. Yi again in the future, it's not as simple as 2 legs. Get out of here now." "Don't worry, Mr. Jiao, whoever dares to be disrespectful to Mr. Yi in the future will be the first to be destroyed." If He Lang was granted amnesty, he and his men picked up Ma Wenba and ran away. Yi Bufan didn't know this. Early the next morning, he called Shi Yuding's phone number, and the two made an appointment to go to Zui Jiangnan restaurant together. Ouyang Lan has been living in a restaurant these days. The original CEO's office was a suite of more than 100 square meters. Now it is quite enough for her to live alone. Although her home is a restaurant with more than a dozen chefs, she is used to making breakfast by herself and then waiting for her son to come and eat with her. As soon as the door opened, Yi Bufan and 2 people walked in from the outside. After seeing Shi Yuding, Ouyang Lan's eyes suddenly lit up, and then he pulled Yi Bufan aside and asked, "Son, which one is your girlfriend, this girl or the female police officer?" Yi Bufan said, "Mom, what are you talking about? No one is my girlfriend. Let me introduce to you, this is my good brother's girlfriend Shi Yuding, a top student in the Department of Finance of Jiangnan University. I asked her to be the general manager of our restaurant. We can't keep Lu Kai here with us forever." Shi Yuding stepped forward and said politely, "Hello, Aunt." Okay. Ouyang Lan was polite, but a flash of disappointment flashed in his eyes. After the 3 of them had breakfast together, Yi Bufan called Lu Kai over and asked him to take Shi Yuding to get familiar with the restaurant's environment. After the 2 people left, Ouyang Lan said to him again, "Son, tell the truth to Mom, what is your relationship with that officer Yi?" Yi Bufan said, "Mom, I am after curing her grandfather's disease, they can only be regarded as ordinary friends at best." Ouyang Lan said, "Then do you have a girlfriend? If not, then I will have to find someone to introduce you to her." Yi Bufan said in surprise, "Mom, I'm just 20 years old and haven't graduated from college yet. Why are you so anxious? Are you still afraid that I won't be able to marry a wife?" Ouyang Lan's attitude really surprised him. It was not like this before. "Why aren't you in a hurry? You're already quite old at 20. Many of your cousins in your hometown already have children." Yi Bufan said, "Mom, you are too anxious, I'm still going to school." Ouyang Lan said seriously, "What's the point of going to school? Find a girlfriend first, get married after graduation, and then Mom can have her grandson." "Mom, are you okay?" Yi Bufan said and touched her forehead. She didn't have a fever. "You brat, what are you doing? Mom is awake." Ouyang Lan slapped his hand away, and then said, "Son, our family didn't have any money before, and I didn't dare to marry you. Now that the conditions are better, I must find you a girlfriend as soon as possible. This way, when you find your biological parents, I can have an explanation with them." Yi Bufan's expression changed. "Now you are my mother, there is no need to explain to anyone." Regarding his life experience, he has extremely complicated emotions. He wants to know who his biological parents are, but also hates them for abandoning him. "Son, you don't have to be like this. Mom has been through it and knows how it feels to be a parent. If it is not a last resort, they will never be willing to separate their flesh and blood. There must be something hidden in this." Yi Bufan's expression softened a little and he said, "Just for this reason, you don't have to rush to let me marry you." Ouyang Lan sighed and said, "Son, Mom is not old enough yet. I know what happened last time she was hospitalized. She almost reported to the underworld. So I must find you a girlfriend quickly, otherwise if Mom really dies one day, I won't be able to see you marry a wife." Yi Bufan said helplessly, "Mom, where is this going? You are in better health than anyone else now, and it will not be a problem to live to be 100 years old." Ouyang Lan's expression darkened and she said with a straight face, "Don't talk nonsense to me. I have the final say on this matter anyway. I must find you a girlfriend immediately, otherwise Mom will not feel at ease." "Mom, let's not talk about this yet. Have you sent money to Xiaojing? Let her come back quickly. Since our family is rich now, there is no need for my sister to work and study outside during the summer vacation. From now on, she will be the princess of our family. She will eat well and drink well, and she will not have to suffer any more grievances." Yi Bufan didn't want to bother his mother about his girlfriend anymore, so he directly used the transfer gun to carry out his sister Ouyang Jing. And he is indeed very good to his sister. Although the two are not related by blood, they have always gotten along extremely harmoniously, and they are closer than real brothers and sisters. He just gave Ouyang Lan 1 million yesterday morning and asked his mother to transfer some to his sister for living expenses. This trick is still very effective. Ouyang Lan said, "I have already paid that girl the money, but she said she didn't want it and insisted on keeping it for you to marry. She also said that she had already signed a contract with someone to work during the holiday and could not give up halfway. This girl is always so strong. I don't need her to save money if I want to marry a wife." Yi Bufan said, "I have to leave first, you are busy." After saying that, he hurriedly ran out of the restaurant, fearing that Ouyang Lan would catch him talking about his girlfriend again. After going out, I was thinking about where to go, when suddenly the phone in my pocket rang. He picked up the phone and took a look. It was Qin Chu. The call was connected, and the caller said, "Xiaofan, where are you?" Yi Bufan said, "I just came out of the restaurant, what can I do?" "Wait for me at the door. I'll be there soon." Qin Chu couldn't help but hang up the phone after saying that, and 5 minutes later drove a red Lamborghini and parked in front of the restaurant. Boarding. As soon as Yi Bufan got into the passenger seat, Qin Chu started the car and drove forward quickly. He asked, "Where is this taking me? How come you, a grown man, are still afraid that I will sell you out?" Qin Chu said with a smile, "I will take you to an event with me." "Well, I won't go." Although he is rich now, Yi Bufan is still not used to participating in the feasting activities of the upper class. In his opinion, those rich people always wear false masks in so-called communication, which makes him very uncomfortable. And he did still have things to do. Seeing that the 3 days agreed with He Shuangshuang were coming, he wanted to look around to see if he could try his luck and find something suitable. Of magic weapon. Qin Chu said, "I can't help it. If it's a normal activity, I won't come to you. The key is there is a fly I don't want to see." Yi Bufan shouted, "You won't let me pretend to be your boyfriend again, will you?" Qin Chu blared at him and said, "Why, aren't you willing to be my boyfriend?" Yi Bufan smiled and said, "I just think it's too much trouble to dress up. How about we do it for real? Anyway, my mother is urging me to find a girlfriend today." With such a beautiful woman sitting next to him, it would be a lie if he was not tempted. Sure, Yuding was a rare beauty, but compared with Qin Chu, she was immediately inferior. Qin Chu said with blushing cheeks, "What a beautiful thought." She said this, but when she heard that Yi Bufan was looking for a girlfriend, she couldn't help but feel nervous. Since last night, whenever an Yimo becomes obsessed with the video of the little piano prince, she will always think of Yi Bufan. This is a feeling she has never had before. After a pause, she added, "I don't care if you find a girlfriend or not, you have to be here whenever I call." Yi Bufan said, "You are too domineering, I didn't sell it to you." "What? Are you still unwilling?" Qin Chu secretly thought, "Are you a fool? Everyone has made it so clear, don't you know that you should be more proactive when chasing girls, and you deserve to be single forever? If you are willing, I will work as a long-term employee for you." Yi Bufan, who had only had one love experience, did not understand a girl's thoughts at all. He asked, "What kind of activities are you going to participate in this time?" "This is a rough stone exhibition. Our Qin group is in the jade business. On behalf of the group, I want to take some rough stones and bring them back to replenish the supply." In addition, there was a small-scale auction before the rough stone exhibition, and there was something in the auction that my father was interested in. I wanted to find a chance to buy it back. Qin Chu said and handed a picture album next to Yi Bufan. "This is the promotional poster for the auction. There are many rare collections on it. If you are interested in any one, you can also participate in the auction. If you don't have enough money, I can lend it to you first." Yi Bufan took the poster and looked at it. The entire album was very beautifully done, with clear photos and detailed introductions to each collection. Opening the first page, there is a glowing orb with a line of small words marked next to it, Hong Luk Zi bead, an extremely rare and high-quality magic weapon, from Xuanji, a treasure in the hands of a master. Under the bead, the starting price of the auction is marked, 10 million Chinese coins. He couldn't help but exclaimed, such a thing costs 10 million. Isn't it too expensive? Qin Chuchu said, 10 million is just the starting price. The Lucky Zi bead is a magic weapon made by Master Xuanji. It has the functions of regulating the human body's magnetic field, condensing feng shui, praying for blessings and warding off evil spirits. It can also be placed at home to pray for blessings and bring wealth. The magic weapon is originally priceless. If it costs 10 million, you should not even think about taking it. According to my estimation, the Lucky Zi bead will be sold for at least 50 million, or even higher. Yi Bufan said, isn't this the bead your father wants to take a picture of? Qin Chuchu said, yes, I came to this auction just for the Lucky Zi bead. As long as the price does not exceed 100 million, I will definitely take it. Yi Bufan didn't say anything else. Although he always thought that this Lucky Zi bead was unreliable, it was just a picture after all. Whether it was a magic weapon or not could only be determined by seeing the actual object. He continued to look at the poster in his hand. The Lucky Zi bead placed at the front was the most expensive one, and the other items after that were much cheaper. Most of them are all kinds of antiques, ancient paintings, vases and all kinds of porcelain. He was not interested in any of these things. He continued to look back and suddenly saw a contract. The small print next to it said, the transfer contract of the Xanadu community. The starting price is 100 million Huaxia coins. If the bid is successful, you will have the entire ownership of the Xanadu community. He may not know about other places, but he is very familiar with the Xanadu community. He just came back from there the night before yesterday. Regardless of the yin energy there, the location of this community is very good. It is surrounded by mountains and rivers and has convenient transportation from the city. It is very suitable for wealthy people to live. Moreover, the construction quality of the residential properties is also very good, and it is not far from being fully completed. Not to mention anything else, the entire construction cost plus the land price is at least 1 billion. Why is it suddenly put up for auction and the price is still so low? Is it related to the recent case? Seeing him looking at the contract thoughtfully, Qin Chuchu said, what are you looking at? Do you also know this community? Yi Bufan said, yes, I just went there a few days ago. This is a very good high-end villa area. It is about to be completed. Why is it suddenly being auctioned and sold so cheaply? When it comes to the Paradise community, you have to admire Master Xuanji. When Qin Chuchu said this, there was a look of reverence on his face that could not be concealed, and he obviously admired the Xuanji master very much. Yi Bufan asked, what does this community auction have to do with Master Xuanji? Listen to me and tell you slowly. Qin Chuchu said, Master Xuanji is profound in Taoism and is a rare expert in the world. The owner of the Xanadu community is Guan Dongping. When he was bidding for this land, Master Xuanji said that the place had too much yin energy and was an ominous place, so it was not suitable for real estate development. But Guan Dongping was very stubborn at the time and persisted in taking over the land without listening to Master Xuanji's advice. As a result, tragedies have occurred one after another, and there are no workers willing to do the construction for him. The real estate sales are in a mess, not even a house can be sold, and the capital chain has been completely broken. Therefore, he had no choice but to auction this property at a low price. Although the price of 100 million was far lower than the cost, it was hard to say whether it could be auctioned. After all, 100 million is not a small amount, and no one would just use it to buy that ominous land. Our Qin group had researched the Xanadu community before coming here, but no one agreed to bid. Poor Guan Dongping, he invested more than 1 billion in it. If it couldn't be auctioned, he would lose everything. But it's no wonder that others didn't listen to Master Xuanji's advice in the first place. If it were anyone else, they would be extremely impressed by Master Xuanji after hearing these words. But Yi Bufan is not an ordinary person. He has been to Xanadu community and knows that the yin qi there is not always present. On the contrary, it is a good place with abundant spiritual energy. The reason why the recent tragedies have occurred one after another is entirely because someone has tampered with them and condensed them through the Xianyin gathering formation. If Master Xuanji thought that the yin energy there was too strong before the construction, there is something weird in it. Maybe he did it for some purpose. Thinking of this, he asked, who is Master Xuanji? Is he very powerful? Qin Chuchu said, Master Xuanji is a Taoist priest. His magic can be called a psychic. He knows 500 years before and 500 years after. His feng shui skills are unparalleled. He is simply a living god. Master Xuanji became acquainted with the Luo family 10 years ago. At that time, the Luo family was very poor. However, with the help of Master Xuanji, the Luo family soon became, in just 10 years, it became a large consortium in Jiangnan City. It is involved in real estate, jade and other industries, and its overall assets are stronger than those of the Qin Group. The Paradise Club we are going to this time is owned by the Luo family, and tomorrow's rough stone exhibition is also organized by the Luo family. It was precisely because of the rise of the Luo family that everyone believed in Master Xuanji. He was definitely an expert with real abilities, and he had also given guidance to other families several times, and he always proved successful. Yi Bufan nodded. Although what Qin Shuchu said was amazing, he always felt that something was not right about this Xuanji master. Qin Shuchu continued, "The person who is pestering me is called Luo Wentao. Because of the relationship between the Luo family and Master Xuanji, I can't refuse too obviously, so I can only take you with me this time. I hope he can retreat in spite of the difficulties." Yi Bufan became more and more curious about Master Xuanji and asked, "Will Xuanji show up at this auction?" It's hard to say this. In the past, Master Xuanji was an expert outside the world and rarely participated in such secular activities. But there are his items in the auction this time. Maybe you can come and take a look. Yi Bufan asked, "Is it difficult to meet Master Xuanji?" Qin Shuchu said, "Of course, anyone who wants Master Xuanji to give guidance once has to pay at least 1 million, and it may not be possible if you have money. It also depends on whether you have such a fate with the master." Yi Bufan said nothing and continued to look at the poster in his hand. Soon he turned to the last page. I originally wanted to throw the poster aside, but suddenly my expression froze, and my eyes were fixed on the last page. There is a bottle drawn on the poster, about 10 centimeters in size. It looks very much like those porcelain vases, but the material is not porcelain. It has extremely weird lines carved on it. Demon refining bottle. This is the demon refining bottle. Yi Bufan's heart stirred up a storm. The inheritance of the ancient medical sect recorded the top 10 ancient artifacts of the cultivation sect, among which was the demon refining bottle. The demon refining bottle is different from ordinary magic weapons. Not only can it collect all evil things, but the most important thing is that it can be converted into elixirs after refining. This is its magic. If this is the demon refining bottle, he has really found a treasure, and it will be effortless to get rid of the evil spirits in the paradise community. But what I see here is just a picture. I don't know if the actual thing is a fake. He looked carefully again, looking at the description of the album. It is obvious that the auction house does not know what it is and does not give a detailed introduction. There is only a starting price of 100,000 yuan. Seeing that he didn't speak, Qin Shuchu turned around and said, "It's just a broken bottle, what's so good about it?" Yi Bufan asked, "Where do these things at the auction come from?" That's not necessarily the case. The items in this small auction are all taken out by major families. For example, this bottle is an item taken out by our Qin family. What, from your family? Yi Bufan almost jumped out of the passenger seat. He had such a great artifact at home and put it up for auction. Isn't this a waste of money? Qin Shuchu was startled by his reaction and quickly stabilized the steering wheel. Are you crazy? What's the fuss about? Yi Bufan stabilized his mind and asked, "Where did this thing come from?" Qin Shuchu said, "I don't know where it came from. My dad said it was passed down from my grandfather's generation and has always been kept in the treasure room of our family. However, after so many years of direct transmission, no one knew what it was. My family asked Master Yang Ziqian to read it, but Master Yang could not understand its origin. My dad thought it was useless to keep such an inexplicable thing, so he put it up for auction this time. Your father is really a prodigal." Yi Bufan said, "Can you get this thing back? How about selling it to me? You should have told me earlier. It's okay to give you such a crappy thing, but now it has been put up for auction, and even the poster has been made. If it is withdrawn, it will not be good for our Qin family's reputation, and my dad must be too." "Wouldn't agree. How did I know that your family had it?" Yi Bufan said angrily, "Then how can I get this bottle now?" Qin Shuchu said, "There is no other way but to go to the auction to bid. Even the appraisers at the auction can't tell what this thing is, and probably no one will pay a big price for it. If you like it, I'll take it and give it to you later." Yi Bufan nodded. He wanted to take a photo of the demon refining bottle today no matter what. This kind of opportunity to encounter an artifact does not come at any time. If you miss it, it will be gone. Cunsultat said in surprise, "Why do you value this bottle so much? Master Yang doesn't even know it, do you know what it is?" Yi Bufan secretly thought, no matter how powerful Yang Ziqian was, he was just an ordinary antique appraisal expert. How could he know such an artifact? If he hadn't received the ancient inheritance from the ancient medical school, I might have missed this great artifact. He said, "It is very similar to a baby in my impression, but now it is just a guess. I have to see the real thing to be sure." While they were talking, the two of them had already left the urban area of Jiangnan City and drove about 30 kilometers before arriving at the Paradise Club. This place was built by the Luo family. Legend has it that this club has everything you can imagine, and there is nothing that cannot be done here. It is definitely a paradise for rich people, so it is named Paradise Club. The clubhouse is very large, covering an area of 10 acres, with more than a dozen buildings of various sizes. At first glance, the environment is beautiful, ecologically pleasant, and very beautiful. There are more than a dozen tall and strong security guards standing at the entrance of the club. Different from the security guards in other places, the people here are all wearing crisp designer suits. They all have tall and straight postures and look impressive. Cunsultat drove the car to the door, showed his membership card, and the bodyguard immediately let him go. The two of them entered the club and drove the car to the parking lot. After parking the car, they just got out of the car when they saw a young man in his 30s walking over from a distance. "Chuchu, you're here." After seeing Cunsultat, the young man smiled warmly, making him look very friendly. However, when he saw Cunsultat holding Yi Bufan's arm, a cold light quickly flashed in his eyes, extremely sinister, but the smile on his face was still as warm as ever. Yi Bufan had spiritual consciousness and keenly caught the changes in his eyes, and immediately realized that this man was extremely difficult to deal with. The rich young men he had come into contact with in the past, whether Xiang Yuntian or Ma Wenba, were not very sophisticated, and any emotional changes would be clearly written on their faces. But that's not the case with this guy. He is clearly a smiling tiger, extremely cruel. After seeing this person, Cunsultat's expression changed slightly, and then said, "Luo Wentao, let me introduce to you, this is my boyfriend Yi Bufan, and this is Luo Wentao, the big boss of the Paradise Club." Hearing Cunsultat officially admit that this man was her boyfriend, Luo Wentao once again showed a hint of sinisterness in his eyes, but said cheerfully, "Mr. Yi, welcome to our Paradise Club." Although he was very polite on the surface, this guy had already sentenced Yi Bufan to death in his heart. He has always regarded Cunsultat as his forbidden wife, and does not allow anyone to get involved. If anyone violates it, he will suffer crazy revenge from him. It's just that he has always been very scheming, and the dirty things he has done are not known to outsiders at all. Feeling the murderous intent of the other party, Yi Bufan had a sneer on his lips and just nodded slightly to the other party without speaking. Cunsultat hated Luo Wentao's hypocrisy from the bottom of her heart, but there was a lot of business between the two families, and superficial work still had to be done. She said cheerfully, "Young Master Luo, are you clairvoyant? Why did you discover me when I first came here? Of course I will personally receive Chuchu when she comes. I have already told the security guard at the door to report to me immediately as soon as I swipe your membership card." Luo Wentao said, "You guys are here a little early, and the auction will still take some time. How about we go to Building 1 to play a few games, and then we can go there after the auction is ready. Paradise Club has all kinds of facilities, and Building 1 is the most famous casino." Cunsultat didn't want to be stared at by Luo Wentao all the time, and always felt it was a bit embarrassing, so she leaned on Yi Bufan's shoulder and said with a birdie look, "Xiaofan, how about we go play a few games?" Yi Bufan said nonchalantly, "Okay. Then I'll take you there." After Luo Wentao finished speaking, he led the way, and the moment he turned around, the smile on his face quickly disappeared and turned into a ferocious look. The intimacy between Cunsultat and Yi Bufan just now has deeply hurt him. He wants to find a way to take revenge on the young man in front of him, and dragging the two people into the casino is one of his plans. The casino is his, and he is the king here. Whoever he wants to lose can lose, and whoever he wants to win can win. The purpose of doing this is to drag Yi Bufan into trouble and make him completely pauper later, and even make him owe loan sharks. Then we will see how he pursues Cunsultat. The three people soon arrived at Hall 1. After entering, a foul smell hit their faces. The hall was densely packed with people. Each of these people was holding cigarettes in their mouths and gathered at the gambling table with excited expressions, having a great time. There were scantily clad waitresses walking among the crowd, and there were even more black and white waitresses standing next to them, pretending to be a tough guy. Luo Wentao said, "It's too noisy here. It's not worthy of our status at all. Let's go to the VIP room on the second floor." After that, he led the two people to the second floor. It was much quieter than the first floor. Although they were all gamblers, these people were dressed in luxurious clothes and behaved relatively restrained. Luo Wentao said to the two people, "Chu-chu, what do you want to play?" Qin Chu-chu said in a friendly manner, "I listen to Xiaofan." "Forget it, let's just take a look. This is my first time in a place like this. I haven't played anything before and don't know the rules." Indeed, his family's living conditions were not good, and Ouyang Lan's upbringing was extremely strict. He had never been to a casino since he was a child. After he arrived in college, he was busy working to make money, and he had never even touched a playing card. Luo Wentao's purpose was to lure Yi Bufan into the water, so he couldn't let it go. He said, "What's the point of not playing a few games at the casino? You have to look at your luck no matter what. Let's do this. I will give my little brother 200,000 chips. If you lose, you will lose, but whatever you win is yours. In life, you always have to try something." He spoke sincerely and smiled kindly, but he had his own plans in mind. He has seen people like Yi Bufan a lot. The less he has ever been exposed to gambling, the more he can't stand the excitement. Once he is aroused, he will easily fall into it. If this person completely becomes a gambler and is involved in loan sharking, then he can do whatever he wants. Yi Bufan said calmly, "Mr. Luo, I understand your intention, but I'm really not very interested in this thing." Luo Wentao smiled slightly and said to Qin Chu-chu, "Chu-chu, Mr. Yi seems to be very timid. Why don't you even have the courage to gamble twice?" This guy was very scheming and knew that the most important thing for a man in front of a woman was face, so he chose Qin Chu-chu as a breakthrough point. Although Qin Chu-chu had been to the Paradise Club before, this was the first time he came to the casino. He was very curious and eager to try. "Xiaofan, since you are here, how about we play a few games?" How could Yi Bufan not see Luo Wentao's thoughts? A playful smile appeared on his lips. Since they were chasing after giving money, he could only be disrespectful. He said, "Since Mr. Luo said this, let me try my luck." Luo Wentao sneered secretly in his heart. The young man in front of him was still too young after all, and he was dragged into the water with just a few words. In his opinion, as long as the other party is on the gambling table, his future destiny is in his hands. He can completely control everything about him and make him lie at his feet like a dog. With this thought in his mind, he said with a friendly face, "Mr. Yi, what are you planning to play?" Yi Bufan said, "Let's play dice. This thing is simple, as long as you know the size." "Okay, let's play dice." Luo Wentao said, "Mr. Yi, let's exchange some chips first." He took two people to the place where the chips were exchanged. Yi Bufan said, "Exchange me for 200 yuan in chips." The waiter said, "I'm sorry, sir, this is a VIP room, and the minimum chip is 10,000 yuan. Yi Bufan shook his head, "It's so expensive." Although he is rich now, his concept is still the same as before. 10,000 yuan was definitely a huge sum of money to him a few days ago, but here it is just a bargaining chip for the rich. A flash of sarcasm flashed across Luo Wentao's face, and he said, "Mr. Yi, doesn't he have any money? If not, I can give it to you first." This is also his main purpose. As long as Yi Bufan borrows his money, he will fall into a trap and be unable to climb out. Qin Chu-chu said, "Xiaofan, if you don't have any money, you can use mine." "No, I have money here." Yi Bufan said, taking out 2 stacks of 100 yuan bills from his pocket and throwing them into the counter. He originally had 30,000 yuan in cash, but after spending some on hotels and other things these days, he only had 20,000 yuan left in total. Luo Wentao said, "Mr. Yi, are the 2 chips missing? It's hard to have fun, right?" Yi Bufan took the 2 yellow chips handed over by the waiter and said, "It doesn't matter. I've always had good luck. I'm just afraid that if I win too much later, the casino won't be able to bear it." Mr. Yi is really good at telling jokes. Luo Wentao laughed, using this to hide his uncontrollable sarcasm in front of Qin Chu-chu. "Mr. Yi, the most important thing in our Paradise Club is credibility. As long as you have the ability, we will compensate you no matter how much you win. I can afford it." Yi Bufan seemed to be relieved and said, "That's good. I'm afraid that if I win too much later, Mr. Luo will default on the payment." Luo Wentao said to Qin Chu-chu, "Chu-chu, your friend is very good at joking. I, Luo Wentao, will never be short of money for anything, and I will never default on anything I do." The reason why he is so confident is that Paradise Club is indeed well capitalized and its liquidity remains at hundreds of millions of Chinese coins every day. Secondly, this is a casino. As the saying goes, 9 out of 10 gambles are cheating. When it comes to high-end gambling venues, the situation is even more serious. It is almost impossible to win money by luck. As long as he is willing, he can completely control every bet here. Whoever he wants to win can win, and whoever he wants to lose can lose. In his eyes, it is more difficult to win money from the casino than to rob a bank, so Yi Buffan's words are completely a joke, and it is a big joke. Yi Buffan smiled slightly. Sometimes no one believes you when you tell the truth. Then let's see how lucky Mr. Yi is. Luo Wentao said, bringing Yi Buffan to a gambling table, and said to the croupier, play dice with this gentleman and bet big or small. As he spoke, he made a gesture to the dealer that was incomprehensible to outsiders, which meant to give Yi Buffan a taste of the pain. Although he had only exchanged 2 chips now, he would naturally go back and exchange them again when he lost all. The croupier picked up the color cup in front of him, shook it in a fancy way and then put it on the gaming table. Then he lifted the color cup and said politely, Sir, there are 3 dice in total. The ones below 9 are small and the ones below 10 are small. The above is the big one, please place your bet. Yi Buffan weighed the 2 chips in his hand and said, I like the big ones, so I'll bet on the big ones. After saying that, he placed a yellow chip in the big position. He could see clearly that the 3 dice in the color cup were 2 6 points and 1 5 points, which added up to a total of 17 points. Sir, please keep your hands and leave. I'm going to leave. After speaking, the color officer suddenly opened the lid of the color cup, and there were 2 small ones, 2 small ones, and 1 small one 4 o'clocks inside. Sir, I'm sorry, you lost this round. After speaking, the dealer took away Yi Buffan's chip. Luo Wentao sneered and said, Mr. Yi, it seems your luck is not as good as you thought. It's nothing, this is just the beginning. Yi Buffan just smiled slightly. He was just testing the chip to see if there was anything fishy in the casino. Facts have proved that the casino does not rely entirely on luck. The croupier cleverly flipped the dice the moment he opened the cup, turning the original 17-point high into a 4-point small. Qin Shuchu said, Xiaofan, how about I go get you some more chips? Yi Buffan shook his head, holding the yellow chip in his hand and said, no need, it is enough for me. As he said that, he placed the chip on the big position again, this time I will bet big. Luo Wentao sneered, Mr. Yi is really confident. The dealer hasn't started shaking the dice yet. Yi Buffan said calmly, it doesn't matter, I believe in my luck. Luo Wentao said to the dealer, let's start and let everyone see how lucky Mr. Yi is. The croupier nodded, the cup fluttering up and down in his hand, and then slapped it down on the gaming table. When he opened the lid, Luo Wentao didn't even look at it. He smiled and said to Yi Buffan, Mr. Yi, luck doesn't seem to be on your side. Yi Buffan said, you are wrong, I won this round. Everyone then looked at the color cup and saw that the 3 dice were 2 4-point, 1 5-point, and 13-point big. Qin Shuchu shouted excitedly, we won, we really won. Congratulations to Mr. Yi. Luo Wentao said this, but glared at the dealer fiercely, obviously extremely dissatisfied with his performance. The dealer was also confused. The dice he controlled just now were indeed 1, 2, and 3 6 o'clock. Why did everything change when he opened the lid? But now that they have the result, they can't default on the money, so the croupier can only send back another yellow chip. Yi Buffan directly placed both chips on the big position. I can't stop my luck, so I'll bet the big one this time. Luo Wentao smiled and said, then I wish Mr. Yi more wins. The croupier once again grabbed the cup in his hand. This time his expression became much more serious. After shaking it up and down, he placed it on the gaming table again. As the lid was opened, everyone looked over and saw 3 6 o'clock, which was already too big. Yi Buffan smiled and said, I told you, luck will definitely be on my side. After saying that, he didn't take back any of the 4 yellow chips, and all of them were placed in the big position again. Luo Wentao frowned and said to the dealer, let's get started. The dealer obviously realized that his boss was dissatisfied, but he was also full of doubts. I clearly controlled the points of the dice, so why was it completely different when it was revealed? This situation has never happened before. This time he brought out all his housekeeping skills and shook it for a while with all his strength. After confirming that it was correct, he placed it on the gaming table. Ah! We won again! After seeing the results in the sex cup, Qin Shuchu shouted excitedly. Although as the eldest lady of the Qin family, 80,000 yuan was nothing to her, but the excitement of this kind of gambling still made her very excited. Luo Wentao's eyes were fixed on the color cup. All 3 dice in it were 5 points, and he lost again. Cold sweat broke out on the croupier's forehead next to him. He didn't understand how he lost. Why did his previously invincible control technique suddenly fail? A smile appeared at the corner of Yi Bufon's mouth. Under the control of his true energy, even if the other party used a crowbar, he would not be able to move those dice even if he didn't tell the trick. Now these dice are his chess pieces, and he can get as many points as he wants. Although the croupier felt helpless, he still pushed all 8 yellow chips in front of Yi Bufon. Yi Bufon still didn't leave anyone behind, they were all on top. After losing 3 games in a row, the dealer became more and more nervous and his hands were trembling. But being nervous could not change the situation. Yi Bufon won 4 more games in a row. At this moment, the chips in front of him were piled high, reaching 128. Luo Wentao's face became more and more ugly. Originally, he wanted Yi Bufon to lose a little, and then control him through loan sharking. But people win more and more. What is going on? Yi Bufon shouted, "Young Master Luo, what I said is true. My luck is indeed very good today. I will definitely win every bet." As he spoke, he pushed the pile of chips in front of him over again, still pressing on the big one. At this moment, the dealer's clothes were soaked with sweat. Although Luo Wentao looked gentle, he was very clear about the ruthlessness of his methods. If he lost like this, the consequences would be unimaginable. But until now, he had no choice. The young man in front of him seemed to be possessed by the god of gamblers, leaving him completely helpless. After another round ended without any accidents, the chips in front of Yi Bufon became 256. Although Luo Wentao's family has a great business, he is still a little unwilling to have 2.56 million taken away all at once. He glanced at the croupier, who immediately understood. He held his stomach and said, "Boss, I may have eaten something that I can't digest and my stomach hurts suddenly. Why don't you ask someone else to come over?" Luo Wentao said, "Okay then, go and replace Lao Ba." As if the croupier was granted amnesty, he hurriedly left here. When he left, his legs were already numb. Shaking slightly and losing more than 2 million in one breath, this kind of mental pressure is really unbearable for ordinary people. Not long after, a thin, middle-aged croupier reappeared in front of the table. He is one of the few masters in this casino, nicknamed Guisho Laoba. His best skill is controlling the dice. Legend has it that no one can win a penny from him if he doesn't play the trick. After seeing the ghost hand Laoba, Luo Wentao finally felt relieved and turned around and said, "Mr. Yi, do you still want to place all your bets this time?" He now wished that Yi Bufon would push up all the chips again and turn the tide in one round. Qin Shuchu seemed to see something was wrong and said, "Xiaofan, luck is not very reliable. How about we put less pressure on it?" Yi Bufon smiled and said, "Don't worry, my luck is calculated by a master, and I can't even drive it away." After saying that, he once again bet all the chips in front of him on the big one. A sneer appeared on Luo Wentao's face, and he said to Ghost Shou Laoba, "Let's start." Guisho Laoba was extremely calm. He took the cup in his hand, shook it up and down a few times, and placed it on the gaming table casually. With his method, controlling the dice and the color cup is similar to controlling his own fingers. It is flexible and stable, and does not require much effort at all. But when he opened the lid, he was stunned. The 3 points that had been shaken instantly turned into 3 6-points. Yi Bufon won the game again. After the round, he had 5 red chips in front of him, one representing 1 million, and 12 yellow chips, totaling 5.12 million. Seeing that he was losing more and more, Luo Wentao became more and more anxious. According to this gambling method, if he lost one more round, it would be 10.24 million. Yi Bufon picked up the chips in front of him, as if he didn't care about the money at all, and put it in a big position. Only then did Guisho Laoba realize that he had met a master. He took a deep breath, adjusted his emotions, and then began to shake the color cup in his hand again. This time he was extremely solemn, and he changed 4 or 5 techniques in succession, and finally used a trick that caused a rain of flowers in the sky, and the color cup turned into a phantom and was placed on the gambling table. Although he tried his best, there were still 3 sixes inside when he opened the lid. This time Ghost Shou Laoba's expression changed drastically. He had been learning Qian Shu since he was 10 years old and had never encountered such a situation. Generally speaking, the number of points can be heard from the shaking of the color cup. It is rare to see such a master who can control the dice points in advance. This is the first time I have encountered him. He has seen the top 10 gambling kings in the world, and he does not dare to claim to be the best in the world in gambling, but he is familiar with all kinds of extraordinary tricks, but now he can't figure out how the other party does it. To say that the other party didn't cheat, but he won 10 games in a row. This guy wouldn't believe it. But if you say that the other party cheated, but he just stood there with his hands behind his back, without even moving a finger, how could he get away with it? I'm just saying that I'm so lucky today that I can't stop it. Yi Bufan didn't seem to notice the ugly expressions on Luo Wentao and Guizhou Laoba's faces. He chuckled and bet all the chips in his hand again. 20.48 million. 40.96 million. 81.92 million. Yi Bufan won 3 more games in a row. When the result of the third game was announced, Guizhou Laoba's face turned pale for a while. He had tried his best, but in the end it had no effect at all. More than 80 million, this is not a small number anywhere. After losing so much money, Luo Wentao will not let him go easily. Thinking of this, he felt dizzy, fell to the ground with a plop, and fainted. What's going on? You fainted after losing such a small amount of money, and you didn't have to pay for it. Yi Bufan showed great disdain for Ghost Hand Laoba, turned to Luo Wentao and said, "Young Master Luo, the bodies of people in your casino or none of them are very good. The one who just had diarrhea, and now the one who fainted, please hurry up and find someone who is in good shape." I'm not done yet. Luo Wentao still had a hypocritical smile on his face, but his heart ached. More than 80 million was not a small number anyway. What's more, in front of Qin Chuchu, he was completely humiliated today. Even in such a big casino, even people who had never gambled could not win. He waved his hand, and someone immediately came over to carry Guizhou Laoba out, and then said to a waiter next to him, "Go and invite Mr. Zhao." The waiter agreed, immediately ran to the backstage of the casino, and soon came over with an old man in his 60s. The old man was wearing a black cloth suit and a pair of linen shoes. At first glance, he looked like an old man from the countryside. However, people in the casino are very aware of how powerful Mr. Zhao is. He is a super master hired by Luo Wentao from Hong Kong at a huge expense. Although he rarely makes moves on weekdays, he is the anchor of the entire casino. After Mr. Zhao came over, Luo Wentao immediately greeted him. Although he was the boss here, he was still very polite to the old man in front of him. There have been several very critical situations in the casino before, and Mr. Zhao finally took action to resolve them himself. "Mr. Zhao, Guizhou Laoba had an accident just now, so I asked you to come out and work hard." This was said very cleverly, telling Mr. Zhao very clearly that Guizhou Laoba was no match, so he was asked to take action. Mr. Zhao nodded. Even if Luo Wentao didn't say anything, asking him to take action personally proved that the situation was very serious. Qin Chuchu realized that this old man was not simple, and said to Yi Bufan again, "Xiaofan, we are almost done, why don't we stop here?" Luo Wentao said quickly, "How can that be done? I think Mr. Yi is very lucky. It would be a pity to stop here." Of course he couldn't just let it go. More than 80 million was definitely not a small amount. If it was taken away like this, it would be hard to explain to his father when he went back. He had to win all the money back. After speaking, Luo Wentao looked at Yi Bufan nervously, fearing that if he really stopped doing what Qin Chuchu said, he would be crying without tears. Yi Bufan said, "Chuchu, I think Mr. Luo is right. Since luck comes, you must seize it, otherwise it will not be wasted." After saying that, he once again pressed the chips in front of him on the big characters. "Old man, let's get started." Yi Bufan had just won more than a dozen games in a row. Such a big movement had attracted the attention of the backstage. Mr. Zhao had already watched the previous video surveillance before coming. Although he didn't see anything, he was sure that the young man in front of him was not as simple as he seemed. In the previous gambling games, the dealer always determined the number of the dice first, and then opened the dice cup. This time he changed his technique. Instead of rushing to move the dice, he naturally placed the cup on the gaming table. When he opened it, he used a unique technique to turn all 3 dice into smaller pieces. The plan was perfect, but when he opened the lid, he was surprised to find that the 3 dice were still 6 points, and the expected point did not appear at all. At this time, the atmosphere in the entire VIP room changed. After this gambling game, the chips in front of Yi Bufan had become more than 160 million. Such a big number, not to mention in Jiangnan City, even if it is placed in the big casinos in Hong Kong and Macau, it is definitely a big gamble. The false smile that had always appeared on Luo Wentao's face disappeared, and his expression became extremely gloomy. After losing such a large amount of money, even though he was gloomy, he could not calm down. "I'm just saying that I'm very lucky today. It's hard not to win money." Yi Bufan said to Luo Wentao, "Young Master Luo, why do you look so ugly? Isn't it because you can't stand losing such a small amount of money?" Didn't you just say that you can afford to lose no matter how much you lose? Luo Wentao's heart bleeds secretly. Your family's more than 100 million is considered a small amount of money. How much is a huge sum of money? This was what he was thinking in his heart, but he couldn't say it out loud, otherwise he would lose his status as a young man. He said in a very grand manner, Mr. Yi is really lucky. I admire you very much. Yi Bufan pointed to the chips in front of him and said, I seem to have won a lot if I didn't pay attention. I wonder if Mr. Luo's casino can afford to lose money if I continue playing? At this time, all the gamblers in the VIP room stopped and gathered here to watch the excitement. After all, such high-stakes gambling is not something you can see at any time, and it is likely that you can only see it once in a lifetime. This sentence is also the voice of everyone. According to this young man's gambling method, if it continues to be suppressed, it will be more than 320 million. Can the casino still bear it? At this time, Luo Wentao felt unsure. Although he wanted to win back the money he had exported, he was afraid of continuing to lose. After all, today's gambling was too weird and beyond his control. With a tangled mood, he raised his head and looked at Mr. Zhao. At this point, he could only place all his hopes on this old man. Although Mr. Zhao was quite shocked just now, his wrinkled old face had regained its composure. He nodded slightly to Luo Wentao, expressing that he was confident that he could win the bet. With the old man's guarantee, Luo Wentao finally felt relieved. He turned around and said, Mr. Yi, you're just joking. This is a paradise club. As long as you can afford it, we can afford it. Since you're interested, let's bet again. 1 round. That's great. I was worried that my luck would be wasted if I didn't use it up this time. After Yi Bufan finished speaking, he once again placed all the chips in his hand on the big characters. Then he raised his head again and asked with some worry, Master Luo, I am a little worried about the reputation of your casino. If this happens if you lose the game, you won't default on your debt, right? Luo Wentao said with a gloomy look, impossible. The most important thing for our Paradise Club is credibility. Don't say you win 300 million, we will still compensate you even if it is 3 billion. Although he had various small calculations in his mind, there were so many gamblers watching, and he couldn't ruin his own brand no matter what. Then I'm relieved. Yi Bufan smiled slightly and said, let's get started. Mr. Zhao picked up the dice cup with a solemn expression. As a lifelong master of casinos, everyone has his or her own unique skill for pressing the bottom of the box, and his unique skill is to directly shatter the dice during the shaking process. This approach may not be appropriate in other gambling situations, but it couldn't be more appropriate today. The young man in front of him made it clear that he was betting big all the time, and as long as he shattered 2 dice, the opponent would not be able to get past 6 even if he played smallpox. Moreover, places like casinos only look at the results without asking whether they are right or wrong. As long as the number of points when the lid is opened is less than 9, no matter what the other party says, it will be useless. Thinking of this, he waved the color cup in his hand up and down, shaking it constantly. Feeling the energy condensed in his hands, Yi Bufan's heart moved slightly. It turned out that he was still a practitioner, but unfortunately he was too weak and had not reached the entry level at all. It is simply impossible to cheat under his nose with such little cultivation. He flicked his fingers slightly, and 3 invisible energy shot into the color cup, putting an invisible armor on the 3 dices. Not to mention Mr. Zhao's unique technique at this moment, even if he hits them with a sledgehammer, it is impossible to break them into pieces. After shaking for a while, Mr. Zhao felt that the heat was almost done, so he placed the cup on the gaming table with a snap. At this moment, everyone became nervous, and some even held their breath, staring closely at the cup in front of them. You must know that this is a huge gamble with a gambling capital of 300 million. Many large consortiums do not have such a lot of assets. Qin Shuchu also became nervous, holding Yi Bufan's arm tightly with both hands. Only Yi Bufan was calm, looked at Mr. Zhao and said, hurry up and drive, I'm still waiting to get the money. Boy, you are too crazy. If you win this game again, I, Zhao-san, will wash my hands of me and withdraw from the world from now on. Mr. Zhao was so confident that he snorted coldly, then reached out and opened the lid of the cup. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the color cup. When the lid was slowly opened, there were 3 sixes inside. I won. This young man actually won again. He defeated Mr. Zhao. I won more than 300 million in one go. Oh my god, so much money, I can't spend it all in a few lifetimes. Oh my god, this young man's luck is so good. Why don't I have such good luck? The gamblers around were quite excited, after all, they were just spectators. At this moment, Luo Wentao's face was extremely gloomy, as if he could drip water at any time. He didn't understand how Mr. Zhao, who had always been invincible, could lose. At this moment, Mr. Zhao, holding the lid of the color cup in one hand, stared at the 3 dices in front of him with his eyes. His face turned gray, and he no longer had the calmness he had before. After a few seconds like this, he suddenly opened his mouth and a mouthful of blood spurted out, falling on the 3 dice. He has been in the gambling world for so many years, but today he lost to a young man in his 20s, and he still lost more than 300 million in one fell swoop. He couldn't bear this kind of stimulation anymore. He rolled his eyes and fainted like Ghost Show Laoba. Holy shit, he actually vomited blood. His mental quality is really bad. Yi Bufan shook his head with great contempt, turned around and said to Luo Wentao, "Young Master Luo, are you still playing? If you don't want to play, give me your chips." Luo Wentao looked gloomy and did not speak immediately, but at this moment a voice shouted, "Boy, don't you want to live? How dare you cheat in our Paradise Club?" Everyone followed the voice and saw that it was the casino's bodyguard captain who was speaking. Yi Bufan glanced at him and said, "Which of your eyes saw that I was cheating? From the beginning to now, the sex cup has been lying in the dealer's hand. I have never even touched the gambling table. You think how did you make a fortune? Yeah, I've been watching from the side. The young man didn't even lift a finger. How could he be a cheat? I think so. It's all luck. But if we get more than a dozen big ones in a row, our luck is so good, do you think the casino can't afford to lose and wants to default on the money? Speak softly, we can't afford to offend you." I heard the comments around me during the discussion. The bodyguard Captain Shensi hesitated, and then shouted, "You must have won so many times in a row, and all of them were big bets. Needless to say, you must be a cheat. Is your Paradise Club so unreasonable?" Yi Bufan turned to look at Luo Wentao. "Master Luo, I said I didn't want to play, but you insisted on letting me play. Now if you lose, you will accuse me of cheating. Can't you lose? Are you up?" Qin Chuchu couldn't stand it anymore and said, "Luo Wentao, you just said that your casino can afford to pay no matter how much money it is. Do you really want to deny it?" Luo Wentao has been having a fierce struggle in his mind. From the bottom of his heart, he really doesn't want to pay the money. After all, it is more than 300 million. No matter how rich the Luo family is, this is not the way to compensate. But the most important thing about opening a casino is credibility. If you don't pay compensation, your credibility will be completely lost, and you may have to close down in the future. And he has been pursuing Qin Chuchu. As long as he takes over the eldest daughter of the Qin family, he will take over the entire Qin group. By then, let alone 300 million Huaxia coins, even 3 billion can be earned back. Moreover, even if Yi Bufan took away the 300 million Huaxia coins and offended the Luo family, he would still have to take away the money. At that time, it would still be his family's money. Thinking of this, he smiled slightly at Qin Chuchu. "Chuchu, you underestimate me, Luo Wentao. What I value most is credibility, and I will not deny it even if I lose the entire Paradise Club. Besides, our Luo family has a big business and we don't need such a few dollars at all." After speaking, he said to the bodyguard captain, "Shut your stinky mouth and go and exchange chips for Mr. Yi." Now that the boss had spoken, the bodyguard captain didn't say anything more and took Yi Bufan's bank card to the bar to exchange chips. Young Master Luo is indeed a cheerful person. Yi Bufan said, "I feel like I haven't run out of luck today. How about we play a few more games?" Hearing this, Luo Wentao's heart twitched. "You should think that our family runs a bank. If you gamble again, it will be more than 600 million. However, he naturally couldn't say such timid words in public. He smiled slightly and said, "Forget it for today, the auction will start soon. If you are interested, let's play another day." Yi Bufan said, "That's fine. When I am short of money, I can come to the Paradise Club to get it." Hearing this, Luo Wentao had the urge to vomit blood. This guy really thought he was a cash machine. At this moment, he had already sentenced Yi Bufan to death in his heart. As long as today passed, he must find a way to kill this kid. At this time, the bodyguard captain came back with his bank card. Yi Bufan's cell phone also beeped. He looked at it and it showed that more than 320 million yuan in cash had arrived. Seeing that long list of numbers, I couldn't help but sigh. I became a billionaire in less than an hour. No wonder so many people are addicted to gambling. He wanted to say that this feeling of getting something for nothing is so damn good. Now that he had made up his mind to kill the other party, Luo Wentao regained his previous elegance and calmness and said to Qin Chuchu, "The auction venue is in Hall 2, let's go over there." The three people left Hall 1 and came to the auction venue. At this time, everything for the auction was ready and was about to start. Since it was a small auction held by the upper class, there were not too many guests in the venue, about 100 people, but any one of them would be a billionaire. Luo Wintel led the two people to the front row, where they had reserved a seat in advance. Just after he sat down, the phone in his hand rang. After taking a look at the caller ID, Luo Wintao took his mobile phone to the side to answer the call. "Butler, what's the matter?" The other person on the phone said, "Young master, just now Master Xuanji saw the poster for the auction when he was resting in retreat. Let me inform you that you must take a photo of the black bottle." "That black bottle? What's it for?" Luo Wintao was already familiar with the lot in today's auction and didn't think there was anything special about the bottle. The steward said, "I don't know about that. Did the master say when he would be released from seclusion? Will he come to the club?" The housekeeper said, "Master Xuanji said that he will leave seclusion around evening and will go to the club then." Luo Wintao hung up the phone. This matter couldn't be easier for him. When the bidding is next, as long as you report that this item is what Master Xuanji wants, no one will dare to bid with him, and you can just take it at the lowest price. After all, Master Xuanji has a strong influence in the upper-class society in Jiangnan. No one dares to steal things from the master of Taoism and magic. Soon, the auction officially began. Although this is only a small auction for the upper class, its level of formality is no less than that of a regular store. For guests who came to the auction, each membership card number corresponded to an auction number plate. Yi Bufan came with Qin Chuchu, so the two of them shared the same number plate. A slim female auctioneer in professional attire walked up to the front desk, and after a few polite words, announced that the auction had officially begun. The order of the auction was exactly the opposite to that of the promotional poster. The lucky Z bead on the first page of the poster was placed at the end as the final auction item, while the unknown small black bottle became the first auction item. The auctioneer announced the start of the auction, and a waiter wearing a red cheongsam walked up to the front desk carrying a tray. When he saw the small black bottle on the tray, Yi Bufan trembled all over. Others couldn't see anything, but as a cultivator, he immediately felt the rich spiritual energy emanating from the little black bottle. This was not a fake, but a real great artifact, the demon refining bottle. Qin Chuchu felt his change and asked differently, "What's wrong with you?" "It's okay. Maybe I've caught a cold these past few days and my legs are a little cramped," Yi Bufan said, taking a deep breath to suppress his excitement. Of course, it is not good to show it too obviously at this time, otherwise it will attract other people's attention to the demon refining bottle and increase the bidding cost. At this time, the auctioneer took the demon refining bottle and introduced it to everyone in the audience. "Everyone, this is the auction item brought out by the Qin family. I'm sorry to say that there is not much information about this lot, and I don't even know its name, but the more mysterious it is, the more likely it is to surprise you. The starting price is 100,000 yuan, and each increase in price is no less than 10,000 yuan. Start bidding now." As an experienced auctioneer, she naturally knew that the first item to be auctioned was usually not a valuable item, especially an item whose attributes and name could not even be explained clearly. So she didn't waste too much time and directly announced the start of the auction. As soon as he finished speaking, before anyone else could react, Luo Wentao stood up, bowed his hands to everyone in the audience and said, "Everyone, I'm sorry to say this to you. Master Xuanji took a fancy to this lot and entrusted me to lead him to bid for it. Now I bid 1 million. In his opinion, no one dared to bid for the items that Master Xuanji was interested in. The reason why he gave such a high price was entirely to give Qin Chuchu face. After all, this was an item brought by the Qin family. What on earth is this bottle? I didn't look at it. What's so special about it? How could it be noticed by Master Xuanji? Originally I wanted to take a photo to see what it was, but since Master Xuanji took a fancy to it, I had no choice but to give up." Everyone knew the name of Master Xuanji, so after Luo Wentao announced that he would bid for the bottle on behalf of Master Xuanji, although there was a lot of discussion in the audience, no one raised the placard. Qin Chuchu had a look of astonishment on his face. This small bottle had been kept in their Qin family for who knows how many years. It had not been taken seriously by others before, but now it was taken aback by Master Xuanji at the auction. Originally, she wanted to take a photo and give it to Yi Bufan, but now it was difficult, so she could only whisper, "Xiaofan, let's not give up this bottle, okay?" Yi Bufan shook his head, "No, I have to take a photo of it. Facing such a great artifact, even if the opponent is the Heavenly King, I can't do it, let alone a Xuanji master who is full of doubts." Qin Chuchu wanted to say something else, but Luo Wentao said to the auctioneer on the stage, "Okay, now you can put the hammer down." 1 million once, 1 million twice, the auctioneer shouted twice in a programmed manner, then raised the hammer in his hand and was about to drop it. Suddenly someone shouted, "I'll pay 2 million. Everyone was quite surprised, especially Luo Wentao. He had already explained that Master Xuanji wanted this thing, but there was still someone who dared to raise a sign to bid. When he turned around, he saw that the person holding the sign was Yi Bufan, who was sitting next to him. He said angrily, "Yi, what are you going to do? Didn't you hear me say that this is something Master Xuanji likes?" Yi Bufan shook his head. "I don't know what Master Xuanji is. I only know that this is an auction, and the one with the highest price will get it." Qin Shuchu didn't expect him to be so persistent, so he quickly persuaded, "Xiaofan, we don't want this bottle. No matter what else you like, I will take a picture of it for you." Yi Bufan said, "I just like this bottle." What he told was the truth, but to Luo Wentao's ears, it sounded like he was challenging himself. "Okay, since you like it, then go ahead and take the photo." At this moment, Yi Bufan is even more of a dead person in his eyes. After so many years of contact, he knows very well the temper of Master Xuanji. Whoever takes this bottle will definitely die. After saying that, he didn't hold up his sign anymore and sat back directly. Seeing this scene, everyone else was stunned, and then the noise started again. Who is this person? He dares to steal things from Master Xuanji. Isn't this because he is impatient? Tired of it? It's true that newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. This kid is so ignorant that he doesn't take Master Xuanji seriously. It's over, it's over. Master Xuanji is such a master. He can make this guy fly into ashes with just a snap of his fingers. Qin Shuchu was even more anxious, but there was nothing he could do. Master Xuanji cannot be offended under any circumstances. It seems that he can only wait and persuade Yi Bufan to send the bottle to the master. The auctioneer stood on the stage with a confused look on his face, not knowing what to do next. Yi Bufan smiled slightly at her. "Miss, since no one is bidding with me, is it time for the hammer to fall?" The auctioneer gritted his teeth and finally shouted, "This gentleman bids 2 million, 2 million once, 2 million twice." Everyone knew that this bottle was in trouble, and naturally no one else would participate in the bidding. She called 3 times in succession and then knocked down the auction gavel in her hand. From this moment on, the demon refining bottle belongs to Yi Bufan. Soon, the waiter came over with a tray. Yi Bufan took the bottle into his hand with excitement, then took out his bank card and swiped 2 million on the POS machine handed over by the waiter. Although Qin Shuchu brought the bottle, the auction money still had to be handed over to the venue first, and the venue would withdraw 10% of the commission before returning it to the Qin family. Luo Wentao snorted coldly and thought to himself, "Take Master Xuanji's things and let's see how long you can be proud of it." Yi Bufan was not in the mood to pay attention to him at all. He took the demon refining bottle in his hand as if he were holding a rare treasure. To him, it was more precious than a rare treasure. Qin Shuchu sighed. It seemed that he couldn't return it for the time being. He could only wait until later. At this time, the auction continued, and soon the second lot began to be auctioned. This was a vase from the Qianlong period of the Qing dynasty, which was eventually auctioned off by a wealthy businessman for 1.5 million. Yi Bufan had no interest in these antiques. The subsequent auction went very smoothly, and soon the transfer contract for the Xanadu community was reached. The auctioneer raised the contract in his hand and said, "This is a well-known paradise community. It is surrounded by mountains and rivers and has beautiful scenery. The initial investment alone has exceeded 1.5 billion. In this contract auction, whoever wins the auction will have 100% ownership of the Xanadu community. The starting price is 100 million Huaxia coins, and each increase in price will be no less than 10 million. Dear friends, this is definitely a great opportunity to make huge profits. Don't miss it, start bidding now." After the auctioneer announced the start of the auction, the audience immediately became noisy and there was a lot of discussion. "I know about the Xanadu community. It's in a good location. It's perfect for building a villa area. Guan Dongping has already invested more than 1 billion yuan there. The auction will start with this 100 million yuan. It's really cheap, it must be cheap for a reason. Do you dare to buy it? It looks cheap. You know that place is very evil now. Many people have died in succession. Yeah, that place is so terrible now. You can't even sell a house after taking it, so what's the use no matter how cheap it is? Should I keep it for myself? You're overthinking it. I heard that even construction workers don't dare to go in that place now. It can't be completed and it's very evil. I'm afraid you don't dare to live there either. There was a lively discussion, but no one came forward to bid, not even the reserve price. When Yi Bufan first saw the auction of Xanadu community, he didn't have much idea because there wasn't that much money at that time. But now he has more than 300 million in his pocket, which is naturally different from before. As long as he buys this community, his profit will immediately increase more than 10 times. Of course he would not let go of such a cheap thing. Whether it is the development of traditional Chinese medicine or future cultivation, money is indispensable for support. However, he was not in a hurry to bid. He was waiting for the first bidder to appear. It's obvious that someone is up to something in the Xanadu community, and the person who jumped out to take over is probably the one behind it. When he takes over this community in the future, he must find out the person behind it. After waiting for a long time, no one participated in the bidding. The auctioneer was a little anxious. After all, this was a commodity auction worth hundreds of millions of yuan, and he didn't want the auction to fail like this. She said, "Dear friends, what do you have to hesitate about? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You can own a super luxury community with 100 million yuan. This is definitely a good deal with huge profits. Don't miss this opportunity, and you will never come back." But no matter how much she publicizes and incites, the people in the audience remain indifferent. After all, in the upper-class society, the incident in Xanadu community has been spread throughout the world. There are many people who are tempted, but no one has the courage to take over. At this time, a middle-aged man stood up and said to the audience, "Dear friends, I built the Xanadu community in Dongping, Shaoguan. I have someone who I can pat my chest to protect you from. It proves that there is no problem with the construction quality of this community, and more than 1 billion has been spent on the initial investment. No matter who takes the shot, they will only make a profit without losing any money. If it weren't for the fact that the capital chain is broken and I really can't sustain it, I wouldn't be willing to put it up for auction. Whoever takes pictures of the community has done me a favor, and I'm very grateful." Yi Bufan took a look at Guangdongping. He was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He was not as arrogant and boastful as other rich men. On the contrary, he had a loyal face. His words were sincere and his expression was anxious. He was obviously anxious to sell the community. Although many people sympathize with Guangdongping, sympathy is sympathy and profit is profit in the shopping mall. If the community buys it, it will be smashed into their hands, and no one will take action. Just when everyone thought that no one would buy it and the auctioneer was about to announce that the auction had failed, a voice suddenly said, "Since Boss Guan is in trouble, let me, the Luo family, help me." After all, everyone encounters difficulties, and many friends lead to many paths. It was Luo Wentao who spoke. He raised the bidding number in his hand and shouted, "I bid 100 million. Young Master Luo is a good man." At the critical moment, someone came to help. Young Master Luo is too righteous in handling matters. If he doesn't take action, Guangdongping will definitely not be able to sell. What do you know? There is Master Xuanji behind the Luo family. They have the ability to help. I also want to help, but do I have the courage? Seeing that someone finally participated in the bidding, Guangdongping said gratefully, "Young Master Luo, I have thanked someone here." Luo Wentao waved his hand and said, "Everyone is working in the same circle, so a little help is nothing." Yi Bufan frowned slightly. He had long guessed that Xanadu community was related to Master Xuanji. Now Luo Wentao took over, basically confirming this guess. By stringing things together, it is easy to see the context. First, Master Xuanji threatened Guangdongping when he took over the community. Then when the other party had almost completed the construction and invested almost all the money, they built a Xin gathering and killing array there. Let the Xanadu community become a dead place where no one dares to enter, so that they can pick peaches freely. It is easy to guess what happened next. Master Xuanji must have used his influence to eliminate the bad effects and restore the paradise community. Promotion of. When the time comes, the Luo family will only invest a little money, but they can make a lot of money. All Guangdongping's previous investment and efforts have been to make wedding clothes for them. It's a pity that only he can see through all this. At this time, Guangdongping was still crying with gratitude. Seeing that someone finally took over, the auctioneer breathed a sigh of relief, raised the auction hammer in his hand and shouted, "Mr. Luo bids 100 million huaxia coins, is there anyone else who wants to bid?" As she said this, she had already determined in her heart that no one else would bid. Besides the Luo family, who would dare to take over this evil community? Others also thought so. Luo Wentao took action because there was a master of mystery behind him, and they had no masters to back them up. 100 million Chinese coins once, 100 million Chinese coins twice. Seeing that the auctioneer was about to make the final decision, Luo Wentao's mouth showed a touch of imperceptible pride, and at this moment, Yi Bufan raised the number plate in his hand. I offer 150 million. Qin Shuchu sat next to him, secretly thinking about how to persuade Yi Bufan to give the small bottle to Master Xuanji later. Seeing that he was about to bid for this real estate again, he said differently, Xiaofan, what are you doing? This real estate is very evil. What are you doing with it? Others were also quite surprised. They didn't expect that someone would dare to bid for this real estate with Mr. Luo. When they saw it was Yi Bufan, the place suddenly became lively again. Who is this young man? He is going against young Master Luo one after another. What does he want to do? Is it fighting spirit? But fighting spirit doesn't have such a fighting method. It actually cost 150 million. Even if you have money, you can't spend it like this. Luo Wentao's expression instantly darkened. This guy had just snatched something Master Xuanji wanted, and now he was bidding for this real estate. It seemed that he was going to fight him to the death. He turned to look at Yi Bufan and said, "What on earth are you going to do?" Yi Bufan said with a relaxed expression, "This is an auction, of course you are participating in the bidding. Doesn't it mean that Mr. Luo won't let others bid?" Luo Wentao suppressed the anger in his heart and said coldly, "Do you know what is going on in the Xanadu community? Do you think anyone can take over this property? I'll give you a chance to withdraw the bid you just made, otherwise it will be useless if you bid it back. When the time comes, our Luo family will not be kind enough to take over." Yi Bufan smiled and said, "Are the Luo family very kind? Why didn't I see it? And I am a person who means what I say and never go back on my words. Once I bid the price, I will not withdraw." Qin Shuchu quickly advised, "Xiaofan, this is not the time for vindictiveness. Please listen to Mr. Luo and withdraw the price you just made." In her opinion, the reason why Yi Bufan was always against Luo Wentao was because of his grudge, which must have something to do with her. Thinking of this, she felt sweet in her heart. It seemed that this man still cared about her and was already jealous of her. Yi Bufan said, "I have no fighting spirit, and I will never withdraw my bid. You would be a fool not to buy such a cheap property." Luo Wentao said angrily, "Cheap? Do you think everyone else is a fool? You are the only one who knows how to be cheap? This real estate is very evil. Our Luo family will have Master Xuanji to help resolve it. What do you have? I have money. Anyway, I just won so much money in the casino. It's useless to keep it in my pocket. I might as well buy a real estate and go home to play. I am a warm-hearted person. Didn't young Master Luo just say that I would just help Mr. Guan?" Luo Wentao was so angry that his eyes burst into flames. He dared not feel bad that this guy was spending his own money. Qin Shuchu said, "Xiaofan, you really can't buy this land, it's too evil." Yi Bufan stopped Qin Shuchu, who was trying to dissuade him, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, evil has never suppressed the good since ancient times. I am a righteous person with good luck, so I can suppress even the most evil real estate. Well, let's see how long your good luck can last." Luo Wentao snorted coldly, sat back down, and stopped looking at Yi Bufan. Of course he will not continue to increase the price. The Luo family has spent so much effort to get this residential complex from Guangdongping at a low price. And in his opinion, the money in Yi Bufan's hands also belongs to him. If they bid against each other, they will end up being cheaper than Guangdongping. After Master Xuanji comes out of seclusion in a few hours, both the real estate and the money will belong to the Luo family. Seeing Luo Wentao withdraw, the auctioneer finally knocked the auction hammer after going through some formalities, and the Xanadu community belonged to Yi Bufan. Guangdongping signed the real estate transfer contract and sent it to Yi Bufan. "Little brother, thank you for your help. You sell and I buy, this is not considered helping." Yi Bufan had a good impression of Guangdongping and said, "Brother Guan, don't leave yet. Let's wait until the auction is over. Chat again." "Well, I won't leave. I will bid for the lucky Z bead later. My luck has been so bad recently. I want to change my luck." After speaking, Guangdongping returned to his seat. Qin Shuchu glanced at the contract in Yi Bufan's hand and said angrily, "Xiaofan, you are so impulsive. Even if you win the money, you can't spend it this way. Now that you have the Xanadu community in your hands, it will be difficult to sell it." Luo Wentao snorted coldly, "When you want to sell it again, our Luo family won't want 10 million. Yi Bufan said disdainfully, 10 million? By then you won't even be able to buy a house from me." Qin Shuchu originally thought that Yi Bufan was fighting with Luo Wentao, but he didn't know that soon the houses in Xanadu community were indeed worth this price, and the cheapest ones cost more than 10 million. Luo Wintao said nothing, but the hatred in his heart grew even more. He was now looking forward to Master Xuanji coming out of seclusion as soon as possible and killing this guy directly. The ensuing auction went on smoothly, with one antique after another being picked up by other wealthy businessmen, and soon the last auction item arrived, the Luck Z bead handmade by the legendary Master Xuanji. In fact, many people came here for this bead today, wanting to take it back to improve their luck. By the end of the auction, everyone was excited, looking forward to seeing this rare Z bead. In the midst of everyone's attention, a waiter walked up to the front desk carrying a tray. The tray was covered with a red cloth. Although the contents could not be seen clearly, everyone knew that this was the precious Lucky Z bead. At this point in the auction, the auctioneer became excited and said to the audience, "Everyone, I don't need to tell you what the next lot is. I won't talk about Master Xuanji, everyone knows his reputation. This good luck Z bead is a treasure that Master Xuanji spent 3 years personally making. No matter who you take it back, it can strengthen your body and improve your luck. If you are an official, you will be promoted. If you are a businessman, you will make money every day." She wanted to say more, but the guests in the audience were impatient. A big fat man in the front row shouted, "Okay, don't say more, let us see the true face of this orb, we all cannot wait anymore. Well, let's show everyone the treasures handmade by Master Xuanji." The auctioneer was very satisfied with the effect before his eyes. He reached out and took off the red cloth on the tray. In an instant, a bright bead appeared in front of everyone. This bead is about the size of an egg yolk, completely round, and its surface is constantly blooming with radiance. "Oh my god, this is the Lucky Z bead. It's so beautiful, no matter how much it costs, I will take it back, I want this bead. Although it is a bit more expensive, with it you will have luck. With luck, you can make more money." Seeing the excited audience, the auctioneer said again, "Now that everyone has seen the Lucky Z bead, let's start the auction with a starting price of 10 million, and each increase will be no less than 1 million. Let's start bidding now. $1,500, $200,000, 25 million, the price of Lucky Z beads skyrocketed after the auction. Everyone raised their numbers to bid, and within a few minutes it had reached 50 million. You must know that so far in the auction, most of the lots have been sold for 1 million. Although the Xanadu community has been sold for 150 million, it was a loss-making sale, which is completely different from other auctions. At this moment, a bead was directly auctioned for 50 million, which shows everyone's respect for Master Xuanji. At this moment, Yi Bufan could clearly see the bead on the stage, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. This is not the so-called Fortune Z bead at all, but just an ordinary bead. The so-called Master Xuanji worked hard to make it for 3 years, but it is all a lie. The reason why it looks gorgeous is because there are some small glowing spells added to it. This kind of spell has no offensive power at all. Normally, no monks would even be willing to learn it, but now it is put on a bead and shown off, with the purpose of defrauding these people of their money. Anyway, no one can say for sure about luck. If you are lucky when you take it back, it means the Fortune Z bead is useful. If you are unlucky, those masters will naturally give you a lot of explanations. He can see through things that others cannot. Qin Chuchu, who was next to him, looked excited. At this moment, he finally took action. He raised the number plate in his hand and shouted, "I offer 60 million. The fat man showed no sign of weakness, "I'll offer 70 million. 80 million. The one who made the bid was Guan Dongping, who had been silent. Now he also joined the bidding. 80 million. After the price was reported, there was a brief silence in the venue. Obviously, the auction price of Lucky Z beads has exceeded the budget of most people. Although these people would like to take the treasure home, their pockets do not allow it. The fat man who had been shouting before hesitated for a moment and finally put down the number plate in his hand and did not continue to bid. Qin Chuchu had no intention of giving up at all, and was about to raise her sign to bid again. Yi Bufan stopped her and said, "Chuchu, forget it, don't shoot this thing again." "Why? Is this the Lucky Z bead? My father told me to take it back." The purpose of Qin Chuchu's visit today was the Lucky Z bead, so naturally he would not give up easily. Yi Bufan said, "This is just an ordinary bead, not even worth 800 yuan. After he said this, Luo Wintao stood up suddenly and angrily said, "Boy, what do you know? Do you know that this is a treasure made by Master Xuanji? How can you, an ordinary person like you, question the master?" Just as Yi Bufan was about to speak, Qin Chuchu hurriedly stopped him. "Okay, Xiaofan, don't say anything anymore. No matter what, I want to take this Fortune Z bead back. After speaking, she raised the number plate in her hand again without hesitation. I offer 90 million. Although everyone else heard what Yi Bufan said, they all thought he was an arrogant boy and no one believed him. Guan Dongping raised the number plate in his hand without hesitation, 100 million Chinese coins. He didn't believe in things like feng shui before, but he had been having bad luck recently, especially the incidents in the Xanadu community, which made him quickly change his view. Now he is eager to rely on this lucky ZB to reverse his fortune, which is why he put the paradise up for auction today. This, Qin Shuchu was a little dumbfounded. Although she was determined to get the fortune Z bead, it was obvious that the Qin family had underestimated the value of the bead and had only prepared 100 million in funds in advance, which was obviously not enough now. Although the Qin family is a large consortium worth tens of billions, a large investment recently used up its working capital, and other funds have not yet been returned, so the money on hand is not sufficient. Yi Bufan was relieved when he saw that she had no money. After all, it is related to Qin Shuchu, it's a good one, but I really don't want her to spend a lot of money to buy a piece of junk. Qin Shuchu hesitated for a moment, but in the end she still didn't want to give up this dazzling orb. She turned to Yi Bufan and said, Xiaofan, don't you still have money in your hand? Can you lend me the remaining 100 million? In a week I will return it to you. Yi Bufan said, Shuchu, listen to my advice. This bead is not valuable at all. Don't buy it again, or you will regret it. Luo Wentao sneered and said, Shuchu, you are too stingy to find this boyfriend. If I did, I would definitely take a picture and give it to you. He had long disliked Yi Bufan, so naturally he would not give up the opportunity to attack his opponent. Qin Shuchu also felt a little unhappy and said again, Xiaofan, just lend me the money and I will pay you the interest. Yi Bufan said, Shuchu, why don't you understand? It doesn't matter if I give you the money in my hand, but this bead is fake and you must not buy it. After hearing what he said, Luo Wentao stood up and said to everyone present, did everyone hear this? This ignorant boy dared to slander Master Xuanji and said that the treasures made by Master Xuanji were fake. Do you believe it? We don't believe it. This guy is just talking nonsense. He is too stingy. He doesn't want to borrow money from Miss Qin, so he has to come up with such a lame excuse. Even if you lie, you have to find a better explanation. How can Master Xuanji be questioned by an ordinary person like you? Luo Wentao looked proud and said again, everyone knows that Master Xuanji entrusted our Luo family to auction the good luck Z bead. The Luo family guarantees its reputation that this bead is absolutely genuine. No matter how much it costs to buy it back, it will be a real thing. Worth the money. At this time, the auctioneer on the stage shouted again, everyone, Mr. Guan has already bid 100 million Chinese coins. Is there anyone who wants to increase the price? If there is no lucky Z bead, it belongs to Mr. Guan. Qin Shuchu's face became more and more ugly, and he said again, Xiaofan, do you want to borrow it or not? She felt a little unhappy. Yi Bufan had won the money from the casino, but now he was reluctant to even lend it to herself. This showed that she had no place in Yi Bufan's heart. A sneer appeared at the corner of Luo Wentao's mouth. Since Qin Shuchu was dissatisfied with this boy, he was not far away from returning to his arms. Yi Bufan shook his head slightly and pinched it quietly with his right hand. A magic formula, and then the sky bounced towards the fortune Z bead on the stage. Although it is a bit far from the front desk, it is not difficult for the magic master to break the inferior spell. After doing this, he said, look at that thing, are you sure you want to buy it? If you do, I will give you the money. Qin Shuchu turned to look at the front stage and saw that the bright fortune Z bead that was originally held in the hands of the waiter had completely lost its luster and was just an ordinary white jade bead. As a member of a jewelry family, she naturally knew what this was. Without the cover of its brilliance, it was just an ordinary jade bead. She probably wouldn't even be able to sell it for a few hundred yuan if she took it out. At this moment, she broke out in a cold sweat. If the Qin Group's few working capital were used to buy such a thing, the consequences would be unimaginable. What the hell is going on? Yi Bufan said, I have long said that this thing is fake. It is not a fortune Z bead at all, it is just a trick to deceive people. At this moment, other people also noticed the changes in the lucky Z bead, and the venue immediately became excited. What's going on? Why has the fortune Z bead changed? Where was the brilliance just now? Isn't this just an ordinary bead? Can it really improve one's luck? It's so scary. Fortunately, I ran out of money just now. Otherwise, I would have to jump off the building if I spent a lot of money to buy such a thing. Qin Shuchu understood what was going on. He whispered to Yi Bufan and Xiaofan, I misunderstood you just now, I'm sorry. Luo Wentao was stunned by what he saw. Although he also knew that the fortune Z bead was fake, it was indeed made by Master Xuanji. Why did it suddenly become ineffective? Seeing that the situation was getting out of control, he hurriedly shouted, don't listen to that kid's nonsense. This fortune Z bead was made by Master Xuanji. It's definitely true. Now the people present were a little hesitant. After all, Master Xuanji's reputation was so great that he had become popular among everyone over the years. Guan Dongping stood there hesitating, not knowing whether he should buy it or not. Yi Bufan said, young Master Luo, are you still denying this? I don't know if this thing was made by Master Xuanji. I only know that it must be a fake bead, and it will not bring any luck to people. After he said this, others immediately became suspicious. Master Xuanji was unattainable in everyone's minds, but the master was not present. It was unknown whether the bead was made by the master himself. The Luo family has not had a good reputation in Jiangnan City in recent years. Even the fortune Z beads made by Master Xuanji may have been stolen and replaced by the Luo family. In addition, the lost luster of the bead was placed there, so everyone present immediately lost confidence. Guan Dongping no longer hesitated and said to the auctioneer on the stage, I withdraw the bid I just made. I don't want this bead anymore. All he has now is this much money, and he still owes a lot of debts that have not been repaid. If the lucky Z bead is real, forget it. Buying it back can change your luck. But the one in front of him was obviously not a treasure, and it was even less likely to help him reverse his fortune. Luo Wentao said solemnly, Mr. Guan, this is an auction. Since you just made a bid, I'm afraid it wouldn't be appropriate to withdraw it now, right? Guan Dongping said, the hammer hasn't been hammered down yet, so it doesn't count as a success in the auction, and you, the Luo family, should know what's going on with this thing. You will never let me buy such a fake with 100 million Chinese coins. After saying that, he ignored Luo Wentao and turned around and walked out of the venue. Anyway, the money from the auction of the Xanadu community had already been put into his pocket, so the Luo family couldn't come over to rob it. The lucky Z bead was originally the last item in the auction. After Guan Dongping left, the others had no interest in staying and left the auction. In the end, only Luo Wentao was left standing there with a gloomy expression. Originally, the Luo family planned to make a fortune by relying on the lucky Z bead, but it was ruined because of Yi Bufan's words. This guy slapped himself in the face at the casino, won more than 300 million, snatched the bottle that Master Xuanji wanted, intercepted the Xanadu community halfway, and now ruined the sales plan of Z beads. He is simply like God sent to fight against him. If this wasn't a paradise club with so many people, he really wanted to have someone cut Yi Bufan into pieces immediately. Master will be out of seclusion soon, let's see how long you can be proud of. A fierce light flashed in Luo Wentao's eyes, and then he walked out of the venue. After all, the auction is just the first event of the day, and the rough stone exhibition is about to start at the appointed time, and he still needs to host it. Yi Bufan followed Qin Chuchu left the auction venue. As soon as he left the house, Guan Dongping came over to greet him and said sincerely, Brother Yi, thank you very much. He was indeed very grateful to the young man in front of him, who not only bought his property at a high price of 150 million, but also kept the money in his pocket from wasting away. Otherwise, if I really spent 100 million to buy back that fake bead, I would probably be tempted to hang myself. You're welcome for this little thing. Yi Bufan said, Brother Guan, I just wanted to talk to you. Guan Dongping said, Brother Yi, you can talk about whatever you want. Anyway, I am an idle person now and have nothing to do all day long. Qin Chuchu said, Xiaofan, you talk to Mr. Guan first, and I want to go to the rough stone venue to have a look. She came today for two main purposes, one was for the lucky Z bead, and the other was to purchase rough stones for the Qin group. I just received a call and several treasure appraisers from the Qin group were already waiting at the rough stone venue. Okay, I'll find you later. After Yi Bufan finished speaking, he pulled Guan Dongping to sit on a bench next to him. Guan Dongping asked, Brother Yi, just say what you have to say. Yi Bufan said, Brother Guan, you have invested so much in this community, and now you are putting it up for auction. Wouldn't it be a big loss? Guan Dongping said with a wry smile, this property is really a loss. I have worked hard in the construction industry all my life, and I only have this little money, and now I have lost it all. But what can be done? Now let alone sales, even construction cannot be carried out, and no workers dare to work there. I can also see that that place is indeed very evil. Things will happen when the workers arrive, and I can't bear to let them go there again. Although the real estate project can no longer be continued, I still have to pay the wages owed to the workers, so I put it up for auction at a loss. I originally thought that I could sell at most 100 million huaxia coins, use 50 million to pay workers, and use another 50 million to buy lucky Z beads. I didn't expect that my little brother's bid was so high, which suddenly made me a lot richer. Yi Bufan nodded. He had read Guan Dongping correctly. He could still think of paying wages to the workers in such a difficult time. This kind of character was extremely valuable. After finishing the story, Guan Dongping asked, Brother Yi, what are you going to do after taking pictures of the real estate? I want to build this into the top luxury residential area in China. Yi Bufan said, Brother Guan, I am just a doctor and know nothing about the construction industry. So I want you to come over and help me continue to build the Xanadu community. If you are willing, I will give you 20% of the shares. What do you think? He is confident that he will build this place into a top-notch residence where every inch of land is valuable. When the time comes, the 20% stake given to Guan Dongping will far exceed the initial cost of the community, which can also be regarded as a kind of compensation for today's low-price purchase. Guan Dongping said, Brother Yi, it's not that I won't help you. I have already told you about the situation just now. The Xanadu community is really evil and there is no way to construct it. Otherwise, I would not sell it at a loss. Don't worry about this, I have a clear understanding of the situation there, and I can solve the problem. At that time, Brother Guan only needs to be responsible for bringing people in for construction, and there will be no more accidents. Guan Dongping said in disbelief, Brother Yi, are you kidding? Yi Bufan said, Of course not, do you think I can make a joke with so much money? But I have found many monks and Taoist priests in Xanadu community before, but they have no solution. Are you sure you can solve it? Yi Bufan said, Brother Guan, to tell you the truth, I have already been to the community. Your place was originally a place with good feng shui, but unfortunately it was tampered with later, so things happened one after another. Has someone tampered with you? Guan Dongping said with a surprised look on his face, I have been doing business all these years by being friendly and making money, and I haven't offended anyone? Yi Bufan said, This is not a question of whether to offend others, but that someone took a fancy to your real estate, so they came up with this dirty trick. Although Guan Dongping is loyal, he is not a fool. After Yi Bufan mentioned this, he immediately reacted and said with a big change of expression, You mean Master Xuanji and the Luo family? Yi Bufan nodded, now it looks like they did it. Guan Dongping looked angry at first, then sighed and said, Brother Yi, we can't afford to offend Master Xuanji, I think we'd better forget it. Yi Bufan said calmly, Brother Guan, you don't have to worry about any of this. You just need to organize the workers. I'll give you a call within 3 days. Then just go in and do the construction. Guan Dongping said seriously, Little brother, are you sure you are serious? Yi Bufan said, Of course, it depends on what Brother Guan wants now. No reward for no merit. Even if it really works, I can't ask for 20% of your shares. After all, the property has been sold. Guan Dongping said, Well, I will work for you as the eldest brother. If things work out, you can give me a salary of 1 million a year. If things don't work out, I'll give you some help. Yi Bufan still admired Guan Dongping's character very much. He said, It's settled, I will give you a salary of 10 million yuan a year. Guan Dongping did not hesitate and said simply, The salary is easy to talk about. I will gather the workers when I get back and wait for your call. After saying that, he left the Paradise Club and Yi Bufan walked towards the Raw Stone Club. The Rough Stone exhibition was held in an open-air square of several thousand square meters in the Paradise Club. The exhibition had already begun. The venue was filled with various kinds of rough stones, and there was a staff member in front of each pile of rough stones. Legend has it that these rough stones were transported from the old pits of Myanmar by the Luo family, and each piece may fetch a sky-high price for jadeite. There was a huge flow of people in front of the rough stones. Some jewelers from all over China and people who were interested in stone gambling gathered around the rough stones to look at and comment on them. There are also some people who cannot restrain their impulse and directly buy a stone and break it on the spot. There is a saying in the stone gambling industry, which goes like this, one sword will make you poor and another will make you rich. As each stone was untied, some people burst into tears of joy, some stamped their feet and beat their chests, some laughed, and some sighed. This is also the charm of gambling stones. So far, there is no way to see through the outer layer of the original stone. No one knows whether what is wrapped inside is dog shit or imperial green. Yi Bufan walked forward with the flow of people, and he found that these rough stones, which were said to be impenetrable by any means, had no ability to stop him in front of his spiritual consciousness. Along the way, I could see clearly which stone contained jade, whether the jade was red or green, big or small. This made him very excited. At this time, the rough stone venue was like a cash machine for him, and there was no difficulty in betting on stones. If he wanted to, he could completely sweep away the rough stones here that were worth twice as much. However, he didn't want to make it too obvious. If people knew that he could see through rough stones, he would be in big trouble in the future. So he wanted to find Qin first. Choo went shopping with the Qin group, and secretly untied the stone after returning. He was walking forward, and there was an area in front of him. Some stones were circled with ropes, and a sign stood next to it. The Luo group keeps the rough stones for itself and does not sell them to the outside world. Although the rough jadeite cannot be seen through, experienced rough gem appraisers can still see some clues from the stone skin. Based on the color of the rough stone, whether there are tinea, whether there are cracks and other information, the probability of the rough stone being jadeite can be estimated. The Luo family is the organizer of this rough stone exhibition, so they have stockpiled some good quality rough stones in advance for use in their own jade shop or as gifts. Since the rough stones here are not for sale, the few staff guarding here are more relaxed and gather together to chat. Yi Bufan walked by. Suddenly he stopped and looked at the big stone sitting under the butt of a staff member with burning eyes. The stone was about half a meter high, completely black and smooth, so the staff member used it as a stool to sit on. From the outside, there is nothing special about this stone, but in Yi Bufan's eyes, it is definitely a rare treasure. Excitement flashed through his eyes. He suppressed his excitement and stepped forward and said to the staff member, "Excuse me, how can I buy the stones from you?" The staff member was quite polite and said, "I'm sorry, the stones we have here are reserved by the Luo family and are not for sale to the outside world." Now that he had taken a fancy to this stone, Yi Bufan was naturally unwilling to give in and asked again, "Brother, can you tell me how to choose a stone from here? I think the quality here is good." The staff member said, "There is only one way to get stones from here, and that is for our eldest young master to agree. If the eldest young master is happy, it is not a problem to give you a few rocks at will." Yi Bufan frowned. He was very aware of Luo Wentao's attitude towards him. He wanted to kill him, so how could he give him the rough stone? But this stone was too important to him, and he had to get it no matter what. At this moment, there was a surge of people in front of him, and Luo Wentao walked over with Qin Chuchu. Although the Qin group sent its own rough stone appraiser, Luo Wentao still volunteered and applied to help Qin Chuchu select stones. Although Qin Chuchu hates this person, he still very much agrees with his ability to identify rough stones. The Luo family has been dealing with rough stones for so many years and has rich experience. In addition, Luo Wentao's teacher is Chen Banian, one of the top 10 yuan stone appraisers in Myanmar. I have indeed learned some skills over the years, and my attainments in rough stone identification are far beyond those of ordinary treasure appraisers. Because of this, she did not refuse. She wrote down the numbers of the stones recommended by Luo Wentao and discussed them with the treasure appraiser of her group for reference later. The group of people stopped not far from Yi Bufan. Luo Wentao pointed to a large stone that was 2 meters high and weighed more than 1,000 kilograms and said, "Chu, have you seen this stone? This is the symbol of this exhibition. King. Although the price tag is 30 million, it will definitely be worth the money if it is photographed. I am very optimistic about it, and my teacher was full of praise for it, so it was selected as the best bidder in this exhibition." Qin Chuchu looked at the stone. Generally speaking, the rough stone can be divided into two forms, full bet and half bet. Full bet means there is no window and all the bets are based on one's own luck. The half bet rough stone is to open a large or small window in the stone. Based on this window, the probability of finding jadeite inside can be guessed, so that the certainty will be greater. In front of you is a semi-finished rough stone. A basketball-sized window has been opened on the left side, blooming with an alluring greenery. Qin Chuchu also knew a bit about gambling on stones, and was quite moved when he saw this stone. Judging from the open window, the texture of the jadeite is at least that of glass. If 1/10 of the material in such a large stone is glass jade, it would be worth at least more than 100 million Chinese coins, which would immediately alleviate the current shortage of raw materials for Qin's jewelry. Luo Wentao saw Qin Chuchu's thoughts and said again, "Chu, just believe me, if you take a picture of this stone, you will definitely make a profit. To be honest, I reserved this stone just for you, otherwise I would have taken it to the Luo family for my own use." What he said was true. This stone was favored by many people, including his teacher Chen Banian. Because of this, He was specially set aside as the bidding king in order to please Qin Chuchu when the Qin group came to purchase rough stones. Hearing that the owner of the exhibition was so optimistic about the stone, many people gathered around it and commented on it. Yes, it is indeed a good stone. A rough stone with this kind of python pattern will definitely turn out to be jade. Aren't you talking nonsense? People have wiped out the windows. There must be jade inside. The suspense now is how much jade there is and what the quality is. I believe in Mr. Luo's vision, but it's a pity that I have no money, otherwise I would definitely make a profit if I bought it. There was a hint of pride on Luo Wentao's face. Chuchu, don't you still believe in my ability to identify treasures? I will definitely not let you suffer. Qin Chuchu hesitated for a moment and felt that this stone was indeed worthy of being photographed. Just when she was about to make a decision, someone suddenly shouted, "You can't buy this stone." Everyone followed the voice and saw that the speaker was naturally Yi Bufan. He walked up to Qin Chuchu and said, "Chuchu, you can't buy this stone. If you buy it, you will lose it. Even though the window is green, there is nothing inside. I'm afraid it won't even sell for 3 million if it is solved." From the moment he saw Yi Bufan, Luo Wentao's face instantly darkened. This kid seemed to be haunted and was always against him. He said with a gloomy expression, "My surname is Yi, are you very knowledgeable about stone gambling?" Yi Bufan shook his head, "Research is out of the question. This is my first time contacting stone gambling. It's so ridiculous. You dare to come here and point fingers when you don't understand anything. Why do you say this stone can't be gambled on? Why do you say it can only be solved for 3 million? Just go by my intuition." Yi Bufan said to Qin Chuchu, "I believe I'm not wrong. This stone is just a fake. There is no real material in it." Qin Chuchu hesitated again. On the one hand, she believed that Luo Wentao was more professional in stone gambling. On the other hand, she had an inexplicable sense of trust in Yi Bufan, feeling that as long as he said it, it would be correct. "You're not done yet, are you?" Luo Wentao said angrily, "Our Luo family is in the rough stone business. My teacher is Chen Banian, one of the top 10 treasure appraisers in Myanmar. Am I still no match for you?" Yi Bufan said calmly, "That's right, you just can't compare to me?" Luo Wentao suddenly suppressed the anger in his heart and said, "Do you dare to bet with me?" Yi Bufan was slightly stunned. This guy lost more than 300 million to himself, and he still wants to gamble again? He asked, "What are you betting on?" Luo Wentao said, "Since you believe in your feelings so much, let's bet on stones. If I win, give me the transfer contract of Xanadu community and the small bottle." There was a reason why he proposed the bet. Master Xuanji asked him to do 3 things, but he failed in all 3. Although Yi Bufan was certain to die, he might not be able to escape the master's blame by then. If these 2 are transferred in advance, having this thing in your hand will make your face look better. Yi Bufan asked, "What if you lose?" "I bet 100 million Huaxia coins. If I lose, the money will be yours." "Young Master Luo, your calculation is too shrewd. Just a real estate transfer contract costs 150 million. Your bet is not equal at all." At this point, Yi Bufan raised his finger and pointed at the stone under the staff member's buttocks and said, "Let's do this. If you lose, in addition to the 100 million Huaxia coins in gambling capital, you will add the stone." Although he didn't know why Yi Bufan fell in love with that stone, Luo Wentao still said readily, "Okay." He was full of confidence in this bet. The other party was just a kid who had never been exposed to stone gambling, and he was Master Chen's apprentice. How could he lose? After all, betting on stones relies on your eyesight, and betting on luck like betting on dice is not useful at all. Feeling this guy's pride, a sneer appeared at the corner of Yi Bufan's mouth. Under his consciousness, every rough stone could be clearly seen. This kind of bet cannot be called gambling at all, it is completely one-sided bullying. Luo Wentao didn't know this at all, and said excitedly, "We will choose 5 stones each, and it will be a best of 5 game. Whoever wins 3 games will win." Yi Bufan said, "Is it necessary to go to such trouble? Wouldn't it be better to decide the outcome with just 1 stone? That won't work. A stone has an element of luck. What we rely on when betting on stones is strength." Yi Bufan smiled slightly. It seemed that this guy was indeed a little afraid of his luck. He said, "Okay, you can bet however you want. I don't care. Then let's start now." Luo Wentao raised his finger and pointed to a rough stone next to him. "I will use this stone in the first game. You start choosing." His stone was not far away. Before the rough stone exhibition started, he was very optimistic about this stone and had been hesitant about which stone to use as the standard stone. Later, it was his teacher Chinbanian who gave the final suggestion and chose the current standard. In order to win against Yi Bufan, he directly used the spare bid. Yi Bufan looked at the stone. It was about 2 meters high and looked very huge. It was dark green all over and covered with python patterns and pine flowers. It looked really good. I used my spiritual sense to see through it and found that there was indeed a large piece of ice jade inside. If it were unlocked, it would probably be sold for at least $1,000. 10,000. This stone is big enough, but it's just the same thing. As he said this, he went over and patted the stone, looking very sorry for it. The moment his palm landed on the stone, an invisible spiritual energy was sucked into the demon refining bottle in his pocket. This is the function he came up with after some research on the demon refining bottle. This great artifact can not only absorb the evil energy between heaven and earth, but also spiritual energy. It's just that people pay more attention to its ability to subjugate demons, so they named it after the demon refining bottle. In just such an instant, he drained the spiritual energy from the original stone, and at the same time formed a crystal clear spiritual energy pill in the demon refining bottle. After doing all this, he scanned it again with his spiritual consciousness. Not only was there no jadeite in the original stone, it had completely turned into a stone. Luo Wentao said with a cold face, "We'll find out later whether it looks good or not, so hurry up and choose your stone. I rely on luck in everything I do, so there is no need to go to all the trouble of choosing." Yi Bufan raised his finger and pointed to a stone not far away and said, "I want it." "This stone doesn't look very good, does it? Can it be cheaper?" Everyone looked along his finger and saw that it was a dark stone, about 30 centimeters high and weighing 40 or 50 kilograms. Just as he said, this stone looks smooth, with pine flowers but no pine flowers, ringworm but no ringworm, and python patterns but not python patterns. If it were not placed here, it would not be much different from an ordinary stone. Oh my god, is this kid crazy? People choose rough stones with good quality, but he actually chooses cheap ones. It's just such a broken stone. You don't even need to solve it to know that you have lost. Yi Bufan didn't seem to care about anyone else at all, and asked again, "Master Luo, how much does this stone cost?" A sneer appeared at the corner of Luo Wentao's mouth. "Forget it, I'll give you this broken stone." No one is optimistic about this stone. Every time there is a rough stone exhibition, some stones will be brought to fill up the number, and this stone is exactly the kind of stone that is used to fill up the number. Yi Bufan said, "No, I'd better spend money to buy it. Otherwise, what will you do if you get jealous when you get something good later? You're such a useless thing and you still want to remove jade." Luo Wentao looked disdainful and turned to the staff next to him and said, "Since Mr. Yi wants to pay, you just have to settle it." Immediately after he finished speaking, 2 staff members came over, moved the stone to the scale and began to weigh it. Among the stones at the rough stone exhibition, some of the stones in particularly good condition will be sold at a marked price, such as the piece that King Biao and Luo Wentao just selected. Most stones are not priced. When customers buy them, they weigh them by the kilogram and then calculate the price. Soon the 2 staff members gave a quotation. The stone chosen by Yi Bufan was worth 2,000 yuan. It's no wonder that the stone he selected was originally used to fill the numbers, and the price per kilogram was also the lowest. In addition, it was not much bigger than a basketball, so the price was naturally not too high. After hearing the price, the people around burst into laughter. Luo Wentao said proudly, 2,000 yuan, you actually use such a stone to compare with me. Do you know the value of the stone I chose? This is a raw jade stone with a price of 20 million yuan, how can you compare with me? Yi Bufan said calmly, betting on stones is about who unlocks the more valuable jade, not who buys it at a higher price. Luo Wentao said, we have agreed that in the end it will be about who releases the jade that is more valuable, not who gets the bigger bet. He said this just to be prepared. If the stone in Yi Bufan's hand turned out to be a piece of jade worth 4 to 5,000 yuan, it would be equivalent to doubling the bet. If he didn't make it clear first, he would suffer a loss. Qin Chuchu frowned. Luo Wentao's stone was worth 20 million yuan. It was unfair to compare the 20 million yuan stone with the 2,000 yuan stone. However, Yi Bufan chose the stone himself, and there was nothing she could do about it. Yi Bufan said, no problem, let's start unraveling the stone. Yi, you really don't shed tears until you see the coffin. Luo Wentao said, waving to the men around him, untie this stone from me and let some people open their eyes. In his opinion, he is sure to win this bet. Based on the quality of this stone, the jadeite extracted may be larger than the original stone Yi Bufan selected. The staff nearby were already prepared. After hearing the order, they immediately moved the huge piece of rough stone to the stone dissolving machine, and then several stone dissecting masters got busy together. Chi, the saw blade of the stone breaking machine rubs against the raw stone and makes a harsh sound, but this sound is like beautiful music to the ears of people who love stone gambling. Everyone's eyes are unblinking staring at the stone, hoping to unlock the jadeite. Time passed minute by minute, and a full 10 minutes passed. Several stone-cutting masters were sweating, but they still didn't see any sign of jadeite coming out. Luo Wentao slowly lost his previous calmness. He frowned and said to Master Jesher, "Cut it in the middle first." Generally speaking, the cutting method used for very valuable jadeite rough stones is to rub the stone first, and then determine the next step of cutting the stone after the jadeite is found. But Luo Wentao couldn't wait any longer and asked Master Jesher to cut it in the middle. This method of unraveling the stone was simple and crude, and the speed was much faster. When the huge stone was split into two halves, everyone sighed in surprise. This stone worth 20 million yuan turned out to be just a white mist in the middle. Not to mention emerald, there was not even a hint of green at all. This, Luo Wentao was a little dumbfounded, and then waved his hand to Master Jesher, "Cut it for me again." Several stone-cutting masters worked together to turn the rough stone from 2 pieces into 4 pieces, and 4 pieces into 8 pieces. Until it was cut into more than a dozen pieces, there was still no trace of jadeite. It's over, this is a complete collapse. It's really a sword in heaven and a sword in hell. It's really a scam. Even 20 million yuan didn't even unlock a piece of jade. What kind of luck is this, Mr. Luo? There is no jadeite in such a large jadeite stone. Amidst the sighs, Luo Wentao's expression changed from the initial pride to a gloomy one. He couldn't figure it out. He almost didn't book such a good rough stone as the standard king of the entire exhibition. How could he not have any jadeite? This didn't make sense? But the fact was right in front of him, and he couldn't help but admit it. Looking at the waste stones on the ground, Yi Bufan smiled and said, "Master Luo, how are you? Are you going to admit defeat?" Luo Wentao said, "Why should I admit defeat? Even if this stone collapses, yours will definitely not be much better. At most, it will be a tie." Indeed, although his stone could not solve anything, he also did not think that the sufficient stone could solve the jadeite. "I've always been lucky, I'm afraid I will disappoint Mr. Luo." Yi Bufan said to these stone-cutting masters, "Unlock my stone, but use a rub, don't cut it randomly." Several solutions masters sure suddenly showed a look of disdain. You can't see anything when you cut into such a rotten stone, but you still have to wipe it. But since they proposed it, they could only do it, so they moved the stone to the stone dissolving machine and started to rub it bit by bit. This young man is really interesting. He's just polishing a stone like this. I don't believe he can polish it out and get emeralds. That's right, Mr. Luo didn't even get jade out of rough stones worth 20 million yuan just now. What can he do with such a piece of crap worth 2,000 yuan? The people watching were talking a lot, but no one was optimistic about Yi Bufan. But at this moment, someone suddenly screamed, "Look, it's green! This stone is actually green!" Following this cry, the stone master also stopped what he was doing, took a basin of water and poured it on the jade stone. The window that was wiped out revealed a rich green color, and it actually turned green. Oh my god, this kid is so lucky. A piece of broken stone actually contains jade. Look at this green color. It's made of ice. This kid really made a profit. After Luo Wentao saw the greenery, his expression became more and more ugly. As long as Yi Bufan unlocked a little jade, it proved that he had lost the bet. The head of the bodyguard next to him saw the ugliness of his master and stepped forward and said, "Master, this is just an accident. Maybe there is only a little jade in that stone." Originally, he wanted to comfort Luo Wentao's hurt heart, but before he could finish his words, several stone-cutting masters wiped out several windows one after another, and each window was filled with green. Oh my god, this piece of jade is actually full of green. How much is such a large piece of jade worth? And it's of ice type. The most important thing is that they only spent 2,000 yuan, which is basically nothing. Seeing that Yi Bufan's stone was all jade, the bodyguard leader opened his mouth wide and couldn't say a word. He was completely stupid. Soon, several stone-cutting masters rubbed out the entire jadeite. As everyone expected, it was a full green jadeite, and it was of high quality, and it was made of ice. Generally speaking, green is the most respected jade, and it can be roughly divided into 4 levels: beam type, waxy type, ice type, and glass type. Although ice is not the most valuable kind, such a large piece of jade is still green and is worth at least millions, or even tens of millions. Qin Chuchu was stunned as she watched from the side. Unexpectedly, Yi Bufan picked up a stone and it turned out to be a green ice jadeite. She came back to her senses and stepped forward and said, Xiaofan, this jadeite can be sold to our Qin's jewelry? I'll pay 10 million. She is indeed very satisfied with this piece of jade. Taking it back will immediately alleviate the shortage of raw materials for Qin's high-end jewelry products. Yi Bufan smiled slightly, it's just a stone. If you want it, I'll give it to you. Qin Shuchu said, that won't work, I want to pay you. You should keep it for now. We'll talk about it later after I finish the bet with Master Luo. Yi Bufan turned to Luo Wentao and said, Master Luo, there is no suspense in this first game, right? Shouldn't we move on to the second game? Luo Wentao snorted coldly, there's nothing to be proud of, it's just a temporary fluke. Yi Bufan said, you are right, I rely on luck, but my luck is not temporary. At least it is enough to deal with this gamble. Luo Wentao ignored him, pointed to King Biao next to him and said to Master Jiesher, untie this for me. This game just made him lose face, so he was completely angry and directly moved King Biao out. He didn't believe that he couldn't beat the bumpkin in front of him. Yi Bufan smiled and said, Master Luo, isn't this a gift for Chu Chu? Why do you want to use it for gambling? Luo Wentao said angrily, can't I untie it first and then give it to Chu Chu? Yi Bufan reached out and patted the Biao Wang and said, you are a piece of shit. After you untie it, Chu Chu will probably not even look at it and won't even give it to you. It's none of your business. Which stone do you choose this time? Yi Bufan pointed back at a strange-shaped stone and said, I chose it. This stone is about 1 meter high. It is not as round as ordinary jade stones. On the contrary, it has sharp edges and corners. There are also no pine flowers or python patterns on it. If this stone is thrown outside, anyone who looks at it will think it is a piece of stone without hesitation. Granite. After the staff weighed the stone, they quoted a price of 10,000 yuan, and Yi Bufan paid directly with his card. This young man is really interesting. He actually chose such a strange stone. Do we really think his luck belongs to his family? You can't say for sure. The last stone yielded a piece of green, and this stone might also yield emerald, so what if we can get jadeite? The one used by Mr. Luo is the king of this exhibition. The window has been wiped out. There must be its emerald. Luo Wentao was also extremely disdainful of his stone. He turned around and said to several stone unlocking masters, hurry up and untie this for me. He was eager to prove his ability to identify rough stones, so he directed his men to carry King Biao onto the stone dissecting machine. Then there was a harsh hissing sound again, and gravels were flying. Several stone cutting masters were very experienced, and they quickly cut away from the window cleaning position. Soon everyone stood there with a look of astonishment on their faces. They saw that inside the cut rough stone, there was only a small high-level jade where the window was located, but underneath it was pale, without even a hint of green. Oh my god, it's just such a small piece of jade. Isn't it so weird? And it just happened to wipe out the window here? This is a bidding war worth 30 million. If the bet really fails, it would be too deceptive. Don't worry yet. There may be something inside such a large piece of rough stone. Luo Wentao's face was livid, and he directed the stone-cutting masters, cut it open for me. Soon, the Biaowang rough stone, which had high hopes, was cut into more than a dozen pieces, but it was still pale inside, and no jadeite was found at all. And as for the jadeite at the window, I'm afraid it can only be sold for 3,000 to 4,000 yuan. Luo Wentao was completely dumbfounded. He stood there blankly, his face pale. He never believed that this would be the result. Seeing the scene in front of him, Qin Shuchu couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. If he really listened to Luo Wentao and bought this piece of bidding for 30 million, then he might be the one crying without tears. This time, Yi Bufan ignored Luo Wentao and said directly to the stone-cutting masters, come on, cut me. This time, he did not choose to polish the stone. Instead, he directed the stone-cutting masters to quickly remove the irregular edges and corners of the stone. As the stone was cut one by one, people discovered that the stone did not appear green as expected. This made Luo Wentao feel a lot better. His bid for the 30 million yuan bid was ruined. If Yi Bufan couldn't find a piece of jade, he would be the winner in the end. After all, he still had a little jade just now. Although it doesn't look good on the face, winning is better than losing. As the stone removal process continued, the stone still did not appear green, but instead had a faint blush. What's going on? Why is this stone red? No way, could it be said that this is a piece of red jade? Young people are very lucky, right? As everyone was talking, the red color exposed on the original stone became more and more intense. The master of stone cutting was almost done. He poured several basins of water on it, and a piece of red jadeite was instantly revealed. The size was not inferior to the green jadeite just now. Moreover, this piece of red jade has a bright color, fine texture, and looks very beautiful. It is a top-grade red jade at first glance. Oh my god, it's really red jade. What's going on with this young man? Is he the god of luck? Red jade, I've never seen it before. Is it valuable? Although the red jadeite is a medium-grade jadeite, its quality is very good. It should be worth at least 18 million, right? There was a hint of surprise on Qin Chuchu's face. After carefully examining the rough stone, she said to Yi Bufan, Xiaofan, I want this piece of jade too, and I'll give you 10 million as well. Yi Bufan waved his hand and said, take it if you like it. Seeing that this young man earned 20 million yuan after spending only more than 10,000 yuan, everyone was envious, but this was his luck, and they had nothing to do. No one knows what will happen after a stone is cut. As the saying goes, one knife will lead to heaven and one knife will lead to hell. This is the charm of gambling on stones. Compared to Yi Bufan in heaven, Luo Wentao is in hell at this moment. Others made a lot of money from their investment of more than 10,000 yuan, but he lost all his money. Not only did he lose 50 million yuan with 2 stones, but he also lost 2 games in a row, and his face was also completely lost. The most important thing is that he has only one last chance to win 3 out of 5 games as agreed in advance. If he loses another game, he will not only lose face, but also lose 100 million in the bet. He glared at Yi Bufan fiercely. Choosing a green jade stone can be said to be luck. Choosing 2 in succession may not be that simple. Could it be that this is a master of stone gambling, and he comes here to pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger with him? Now that even the bid king has lost, what else can I bet on? Suddenly something moved in his mind. Since Yi Bufan named the jadeite stone that he had reserved, it meant that the stone must be extraordinary. It must be like this. He immediately became excited when he thought of this. Didn't you take a fancy to that stone? Then I will use it to bet you on this 3rd game. He pointed back at the stone in the distance and said to the staff around him, go get it for me. Qin Chuchu's expression changed and she said coldly, Luo Wentao, what are you going to do? Isn't that the bet chosen by Xiaofan? Luo Wentao said, yes, this is indeed the bet he chose, but it is also my raw jade stone. I have no problem using it as a bet. At most, what is cut out will belong to him. Qin Chuchu was about to say something, but Yi Bufan stopped him. Forget it, Chuchu, since young Master Luo is willing to use it, let him use it, as long as the things he cuts out belong to me. After speaking, he pointed to a jadeite stone not far away and said, I will use it in this round. This rough jade stone is about half a meter tall and weighs 400 to 500 kilograms. The price is much higher than before. After weighing, it was 50,000 yuan. Although the stone still looked ordinary, with the experience of the previous 2 times, everyone immediately paid great attention to it, and even the staff became extremely careful when lifting the stone. Soon, the 2 stones were brought over by the staff, and Yi Bufan said, Master Luo, let's get started. Luo Wentao said, this time you come first. He was the first to remove the stone twice in a row, but he lost completely, so this time he chose to let Yi Bufan come first. No problem. Yi Bufan didn't care about the order. He turned around and said to the several stone-solving masters, let's do it. Together, several people moved the stone selected by Yi Bufan onto the stone-cutting machine and started cutting it. A full 10 minutes passed amidst the chirping sound, but still no greenery appeared. However, after the experience just now, the onlookers still held on to a glimmer of hope. But even after cutting the stone in half, no jadeite appeared. A smile appeared at the corner of Luo Wentao's mouth. After playing 3 games in a row, he finally saw hope. It seemed that this kid's luck had finally come to an end. Yi Bufan looked at the 2 cut stones, pointed to the one on the left and said, that's it, let's polish it well. The stone master cut and polished this half of the stone again, and soon a brilliant purple color was revealed. The smile on Luo Wentao's face suddenly froze. Purple jade is also called violet, which is generally very rare. Could it be that this kid really had some shitty luck that made him bump into a violet? Soon, Master Jiesher proved his guess with practical actions. A ball-sized purple jade appeared in front of everyone. After being rinsed with clean water, this piece of purple jade bloomed with a very pure color, giving people a sense of wealth, grace, and magnanimity under the sunlight. Purple was once known as the imperial color in China. From Ziwei Emperor to the Forbidden City, from Zikadong to the Purple Ribbon, it all shows the sacred and noble status of purple. It is precisely because of this that the price of violet jade is high. Oh my god, violets, really violets. I have attended so many rough stone exhibitions, and this is the first time I have seen violets with my own eyes. The raw jadeite I saw last time was not half as big as this one, and it sold for more than 2 million. How much is this piece worth? This young man is really amazing. He is possessed by a lucky star. He chose 3 rough stones, and each one contains sky-high priced jadeite. Qin Shuchu looked at this piece of purple jade and was dumbfounded. Yi Bufan said, Chu, why are you silent? Do you want this piece of jade? If you want it, take it too. Qin Shuchu took a deep breath to calm down his excitement, and then said, I really want it, but it's a pity that I can't afford it. Yi Bufan said in surprise, what? Is this piece of jade valuable? Is it more valuable than those 2 pieces? From his point of view, the spiritual energy contained in this piece of jade is no more than that of red jade and green jade, and its value should be about the same. Qin Shuchu smiled bitterly and said, in China, things are rare and expensive. Because the quantity is small, the price is higher, but if you only have this piece of purple jade, the price of 20 million is about the same. The most important thing is the green jade and red jade. In the jade industry, there is a saying of fortune, prosperity and longevity, or Lu, Quan and Zhang. It is very rare for 3 colors of jadeite to be matched together, and the price will also increase exponentially. Therefore, if these 3 jadeites are sold together, the price will at least double, and the minimum price is more than 70, 80 million. Our Qin group has prepared 100 million yuan to purchase rough stones this time. We have just spent more than 30 million yuan, and we really can't afford it now. After hearing what she said, the people around were in an uproar. This guy's luck is so good. He managed to collect 3 colors of happiness, wealth and longevity in one go, and they were all of this high-grade jadeite. It would be great if I could have this kind of luck. 70 or 80 million is enough for me to live for several lifetimes. They say gambling on stones is like a knife to heaven and a knife to hell. This young man is about to fly into the sky. After hearing what Qin Shuchu said, Yi Bufan smiled slightly and said, Lu Guan, Zhengfu, Lu and Shou, aren't they just 3 stones? I gave them to you, and I said they would be free of charge. For him, the most successful thing today was getting the great artifact called the Demon Refining Bottle. In addition, he won more than 300 million from Luo Wentao. He also got the transfer contract for the Paradise community at the auction. It can be said that he did make a lot of money this time. If Qin Shuchu hadn't brought him here, he wouldn't have encountered such a good thing, so he gave away all 3 stones without hesitation. This is a group purchase. I can't ask for your things for free. Let's do this. I will replenish the funds for you after a while. Qin Shuchu couldn't bear to part with these 3 pieces of top-notch jade that had never been seen in a century, so she immediately asked her staff to collect them and send them to her car. Yi Bufan turned back to Luo Wentao and said, Young Master Luo, it's your turn. Seeing that the other party collected 3 kinds of jadeite rough stones of fortune, Lushu and Shou in 3 games and made a lot of money, Luo Wentao felt mixed emotions in his heart, including envy, jealousy and hatred. But at this time, he couldn't care so much anymore. It was already the 3rd round of the gambling game. If he lost again, he would have no way to make a comeback. Thinking of this, he said to the stone unlocking master, unlock this stone. In any case, he still had a glimmer of hope. Yi Bufan had not mentioned that the 3 rough stones were so precious before, but he proposed using this one as a bet, which showed that this rough stone was even more valuable. The masters who solved the stone seemed to be aware of this, and they opened the stone carefully. Half an hour later, the stone had been divided into 4 petals, but it was empty inside. Whether it was green jade or red jade, there was no trace of jade at all. How is this possible? Luo Wentao bet that Yi Bufan would not make a mistake. There must be something good in this rough jade stone. He shouted again, explain it to me again, and explain it more carefully. There must be jade in it. The stone unlocking master was helpless. The chance of unlocking the jadeite in this situation was already very small, but they had no choice but to do what their master told them to do. A stone cutting master lifted half a piece of jadeite rough and put it on the cutting machine. He cut it with a knife. There was only a click sound. The originally extremely sharp saw blade cut into something and suddenly broke into 2 halves. Master Jiesher was shocked. He has been in this business for more than 10 years and has never encountered such a situation. Luo Wentao seemed to realize something. It seemed that there was indeed something good in this stone. He immediately shouted excitedly, be careful, don't break the baby. The master of stone removal took the water next to him and poured it on the stone to rinse it. He found that there was a small red stone about the size of an egg embedded in half of the original stone. The saw blade just cut off by it. He cut a few more times and took out the red stone. Show me quickly. Luo Wentao grabbed the stone in his hand, but the excitement on his face soon disappeared. The stone was red all over and looked very round, but it was not jade at all, let alone anything valuable. Disappointed, he slammed the stone to the ground and shouted, "Keep cutting it for me." The stone breaking machine roared again, and everyone else's eyes were focused on the divided rough stones. No one noticed that the small stone thrown to the ground suddenly disappeared. After a while, the huge rock had been cut into dozens of pieces, and there was still no trace of emerald. Luo Wentao stood there with a dull face and murmured, "Impossible, how is this possible?" He determined that the stone that Yi Bufan was looking for must be something good, but it turned out that there was nothing in it. Yi Bufan took 2 steps forward and said with a smile, "Young Master Luo, is it time to cash in on your bet?" Luo Wentao's face was red. If he was asked to admit defeat and take out another 100 million huaxia coins, it would be even worse than killing him. At this moment, there was a commotion at the entrance of the exhibition. I heard people shouting over there, "Master Xuanji is here, Master Xuanji is here." At the same time, the originally surging crowd moved aside, and an old Taoist walked over from that side. The old Taoist wore a grey Taoist robe, held a whisk in his hand, and carried a sword on his back. His long hair was flowing, and he looked quite immortal. At this time, the sun was setting in the west, and the afterglow of the setting sun shone on Lao Dao's body, making his back look taller and taller, giving people an ethereal feeling, as if he was an immortal walking down from the sky. Master Xuanji. It's really Master Xuanji. Great, the master is finally here. After seeing the old Taoist, the frustration on Luo Wentao's face quickly changed. The speed was swept away, replaced by a look of crazy excitement, pointing at Yi Bufan and shouting, "Boy, you are dead. Do you know why I bet you? Do you know why I want to win 3 out of 5 games? Just waiting for the master to come out. You stole Master Xuanji's treasure and ruined Master Xuanji's plan. Now that master is here, you will definitely die." Hearing his words, the people around him immediately became nervous, especially those who had participated in the auction. They immediately remembered that Yi Bufan had snatched the small black bottle that Master Xuanji had asked for, and at the same time he had popped the fortune Z bead. It's over. No matter how lucky this kid is, if he offends Master Xuanji, it will be a dead end. Now that Master Xuanji is here, his good calculations have come to an end. I once saw a person who offended Master Xuanji, and he bled to death on the spot. Even when the police came, they couldn't find any cause of death. It's a trivial matter to die yourself. If the master really uses magic, I'm afraid the whole family will suffer. Young man, you are so ignorant. It's not a good idea to offend anyone. You actually offended Master Xuanji. Is that a godlike figure that you can offend? Everyone was talking about it for a while, and the look they looked at Yi Bufan changed from envy just now to ridicule. The most nervous person was Qin Shuchu. She didn't expect Master Xuanji to arrive so quickly. She quickly grabbed Yi Bufan and said, "Quickly take out the small bottle and give it to Master Xuanji, and then apologize to Master Xuanji." Yi Bufan smiled disapprovingly, "I'll give it to him. Do you dare to ask him if he wants it? Xiaofan, what time has it been, and you still dare to joke?" Qin Shuchu was so anxious that he stamped his feet, but Luo Wentao smiled happily and said, "Boy, you still dare to speak arrogantly at this time. Let's see how the master deals with you later." At this time, the old Taoist had already walked over and ran up to him with a flattering look on his face. "Master Xuanji, you are finally here." The old man looked arrogant and said condescendingly, "How is the thing I asked you to do? Did you get the thing?" "Master, don't be angry, just listen to me." Luo Wentao said angrily, "At the auction, I told everyone that it was the treasure you were interested in, but that kid still snatched it away. In addition, that kid also robbed the Xanadu community and destroyed the sales of Lucky Z beads. He simply didn't take the master seriously," he said through gritted teeth, wishing Master Xuanji could slap Yi Bufan to death with one slap. Really, Master Xuanji immediately darkened his face and said coldly, "There are still people in Jiangnan who don't take me, Xuanji, seriously. I want to see who this person is." Seeing that the master was really angry, everyone else was so scared that they were afraid of being affected by the master's anger. They retreated to both sides, revealing Yi Bufan and Qin Shuchu in the crowd. Qin Shuchu was even more anxious and said eagerly, "Xiaofan, please take out that bottle and present it to the master." Yi Bufan said again, "I told you, even if I gave it to him, he wouldn't dare to ask for it." Luo Wentao shouted, "Boy, after meeting Master Xuanji, you still dare to be so arrogant. When the master is angry, you will die without a burial place." The people around him were even more horrified, wondering whether this young man was a lunatic or a fool. He dared to challenge the master's dignity even when he was about to die. Yi Bufan ignored the others, but turned to Master Xuanji and said, "I will give you something, do you dare to ask for it?" There were too many people gathered around just now, and Master Xuanji did not see Yi Bufan. When he saw his appearance clearly, he suddenly trembled with fright, then turned around and ran away, losing the master's demeanor just now. It turned out that Master Xuanji was the old Taoist who was injured by Yi Bufan in the antique market. He had just retreated to recover from his injuries. Unexpectedly, the two of them met again as soon as they came out of isolation. The people around were waiting to see how Master Xuanji would show off his power and punish the ignorant boy in front of him, but the master ran away. What kind of operation was this? Especially Luo Wentao, who looked confused. He had been looking forward to seeing the master, but he didn't expect such a result. Yi Bufan had already recognized this old Taoist and would not give him a chance to escape this time. With a flick of his right hand, two shining silver needles shot into the old Taoist's knees. The old Taoist was running happily, but suddenly his legs gave out and he fell to the ground. Yi Bufan stepped forward, stepped on Master Xuanji's head under his feet, and asked in a cold voice, "I will give you something, do you dare to ask for it?" The old Taoist Xuanji said repeatedly, "I don't dare. I don't dare. How dare you take the master's east-west path? Please spare your life, master." Faced with such a magic master and a Xian-level warrior, the old Taoist really couldn't think of any resistance and could only bow his head and beg for mercy. Seeing this scene in front of them, everyone present was completely stunned. The situation was completely different from what they expected. Master Xuanji, whom they highly respected, fell to the ground and begged for mercy at this moment, calling this young man master. "Who is the master here? Do you want to live? Then I will spare your life." Yi Bufan said as he raised his foot and stepped lightly on the ground. Xuanji Laodao's body jumped up, and then two silver needles instantly pierced his Shinzan point and Dantian point. Ah! Xuanji Taoist instantly let out a heartbreaking scream. Although Yi Bufan did not kill him, these two silver needles destroyed his Taoism and martial arts. From now on, he will no longer be a Xuanji master, but just an ordinary old man. To have his life's hard work revoked was simply worse than death for him. "Yi Bufan, I'll kill you!" The old Taoist Xuanji shouted and wanted to rush over and fight Yi Bufan, but unfortunately his cultivation was ruined. He no longer had any fighting ability at all. His body was extremely uncomfortable for a while, and he fell to the ground with a plop before taking 2 steps. Qin Chuchu looked at everything in front of him and couldn't believe it was true. He never imagined that Master Xuanji, whom he admired so much in the past, would be so vulnerable in front of Yi Bufan. At this time, everyone around them slowly came to their senses, and the bodyguard captain whispered to Luo Wentao, "Young master, should we help the master?" Luo Wentao said coldly, "Even Master Xuanji was beaten like a dog. Are you sure you can beat that kid? He has always been a scheming person." Although Master Xuanji's incident greatly stimulated him, he quickly recovered from the shock and rationally analyzed everything in front of him. Well, only then did the bodyguard captain realize what kind of person he was across from him. The old Taoist Xuanji was usually aloof and had great cultivation, but he was trampled under his feet. There was no way he could deal with such a person. He said again, "Master, how about we call the police?" "Call the police? Do you think the police can come to our place?" Luo Wentao glared at the bodyguard captain. Generally speaking, people at their level rarely solve problems through the official system. Besides, he had too many shady activities in the Paradise Club, and calling the police here was like throwing himself into a trap. The bodyguard captain also realized that he had said the wrong thing and said sarcastically, "Young master, what should we do?" Luo Wentao said, "What we have to do is to do nothing, just watch and it's over." Yi Bufan glanced at the ashen-faced Master Xuanji and said coldly, "You have done many evil things with your cultivation. It is a great gift that I didn't kill you. Tell me, are you the one who did the tricks in Xanadu community?" Old Taoist Xuanji looked at Yi Bufan with malicious eyes. "Boy, if you dare to destroy my cultivation, sooner or later I will kill you. You won't say it, right?" Yi Bufan smiled coldly, raised his hand and took out 7 more silver needles, which instantly penetrated Lao Tao's 7 major acupoints including Naiwan Palace, Baihui, and Fengqi. This is the 7-needle soul fixing passed down by the ancient medical school. This acupuncture method directly controls a person's mental power. After that, you can say whatever you ask without hiding anything. He asked again, "Tell me, is the Xanadu community a trick played by you?" "I did it." The eyes of the old Taoist Xuanji were dull for a while, and he said like a primary school student answering a question, "At first, the Luo family and I took a fancy to that piece of land, so when Guangdongping was almost built, we arranged a Xianyin evil gathering formation there. The purpose is to make it impossible for him to build and sell, until the Luo family finally takes over." Oh my god, that's what happened. No wonder such evil things always happen in the Xanadu community. It turns out that it was this old man who did it. It's so deceptive. They invested more than 1 billion and a community worth billions was turned into what it is now. If this little brother hadn't taken action, I'm afraid it would have been sold to them for 100 million. The Luo family is so shameless. They colluded with the old Taoist to do such a thing. People around him were talking a lot. Ever since Master Xuanji was stepped on by Yi Bufan, he had completely lost his aura in their eyes. Although many people had great respect for the old Taoist Xuanji before, a master who was beaten like a dog, a master who had no ability to resist, a master whose cultivation was crippled, fell directly from their hearts to the altar. Luo Wentao seemed to have been mentally prepared, and without too much panic, he took 2 steps forward and said, "Don't listen to this old man's nonsense. Our Luo family has always done things above board. These things were all done by himself and have nothing to do with us." He also saw that Xuanji Dao had lost his cultivation and was no longer the superior master Xuanji he had been before, so he spoke unscrupulously and completely ignored himself. Yi Bufan looked at him and smiled coldly. Young Master Luo's face changes very quickly. He cleared himself up in just a few words. Luo Wentao said, "Mr. Yi sir, don't believe this old man's one-sided words. To put it bluntly, our Luo family has been deceived by him and has been defrauded of a lot of money over the years. We are also victims. Fortunately, today you exposed the true face of Lao Dao. We, the Luo family, would like to express our gratitude to you." Of course Yi Bufan would not believe his nonsense, but these things had nothing to do with him. As long as the Luo family stopped provoking him, he would not bother to care about their dirty things. He raised his hand to take back the silver needle on Lao Dao's body, and then kicked it out. "Get out! By destroying the cultivation of the old Taoist Xuanji, I have avenged Guangdongping. After that, I can just let the old Taoist fend for himself." Old Taoist Xuanji got up from the ground, his eyes filled with deathly silence, and he walked out of the original stone venue in a daze. Yi Bufan said to Luo Wentao, "I don't want to get involved with you and Lao Dao, but the 100 million bet owed to me should be cashed in now, right?" Me, Luo Wentao's face instantly became extremely ugly. He made a bet with Yi Bufan, thinking that he was a sure winner. Even if he lost, he could get everything back as long as he waited until Master Xuanji appeared. But now everything has changed. Even Master Xuanji has become a complete useless person, causing him to lose his greatest support. "What's wrong, Mr. Luo, don't you want to default on your debt?" Although Yi Bufan said it very plainly, Luo Wentao couldn't help but tremble in his heart after hearing it. Faced with someone who had even destroyed Master Xuanji, he didn't have the courage even if he wanted to refuse. "If you lose, you lose. I, Mr. Luo, will not default on your debt." Luo Wentao said sarcastically, "It's just that I really don't have that much cash in my hand for the time being. Although large groups like them have money, they don't keep so much cash in their hands on weekdays. For example, Li Chaoren spent a lot of time raising 1 billion in funds after his son was kidnapped. Moreover, the Luo family is far inferior to Li Chaoren. If it weren't for a casino, they might not even have 300-400 million yuan in liquidity." Yi Bufan said calmly, "You mean you don't have the money to cash in your bet?" Luo Wentao said quickly, "Mr. Yi, our Luo family has indeed invested all the funds we have in this rough stone exhibition. Do you think this would work? I will give you a 20% discount. If you choose a rough stone worth 100 million from me, you will treat it as my cashing out your bet." At this time, he did not dare to provoke Yi Bufan anymore, so he could only use the original stone to repay his gambling debt. Okay. Although the contact time was not long, Yi Bufan had already seen Luo Wentao's character. He was a cunning and ferocious wolf. Naturally, he would not be polite to such a person and personally selected the rough stones worth 100 million Chinese coins. Seeing so many rough stones being selected by Yi Bufan, Luo Wentao felt a burst of physical pain. What he didn't know was that after this selection, his entire original venue was almost ransacked. All the rough stones with doubled value have been selected away, and the remaining ones either have no jade, or the value of the jade is far lower than its price. At least there is no possibility of betting on the increase. After buying so many stones at once, Yi Bufan really had no place to store them, so Qin Chuchu provided an idle warehouse of the Qin group and pulled all the rough stones there. After finishing all these things, it was already nightfall, and the two of them left the Paradise Club together. Qin Shuchu didn't say much along the way, as if he hadn't fully woken up from the shock. Until he sent Yi Bufan downstairs to the hotel where he was staying. After getting off the car, he said, "Xiaofan, when did you become so powerful?" Yi Bufan said, "Which aspect are you referring to? Gambling skills? Stone gambling? Or dealing with that old man?" Qin Shuchu looked at him with burning eyes and said, "Both. As the eldest lady of the Qin group, she is known as the most beautiful woman in Jiangnan City in the upper class. Over the years, her suitors have been like carps crossing the river, and she has met countless outstanding men, but none of them can compare with Yi Bufan. Actually, I have always been so outstanding, but you didn't notice it." Yi Bufan said with a smile, "Why, have you discovered me now? Do you want to pursue me? I can give you a chance. Smelly, I don't want to care about you." Qin Shuchu glanced at him charmingly, and then said, "Thank you for your help today." Her gratitude comes from the bottom of her heart. Without Yi Bufan by her side, whether it was the fake Lucky Z bead or the 30 million Biao Wang, it would have caused great losses to the Qin group, and it would also have affected her work in Qin. Status of home. There are also 3 top-quality Fu Lu Shou rough stone materials, which are things that even money cannot buy. Obtaining such good raw materials will definitely greatly enhance the competitiveness of Qin group in the rough stone market in the future. Yi Bufan smiled and said, "How do you want to thank me? Is this your promise?" A blush appeared on Qin Shuchu's face, and she suddenly kissed Yi Bufan on the face, then got into the sports car and left here as if running away. Perhaps because he was too excited, the red Maserati sports car actually drew an S-shaped arc onto the street. Fortunately, it was already late at night and there were not many cars on the road, otherwise there would have been a traffic accident. Yi Bufan touched the cheek that had been kissed, smiled slightly, and returned to the hotel. Qin Shuchu's cheeks were still feeling hot after she left. In so many years, she had only been pursued by others, and this was the first time she took the initiative to kiss a man. "This man is so good, he just couldn't help himself. Since you took this girl's first kiss, you can never escape from my grasp." Qin Shuchu muttered something to herself, then waved her little fist to express her determination, and then hummed softly, "I've finally waited until you." At the same time, on a remote road not far from the Paradise Club, Xuanji Laodao was sitting under a big tree, working hard to circulate the qi in his body according to his previous practice route. But his dantian had been destroyed by Yi Bufan's injection, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't bring up any energy. Old Taoist Xuanji tried Taoism again, and the situation was exactly the same. His lifelong cultivation was completely ruined. "Yi Bufan, just wait. When I return to the master's door, I will definitely let the master avenge me." Old Taoist Xuanji gnashed his teeth in hatred. A few hours ago he was an all-powerful master, but now he has become a useless person who can't even walk. At this moment, 3 men in black suddenly appeared in front of him, and the leader was Luo Wentao. Seeing his expression, old Taoist Xuanji became happy and shouted quickly, "Wentao, I knew it was you. I knew your Luo family would not give up on me. Take me back quickly." "Take you back?" Luo Wentao smiled disdainfully, and there was no trace of respect or flattery on his face. "You are a waste now. What's the point of me taking you back? Is it a waste of food?" Old Taoist Xuanji's face changed drastically. "Luo Wentao, what do you mean?" Luo Wentao laughed evilly. "It's not interesting, you are a useless person now, there is no need to live at all. Anyway, we have worked together for a long time, looking at the past out of love, I will send you on your way now." Old Taoist Xuanji took 2 steps back and said with a horrified look on his face, "What are you going to do? I have a master behind me. If you dare to touch me, my master will definitely not spare you." "You are overthinking." Luo Wentao said, "Do you think your master will suspect me if I kill you? They will go to Yi Bufan to settle the score." After he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and the bodyguard captain and another henchman rushed forward immediately. The henchman covered Lao Dao Xuanji's mouth. The bodyguard captain raised his knife and pierced Lao Dao's heart with one blow. The poor old man was killed with a knife before he could even utter a scream. After doing all this, the bodyguard captain wiped the blood off the dagger and said, "Young master, even if he retains the old master, he will definitely not let Yi Bufan go. Why should we do this?" Luo Wentao said with a gloomy expression, "Just now in the venue, the old Taoist was destroyed by Yi Bufan, and we did not help. Now the old Taoist is a useless person and won't say anything, but once his master comes and has someone to rely on, he will definitely cause trouble for our Luo family. Now I kill Lao Tao, which not only saves trouble but also puts the blame on the boy named Ji. I believe that the people of Lao Tao's disciples will fight to the death with him. After hearing this, the bodyguard captain gave a thumbs up. Young master, this move of yours is really great. It really kills two birds with one stone. Yi Bufan didn't know this. After returning to the hotel, he thought about it and a small red stone appeared in his palm. It was the red stone thrown away by Luo Wentao. He was playing with the stone in his hand, his eyes burning. This was no ordinary stone, and it was even worth far more than the 3 jadeite pieces of good fortune, wealth and longevity. This thing is called the Earth Flame Heart, and it is a fire attribute crystal with extremely pure attributes. Although it looks ordinary now and does not show any fire attributes, that is because it has been in a sleeping state. Once activated using a special technique, the hotel can be reduced to ashes in an instant. According to Yi Bufan's previous plan, he planned to resolve all the yin energy in the Xanadu community, but with Di Yinshin, he had a better choice. He can use Earth Flame Heart to fight against the yin qi in the community, and then set up a yin-yang 5 elements formation. Not only will it no longer have any negative impact on the community, but it can also turn it into a real paradise. Then he took out the demon refining bottle and poured out a crystal clear elixir. This was the aura pill condensed by the 2 raw stones absorbed by the demon refining bottle. This kind of elixir is completely transformed by spiritual energy. It can strengthen the body, unblock meridians, and remove evil spirits. It is of great help to monks in the Qi refining period. It's a pity that he has reached the foundation building stage now, and the spiritual energy pill has no effect. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to refine all the raw stones he bought into spiritual energy pills. After checking the trophies, he went to bed and continued drawing talismans early the next morning. In the beginning, Yi Bufan's purpose of making the talisman was to subdue the bloody skeleton, the king of evil things, and he didn't care about other small evil things. But now that he has the demon refining bottle, he can completely catch them all. After a busy day, he couldn't even remember how many talismans he had made. As evening approached, Yi Bufan came to the Xanadu community alone. While walking along the periphery of the community, he threw the talismans in his hand one by one. These talismans appeared in the air, burned quickly, and then disappeared. After walking around for a while, he almost threw away all the talismans in his hand, and set up a simple formation around the entire Xanadu community. Using talismans to set up the formation was a helpless move. After all, he did not have the materials to refine the formation flag. Although the power of the formation arranged by Fu Lu is far less than the real formation arranged with the formation flag, it can still block those evil objects for a moment, which is enough for him. Just after he finished all this, the phone in his pocket rang. It was He Shuangshuang calling. Xiaofan, today is already the 3rd day. How are your preparations going? Yi Bufan said, don't worry, everything is ready. I have arrived at the Xanadu community now, and I will start to clear out those evil things when night falls. He Shuangshuang said, are you going now? Why don't you call me? Just wait, I will be there right away. After saying that, she hung up the phone without any explanation and appeared in front of the Xanadu community in a sports car 10 minutes later. He Shuangshuang strode to Yi Bufan, what's wrong with you? You didn't even tell me when you came? Why should I tell you? Aren't you afraid of the things here? I'm afraid, aren't you here? He Shuangshuang glanced into the community with lingering fear, then reached out and hugged his arm. Yi Bufan shook his head helplessly, since if you are so scared, why come again? I'm here to see how you clean up those evil things. Besides, I'm not worried if you're the only one here. He Shuangshuang seemed to realize that he had let something slip, and a blush suddenly appeared on his cheeks. In order to cover up her embarrassment, she added, I'm telling you, don't think too much. I don't care about you. I'm just waiting for you to treat me. I'm treating you. What's wrong with you? As he spoke, Yi Bufan glanced at He Shuangshuang's body with his consciousness, and his expression changed slightly. After only 2 days of absence, the girl's chest condition had rapidly worsened, and the previous benign tumor had evolved into breast cancer. After thinking for a moment, he immediately understood the crux of the matter. The last time He Shuangshuang rashly broke into the Xanadu community, he was corroded by yin qi for so long. Although he was rescued later, he also left some sequelae, causing the chest tumor to rapidly deteriorate. He Shuangshuang said with a sad expression, I just had a checkup at the hospital this morning. The doctor informed me that I have reached an advanced stage and must have surgery immediately, otherwise my life will be in danger. Yi Bufan said, then who can blame you? Originally you were going to take the prescription I gave you, but now you have completely recovered. Who told you to throw my prescription into the trash can? Can you blame me? Who told you to take advantage of others at that time? You had to be an uncle, otherwise they would never throw away the prescription. Yi Bufan deeply understood what it meant to be unable to reason with women, and he said, "You mean it's my fault? Of course it's your fault, I don't care, you have to find a way to treat me today." As a woman, no matter how strong Yi Xuanxuang was, she could not accept surgery to remove it. After confirming that she had breast cancer, she immediately thought of Yi Bufan, subconsciously believing that this man would be able to cure her disease. Yi Bufan said, "Don't worry, you'll be fine as long as I'm here. I'll treat you after I deal with the situation in the community." "Really? Is there really no need for surgery?" Yi Xuanxuang suddenly became excited when he heard that his disease could be cured. "Of course it's true. This illness is nothing. If there is no need for surgery, how are you going to treat it?" Yi Bufan said jokingly, "Massage, just use massage techniques to eliminate the tumors inside. You stinky bastard, I'll beat you to death." Yi Xuanxuang's cheeks immediately turned red and he raised his fist. Yi Bufan grabbed her wrist and said with a smile, "If you beat me to death, there will really be no one to treat me. Let me go quickly." At this moment, the two people were so close that they could almost hear their breathing. Thinking of the passionate kiss that night, Yi Xuanxuang suddenly lost his strength and fell into Yi Bufan's arms. "Hey, what are you doing? Are you cheating?" Yi Bufan smiled. Yi Xuanxuang whispered, "What's wrong with touching porcelain? If you can't cure my disease, I will be dependent on you in this life. What if it's cured?" It's cured. Yi Xuanxuang hesitated for a moment, but didn't know what to say next. Yi Bufan patted her on the back and said, "Okay, let's talk about the treatment later. It's already dark, let's go into the community." "Yeah." Yi Xuanxuang agreed, and then jumped on his back. Yi Bufan said, "What are you going to do?" "I'll go in with you. Only in this way will I not be afraid of those things," Yi Xuanxuang said, wrapping her legs around his waist and holding her arms tightly around his neck. Yi Bufan smiled bitterly, but this was much better than the koala posture. It was not embarrassing and made it easier for him to move. He carried Yi Xuanxuang on his back and walked towards the Xanadu community. Compared to 3 days ago, the Yin energy here was more intense. Although the sun had just set, there was no feeling of warmth. On the contrary, it felt freezing cold. As soon as they walked not far away, countless evil things immediately pounced on them, twice as many as before. Although Yi Xuanxuang did not open his eyes, he knew that there were many evil things around him. He hugged Yi Bufan's neck tightly with both arms and pressed his cheek against the back of his neck. Yi Bufan continued to circulate the chaotic energy in his body, using yang energy to block these evil things. He continued to walk towards the center of the community. He had to surrender the bloody skeleton first. That thing was the king of evil things and already had a certain amount of intelligence. If he acted rashly, he would easily scare the snake away. Once it misses a hit and lets it escape from this community, the consequences will be disastrous. They came to the center of the Xanadu community, which was the place with the heaviest Yin energy in the entire Xianyin gathering evil formation. More and more evil things were coming around, and their strength was getting stronger and stronger. Suddenly, the blood-red skeleton suddenly appeared in front of Yi Bufan. It was a circle larger than before, and the blood-red color on its body became more and more intense, as if it was about to drip out blood. It can be seen that the rich Yin Qi here has repaired the injuries caused by the Dan fire, and at the same time, its strength has become stronger. The bloody skeleton had gained intelligence and immediately recognized Yi Bufan as its enemy. It immediately let out a sharp whistle and commanded the surrounding evil creatures to attack. Yi Bufan flicked his fingers, and 10 flame talismans quickly burned around him, burning all the evil objects that came towards him, and then several more 5 thunder talismans were shot out. The 5 thunder talismans hit the bloody skeleton, and bursts of thunder light immediately appeared. Thunder and lightning originally have a restraining effect on evil objects, and the 5 thunder talisman has always been a powerful weapon to ward off evil spirits. But this bloody skeleton was too powerful. After the 5 thunder talisman was issued, clouds of black energy immediately appeared, blocking the lightning from the body. Soon, the thunder light was swallowed up by the black energy, and the 5 thunder talisman did not cause any damage to it. Yi Bufan was slightly surprised. This guy is indeed getting stronger and stronger. If he is allowed to continue to be nourished by Yin Qi here, he may not be able to deal with it in the future. The old Taoist Xuanji is really brave. I am afraid that with his current level of cultivation, he is no longer able to subdue this evil creature. The bloody skeleton seemed to be angered by the 5 thunder talisman. It roared, opened its mouth and rushed over. At the same time, he spit out a ball of black air from his mouth, like a dexterous snake, sweeping towards Yi Bufan. Although she couldn't see anything, He Xuanxuan was still keenly aware of the energy fluctuations around her. She said nervously, "Xiaofan, are you okay?" "It's okay, just hold me tight." After Yi Bufan finished speaking, he slammed his feet on the ground and jumped into the air, and the demon refining bottle appeared in his hand. "Monster, collect it from me." With a loud shout, a stream of air burst out from the demon refining bottle, instantly sucking all the black air spit out by the bloody skeleton. At the same time, the airflow also caught the bloody skeleton and dragged it towards the demon refining bottle. From the moment the demon refining bottle was sacrificed, the bloody skeleton felt fear. It turned around and wanted to run away, but how could it escape in front of such a great artifact? In just an instant, the huge bloody skeleton was turned into a ball of black gas and sucked into the demon refining bottle. Yi Bufan succeeded with one move and had no intention of stopping. He continued to use the demon refining bottle in his hand to attack other evil objects around him. The evil objects caught in the air current were instantly sucked into the bottle. It's just that there are too many evil things here. Seeing that the bloody skeletons have been subdued, many large and small evil things are fleeing frantically outside the community. Just when they were about to rush out, the talisman that Yi Bufan had arranged in advance suddenly lit up, forming a huge light network to trap these evil objects. Although this net was very fragile and was shattered by the impact in just a few seconds, it was enough. The demon refining bottle became more and more powerful, absorbing all the evil objects and energy here in an instant. He Xuanxuan lay on his back and opened his mouth in surprise when he saw the talisman suddenly burning around him. This method was indeed magical. Immediately afterwards, it felt as if the surrounding air suddenly became warmer, and the inexplicable pressure before disappeared. Yi Bufan took back the demon refining bottle and couldn't help but secretly sigh that this artifact was really useful. If he didn't have this thing and wanted to conquer these evil things, he would obviously have to work hard. He Xuanxuan asked, "What is this little bottle?" Yi Bufan said, "This is a magic weapon I got by chance. I just relied on it to subdue all the evil things." He Xuanxuan asked, "Is everything okay now? You can come down now. There's nothing unclean here anymore." "Oh." He Xuanxuan reluctantly got off his back and asked, "There won't be that kind of dirty things here in the future?" "The dirty things are gone, but the formation here must be solved, otherwise the energy will condense and breed evil things in the future." As he spoke, Yi Bufan took a few steps forward and came to the very center of the Xanadu community, where the center of the Xianin gathering evil formation was located. He raised his foot and stepped lightly on the ground. With a popping sound, a black bead sprang out from the ground and floated about 1 meter in the air. After the black bead came out, the temperature of the air immediately dropped, and even the surrounding flowers, plants and trees were covered with a layer of frost. So cold. He Xuanxuan immediately ran to Yi Bufan's side, the only place where it could feel warmer. She took Yi Bufan's arm and asked, "What is this?" "This is the Xianin Pearl, a magic weapon belonging to Jian Jihan. Using it as an array I can double the power of the Xianin gathering formation. I really don't know where Master Xuanji found this kind of treasure." Yi Bufan said, condensing the true energy in his palms, and put Xianin Pearl is in his hand. If he hadn't reached the foundation building stage, he might have been frozen into an ice sculpture by now. Once the formation I was broken, the entire Xianin evil gathering formation instantly collapsed. Then he came to a big tree next to him, raised his hand and grabbed it in the air, and a small black flag appeared in his palm. "Nice one." Yi Bufan was secretly happy in his heart. He was worried about not being able to find the materials to refine the formation flag, but Master Xuanji had already prepared them for him. Then he walked around the entire Xanadu community and had dozens of formation flags in his hand. With the Xianin Pearl and Earth Flame Heart as the formation eyes, and now with the formation flags to arrange the formation, it became extremely simple for him to operate, and he quickly completed the layout of a yin-yang 5 elements formation. The coverage area of this formation is huge, covering the entire Xanadu community. He Xuanxuan was a little dazzled and asked, "What are you doing? Aren't you trying to break the formation? Why did you bury that bead again?" Yi Bufan said, "The original formation has been broken, and now I have rearranged it. This will be my property from now on, and I want to make it a real paradise." "What do you mean? Why does this place belong to you?" Yi Bufan briefly introduced the situation of the auction, and then said, "This will be my real estate from now on. It will become the most luxurious community in China and even the world. If you want to buy it, you should do it early." He Xuanxuang was surprised at first, and then said, "You, even if you have money, can't spend it randomly. Why did you buy this property? Now this community is notorious. Everyone in Jiangnan City knows that there is dirt here. I'm afraid you won't be able to sell a single house. That was before, but it's different now. From today on, this will be the feng shui treasure land in Jiangnan City. After the community is completed, people who want to buy a house will have to queue up. Don't be so fanciful. How is this possible? Now I'll let you see if it's weird or not." As he spoke, Yi Bufan raised his hand and made a spell, activating the yin-yang 5 elements formation. At this moment, He Xuanxuang was surprised to find that the sky on her left was clear and full of stars, but on her right it was covered with clouds and drizzle. How is this possible? She opened her mouth wide in surprise. She couldn't believe what she saw. If it weren't for the fact that there was nothing above her head, she would have thought there was a leak somewhere. Yi Bufan smiled slightly and cast another spell. The light rain on the right side stopped instantly and was replaced by a warm spring breeze, while on the left side it started to snow heavily. Here, He Xuanxuang was extremely shocked. She reached out and touched the heavy snow on the left side, then felt the spring breeze on the right side, and asked in surprise, "How is this possible? Are you God?" Yi Bufan smiled and said, "In this community, I am God, and I can get wind and rain wherever I want. It can be as warm as spring here in winter, and it is a summer resort in summer. I don't have access to air conditioning or heating. Moreover, in my formation, the air is absolutely fresh and the spiritual energy is abundant. If you live here for a long time, you will be free from all diseases and live a long life." He Xuanxuang said with shock on his face, "Isn't that a fairyland on earth?" If she hadn't seen what just happened with her own eyes, she wouldn't believe it no matter what others said. "I have already said that from now on this place will be a paradise on earth. Do you think it can be sold?" He Xuanxuang said excitedly, "I don't care whether others buy it or not. Reserve 1 apartment for me first." "No, reserve 3 apartments for me. I will ask Grandpa and the others to move here too." Yi Bufan smiled and said, "Don't you want to ask about the price?" "I don't care. Anyway, I want 3 sets. I'll buy them no matter how much they cost." "Well, it will take some time before the community is completed. This secret cannot be leaked for the time being." Yi Bufan raised his hand to stop the formation, and then said, "It's time to treat you now." Thinking of the treatment method he just mentioned, He Xuanxuang's cheeks turned red instantly. "Is it right here? Isn't it inappropriate?" Yi Bufan said, "Why isn't it suitable? The environment here is nice and quiet, and no one will disturb me. It couldn't be more suitable." He Xuanxuang hesitated for a moment, then finally gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, come on." After saying that, she closed her eyes, straightened her chest, and showed an expression of complete abandonment. Yi Bufan asked in surprise, "What are you doing?" He Xuanxuang whispered, "Didn't you say you wanted massage therapy?" "Oh. No need, that's just for fun. You only need to take a pill to get rid of your disease. I will fight with you." He Xuanxuang was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He had made such a strong determination and was already prepared to make sacrifices, but he didn't expect that others were playing tricks on him. "Who asked you to throw away the prescription I wrote?" Yi Bufan stretched out his hand, and the spiritual energy pill appeared in his palm. "Actually, your illness is nothing. As long as you take this pill it will be cured immediately." He Xuanxuang looked at the palm of his hand. Under the moonlight, the spiritual energy pill was crystal clear, like a shining pearl. She reached out and took the elixir in her hand, and asked doubtfully, "Are you sure this is the elixir, and you're not trying to trick me again?" "It's true this time." Yi Bufan said, "This is called spiritual chi pill. It is an extremely rare elixir. It is overkill to treat your minor ailment." He Xuanxuang curled his lips and said, "Stop bragging. If it's so magical, wouldn't you make a fortune by selling it?" "Sell it?" Yi Bufan said, "Do you know how much this medicine costs? It costs 50 million, not counting my medical skills and refining expenses." What he said was indeed true. The combined price of the 2 jadeite stones absorbed by the demon refining bottle was at least 50 million. If you look at the value of the spiritual energy pill itself, it is at least hundreds of millions of yuan, and it has a price but no market. "Ha? So expensive?" He Xuanxuang was shocked. Although she was the eldest lady of the He family, she never expected that such a small pill would be worth more than 50 million. "Okay, let's start treating the disease now." Yi Bufan said, "This elixir is too powerful, and it would be a waste to treat you alone. Now I will teach you a set of skills. After you master the skills and then take the elixir, it will not only cure your illness, but also allow you to enter the level of a yellow level warrior. He Shuangshuang shouted excitedly, really? Do you think I can really become a warrior? She has always longed to become a real martial artist, but unfortunately she did not have the appropriate skills. She only practiced taekwondo, sanda, and other external skills, which were not good at all. At this moment, I was overjoyed when I heard that I could become a yellow level warrior. Just do as I say and you'll be fine soon. Yi Bufan asked He Shuangshuang to sit cross-legged on the ground, stretched out his right hand to touch her Mingmen point, and slowly injected a trace of chaos qi. Use your mind to follow my true energy. The set of exercises I teach you is called White Jade *** Gong. From now on, you can follow this exercise route to move your true energy. But I'm not really angry yet? Yi Bufan said, don't worry, it will be available soon. After he finished speaking, He Shuangshuang immediately felt a warm feeling in her dantian, which made her feel particularly comfortable. Soon, the warmth turned into a thin line and flowed out of the dantian, slowly swimming in the body. Following Yi Bufan's instructions, He Shuangshuang used his mind to follow the movement of the thin thread while remembering the route of the exercise. After running for 3 consecutive days, Yi Bufan the chi pill was put into her mouth. This elixir was completely transformed by pure spiritual energy. After entering the mouth, it immediately turned into a stream of heat and flowed into He Shuangshuang's dantian. Then she felt the warmth in her dantian getting stronger and stronger, and this time it didn't belong to Yi Bufan, but completely to herself. He Shuangshuang circulated the true energy in her dantian according to the white jade skill she had just learned. After a week, she felt that her body had been filled with an inexplicable power, and the true energy in her dantian was getting stronger and stronger. At this moment, there was a crisp sound in her mind. She actually broke through the threshold of the early Huan level and entered the middle stage of the yellow level. Yi Bufan was slightly surprised. It was the first time he used the spiritual energy pill. He didn't expect the effect to be so good. He said, don't be distracted and continue to run the technique, otherwise the efficacy of the medicine will be wasted. He Shuangshuang hurriedly gathered his mind and continued to operate the white jade skill. He ran 3 great Jotian cultivation levels in succession before he was completely consolidated. When she finished her training, her eyes flashed with a cold light in the night, and she had become a true middle-level yellow-level warrior. He Shuangshuang jumped up from the ground and punched a rockery nearby. There was just a roar, and the rock was shattered into pieces by her punch, and the foam flew everywhere. Great, I finally became a true warrior. He Shuangshuang couldn't suppress his excitement, so he rushed forward and hugged Yi Bufan, kissing him fiercely on the face. Yi Bufan shouted, isn't he just a Huan-level warrior? To make you so excited, I really doubt that you are deliberately trying to take advantage of me. Bah, who cares about you? He Shuangshuang said this, but reached out to hug his neck and kissed him hard. After they separated, she took Yi Bufan's hand and said, you are standing and talking without pain in your back. I don't know how difficult it is for an ordinary person to become a warrior. I have visited many famous teachers over the years, but it's a pity that they are not willing to spread the word own skills. Well now, I have finally become a true warrior. Yi Bufan said, shouldn't you be most concerned about your condition now? Ah. Only then did He Shuangshuang remember that he was treating a disease. She felt it carefully, and the dull pain in her chest had disappeared. She turned around again, reached out and touched it, and found that the lump inside had completely disappeared. Okay, my illness is really cured. After she finished speaking, she jumped up and hung on Yi Bufan's body like a koala again, and then kissed him fiercely. The two kissed for a while before they separated. Yi Bufan smiled and said, do you want to take advantage of me or do you not want to pay the medical fee? He Shuang put his hands around his neck and said, if you want money, you want someone. If you like it, take it. If you dare to rely on me, I will take you back to be Mrs. Yajai. Yi Bufan said as he put He Shuangshuang on his shoulders and walked out of the community. The two got in the car and returned to the city. It was already midnight, but He Shuangshuang had no intention of going back and said, I'm hungry, please treat me to dinner. Okay, I'll treat you to a meal. As a doctor, I'll pay a lot of money for my job. I see the doctor for free, give away medicines for free, and I have to pay for the meal myself. He Shuangshuang chuckled and said, what, you regret it? Who asked you to snatch me as Mrs. Yajai? It's too late to regret it now. Yi Bufan said, tell me what you want to eat. I'm so happy to eat seafood. I'm so happy today. I want to celebrate it. He Shuangshuang took Yi Bufan directly to a seafood food stall, chose a table by the roadside and sat down. Yi Bufan said, "What? It's rare for me to treat you once, so you just eat at the food stalls? What happened to the food stall? I often come here to eat seafood. The seafood here is very fresh and tastes good." Yi Bufan said, "I just think that ladies like you, shouldn't you frequent seafood restaurants and the like? When did you start eating at roadside stalls like us? I never think of myself as a young lady." He Shuang said, "Actually, the real delicacies are found in these roadside stalls. The food in those big restaurants only looks beautiful, but doesn't taste good at all." Soon the waiter brought them all the seafood and beer they asked for. He Shuang poured a full glass for Yi Bufan and himself, then raised his glass and said, "Xiaofan, thank you very much, cheers." As she spoke, she looked at Yi Bufan with burning eyes. It was the man in front of her who cured her illness and at the same time made herself a true Huang-level warrior. It was he who gave himself a new life and created a completely different He Shuang. Cheers! Yi Bufan clinked glasses with He Shuang and drank them all in one gulp. The two of them enjoyed the cool evening breeze, comfortably eating seafood and drinking beer. Suddenly, there was a quarrel nearby. A man in his 20s, the young man's face was full of anger, and he strode forward, followed closely behind him by a young woman in her 20s. The woman was pretty, her belly was slightly bulging, and she looked like she was pregnant. The woman quickly ran in front of the man, opened her arms to block his way, and shouted angrily, "Li Hongjun, stop here." The young man said angrily, "Zheng Yuanxiang, we have broken up. Don't pester me again in the future." "Break up? I'm pregnant, why do you break up with me?" the woman shouted with arrogance. There were a lot of people around the food stall. After hearing the woman's words, other people immediately pointed and talked, and even a few passers-by with a strong sense of justice stood up and accused the young people. "The young man looks gentle and wears glasses, but he turns out to be a scumbag." "That's right, no matter what, if someone is pregnant with your child, you can't break up with them at this time, right? What we Chinese people value most is our sense of responsibility. Are you still considered a man like this? Since you are so shameless, let's make things clear." Li Hongjun seemed to be extremely angry and shouted loudly in public, "She is pregnant, but the child is not mine at all. Shouldn't I break up with her?" Zheng Yuanshan shouted, "So what, you are my boyfriend, what does it matter who owns the child? You just need to raise him with me." After she said this, the surrounding eyeballs shattered on the ground with a crash, and they were burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. Especially the few people who stood up to fight against the injustice were all dumbfounded, not knowing what to say. Yi Bufan just took a sip of beer, but the woman choked him so much that he almost spit it out. After living for more than 20 years, this was the first time he saw someone talking about cheating in such a confident and refreshing way. She didn't care about cheating, but still asked someone to help her raise her children. What's the point of this? At this time, the people around him also came to their senses and accused the woman one after another. "You, a girl, have cuckolded someone and you still won't let them break up. What's the point?" "Yes, I was so immoral that I asked someone to help raise my child. This is the first time in my life that I have seen such a shameless person. Young man, you absolutely cannot want this kind of woman. You must kick her." Contrary to just now, this time everyone stood by the man without hesitation. Sighed. Unexpectedly, Zheng Yuanshan not only showed no shame, but shouted confidently, "What are you doing? Can you be reasonable? My belly is mine, and I can bear whose child I want. Is there anything wrong with this?" After hearing her words, everyone didn't know how to respond for a moment, and the scene fell.